warned them to remain vigilant against everyone in the fog, especially the Dragon Kingdom contestants. In the valley, visibility had plummeted to less than 10 meters. The dense forest behind them had been entirely consumed by the thick, white mist. This fog surged like moving walls, converging from all directions, causing visibility to plummet dramatically. Beyond 5 meters, only vague silhouettes remained. The air was damp, cold, and viscous, carrying a scent of decaying vegetation and moist earth that weighed heavily on their chests. The surrounding sound seemed absorbed by the thick fog, leaving only the hurried footsteps and labored breaths of the four echoing in their ears. Wang Meng closely followed Qin Feng, feeling as though he had stepped into a vast white prison. Were it not for Qin Feng's silhouette remaining clearly visible ahead, he had no doubt he would lose his way within 3 seconds. Shen Lai brought up the rear, his keen, hawk-like eyes rendered ineffective in the current conditions. He could only rely on the sounds of footsteps ahead and his extensive outdoor experience to ascertain direction, yet a growing sense of unease began to overwhelm him. As a lone wolf, he was accustomed to controlling everything, but this thick fog stripped him of his most vital senses. At that moment, Qin Feng, leading the way, halted. They had arrived. Wang Meng looked up, and through the thinning mist, he discerned a massive outline ahead. It was the waterfall they knew well, though the sound of rushing water was diminished by the fog, resembling echoes from another realm. As they circumvented the waterfall, a sturdy encampment constructed from logs, clay, and stones materialized before Shen Lai's eyes. In that instant, even the resolute Shen Lai felt his pupils involuntarily constrict. What had he just witnessed? A meticulously structured and thoughtfully arranged cluster of shelters, complete with an independent cattle pen. At the heart of the encampment stands a stone-high furnace, quietly towering, flanked by neatly stacked charcoal and several dark iron ingots. On the opposite side, an array of uniquely shaped ceramic jars and bowls is orderly arranged on wooden racks. Is this merely a camp? It is unmistakably the nascent form of a tribe, a civilization hub possessing pastoral practices, smelting techniques, and pottery craftsmanship. After struggling for survival in the jungle for so long, Shen Lai had subsisted on raw meat, quenching his thirst with muddy water. Battling wild beasts and the treachery of men, he believed himself to be a formidable survivor of the wilderness, yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he realized the vast chasm that separated his experiences from true strength. They have returned. The wooden door of the shelter swung open, and Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian peered out, their faces lighting up with expressions of relief upon seeing Qin Feng and the others unharmed. However, when their gazes fell upon the last member of the group, an unfamiliar man exuding an aura of menace, with a scarred visage, Lin Yihan's pupils constricted slightly, and her hand instinctively reached for a sharpened wooden spear leaning against the doorframe. Zhao Ziqian, on reflex, stepped forward, positioning himself slightly in front of Lin Yihan. His complexion pale, but his eyes betraying no trace of fear, only vigilance. This tableau sent a jolt through Shen Lai's heart. The two seemingly unassuming individuals, upon encountering someone of his appearance, instinctively opted for defense and protection over panic or retreat. This team is anything but ordinary. Wang Meng strode forward, his voice resonant as he introduced, "This is Shen Lai, a compatriot of our dragon nation whom we encountered along the way." After a sidelong glance at Shen Lai, he huffed, "What are you standing there for? Come inside." The eerie mist outside is unnerving. Shen Lai remained silent, merely stepping inside. Upon entering the shelter, he was greeted by a warm embrace of scents, roasted meat mingling with the warmth of burning charcoal, dispelling the damp chill of the mist outside. The interior of the shelter was far more spacious than it appeared, with the ground laid with dry thatch and animal hides, corners piled high with dried meat strips, plump corn, sweet potatoes, and even a small heap of wild strawberries. In the fireplace, flames danced vigorously, illuminating the space with a cozy glow. This was no mere refuge born of struggle, it was undeniably a home. Shen Lai surveyed his surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting on several intricately designed crossbows, glimmering with a metallic sheen. His expression sharpened once more. Such craftsmanship was beyond the reach of ordinary hands. "Close the door," Qin Feng's voice interrupted his reverie. The heavy wooden door was shut, sealing the last gap and completely isolating them from the desolate white world outside. Within the shelter, a brief silence enveloped the group, all eyes converging on the newcomer Shen Lai. "Please, take a seat." Qin Feng gestured towards a wooden stump, his voice calmly shattering the stillness that enveloped the room. "Let us converse while we eat. There is no need for haste." At his utterance, everyone sprang into action. Lin Yihan approached the fireplace, skillfully burying several plump sweet potatoes and corn cobs into the seething embers. She then ladled fresh water from a clay pot, preparing to concoct a delectable fish soup. Her movements had long since shed any awkwardness. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqian meticulously inspected the seams of the shelter's doors and windows, ensuring not a wisp of damp chill could infiltrate their refuge. Wang Meng, with a bold demeanor, settled down, producing his prized pipe and a small pinch of tobacco. Filling it leisurely, he did not rush to ignite it. Rather, he pressed the tobacco with his thumb, intermittently tapping his palm, while casting sidelong glances at Shen Lai. Cold Moon, however, paid no mind to this, striding directly to a corner and emptying out Bowen's backpack. Aside from a few pieces of inferior jerky and assorted knickknacks, a handful of golden objects tumbled onto the animal hide, producing a crisp clattering sound that resonated through the silent night, more melodious than any music. Wang Meng's eyes widened in astonishment. They were brand new shotgun shells. The brass bases glimmered with a cold, alluring sheen under the firelight, and the red plastic casings were robust and full, exuding a lethal aesthetic of violence. He nearly lunged forward, immediately crouching down, delicately picking up the bullets as if caressing rare treasures. 1, 2, 3. 23, 24? He counted them meticulously twice, then grasped a handful. Feeling their weight in his palm, breaking into a silent grin, his white teeth appeared somewhat sinister in the glow of the flames. Qin Feng, brother, come quickly. Wang Ming turned, an uncontrollable excitement bubbling in his voice. We've struck it rich. We are wealthy. Qin Feng approached, taking a bullet from Wang Ming's hand. Weighing it between his fingers, his expression calm and undisturbed. 12-gauge deer shot, sufficient power at close range. He returned the bullet to Wang Ming, stating matter-of-factly, keep it safe. It will prove invaluable. Cold Moon nodded, picking up the bullets one by one and neatly arranging them beside Qin Feng's backpack. Shenlai, seated nearby, observed the orderly scene before him, a tempest of emotions roiling within. These individuals exhibited clear roles and seamless coordination, devoid of superfluous chatter. Each understood their responsibilities. The woman named Lin Yihan, though appearing delicate, handled the food with remarkable efficiency. The man named Zhao Ziqian, average in stature, possessed a meticulous mind. Not to mention the muscular Wang Ming and the sharp-eyed Cold Moon, both evidently seasoned warriors. Binding this ensemble together was the young man, Qin Feng, who remained tranquil throughout. Jie yearned to rise and assist, yet found himself utterly at a loss, relegated to the role of an observer, gazing upon the warm and efficient scene before him. Soon, the delectable aroma of food wafted through the sanctuary, roasted sweet potatoes glistening with oil, fragrant corn, and a pot of rich soup simmered with sturgeon meat. Its milky broth adorned with vibrant red wild strawberries. Merely the sight of it stirred an insatiable appetite within him. Lin Yihan served each person a bowl of soup, and when she presented one to Shenlai, his calloused hands trembled slightly, prompting him to steady himself. He nodded appreciatively, his voice gravelly as he uttered a soft thank you and accepted the offering. It had been ages since he had savored a proper hot meal. As the first spoonful of fish soup graced his palate, an indescribable burst of flavor ignited his taste buds. The fish melted in his mouth, devoid of any fishy taste, instead imparting a unique sweetness. A subsequent bite of roasted sweet potato was sweet and tender, warmth flowing from his belly to his very extremities. Shenlai was not one to indulge in culinary pleasures. Mere sustenance sufficed, which was why he had resorted to consuming snake gall in the past. Yet, in this moment, he could not resist, draining the entire bowl of fish soup and devouring 2 sweet potatoes alongside a corn cob, with food filling his belly. The chill within him dissipated entirely, and the tension in his body began to ease. I previously teamed up with a contestant from a certain northern country. Shenlai broke the silence, his voice hoarse as he set down his bowl. All eyes turned toward him, halting their movements. Our location lies at the northwestern border of this rainforest, where the trees are sparse, and the landscape is dominated by barren yellow mountains. Beset by fierce winds and scant vegetation, yet riddled with caves, his gaze drifted to the flickering flames, seemingly lost in reminiscence. In search of sustenance, we ignited torches and ventured into a deep cavern. Initially, our journey proceeded smoothly, but the further we traversed, the more unsettling it became. The ground was littered with animal bones, stripped clean, even the marrow had been sucked dry. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian's faces paled slightly, realizing the peril we faced. We prepared to flee, but it was too late. Shenlai's fists clenched involuntarily, muscles beneath the scar twitching. From the depths of the cave, a creature suddenly surged forth from the darkness. What kind of creature? Wang Ming inquired eagerly. I do not know. Shenlai shook his head, a flicker of fear gleaming in his eyes for the first time. Its speed was astonishing. It swept past me like a gale, extinguishing our torches in an instant. I felt a massive presence brush past me, and then he paused, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then came Ivan's blood-curdling scream, just one, when the torches were rekindled. Only a long drag mark and a pool of blood remained. The individual was gone. Silence enveloped the sanctuary as Shenlai lifted his gaze, piercingly staring at Qin Feng. Later, I received word from the Dragon Kingdom that you possess a handgun. Thus, I journeyed here, seeking to borrow your weapon. Wang Ming finally lit his pipe, taking a deep drag before exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, squinting as he addressed Shenlai. Borrow a gun? To avenge your comrade from the northern country? Hey, you don't seem like the type to sacrifice yourself for others. Speak up. Besides the monsters, is there any treasure in that cave? Shenlai observed Wang Ming exhaling smoke with an instinctive gulp, his eyes betraying a hint of desire. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but the words remained unspoken. There must be other reasons. Qin Feng's calm voice interjected, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Shenlai. The system announcement declared that this wilderness harbors ruins and challenges. If I am not mistaken, the cave you mentioned, or rather the place guarded by that creature, is one of those so-called ruins. Qin Feng's words sliced through the fog of confusion in everyone's minds like a lightning bolt. Are you implying? Lung Yu quickly grasped the implication. These monsters are the guardians of the ruins. Qin Feng asserted with unwavering certainty. Behind them lie either resources that could significantly enhance the nation's fortunes, or powerful weapons capable of altering the tide of battle. He paused, surveying the stunned expressions of the crowd before finally directing his gaze towards the heavy wooden door of the shelter. In the corner, the slumbering wolf cub suddenly emitted an anxious whimper. Moreover, Qin Feng slowly revealed a chilling truth, causing all present to shudder. We also have such a monster here. Lung Yu's pupils constricted sharply as she whispered, it's the one that attacked Dali and Jingzha's mother. Chapter 106. The Stampede of Beasts. They are not hunting, but fleeing for their lives. As Lung Yu's words fell, the warm air within the shelter seemed to vanish, leaving everyone with a sense of foreboding. Wang Ming tightened his grip on the pipe, ash falling in a cascade, oblivious to the heat searing his hand. Zhao Ziqian instinctively swallowed, his face paling slightly. Shunlai abruptly lifted his head, scanning between Qin Feng and Leng Yu, his voice hoarse and dry. You encountered it too? Qin Feng shook his head, his gaze calmly traversing the anxious faces around him, his tone steady as ever. Not yet, but I suspect it will be soon. Moo. A terrified and distressed bellow erupted from the cattle shed outside, unmistakably Dali's voice. It was sharp and brief, entirely different from the leisurely rumination of the day-to-day. Its robust hooves scraped restlessly against the ground, exhaling heavy breaths through flared nostrils. What is happening? Wang Ming was the first to spring up, seizing a nearby crossbow. Almost simultaneously, Leng Yu quickly crouched down, pressing her ear firmly against the fur-covered ground. Qin Feng's expression turned gravely serious. Within his masterful environmental perception, he sensed a dense, heavy, and chaotic vibration emanating from the depths of the earth all around. At that moment, Leng Yu suddenly raised her head, her face drained of color, a massive tremor. It's coming from the west, very concentrated. Could it be a beast tide? A beast tide? Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. What are you joking about? With this flimsy shelter of ours, can we withstand a beast tide? No, we must hurry to the cellar. That place is sturdy. Let's go outside and take a look. Qin Feng's voice was chillingly calm as he rose to his feet, one hand grasping the recently acquired shotgun while the other clutched a crossbow. Everyone, arm yourselves and follow me to assess the situation. The wooden door of the shelter was abruptly thrown open, a dense fog infused with the damp, earthy scent rushed in, obliterating the warmth within. Outside, the world had transformed into a milky chaos. The visibility was appallingly low, beyond 3 meters, only indistinct silhouettes remained, and at 10 meters, even the massive shadow of the waterfall had vanished. The frenzied sounds of countless beasts, their roars, and the mournful howls of wolves emanated from the depths of the fog, surrounding them as if they were at the heart of a hellish inferno besieged by a multitude of creatures. Damn it, it's a pack of wolves. The beasts are being pursued by them. Wang Ming, holding the crossbow, leaned against Qin Feng, scanning the fog with heightened vigilance. His voice was strained with tension. What kind of cursed weather is this? Even the wolves are out hunting? No. Qin Feng listened intently to the chaotic sounds, slowly shaking his head. They are not hunting. They are fleeing. What? Wang Ming's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. He instinctively lowered his voice, as if fearing that something might overhear him. Fleeing. What on earth could scare a pack of wolves into such a panic? Even the usually composed Leng Yu displayed an expression of incredulity. Wolves were among the apex predators of this rainforest food chain, often unstoppable when in packs. What could possibly compel them to flee without a fight, even mingling among the escape of herbivores? Shunlai tightened his grip on the dagger, the scar on his face becoming more pronounced with the tension in his muscles. He recalled the ominous cave and Ivan's abrupt, tragic scream. The familiar, suffocating sense of dread once again gripped his throat. Moo, moo. The cries from the cattle shed grew increasingly desperate, the animals crashing against the wooden barriers, producing a series of dull thuds. Dali, Lin Yihan exclaimed, her face paling in the fog as she anxiously looked towards Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, Dali is about to break down the shed. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the depths of the fog, his voice remarkably clear. Wang Ming, come here. Wang Ming immediately responded, yes. You and Yihan go over there and calm him down. If the situation spirals out of control, release Dali immediately and bring the calf along. Prepare to head to the cellar. Qin Feng issued his commands with unflappable composure. Understood. Wang Ming's robust figure immediately positioned itself beside Lin Yihan, speaking in a deep, reassuring tone. Don't be afraid, Yihan. Brother Ming is here. Let's go check on Dali. With a sense of security and protection, Lin Yihan's eyes regained their determination. She nodded earnestly and followed Wang Ming swiftly toward the cattle shed. As she approached the shed, she cautiously extended her hand, her voice trembling yet striving to remain gentle. Dali, don't be afraid. Everything is fine. We are all here for you. The cow's eyes were bloodshot, its massive body trembling incessantly in fear. Yet, Lin Yihan's familiar voice seemed to momentarily quell its frantic emotions. It's all right, dear, it's all right. She gently placed her palm against its cold nose, repeatedly soothing it. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from the thick fog at the side of the crowd. Be careful, Leng Yu hissed, raising the crossbow in her hands. However, the shadow moved with remarkable speed, flashing past before anyone could aim. As the onlookers focused, they realized it was a large wild boar. One of its eyes blinded and bloodied, its proud tusks broken at the roots. At that instant, it paid no heed to Qin Feng and the others. Showing no desire to attack, it merely emitted a desperate wail, its hooves pounding the ground as it fled towards the other end of the valley, vanishing into the mist. This was merely the beginning. Following closely, a second and third creature, a timid sika deer, suddenly charged, knocking over a blocking wolf. The once ferocious wolf merely rolled over, tail tucked between its legs, lacking even the courage to glance back, and continued its frantic escape. Sika deer, mountain goats, wild boars, and countless wolves, species that should be natural enemies, were now mingling together, forming a chaotic torrent of steel that surged wildly past their shelter. In their eyes, there was no desire to hunt, no hatred for one another, only a shared, primal fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. As if something more terrifying than death itself lurked behind them. Damn it. Wang Ming swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What in the world is happening? Are all the creatures of the rainforest fleeing for their lives? Chapter 107. Unkillable monsters under full fire. How do we fight this? Before the shelter, the chaotic torrent of beasts continued to surge, though its momentum had noticeably weakened. From the initial stampede of thousands, only a few straggling wounded remained. A wild boar limped with a broken leg, struggling to rise only to fall again, letting out a desperate howl in the mud. A few sick deer lay together, gasping heavily as if awaiting death. Lin Yihan, leading the still frightened cattle, hurried over. Wang Ming's expression was unusually grave as he lowered his voice. This isn't right. Something is seriously wrong. We need to get to the cellar. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Dolly. Wang Ming, untie Dolly's reins and let it either enter the shelter or run away. We're heading to the cellar. Lin Yihan bit her pale lip, a flicker of reluctance crossing her eyes, but she obediently loosened her grip on the reins. She understood that bringing Dolly along would hinder everyone's escape. It was the most rational decision, though a cruel reality. The cow was too large, and in the face of unknown dangers, it would only become a burden for everyone. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and gave the cow's rear a forceful slap. Run. Run fast. Don't look back. With a powerful lament, Dolly cast a profound glance at the small calf, Dun Dun, and Lin Yihan. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over all else. It abruptly turned, its hooves flying, swiftly vanishing into the dense fog. Everyone, follow me to the cellar. Qin Feng issued his final command, turning to lead the way toward the cellar entrance beneath the waterfall. Lung Yu and Shun Lai flanked him on either side, providing protection, while Wang Ming held onto the calf, with Zhao Ziqian and Lin Yihan positioned in the center. The 6 individuals and 1 calf formed a modest defensive formation, laboriously navigating through this fear-shrouded white world. The ground beneath their feet, trampled by beasts, had become a muddy quagmire, each step taken with great difficulty. The roars and mournful cries of the surrounding beasts gradually receded, and the previously deafening sounds of hooves faded into silence, leaving only the squelching of 6 pairs of feet and 1 calf in the muck. Suddenly, the wind ceased, and the fog solidified, causing Qin Feng to halt abruptly. Every muscle in his body tensed in an instant, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. A chilling dread coursing through him. Within his masterful sense of environmental awareness, he detected a massive life sign lurking within the fog less than 20 meters ahead. What's wrong, big brother? Wang Ming sensed Qin Feng's unease and inquired anxiously. Qin Feng did not respond. He merely raised his shotgun slowly, aiming towards the empty expanse of fog ahead. Simultaneously, Lung Yu and Shun Lai halted, their extensive combat experience alerting them to imminent danger. Lung Yu drew her sidearm, while Shun Lai grasped his dagger with a low stance, preparing for an attack. Though Wang Ming, Lin Yihan, and Zhao Ziqian saw nothing, Qin Feng's reaction served as the clearest alarm. The trio immediately raised their crossbows, targeting the same direction. Something's ahead. Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet crystal clear to all ears. Watch my signals. It seemed that the creature in Qin Feng's pocket, the shock of spring, sensed something amiss. Burrowing deeper into the depths of the pocket in fear, time seemed to stretch in that moment as everyone held their breath. With a sudden downward sweep of his hand, bang! The shotgun erupted with a deafening roar, an orange flame flashing through the pale mist, countless pellets shredding the fog ahead. Da-da-da. Lung Yu's handgun emitted sharp bursts. Shoo 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 shoo. Simultaneously, Wang Ming, Zhao Ziqian, and Shun Lai unleashed their 3 crossbows, 30 bolts silently piercing into the fog. In an instant, the most ferocious firepower was unleashed. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the hearts of all viewers leaped into their throats, the barrage of comments coming to a standstill at that moment. After the attack, silence fell once more around them. In the mist, no sounds emerged. There were no thuds of falling bodies, no roars, not even a scream. Did we hit something? Zhao Ziqian's voice trembled slightly. No one responded to him. All gazes were fixed ahead, as the mist began to swirl slowly. A colossal, pitch-black silhouette gradually emerged from the thick fog. This creature, merely by its outline, was enough to instill terror into the hearts of those who beheld it. It possessed the sleek lines of a feline, yet its size surpassed that of a grizzly bear. Its entire body was cloaked in glossy, long fur, standing erect like steel needles. Most of the lethal arrows had embedded themselves into the thick coat, swaying gently with its movements, while only a few tips had barely pierced the surface, failing to inflict any significant harm. The bullets fired from the Cold Moon pistol merely left a few inconsequential blood spots on its hide. The sole source of threat was the shotgun, which had blasted a patch of its robust left foreleg, singeing the fur and embedding countless steel pellets deep within its muscle, causing a barely perceptible delay in its stride. Its head was enormous and menacing, with a pair of amber beastly eyes surveying the scene with an air of superiority. Most striking of all were the 2 elongated canines extending from its upper jaw, each over 30 centimeters long, resembling curved ice picks. How reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. However, what truly unnerved the audience from the Dragon Country was not this prehistoric beast itself, but rather the object clutched in its maw. A human corpse, torn and mangled. The clothing, soaked in blood and mud, was familiar, and the face twisted in sheer terror was instantly recognizable to all. It was the body of the traitor, Zhang Pengfei. He had long since perished, yet his corpse reappeared before the crowd in such a grotesque manner. The fate of the traitor was indeed dire. Damn it! Wang Ming's teeth ground together audibly. He had witnessed corpses and battlefields before, yet he had never encountered such a jarring sight. A person, like a rag, was being held in the creature's jaws, and with every shake, dismembered limbs would fly off. The visual shock was potent enough to shatter the psychological defenses of any normal individual. Lin Yihan instinctively covered her mouth, her stomach churning violently, nearly overwhelming her. The saber-toothed tiger seemed in no hurry to attack. Its amber pupils slowly swept across the 6 humans before it, momentarily lingering on the shotgun in Qin Feng's hands, as if wary of this iron contraption capable of inflicting pain. With a grunt, it released its grip, discarding Zhang Pengfei's corpse onto the ground like refuse. Then, it took a step forward. A noxious stench, a vile mixture of blood and primal ferocity, assaulted the senses, nearly suffocating those present. Its target was clear: us. There would be no escape. Qin Feng's voice remained calm as he quickly glanced at the cold moon, speaking rapidly to issue orders. The shotgun makes the most noise. I will draw it away. Cold Moon, you lead the team. We must move to the cellar within 30 seconds. This is an order. No hesitation allowed. Chapter 108. The Dilemma of Survival and the Shocking News from the Cellar. In the cold moonlight, Lung Yu cast a glance at Qin Feng, her gaze devoid of any feminine artifice, embodying only the resolute determination of a warrior surrendering her back. With a sudden twist of her head, she spoke with a piercing clarity. Let's go. Wang Ming clenched his fists, casting a glance at Qin Feng's solitary figure confronting the colossal beast. His jaw ground audibly, and he instinctively positioned the somewhat dazed Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian behind him for protection. Xun Lai remained silent, accepting Lin Yihan's crossbow, forming a crossfire with Lung Yu to shield the team as they retreated towards the cellar entrance. For a fleeting moment, the fog-cloaked desolation was left with only Qin Feng and the monstrous creature in confrontation. With an impassive expression, Qin Feng skillfully inserted a pristine bullet into the chamber of his shotgun. His heartbeat remained steady, yet every muscle in his body was primed for combat, each sinew teeming with explosive power. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. I wonder if I can withstand this. Yet he swiftly cast it aside. This was not the moment for contemplating survival odds, but for creating them. The saber-toothed tiger's amber eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the perilous aura emanating from the diminutive human before it. A low, guttural roar erupted from its throat, laden with the scent of blood. It advanced, not with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains, but with the calculated grace of a cat toying with its prey, each step causing the ground to tremble subtly. Qin Feng remained still, biding his time for the optimal distance. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. Now, he abruptly raised his shotgun and pulled the trigger. Boom. The deafening gunshot reverberated once more, the orange flames spewing from the muzzle illuminating the creature's eyes, which were the size of eggs and filled with terror. The moment it beheld the fiery burst, its massive body instinctively recoiled. Indeed, it was fire. The fear of flames is an instinct etched deep within the genes of all animals. Come here, beast. Qin Feng commanded in a low voice, no longer hesitating, and turned to sprint towards the opposite direction of the cellar, towards the camp. He ran with remarkable speed, the muddy ground beneath him having no impact on his velocity. The saber-toothed tiger, provoked repeatedly by this insignificant prey, was finally incensed. It let out a roar that echoed through the valley, its limbs propelling it with ferocious speed in pursuit of Qin Feng. The distance between them closed rapidly, the stench of the beast's breath hitting him like a wave. He could even smell the rich scent of blood emanating from its maw. Without looking back, he relied on his masterful environmental awareness, clearly visualizing the gaping maw and descending claws behind him. In a split second, Qin Feng executed a forward roll, tumbling away in a manner that was awkward yet remarkably effective. Boom. Almost as he vacated the spot, a paw larger than a millstone crashed down heavily onto the earth where he had just stood. The furnace, constructed of clay, fragmented grass fibers, and coarse sand, crumbled instantaneously under the force of the impact. The entire blast furnace collapsed with a thunderous roar, countless clumps of clay and accumulated ash propelled into the air, forming a colossal cloud of gray dust that enveloped the surroundings. The saber-toothed tiger, clearly unprepared for such fragility, was caught off guard as it raised a paw, only to be choked by the dust, its large eyes obscured by the haze. Instinctively, it shook its massive head. Now was the moment. A glint of determination flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt, raising his shotgun once more, aiming at the heart of the dust cloud. Bang! The third shot. This time, it targeted the general location of the creature's head. A piercing, agonizing howl erupted from within the dust. Suddenly, a massive shadow surged forth from the gray mist, wildly thrashing its head. One of its eyes had become a gaping wound, blood mingling with dust, smearing half its face. It was injured, gravely so, yet it was not dead. The sheer tenacity of its life sent a shiver down Qin Feng's spine. But the beast seemed to finally comprehend that the small creature before it wielded a weapon capable of genuinely threatening its life. It roared with vengeance, etching Qin Feng's figure into its singular eye. Ultimately, it seized the mangled corpse at its feet and, dragging its wounded body, retreated into the depths of the fog. Qin Feng's taut form gradually relaxed at that moment. He exhaled a long breath, finally aware that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Upon inspecting himself, he found no injuries aside from being caked in mud and a few torn rips in his clothing. Approaching the ruins of the collapsed furnace, he gazed at the industrial foundation he had painstakingly built, now rendered to nothingness, yet his eyes held little regret. Material possessions could be recreated, but a life lost was irretrievable. With that thought, he turned and headed toward the cellar. Inside the cellar, Wang Ming and the others had just settled a few individuals and were preparing to check outside. They could not allow Qin Feng to fight alone. Just then, a sound emanated from the entrance of the cellar, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. A familiar figure appeared at the threshold, caked in mud and appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet his breath was steady and his expression remained calm. It was Qin Feng. Big brother. Wang Ming dashed forward, gripping Qin Feng's arm with excitement, scrutinizing him top to bottom. Are you alright? What about that beast? It fled, Qin Feng replied succinctly, his gaze sweeping over the group. Seeing them all unharmed allowed him to finally relax. They were temporarily safe. A collective sigh of relief echoed throughout the cellar as the tension eased, a wave of exhaustion washing over them after their narrow escape. Suddenly, the previously silent Shun Lai spoke up, his brow furrowed. This monster is certainly not of the same species as the one I encountered in the cave. The crowd fell silent, all eyes turned towards him. In the cave? Shun Lai recalled the terrifying scene, his voice somewhat hoarse. The creature was long and slender, devoid of fur, resembling a colossal lizard skinned alive. Just as one wave of panic subsided, another arose. This revelation rekindled the anxiety that had just begun to fade, indicating that within this eerie wilderness, there existed at least two varieties of extraordinary predators, beyond conventional understanding, which even firearms struggled to vanquish. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the comments flooded the screen. It fled. It fled. You scared me to death. I could barely breathe a moment ago. Did you see that? That beast was clearly afraid of fire. Exactly. The more fur, the weaker the fire. The ancients were not wrong. Next time, we should go for a fire attack. Don't celebrate too soon. Didn't you hear Shun Lai say? There is more than one type of this monster. Other live streams are already awash with blood. Not just one. Not just one. I just came from another stream where several contestants perished at the jaws of such creatures. We're doomed. This foggy weather is simply a paradise for these apex predators. In the cellar, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Lin Yihan, whose worry was evident in her eyes. Concerned about Dolly? Qin Feng inquired softly. Lin Yihan nodded. Can it survive? Rest assured. Qin Feng's voice exuded a convincing strength. It is so perceptive, aware of danger and safety. Right now, all the beasts in the forest are in chaos. It will blend in and be fine. After comforting Lin Yihan, Qin Feng's expression turned serious once more. He surveyed the group and spoke solemnly. Now, we face several critical issues. First and foremost, survival. Food has become scarce. This fog and the beast tide have completely emptied the ecosystem of this valley. There may not even be a rabbit left in the forest, and even if there were, the risks of venturing out to hunt are too great. If we encounter that creature again, we may not be so fortunate. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, Wang Ming interjected. Then we won't go out. I saw that the beast tide passed, leaving plenty of carcasses around the camp. It should sustain us for a while. We can stay in the cellar, occasionally go out to ventilate and observe, and wait for the fog to clear. His words resonated with the sentiments of most present. However, just as Qin Feng was about to respond, Lung Yu suddenly turned to him, her cool gaze seemingly knowing something. What you mean to say, Lung Yu began slowly. Each word crystal clear, is that we should instead devise a plan to hunt it, correct? Qin Feng was taken aback, then a subtle smile curved his lips. He nodded in agreement. Yes, precisely. I believe that if we manage to kill that creature, we, or even our Dragon Kingdom, will reap unexpected benefits. What on earth? Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, as he rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. Brother, hunt that thing? Had it not been for your firearm just now, we would likely be lying there now. However, this concerns the destiny of our Dragon Nation. Chapter 109. Our homeland is destroyed, blood for blood must be paid. Qin Feng's words sent a tremor through the hearts of those present. Indeed, the phrase concerning the Dragon Nation bore the weight of a mountain, pressing upon each individual's heart. In the cellar, only the heavy breaths of a few remained. Qin Feng's calm gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting upon Wang Ming, who, instead of rebuffing directly, posed a question. Brother Ming, what are we doing in this desolate wilderness? Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback. To survive, he instinctively replied, but as the words left his mouth, he sensed the dissonance. No, it is for the fate of our nation. For the future of over 1 billion compatriots. Qin Feng cast a approving glance at him, his voice resonating within the cellar. Precisely. We have been chosen and transported to this bizarre wilderness, bearing the fate of the entire Dragon Nation. Finding a water source means 1,000 more streams for our homeland. Gathering a single dragon beard grass adds a touch of green to our landscape. Each small discovery we make can bring about monumental changes for our nation. The crowd fell silent, as if contemplating profound thoughts. Qin Feng's voice continued. When we eliminate 10 Japanese competitors, the physical well-being of all our citizens improves. They are but mere jesters. Consider, if we successfully hunt this apex predator, one that even advanced weaponry struggles to defeat, what rewards might our Dragon Nation reap? A profound silence enveloped the cellar, as everyone was awed by Qin Feng's envisioned prospects. Perhaps an enhancement in the citizens' physical constitution? Or an extension of their lifespans? Even more unimaginable rewards? I understand now. Wang Ming's robust figure straightened, his eyes reigniting with fervor. He thought of his compatriots, of his wife and children far away in their homeland. If it could enhance their health, if it could provide more resources for the Dragon Nation, then everything is worthwhile. Let us do this. Wang Ming gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, in the battle for our nation's fate, every inch of ground is to be fought for. Big brother, you lead the way, and I, Wang, shall dedicate my life to you. Count me in. Cold Moon stated succinctly, her gaze forever devoid of fear. I too can assist. Lin Yihan summoned her courage to speak, aware of her limited combat prowess, yet confident in her ability to handle logistics. Zhao Ziqian, observing the fervor of the group, gritted his teeth. Yes, I shall help too. Though I may be weak, I can craft arrows. Soleil, who had remained silent, lifted his head at this moment, looking steadfastly at Qin Feng. What do you need me to do? Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. This was the spirit he sought. In the face of an invincible enemy, once fear sets in, defeat is inevitable. Qin Feng's mind raced. He recalled the several clay pots Cold Moon had previously crafted and the corpses of the Cambodian participants they had just slain. A bold and ruthless plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Just as he was about to speak, Roar. A roar, imbued with fury and anguish, suddenly erupted from above the cellar, reverberating as if it struck the very scalp, causing all present to experience a piercing buzz in their eardrums. Following this, a thunderous crash resounded. The ceiling of the cellar, constructed from timber and rammed earth, trembled as dust and debris cascaded down. It was the saber-toothed tiger. It had returned. Damn it. This beast bore a grudge. Wang Ming lowered his voice, realizing that the saber-toothed tiger had become even more ferocious after its feast, its rage seeking an outlet as it retraced its steps to hunt for their scent. The cracking of breaking wood, the tearing of the thatched roof filled the cellar with sounds of destruction. This was their home, their very first dwelling, painstakingly constructed from timber and clay. Lin Yihan bit her lip, pressing her hands tightly against her ears, unwilling to hear as the warm hearth that had sheltered them from tempestuous storms was being ruthlessly torn apart by a monster. Zhao Ziqian cradled the trembling little calf in his arms. He could feel its violent shivers. A grudge could be advantageous. Amidst the stifling silence, Qin Feng's calm voice pierced through, observing the despondent expressions of the group. He continued, a grudge gives us the chance for revenge. Its lack of awareness of our presence indicates its sense of smell is not acute. The house may be gone, but it can be rebuilt. As long as we are alive, we can construct a home 100-fold better than before. Although his words bore a hint of platitude, they genuinely assuaged the collective anxiety. Indeed, as long as Qin Feng remained, the backbone of the team endured. The cacophony of destruction outside persisted for nearly 10 minutes, culminating in a reluctant roar before all fell eerily silent. Yet, no one dared to move. None could tell if that cunning beast was lurking outside, playing a game of ambush. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. Inside the cellar, the oxygen grew scarce, and the air thickened with tension. Zhao Ziqian's breathing quickened, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yihan's brow. There was no time to wait any longer. Qin Feng whispered, signaling for silence, then stealthily approached the cellar entrance. He pressed his ear against the wooden planks, straining to listen. Outside, silence reigned. After a full 10 minutes, he confirmed that the colossal presence had vanished from his perception. It had departed. Gently, Qin Feng pushed aside the wooden barrier, a rush of cold, earthy air flooding in, invigorating everyone's spirits. He was the first to climb out, with the others closely following, as they steadied themselves and took in the scene before them. Even those who had mentally prepared were unable to suppress a gasp. Home was no more. The once warm and tidy camp has transformed into a desolate ruin. The shelter has completely collapsed, leaving only a few crooked wooden beams protruding from the muddy ground. The meticulously smoked meats and foraged fruits lie scattered everywhere. The waterfall continues to roar, and the stream flows on, yet this homeland, painstakingly cultivated by their own hands, is now a scene of devastation. In the face of this grim reality, no one complains, nor do they weep. In the silence, a suppressed fury ignites quietly within each heart. Wang Ming, without uttering a word, approaches a heavy wooden beam that had been shattered by a monstrous claw and, with formidable strength, uproots the severed piece from the mud. His eyes blaze with a fierce red glare, fixating on the grotesque claw marks at the break. Lin Yihan silently moves to gather the scattered pieces of smoked meat, carefully picking up the relatively clean jerky and brushing off the dust. Cold Moon, Zhao Ziqian, and Shun Lai all begin to search the wreckage for anything salvageable. Qin Feng observes this scene, taking a deep breath, swallowing the comforting words that had almost escaped his lips. They have become unnecessary. This ruin does not evoke despair. Instead, it unites everyone's hearts with an unprecedented intensity of anger and hatred. Qin Feng slowly clenches his fists, his hunting instincts igniting with fervor. Chapter 110. Preparing for fiery retribution. The diplomat's resounding retort. Everyone, remain within the vicinity of the camp. Do not wander far. Utilize all our resources, charcoal, firewood, everything we possess. He then gestured towards the remnants of the camp, stating, let this ruin be the center and ignite bonfires all around. The more, the better. Once the dry wood is exhausted, chop up all the broken timber in the camp for fuel. Wang Ming nodded, turning to engage with the debris, transporting large logs to a nearby clearing. Shun Lai dragged the carcasses of beasts from around the camp, while Qin Feng continued issuing orders. Once the fire is lit, we will dissect the bodies and extract all the fat and lard. Refining oil. Cold Moon's eyes brightened as she instantly grasped Qin Feng's intentions. Yes, oil refining. Qin Feng affirmed coldly. Produce as much as possible. Not just wild boar. Cold Moon. Check the pond for fish. The larger and fatter, the better. Bring them for fish oil as well. Understood. Cold Moon, without a moment's hesitation, set aside the few remaining intact pottery jars. Only 7 remained. Is that enough? Not nearly. Qin Feng replied, shaking his head. We need at least double that. Leave it to me. Lin Yihan, who had been silent until now, stood up. A trace of tears on her face, yet her gaze resolute. She glanced at Zhao Ziqian. Ziqian, let us go to the creek and dig for clay. All right. Zhao Ziqian, inspired by Lin Yihan's determination, nodded vigorously, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Let's go, Yihan. We'll make more and fill all the oil jars. Thus, a fervent construction endeavor centered around vengeance commenced amidst the ruins, resounding with fervor and intensity. Soon, a multitude of bonfires were ignited amidst the dense fog, their crimson flames rising to dispel the surrounding chill, ushering in a glimmer of hope. Shun Lai dragged the formidable carcass of a wild boar, weighing nearly 300 pounds. As if it were a mere sack, and with a thud, he cast it onto the open ground. Drawing forth his dagger, he skillfully commenced the processes of bleeding, skinning, and butchering. Though his words were few, his actions were remarkably deft. Wang Ming, meanwhile, placed military pots over each bonfire, tossing the sizable chunks of fat that Shun Lai had severed into the pots, stirring them with a wooden stick. Soon, the pots began to hiss and crackle, releasing a rich aroma of rendered fat mingled with the scent of meat, which began to permeate the damp, misty air. On another front, Lung Yu had commenced fishing with a fishing line. After the beast tied, the aquatic creatures seemed to have been startled, and she managed to catch quite a few. Although the fish were small, they were better than nothing. She cleaned the fish and handed them over to Wang Ming, instructing him to throw them into the pot to extract fish oil. In no time, several bonfires blazed fiercely over the ruins, each pot bubbling with golden oil. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast, millions of viewers observed the fervent oil-rendering scene, buzzing with discussions. What are they doing? Their homes have been destroyed, yet they still have the spirit for a bonfire feast and oil-making? Those upstairs understand nothing. This is clearly preparation. Did you not hear Qinshan say? They are rendering oil. This is for a fire attack. Absolutely. Look at that ceramic jar. Isn't it just the most primitive Molotov cocktail bottle? How ruthless. Such execution. Their homes have been razed, yet they shed no tears and immediately start crafting weapons to prepare for revenge. Now that's a real man. The fur of that saber-toothed tiger is so thick that ordinary arrows cannot penetrate it, but if coated with this oil, I can hardly bear to envision it. Meanwhile, in the live broadcasts of other nations, derisive mockery filled the air. In the Lighthouse Nation's broadcast, what a colossal joke. After laboriously building for so long, they returned to square one overnight. Their disheveled state is truly delightful to behold. In the Woku Nation's broadcast, Baka, this is the fate of those who offend our great Woku competitors. Divine retribution. This is the punishment of our heavenly yellow. I bet they will soon erupt into infighting over food and shelter. Ha! Those two women could come to seek refuge in our great Woku Nation. I guarantee they won't go hungry, even within the highest command center of the Lighthouse Nation. An 8-star general clapped in approval at the sight of the smoke and flames swirling around the ruins on the screen. Let them first contend with that monster. Regardless of who emerges victorious, our soldiers from the Lighthouse Nation can benefit from the spoils. This is your Dragon Kingdom's stratagem. Who would have thought it would be employed against you? Haha. Although these comments were invisible to Qin Feng and others, the Dragon Kingdom has never lacked for vocal critics. And esteemed scholars were ready to engage in debate. Some citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, upon seeing these remarks, erupted in outrage, rushing to retaliate. If your competitors are so capable, why don't you send them to confront that monster? Oh, I forgot. Your competitors are already out of the game. Laugh at your mother. Return to the dark forest from whence you came. Has the body of the Woku diminished their intellect? The Woku's Tian Huang is but a dog. The online vitriol escalated dramatically, even reaching the realm of international diplomacy. At an urgent press conference, a Japanese diplomat, his face flushed and spittle flying, pounded the table in indignation, accusing the netizens of the Dragon Nation of viciously attacking their Tian Huang, demanding a formal apology from the Dragon Nation's government. This is a grave affront to our national dignity. Your populace dares to call our Tian Huang a dog. We demand an immediate apology. Under the glare of flashing cameras, the spokesperson for the Dragon Nation, a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, remained silent and composed. Once the outburst subsided, he calmly adjusted his glasses and addressed the microphone with measured clarity. We are currently looking into this matter, he paused, sweeping his gaze over the assembled journalists, and added in a tranquil voice, next question. In the misty expanse of the Waterfall Valley, Qin Feng's gaze transcended the crackling bonfire, fixating on the distant figures shrouded in fog, the corpses of several contestants from the Kingdom of Cambodia. His mind replayed every detail following the emergence of the saber-toothed tiger. It disregarded the more easily captured creatures around it, instead seizing the corpse of the traitor Zhang Pengfei. Even after sustaining severe injuries from the shotgun, it had not forgotten to carry off that mangled trophy. This indicated an irresistible allure that human corpses held for it. Ordinary beasts would likely not entice such a cunning and vengeful creature that had tasted defeat. Having come to this realization, Qin Feng's thoughts crystallized. He turned to Shun Lai and Wang Ming, who were engrossed in oil refining. You two handle things here. Lung Yu and I will venture out. Wang Ming looked up, his hands smeared with oil and blood, momentarily taken aback. Brother, going out in this fog? It's too dangerous. What do you intend to do? Despite his protest, he instinctively wiped his hands, ready to follow. Qin Feng's expression remained calm and unwavering as he uttered two words, gather bait. Focus on refining the oil and ensure every ceramic jar is filled. With that, he seized a crossbow and the shotgun, handing a pistol to Lung Yu. They exchanged a knowing glance before swiftly vanishing into the swirling fog. Chapter 111. The unity and execution of the Dragon Nation. The dense mist clung to their skin, a sensation both clammy and frigid. The air was infused with a complex aroma, a blend of the earthy scent following rain and the mustiness of decaying vegetation. In the jungle, post-beast tide, the absence of bird calls and insect chirps rendered the atmosphere eerily silent. With visibility under 3 meters, even the path beneath their feet was obscured. Qin Feng relied on his masterful environmental awareness, recollecting the route taken during the pursuit, cautiously moving forward. Stay close to me, he whispered. If we get lost in this fog, it will spell our doom. The cold moon nodded, reaching out to grasp the hem of Qin Feng's garment. Thus, they moved forward, one following the other, like two blindfolded wanderers navigating through the misty forest. The ground beneath their feet was a quagmire, each step sinking halfway, producing a squelching sound. Qin Feng's shoes were now caked with dark mud, each lift of his foot requiring considerable effort. He sensed that in this fog-laden woodland, they were the sole inhabitants. Even the most timid of field mice had vanished without a trace. After approximately 40 minutes, Qin Feng halted, arriving at a relatively flat clearing ahead, which he surmised to be the spot where Chaya had fallen, struck by an arrow. Yet now, apart from a pool of congealed black blood, nothing remained. The corpse had vanished. Cold Moon furrowed her brow as Qin Feng crouched down, meticulously examining the ground's markings. Distinct drag marks marred the soil, alongside several deep claw prints, indicating the body had been taken away by the saber-toothed tiger. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng brushed the dirt off his hands and declared, "Let us proceed to the next location." The pair continued to navigate through the fog, this time venturing further, taking a full hour before they stumbled upon Bo En's lifeless form beside a thicket. The sight was gruesome. His severed arm lay nearby, the wound a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Perhaps the body was sufficiently concealed, or perhaps the saber-toothed tiger had feasted to its fill, allowing him a temporary reprieve from being devoured. "This is it," Qin Feng said without hesitation, seizing Bo En's ankle and dragging him back. Cold Moon attempted to assist, but was halted by his firm command. "It's fine. I can manage alone. You stay alert." As he towed the corpse, he added, "Notice how it first appeared, carrying Zhang Pengfei's body. After sustaining injuries from us, it fled, yet did not forget to take its spoils. This suggests that human flesh is akin to a drug for it." Cold Moon nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the saber-toothed tiger, amidst a plethora of wild beasts, demonstrated an unusual affinity for humans. This was no mere coincidence. The body carved a deep trench in the muddy ground, the sensation heavy and laborious. The return journey proved more challenging than their initial passage. Qin Feng, with a shotgun in one hand, maintained unwavering vigilance, while the other dragged the lifeless weight. Cold Moon, armed with a handgun, took the rear, her senses heightened to their utmost. Not a whisper of wind or rustle of grass escaped her keen ears. At last, a familiar orange glow pierced through the dense fog ahead. However, they did not immediately return to the camp. Instead, they paused at a distance. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting upon two trees standing closely together. One was a stout oak, the other a towering pine, forming a natural archway between them. "This is the spot." Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. "Cold Moon, return to the camp and fetch 2 engineer shovels." "Understood. At once." Though Long Yu did not fully grasp Qin Feng's specific plan, she resolutely turned back to the camp to retrieve tools. Within 5 minutes, she returned with 2 shovels. Qin Feng took the shovels and began to dig a pit between 2 large trees. The soil, softened by the torrential rain, was not overly laborious to excavate. However, creating a pit spacious enough to accommodate an adult required considerable time. "Is this a trap?" she inquired while digging. "Not quite," Qin Feng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "To fit such a large creature, a significantly larger trap would be necessary. This is a bait pit. We will bury the body here and craft something intriguing in the trees." Qin Feng and Lung Yu worked in perfect harmony, one excavating while the other removed the soil. Soon, a shallow pit approximately 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and less than half a meter deep took shape between the 2 trees. "Lung Yu." Qin Feng straightened up and looked at her. "Let us climb the trees." He gestured to the oaks, about 10 meters high from the ground. "Using our thickest vines, we will construct a sturdy framework between them." As he stood up, the rest of the camp had gathered to see if assistance was needed. Qin Feng addressed those nearby, saying, "We require a net, one capable of holding clay pots." The moment the words left his lips, everyone understood. "Damn it!" Wang Ming exclaimed, slamming his fist into his palm, a fierce excitement illuminating his grease-streaked face. "This is for that beast to meet its end." "I comprehend now." Shen Lai, usually calm, displayed a rare flicker of emotion. Though not verbose, he was highly action-oriented and had already begun gathering nearby vines, intertwining them. Yihan and Zi Qian joined the effort to weave the grand net. Lin Yihan's delicate hands, now calloused and stained with stubborn dirt even beneath her nails, worked diligently as she skillfully threaded and tied the pliable vines. As she beheld her creation, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged within her. In the live stream, all viewers were astounded by this miraculous scene unfolding before them. "My God, what are they doing? Are they weaving a net? In the trees? I see it now." They intend to place clay pots filled with oil on the net, waiting for the monster to pass underneath to sever the ropes. While it seems simple, it appears to be effective. The execution is terrifying. How little time has passed from the decision for revenge to the formation of the trap. Are the people of Long Country this united? It seems they will not succumb to despair over the destruction of their homeland. This is teamwork. Look, everyone has their role, all striving for the same goal. Meanwhile, our players in FA Country only know infighting. As time progressed, the oppressive mist above seemed to thicken, and from deep within the forest, occasional distant and indistinguishable howls echoed, causing everyone in the camp to pause momentarily, only to hasten their tasks with renewed urgency. They were running out of time. The bloodthirsty creature could arrive at any moment, drawn by the scent of corpses. Chapter 112. For Ascend the Trees. The death trap is set. With a collective effort, the vine net was woven together more swiftly than anticipated. It was a grand net crafted from dozens of resilient vines as its core, interlaced with countless slender tendrils. Although rough in appearance, every knot was tied with utmost precision. Qin Feng and Wang Meng worked in unison to hoist the massive vine net above the trap, while Lung Yu and Shun Lai climbed the 2 towering trees. Approximately 10 meters apart, they secured the 4 corners of the net firmly to the sturdy trunks, adjusting the angles and heights to ensure it hung steadily above the shallow pit that concealed the bodies. All set. Wang Meng wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing at the net suspended in midair with a grin. This contraption can easily hold not just a few clay pots, but even a suspended pig. Done. Lung Yu poked her head out from the treetop, signaling an okay gesture. Just as she prepared to descend, Qin Feng stopped her. Wait. We need to transport the clay pots up there first. His voice rang out from below. No sooner had he spoken than 2 long vines, already prepared, were deftly tossed up, landing precisely beside Lung Yu and Shun Lai. Let us go, grab the gear. Qin Feng waved his hand, leading Wang Meng and the others towards the ruins of the camp. Beside the remnants, 7 or 8 bonfires still blazed brightly, and alongside them, 14 dark clay pots were stacked neatly, each filled to the brim with shimmering golden oil. This was their sole hope for revenge. One for each of you. Hold them steady, Wang Meng whispered, bending down first to carefully cradle a clay pot in his arms. If this thing breaks, I'll be heartbroken. The others mimicked his carefulness, with Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian each lifting a pot with extraordinary gentleness, despite holding one in each hand. Qin Feng maintained his balance as they made 2 or 3 trips back and forth to transport all 14 clay pots to the trap below. I'll go first. Wang Meng set down the pot he held and meticulously tied a secure and intricate knot at the opening. He called up to Lung Yu in the tree, sister, be steady when you pull it up. Lung Yu nodded in response, tightening the vine alongside Shun Lai. The vine tautened, lifting the pot precariously off the ground. Everyone held their breath as the pot traced a dangerous arc in the air, the oil inside swaying menacingly, causing hearts to race. Steady, steady. Wang Meng fidgeted anxiously below, while Lung Yu's muscular arms were taut. Yet her movements remained remarkably steady as she gradually elevated the ceramic pot until it was securely placed at the center of the rattan net. With a sigh of relief, Wang Meng exclaimed, done. Next. Qin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion as he directly passed over the second ceramic pot, having learned from their initial experience. The subsequent process proceeded much more smoothly. For the second and third pots, Wang Meng was responsible for binding, while Qin Feng handled the delivery. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian stood nearby, supporting the pots to prevent any from toppling over. From the tree, Lung Yu and Shun Lai worked in seamless coordination, hoisting one bomb after another into position. In no time, a total of 14 ceramic pots filled with grease hung heavily above the trap, resembling 14 enormous black grapes. A rich aroma, mingling the scents of grease and charcoal, wafted through the damp, chilly mist. Although everyone was exhausted, the sight of their masterpiece overhead brought faint smiles to their faces. With everything prepared, the quartet quietly retreated to the ruins of their camp. However, Qin Feng did not immediately instruct everyone to take their positions. He brought out the remaining jerky, sweet potatoes, and corn, distributing them as makeshift rations. Pointing to the still roaring campfire, he suggested, while the fire burns brightly, let's roast some meat, and bring a portion to Lung Yu and Shun Lai. We should also boil some water, as we must be ready for a prolonged battle. The group paused, quickly understanding that this might very well be their last peaceful meal. Soon, the remaining food was allocated, and Qin Feng wrapped a package of jerky and 2 sweet potatoes in clean leaves, filling 2 water bottles before handing them to Lin Yihan. Yihan, Ziqian, take this food back to the cellar. Lin Yihan abruptly looked up, urgency in her voice. Brother Qin Feng, have you forgotten that I can climb trees too? I've survived by doing just that. I can help. She refused to hide away at such a crucial moment. Qin Feng gazed at her, his eyes calm, yet unyielding. Your task is even more vital than ours. The cellar represents our future, with Dun Dun and Jingjia, along with all our seeds and resources. No matter what transpires outside, you must not emerge. Guard that place. That is your greatest contribution. Lin Yihan's lips moved as if to protest, but upon encountering Qin Feng's icy gaze, she swallowed her words. Ultimately, she accepted the food. Her voice trembling slightly, we understand. You must be careful. The 2 of them took the food and water and headed into the cellar. In the darkness, the young calf, Dun Dun, emitted a restless low moo. Lin Yihan approached, offering some tender grass she had saved earlier. Then moved to the corner to tear a small piece of roasted jerky, carefully feeding it to the curled-up wolf cub, Jingjia, nestled in the hay. Meanwhile, she gripped her bow tightly, standing guard at the cellar entrance. Outside, Qin Feng divided the remaining jerky, sweet potatoes, and water into 2 portions. He slung one over his back and handed the other to Wang Meng. You take a tree with Shun Lai, and I'll take one with Lung Yu. Remember, wait for my signal before you act. Rest assured. Wang Meng patted his chest, took the food, and strode confidently toward the tree where Shun Lai was concealed. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, with food in hand, leaped silently and ascended to the position where Lung Yu was located. On the other side, Wang Meng swiftly climbed the tree, settling into a comfortable position beside Shun Lai. He produced a still warm piece of roasted meat from his bosom and offered it to him. Hey, brother, have a bite. Shun Lai murmured his thanks and began to eat heartily. The 4 figures among the 2 towering trees vanished entirely into the foliage and dense mist, as if they had never existed. The area around the trap returned to silence, with only a shallow pit containing a buried corpse emitting a faint, ominous scent of blood amidst the fog. Chapter 113. Using the pot as bait, facing the beasts alone. Above the treetops, the damp, cold mist seeped into the collars of the individuals, stealing away the last remnants of warmth from their bodies. Time ticked by, and apart from the occasional sound of dripping water, the stillness was unsettling. Muscles grew stiff and sore from prolonged concealment, and any adjustment of position had to be executed with utmost caution. A fall from such a height was no trivial matter. Normally, this kind of lurking would be child's play for Wang Meng, who had been trained in the army to exercise patience, often remaining motionless in one spot for hours. However, he now exhibited signs of restlessness, frequently shifting positions, prompting Shun Lai to lower his voice and admonish, what are you moving around for? Be careful not to fall. Wang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment, and he leaned closer to Shun Lai, whispering, I don't know why, but that branch keeps digging into me. It's driving me mad. Shun Lai scanned him up and down before curling his lip, remaining silent. Wang Ming continued, hey, just waiting here isn't ideal. Why don't you take a quick nap while I keep watch? We can't both be half asleep when that beast shows up. That would be absurd. He spoke the truth. Maintaining heightened vigilance for an extended period was immensely draining, necessitating alternating rest. This time, Shun Lai finally responded. He slowly turned his head, saying softly, you rest first. Be careful not to fall. His voice was faint, even somewhat hoarse. Wang Ming blinked, momentarily taken aback. This guy, seemingly as cold as ice, had a surprisingly warm heart. Wang Ming grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Hey, good on you, brother. Didn't he expect you to be so considerate? He lightly punched Shun Lai's shoulder, not too forcefully. All right then, I want to hold back. Although he said this, he did not truly close his eyes to sleep. Instead, he leaned against the sturdy trunk, shifting to a slightly more comfortable position to allow himself a moment of relaxation. His eyes were closed, yet his ears remained alert, attuned to the slightest rustle or sound. On another tree, Lung Yu sensed something amiss. She leaned closer to Qin Feng, her breath carrying a chill. The fog is too thick, the scent cannot dissipate. Moreover, given that the beast possesses a keen sense of smell, it is likely to be a challenge for it to locate us. Qin Feng nodded, aware that Cold Moon's assessment was indeed accurate. The trap had been meticulously set, yet the prey remained elusive. Should they continue to wait, exhaustion would soon envelop them all, allowing the creature to recover its strength and regain the upper hand. He could no longer afford to linger. It was time to create a significant commotion. A glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he softly spoke to Cold Moon. I will descend for a moment. You stay here and keep a close watch on the main vine. Cold Moon was taken aback, and before she could inquire further, Qin Feng had already slid down the tree trunk. His movements were devoid of any superfluous gestures, landing silently as he swiftly merged into the thick fog. Be careful. Cold Moon managed to utter these two words, her grip tightening around the dagger designed to sever the vines. Wang Ming and Shun Lai also observed Qin Feng's actions. What on earth is he planning? Wang Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, instinctively wanting to follow, only to be restrained by Shun Lai. Stay put. Shun Lai's voice remained low, yet his gaze reflected a mix of confusion and concern. Although he did not comprehend Qin Feng's intentions, his intuition warned him that this man would not engage in a futile act of self-sacrifice. The live stream followed Qin Feng's movements. As the hearts of billions of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom surged with anxiety, is Qin Shen out of his mind? He is going down there alone? It's an open area below. If that monster charges out, there won't be anywhere to hide. Stay calm. Trust Qin Shen. He never acts without assurance. This is the peak of personal heroism. Something disastrous is about to unfold. Qin Feng traversed the mist, making his way back to the ruins of the encampment. He halted beside a pile of charred wood, bent down to retrieve a misshapen military pot, and picked up a stone the size of a fist. In the next moment, Qin Feng raised the stone above his head, and, with all his might, struck the bottom of the iron pot. Clang! An excruciatingly piercing metallic sound abruptly shattered the forest silence. The noise was sharp and resonant, imbued with a raw, penetrating quality that echoed through the fog, causing eardrums to thrum with vibration. Clang! 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 Qin Feng did not cease, with the pot in his left hand and the stone in his right. He hammered away like an indefatigable blacksmith, striking forcefully time and again. In the live stream of the Dragon Kingdom, the audience felt their hearts racing to their throats. He has lost it. Truly lost it. He is actively drawing the monster here. Isn't this akin to standing at the edge of a cliff and shouting, come chase me? This is far too dangerous. I can't bear to watch. Requesting to end the live stream. No, he must have a plan. He is using himself as bait. Within the command center, the seasoned general and Professor Chun Yi wore grave expressions, palms slick with sweat. They understood that Qin Feng was wagering his life for the chance of luring the creature closer. Qin Feng's expression remained remarkably composed as he struck, simultaneously elevating his masterful environmental awareness to its zenith. He sensed that with the spread of this piercing noise, the surrounding air underwent subtle transformations, the mist swirling with altered velocity. In the distance, faint, nearly imperceptible vibrations slowly traveled through the ground to his feet, akin to a massive boulder plunging into a deep pool, not merely stirring ripples, but conjuring colossal waves. A roar erupted from the depths of the forest, a furious growl that seemed capable of tearing through the dense fog, serving as a direct response to his audacious provocation. The murderous intent embedded in that sound sent a shiver down the spines of Wang Ming and Shun Lai, perched in the trees above. It was upon them. The last reverberation faded into the misty grove, followed by a deep rumbling, as if emanating from the very bowels of the earth, becoming increasingly distinct. Wang Ming clutched the tree trunk tightly, swallowing hard, his throat tightening as he lowered his voice to Shun Lai beside him. Here comes the beast. It certainly knows how to make a commotion. Shun Lai pressed himself lower, melding with the trunk, his eyes glimmering with a wolf-like intensity amidst the dim foliage. Lung Yu had long adjusted her crossbow to the optimal angle for shooting, her other hand gripping a dagger poised for cutting ropes. In the heart of the ruins, Qin Feng discarded the stone and iron pot in his grasp. Within the realm of his masterful environmental perception, an enormous silhouette moved languidly through the fog. A noxious wind laden with the stench of blood and decay piercing through the damp mist, bearing down upon him. Qin Feng cautiously retreated step by step, intent on luring this behemoth precisely to the death trap below. Gradually, a massive shadow emerged from the mist. The first glimmer to appear was a faint yellow light, reminiscent of a lantern suspended in darkness, imbued with boundless malice. The saber-toothed tiger had finally revealed itself. Chapter 114, soaked in oil. It's time to roast it. Its size was even more formidable than Qin Feng remembered, the wounds inflicted by buckshot now mere shallow scars, with pink flesh subtly visible through the mist, indicating that this creature's regenerative abilities defied reason. Only its blinded left eye remained a gory pit, yet the malice within it had intensified tenfold. It recognized Qin Feng, the very human before it had stolen one of its eyes. With a roar steeped in rage, it threatened to rend the air asunder. The moment the roar resonated, Qin Feng sprang into action. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and fled, his speed surging to its utmost as he dashed toward the colossal tree where Lung Yu lay in wait. The ground trembled violently beneath him as the saber-toothed tiger pursued, the fetid wind trailing closely behind. Quick, even faster. Qin Feng could feel the creature was less than 5 meters away, and he could even hear its labored breathing. Above the treetops, the heartbeat of Cold Moon remained steady, yet her pupils dilated to their utmost. She fixated intently on the figure of Qin Feng below, calculating the monster's speed, the wind's velocity, and the trajectory of the bullet. Countless fragments of data flashed through her mind, forming a flawless window for shooting. Locking on. Bang. The crisp report of a gunshot sliced through the tense standoff. The handgun in Cold Moon's grip unleashed a fiery tongue, the bullet striking the massive head of the saber-toothed tiger with pinpoint accuracy. Although the bullet failed to penetrate its formidable skull, it successfully halted the beast's pursuit for a fleeting moment, granting Qin Feng precious time. With a powerful thrust, he leaped, grasping the hanging vines from the tree trunk, his body swinging upward with fluid grace, devoid of any hesitation. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger was thoroughly enraged. Its prey had eluded it, and it had been shot, igniting its fury to a fever pitch. Rising on its hind legs, the colossal front claws slammed against the sturdy trunk, sharp talons sinking effortlessly into the bark like steel hooks. It intended to climb the tree. Wang Meng and Shun Lai felt their hearts leap into their throats. Though the tree was robust, it could not withstand the monster's onslaught. Cold Moon's expression shifted as she prepared to fire again, but at that moment, an unusual aroma, born on the damp and chilly air, forcefully invaded the saber-toothed tiger's nostrils. It was an intensely rich scent of flesh, tinged with a hint of decay. Yet deeper within lay an essence of evolution that made its very genes tremble. It had tasted this flavor on the previous carcass, the source of its rapid healing and explosive strength. In comparison to this potent enhancer, the two living beings perched atop the tree instantly lost their allure. The saber-toothed tiger halted its movements, a flicker of confusion passing through its singular eye, its massive head turning slightly, nostrils flaring as it sniffed vigorously. Ultimately, its gaze settled upon an inconspicuous shallow pit nearby. There, buried, lay its coveted delicacy. A deep, yearning growl emanated from its throat, viscous saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. It abandoned its intention to climb the tree, its massive form turning, heavy-footed as it approached the shallow pit. In the live broadcast, everyone held their breath, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's really going over there. The human corpse is more appealing to it than living beings. I can't comprehend this beast's thought process, but I am utterly astonished. It's working. Qin Shin's plan has succeeded halfway. Don't celebrate too soon. This creature is too cunning. What if it discovers the trap?" The saber-toothed tiger cautiously approached the shallow pit, circling it twice, its nose constantly probing, seemingly confirming the absence of danger. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. The 4 individuals in the tree holding their breath, afraid to disturb this sensitive and suspicious beast. Finally, once assured there was no threat, the saber-toothed tiger could no longer suppress its greed. It extended its colossal claws, effortlessly scraping away the thin layer of earth that covered the corpse, revealing the face of Bowen. A low, satisfied growl escaped its throat as it lowered its massive head, opening its gaping maw to seize the corpse by the neck, preparing to drag it away to a secure location for a leisurely feast. Now, act. Qin Feng's icy command echoed like the decree of death. From the heights of 2 giant trees, the daggers in Ling Yue and Shun Lai's hands sliced through the air simultaneously. With a resounding snap, the thick, sturdy vines that served as the primary support broke. The enormous vine net, suspended in midair and laden with 14 heavy clay pots, lost all its support and plummeted towards the saber-toothed tiger below, poised to enjoy its meal. The sound of crashing pottery erupted in the forest, a cacophony of shattering jars. Each of the 14 pots, filled with lard and fish oil, struck precisely upon the tiger's head and back. The golden, translucent grease cascaded down like a waterfall, instantly drenching it from head to toe. What? The sudden turn of events elicited a bewildered roar from the saber-toothed tiger. Before it could comprehend the situation, the vast vine net descended upon it, ensnaring its massive form. The sticky liquid and entwined vines ignited an unprecedented irritation within it. It began to struggle wildly, its enormous body twisting and rolling in a frantic attempt to rid itself of this vexatious burden. However, with each struggle, the pliant vine net tightened its grip. Moreover, as it thrashed about, the oil that had merely splattered on its back was evenly smeared across every inch of its fur. Its abdomen, limbs, and tail were all ensnared. The vine net creaked ominously under its formidable strength, with several critical knots beginning to fray. In mere seconds, it would break free from its bonds. Ignite! Qin Feng's thunderous command rang out once more. He and Wang Meng had already drawn their crossbows, the oilcloth tips ignited by flint. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows, ablaze with crimson flames, struck precisely into the greasy spine of the saber-toothed tiger. The The flames, upon contacting the oil, did not immediately erupt. Instead, they merely crackled to life, igniting two faint flickers. In that instant, Ling Yue's pistol and Shun Lai's powerful shotgun roared in unison. Boom. Bang. Countless searing sparks and iron shrapnel rained down upon the creature's greasy fur like a catalyst, delivering a fierce assault. The next second, whoosh, a massive fireball erupted violently. The terrifying flames rapidly spread along the oil coating its body, engulfing it in an instant. Chapter 115. The National Fortune Reward Explodes. Ling Yue laughed. Qin Feng embodied an entire nation. The once mighty saber-toothed tiger was transformed in an instant into a colossal torch blazing fiercely in the night. The horrific heat wave emanated from the saber-toothed tiger, expanding wildly and instantly evaporating the dense fog surrounding it, creating a vast void. Upon the tree, four figures sensed an overwhelming, searing heat enveloping them as the leaves curled and charred. A heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the valley. The excruciating agony of flames consumed this apex predator, driving it into a frenzy. It thrashed upon the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames, yet the wretched fat clung to its flesh like a parasite, intensifying the blaze. It roared and bellowed, akin to a maddened bull rampaging through the forest. With a thunderous crash, a tree, large enough for a single person to embrace, was effortlessly shattered. Countless shrubs were pulverized beneath its might. This tranquil, misty forest was utterly illuminated by the colossal fireball, transforming into its own inferno. Above in the treetops, Qin Feng and his companions observed the anguished creature engulfed in flames below, their expressions stoic, the flickering firelight casting a crimson hue upon their faces. The global livestream had descended into an eerie silence, as all were rendered speechless by the primal and cruel spectacle before them. This was no mere cinematic effect, but a living, breathing apex predator being incinerated before their very eyes. I don't know what to say. All I can express is, never provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Where are the generals from the Lighthouse Nation? Why are they silent now? Did they not boast moments ago? In the command center of the Lighthouse Nation, an 8-star general's face turned ashen as he watched the inferno on the screen, as though he glimpsed the fate of his own nation. Finally, the fireball's struggle grew weaker, and it hurled itself one last time against a moss-covered colossal rock face, producing a thunderous sound. The rocks cracked, and dust billowed. The saber-toothed tiger's massive form collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling still. The flames continued to blaze upon its charred carcass, a nauseating stench of burnt flesh permeating the valley. It was dead. Finally, it was dead. Qin Feng confirmed countless times that he could no longer sense any signs of life from the creature before he slowly lowered his crossbow. He slid down from the tree, landing steadily on the ground, followed by Leng Yu, Wang Ming, and Shun Lai, who all descended in succession. They remained silent, yet the radiant smiles on their faces were unmistakable. Wang Ming was the first to approach, giving the grotesquely burned corpse a kick, cursing, "Damn. This is what you get for tearing down our home. We have triumphed." Qin Feng's voice resonated in each of their hearts. As his words lingered, the taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and an indescribable weariness washed over them like a tide. Wang Ming collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Gazing at the charred remains, initially chuckling foolishly, his laughter gradually turned into tears. Beside him, Shun Lai stood tall, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. In his gaze toward Qin Feng, a complex emotion flickered, one of recognition for strength and a newfound understanding of camaraderie. As Cold Moon stood to the side, the flickering flames danced in her icy gaze, illuminating her exquisite visage. She remained silent, slowly raising her hand to wipe away a smudge of ash from her cheek. And then, without warning, a smile graced her lips. The corners of her tightly pressed mouth naturally arched upwards, causing Wang Ming, who was poised to utter a quip, to momentarily falter, rendered speechless as though he had witnessed the most astonishing sight in the world. Qin Feng observed his teammates and the charred remains before them, a surge of unprecedented valor swelling within his chest. They had, with mere mortal bodies, vanquished a nearly invincible apex predator. This immense sense of accomplishment and pride filled each heart with newfound strength. In this fleeting moment of tranquility following their harrowing ordeal, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly resonated in everyone's minds, echoing across the globe. Dragon Country competitors Qin Feng, Cold Moon, Wang Ming, and Shun Lai have successfully hunted the rainforest purification beast, the primary predator, saber-toothed tiger. Reward 1. All citizens of Dragon Country receive a boost of 1 in physical and mental attributes. Reward 2. Resources acquired by Dragon Country within 7 days will be multiplied by 10 million times. Reward 3. A random increase in the food chain within Dragon Country. Buzz. As if an invisible golden wave emanated from the heart of the Dragon Country, it rapidly swept across the entire eastern continent. The entirety of Dragon Country erupted in fervor. From bustling metropolises to remote villages, from the snowy plateaus to the shores of the East China Sea, the 14 billion citizens of Dragon Country simultaneously felt a transformation arising from the depths of their bloodlines. In a brightly lit office in Hu City, a bespectacled designer with a receding hairline was furrowing his brow over a complex architectural blueprint. At the moment the system notification sounded, he jolted as if struck by lightning. With a buzz, his previously blocked thoughts became crystal clear. Countless lines of inspiration, data combinations, and mechanical models intertwined and reorganized frantically in his mind. The technical problem that had plagued him for an entire week suddenly revealed its answer with astonishing clarity. My goodness, it worked. He grasped the drawing pen on his desk, his hands moving so swiftly that they seemed to blur, furiously sketching on the screen. His drowsy colleague, startled by his exclamation, was about to scold him when he too felt a change within his body. Why am I no longer tired? Moreover, I feel as if I can memorize this 300-page report. My presbyopia seems to have improved significantly. Good heavens, my long-standing migraines have vanished. My mind has never felt this lucid. Across countless homes and workplaces, similar exclamations echoed. In hospitals, countless elderly individuals tormented by ailments felt their bodies rejuvenate, and their murky consciousness became clear. In schools, students burdened by heavy coursework suddenly discovered that the formulas they once struggled to comprehend and the ancient texts they could not memorize had become remarkably simple and comprehensible. In countless research institutions, projects that had stagnated due to certain bottlenecks have, at this moment, experienced a collective surge of inspiration. The elevation of spirit not only enhances intelligence, but also amplifies memory, focus, creativity, and the overall cultural vitality of an entire nation. In the official live stream of the Dragon Nation, the comments have gone utterly wild. Wow, I feel as if I could be admitted to Tsinghua on the spot. The math problem I couldn't solve moments ago now reveals 3 different solutions at a glance. My mother, who has suffered from dementia for years, just grabbed my hand and smiled at me. I cried. Fengshun, you are a savior for my entire family. With physical quality 1 and spirit 1, we have effectively upgraded our entire Dragon Nation from humanity to superhumans. Don't forget, there is also a 10 million-fold return. 7 days. A full 7 days. If Qin and the others could find a copper mine, I can hardly imagine. What do you think that new food chain means? It should be a biological system, perhaps? For instance, mosquitoes, frogs, and snakes could form a small food chain, which is worth far more than gold mines. At the Dragon Nation Command Center, the old general's gaze is noticeably clearer. He instinctively raises his hand, removes the pair of reading glasses he has worn for over a decade, and tosses them onto the table. His previously murky eyes are now startlingly clear. His focus is fixed intently on the massive tactical map before him, covered in tiny, intricate characters, the latitude and longitude coordinates, along with troop annotations that once required him to lean in closely to decipher, are now as sharp and clear as if chiseled by a master craftsman. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. A resounding hum echoes in his mind. Countless previously disjointed fragments of intelligence, the movements of competitors from various nations, the distribution of resource points, and the myriad abilities displayed by Qin Feng's team collide and reorganize furiously within him. Previously overlooked clues and hidden strategic blind spots are illuminated in this moment. So that is how it is. The old general's breath quickens, and a fierce light ignites in his eyes. A nation of strong physicality is merely the foundation. A nation of strong spirit is the true soul of a great power. He slams his hand on the table. The sound is not loud, but it carries an iron-willed resolve capable of shaking mountains. Transmit my orders. When able to communicate with the competitors, inform everyone. Every citizen of the Dragon Nation shall unconditionally trust Qin Feng. Grant Comrade Qin Feng the authority for decisive action. All of his decisions shall be solely borne by the Dragon Nation. Chapter 116. The nation is aflame. This new year, we will feast on the mutton dumplings earned by Qin Feng. The old general's proclamation of decisive authority rings out loudly and confidently. In this solemn command hall, the weight of those 6 words is understood by every individual present, from strategists to technicians. This signifies that from this moment forth, any action taken by Qin Feng in the wilderness will be regarded as the national will of the Dragon Nation. Every punch he throws, every enemy he vanquishes, represents the stance of 1,400,000,000 people. He embodies the nation. The general, a young staff officer, moved his lips in disbelief, pondering whether this was truly happening. The seasoned general interrupted him, his voice resonating with an intensity that sent shivers down spines. His piercing eyes gleamed with an unsettling clarity, as if capable of penetrating the very essence of a person's soul. The crux of this national struggle lay not merely in our strategic maneuvers from the rear, which accounted for a mere 20%. Rather, the pivotal factor resided in that small encampment and the vast future it could potentially unlock for the Dragon Kingdom. He cast a sweeping glance around, his gaze sweeping across every face that radiated an unusual fervor fueled by excitement. Relay this decision. It must be announced throughout the nation. The command reverberated like thunder across the expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. Online, the populace, who had just been reveling in their dual triumph of physical and mental prowess, fell into a stunned silence upon encountering the prominently displayed red headline. This was soon followed by an eruption of fervor that far surpassed their previous jubilation. Am I seeing this correctly? The authority to make critical decisions. Goodness. This is akin to the privileges of ancient provincial governors wielding temporary authority. Nonsense. This is a far greater scope. This implies that Lord Qin can act on his own volition, with the nation standing firmly behind him. Are they out of their minds? Bestowing such immense power upon a participant. What if he misjudges? When has Lord Feng ever erred? From forging iron from scratch to trapping and purifying beasts, he has consistently left us in awe. Indeed, I place my faith in Lord Feng, even more so in the nation that made this decision. Enough with the noise. I believe this decision is astute. The wilderness is ever-changing. By the time we gather intelligence and deliberate, it will be too late. I concur. This is the greatest trust, and with it, the weightiest responsibility. Amidst the tidal wave of comments, countless individuals swiftly transitioned from initial shock to an unprecedented sense of national pride and unity. This was not merely an authorization. It was a declaration, a proclamation to the entire world, asserting that the Dragon Kingdom would spare no effort in securing victory in this national struggle. In the command center, The old general gazed at the charred remnants displayed on the screen, observing the weary yet exhilarated figures. He murmured, "Children, pursue your endeavors with abandon. Transform this wilderness into the hunting grounds of our Dragon Kingdom." Following closely was the third reward. Arriving in a manner more brazen and unreasonable than the last. Reward 3. A random food chain will be added within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Within the realm of the Dragon Kingdom, the barren hills, stripped bare by environmental degradation, suddenly erupted with verdant life, without any forewarning. From the foot of the mountain to its summit, this was no ordinary weed, but a type of grass with remarkably developed roots and succulent, thick leaves, growing at a visible pace. In mere minutes, the arid hills transformed into lush pastures, rich and green. Soon after, to the astonishment of many, groups of snow-white, plump goats appeared on the slopes, bleating joyfully as they feasted on the tender grass. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the miraculous scene before them, deep within the mountains, a pair of luminous green eyes flickered to life. Agile wolves, forming small packs, stealthily emerged from the forest, their sights set solely on the grazing goats. A primordial hunt unfolded before the eyes of countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet this was not the culmination of the spectacle. As one wolf successfully seized a goat and prepared to indulge, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. A piercing cry of an eagle shattered the skies. A magnificent golden eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, descended with the grace of a black fighter jet. Its talons, sharp as iron hooks, deftly ensnared the wolf that had been feasting. The wolf emitted a heart-wrenching howl, but was utterly powerless to escape. With a powerful flap of its wings, the golden eagle summoned a fierce gust, effortlessly lifting the hefty wolf into the air, vanishing into the depths of the clouds. Grass, goats, wolves, golden eagles, a simple primal, yet remarkably stable and efficient food chain was thus woven into the ecological fabric of the Dragon Kingdom, signifying an unexpected surge in reliable sources of meat for the nation. The entire country was in a frenzy. A young aide, trembling as he clutched an urgent report, rushed to the venerable general, his voice quaking with excitement. "General, preliminary estimates indicate that the newly acquired premium pasture land has already surpassed the total area of our 3 provinces combined. The goat population is incalculable, as they continue to proliferate. Most crucially, this food chain is a perfect closed loop, requiring virtually no management costs from us." The old general seized the report, pausing in silence for a moment, before erupting into a hearty, uncontainable laughter that resonated from his very core. "Excellent. Excellent indeed. Relay my orders. The Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Environment must promptly establish a special task force to assess and protect these newfound resources. No one is permitted to hunt indiscriminately. The state shall take charge of hunting while ensuring sustainable proliferation, guaranteeing that every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom enjoys mutton dumplings for the new year. Those who engage in embezzlement or unauthorized hunting shall be prosecuted for treason. This is the foundation for our future, earned at the cost of Qin Feng's team's lives." Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the Waterfall Valley, the acrid stench of charred remains mingled with the metallic scent of blood, creating a nauseating atmosphere. The 4 members of Qin Feng stood beside the charred carcass of a saber-toothed tiger, the echoes of the system's notifications still resonating in their ears. "Damn it. Those youngsters back home will be as robust as calves now, won't they?" Wang Meng grinned proudly. It was worth it. Standing beside Qin Feng, Lung Yu glanced at the excitedly incoherent Wang Meng and added with a smile, "And there's a 10,000-fold return awaiting us. 7 days. Let us all put in extra effort in the coming days to uncover more useful resources. We must not squander this reward. And an entire food chain. This is far more significant than any material gain." Qin Feng's voice remained calm, yet a hint of excitement was palpable to anyone who listened. At that moment, the surrounding environment began to undergo a wondrous transformation. The dense fog, which had enveloped the valley for days and carried a bone-chilling cold, seemed to have met its nemesis and slowly retreated. No longer a solid mass, it became thin and diaphanous, like a delicate veil drifting among the trees. A long-lost ray of warm sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, bathing everyone present in its gentle glow. Qin Feng was the first to tilt his head back, allowing the comforting light to wash over his face, which was smeared with ash and blood. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the air imbued with the scent of sunshine. When he opened them again, his eyes were slightly reddened. It was as if he could see through the desolate wilderness to the land of Longhua. Envisioning the changes wrought upon the lives of 1 billion compatriots due to the efforts of their small team, the fog had dispersed, and the sun had emerged. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, and within the depths of his profound eyes, alongside the weariness of surviving calamity, there blossomed an unprecedented resolve. He looked towards the ruins of the destroyed camp, his voice calm, yet resonant. "We must prepare our home before nightfall." Chapter 117. The setting sun, the campfire, cooking together. This is the taste of home. Has the fog lifted? Wang Meng exclaimed in astonishment, surveying his surroundings. His vision had never been so clear. The distant waterfall, the nearby pond, even the vines on the opposite cliff were all vividly visible. However, beyond the valley, deeper within the dense forest, the thick fog still roiled. Like a gray wall connecting heaven and earth, it isolated this area from the outside world. It seemed my conjecture was correct. Qin Feng observed the distant fog and calmly analyzed. "We have slain the saber-toothed tigers of this region, thus the fog around us has dissipated. The fog in other areas remains, indicating that there are other purifying beasts present." He paused, scanning his teammates with a steady, powerful voice. 7 days, a millionfold return. This is the time we have secured for Longhua, and we must not squander it. Moreover, tomorrow is the day we will contact the command center back home. At that point, we shall learn where our most needed resources lie and where our scattered compatriots may be found. His words quickly quelled the excitement of the group, refocusing their minds on reality. Just then, a sound emanated from the entrance of the cellar. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian cautiously poked their heads out. Upon seeing the charred body resembling a small mountain outside, as well as the 4 unscathed individuals standing beside it, an overwhelming joy swept away their fear. She scrambled out of the cellar, animatedly gesturing. We were in the cellar and heard the system's voice. Constitution +1, Spirit +1, and, in 7 days. A full 7 days of a millionfold return. Brother Qinfeng, did we really win? Only at that moment did she dare to truly believe that this nightmare had come to an end. Of course, Wang Ming boasted, thumping his chest, causing his muscles to ripple. Just look at whose team this is. When my big brother strikes, it's a King-S bomb. Beside him, Zhao Ziqian finally regained his composure, his pallid face pressed against the edge of the cellar. With a lingering sense of dread, he spoke. You cannot fathom the chaos that creature unleashed above us. The entire cellar was trembling. I thought we were to be buried alive. He gazed at Qinfeng, and beyond the relief of survival, there was a profound respect in his eyes. This man had truly led them to slay that colossal beast. All right, it's all behind us now, Qinfeng said as he approached the charred carcass of the saber-toothed tiger. Everyone, let us put in some effort before nightfall. We must secure a place to rest. He turned his attention to Leng Yu and Shun Lai. Clear the battlefield. Recover all our weapons and arrows. Additionally, remain vigilant. The two nodded silently, while Wang Ming seized a machete, preparing to dissect the remains. However, upon his first cut, he frowned. Damn it. Why does this meat smell so sour? He leaned in closer, his face contorting in disgust. The odor was overpowering, reminiscent of something spoiled. Can we even eat this? Qinfeng too took a small piece, finding the meat alarmingly coarse and remarkably tough, devoid of any elasticity. Most troubling was the persistent sour stench that utterly dampened their appetite. With ample food available, no one wishes to experiment with such dark cuisine. Leave the bones and teeth. They can be fashioned into tools and weapons. The skin is beyond use in this condition. Let us discard the meat, Qinfeng decided. At that moment, however, the small wolf cub, Jingjia, who had been quietly nestled at Lin Yihan's feet, suddenly stirred. It stumbled over to the piece of rotten meat Qinfeng had cut, extending its tiny pink tongue to cautiously taste it. In an instant, its beady black eyes sparkled with delight, as if it had discovered an exquisite delicacy. Without a second thought, it pounced, struggling to tear at the piece of meat larger than its own head, emitting a low, yearning growl from its throat. This scene left everyone astonished. Jingjia, come back. You mustn't eat that, Lin Yihan exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene. Yet, the little cub seemed oblivious to her plea. Its small body exerting all its strength as it devoured the meat, its mouth smeared with dark, viscous remnants. The very scent that repelled the others seemed to it like a rare feast. Qinfeng, might it get an upset stomach? Lin Yihan, her face etched with worry, glanced at him, concerned about the obviously spoiled meat. Qinfeng crouched down, his gaze fixed on the ravenous cub, contemplating. Let it eat. After a brief pause, he stood, his tone resolute. An animal's instincts are far sharper than we perceive. What is putrid to us may be a delicacy to it. Observing the cub's eager demeanor, he added, its fervent desire indicates that this holds significant benefits for it. Do not fret, it will not perish. Upon hearing Qinfeng's words, Lin Yihan's concerns began to ease. After a brief respite, everyone in the camp began to carry out their respective tasks. Qinfeng picked up a spade and approached the ruins of the shelter, which had been completely leveled by the saber-toothed tiger. The sunlight elongated a shadow as he bent down, methodically clearing away shattered timber and charred thatch. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried, each scoop imbued with strength and assurance. Leng Yu and Shun Lai exchanged a silent glance before they commenced the retrieval of usable iron-tipped arrows amidst the chaotic battlefield. Meanwhile, Wang Ming wielded a mountain axe, setting about dissecting the enormous charred carcass. Damn it, this is tough, he exclaimed as he struck the thigh bone of the saber-toothed tiger, leaving only a faint white mark that numbed his grip. Cursing under his breath, he adjusted his angle, abandoning his struggle with the bone to peel away the scorched flesh, preparing to extract the intact skeleton and the 2 tusks, each over a meter long. The acrid stench rose in the sunlight, dizzying those nearby. Zhao Ziqian held a ceramic jar, assisting Wang Ming in collecting the fat scraped from the carcass, deeming it excellent fuel that should not go to waste. Lin Yihan approached the small calf, gently stroking its neck and softly soothing it, while also retrieving some tender grass leaves from the cellar to feed it. The little wolf cub, Jingjia, appeared to be the happiest of all, relishing the pungent scent, practically burying itself in the decaying meat, its mouth glistening with grease as it emitted satisfied gurgles. Lin Yihan occasionally cast worried glances at it, yet found Jingjia not only unharmed but increasingly spirited. Its once disheveled gray fur now shimmered faintly in the sunlight, taking on a metallic sheen. Lin Yihan gasped softly, leaning in closer. She extended her hand, cautiously touching Jingjia's back. The texture was no longer the soft fur she remembered. It had become smooth, even exhibiting a hint of resilience, akin to the finest silk. Qinfeng, come quickly, look at Jingjia. Qinfeng straightened up, directing his gaze towards them. Observing Jingjia, a glimmer of understanding flickered in his profound eyes. The flesh and blood of such a creature might harbor a certain evolutionary energy for the other beings of this wilderness. The metaphor of Jingjia being akin to dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow seemed more apt than anticipated. Good, Qinfeng simply remarked, then returned to his work. Throughout the valley, the sounds of clashing tools and debris being cleared harmonized with the heavy breaths of the laborers. As the sun set, Golden rays bathed the valley, enveloping everything in a warm hue. The ruins were meticulously cleaned, and a rudimentary yet sturdy earthen shelter began to take shape. Qin Feng, utilizing the terrain, positioned the entrance adjacent to the cellar, with the main structure partially buried underground. The top was constructed from sharpened logs crossed together and covered with collected thatch, animal skins, and earth, sufficient to withstand the chill of the night. The skeleton of the saber-toothed tiger was meticulously dismantled, its two enormous fangs and mouth full of sharp teeth carefully arranged together. Lung Yu and Shun Lai retrieved nearly 80% of the arrows, sitting beside the campfire, sharpening the arrowheads with a whetstone. The flames flickered as a thick sweet potato soup simmered in a ceramic pot, accompanied by roasted wild boar jerky and corn, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Exhausted, everyone sat around the fire, silently consuming their meals. Those with smaller appetites shared their portions with companions, who gratefully devoured the offerings. The fatigue and tranquility of survival intertwined on each face. Jingjia, having feasted, was curled up at Lin Yihan's side, dozing off. In slumber, its tiny form seemed to twitch slightly, its bones emitting faint cracking sounds, as if undergoing a silent transformation. Big brother, Wang Ming took a hearty gulp of monkey wine, exhaling as he inquired, "Once we make contact with the homeland tomorrow, what shall be our first course of action? Should we harvest that cornfield first? The returns would be astronomical. Imagine how much grain that would be. It could suffice for each of our 1.4 billion citizens to have a cob." Wang Ming's voice brimmed with excitement and dreams of the future, drawing everyone's attention back to Qin Feng, eager to hear his thoughts. Qin Feng handed the golden brown roasted corn to Lung Yu beside him, then picked up another, slowly turning it over the flames. The dancing firelight illuminated his calm visage. "We shall undoubtedly venture to the cornfield and the salt lake. And do you remember that hot spring? We will visit it as well," he began, his bright gaze sweeping across the group. "But not now. The 2 pieces of information the Ruegwa contestant mentioned before his demise have undoubtedly leaked. If we go now, we are likely to stumble into the encirclement of other nations. At the very least, we need to rest for a day before considering our next steps." Upon hearing this, the fervor ignited by thoughts of astronomical returns swiftly dissipated among the group. Indeed, what they could conceive, other nations could as well. At this moment, the cornfield had likely transformed into a coveted prize fraught with traps. Lung Yu took a bite of corn and added, "Let us wait for tomorrow to assess the situation in Longhua before making any decisions." Qin Feng nodded in agreement with this suggestion. "We must first ascertain the plans or arrangements from our homeland, as well as the status of other Longhua contestants." Big brother speaks wisely. Wang Ming scratched his head, grinning. "I'll heed your advice." These 3 simple words encapsulate the most authentic reflection of the team at this moment. In the aftermath of calamity, the night is devoid of revelry, filled instead with a profound sense of exhaustion and tranquility that seeps into one's very bones. Wang Ming, in high spirits, begins to boast animatedly about his valiant exploits atop a tree, recounting his clever strategies in outsmarting the saber-toothed tiger, punctuating his tale with animated gestures that elicit light laughter from Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian, dispersing the lingering scent of charred remnants in the air. Lin Yue sits silently beside Qin Feng, nibbling on corn, occasionally casting a glance at the boisterous Wang Ming, which brings a smile to her lips. Shun Lai occupies the outermost ring of the bonfire, somewhat uncomfortable with the merriment, yet unwilling to distance himself. He observes the group, noting their camaraderie as they share food and engage in light-hearted banter, a strange emotion quietly blossoming within him. Seeing him seated at the periphery, Lin Yihan offers him a bowl of steaming sweet potato soup. Upon meeting her clear gaze, Shun Lai eventually extends his hand and murmurs a barely audible, "Thank you." Lin Yihan responds with a warm smile before returning to her tasks, adding tender grass to the small calf, Dung Dun, while occasionally checking on the curled-up little wolf, Jingjia, sleeping soundly at her feet. In this desolate landscape, she maintains the warmth of their home in her own way. Qin Feng observes silently, the flames dancing in his eyes. Wang Ming continues his boasting, while the enthusiastic Zhao Ziqian rests his chin on his hands, captivated by the tales. Lin Yihan, feeling fatigued, yawns and leans against Lin Yue's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Qin Feng withdraws his gaze to add another log to the fire, aware that this wasteland, once ravaged by the saber-toothed tiger, has truly become a home tonight. What will the system bring me tomorrow? He watches the flickering flames, his heart brimming with anticipation. As the night deepens, the weary group gradually retreats to their humble yet warm dwelling to rest. Qin Feng organizes the night watch. "I will take the first half, and Lin Yue, you take the second." "All right." The bonfire crackles quietly, casting elongated shadows of the 2 sentinels. Chapter 118, The Sign-In Skill, Dragon Country Command. The following day, the first rays of dawn pierce through the forest mist. Qin Feng awakens. A night of light slumber has rejuvenated him considerably. He steps out of the dwelling, the cool morning air clearing his mind. A youthful yet robust wolf howl resonates at his feet. Qin Feng glances down, his pupils narrowing slightly. Before him stands the little wolf, Jingjia, gazing up at him with its tiny head raised. In just one night, its size has visibly increased. The previously somewhat wispy gray fur is now dense and sleek. Its limbs have grown stronger, and notably, its claws are beginning to show signs of sharpness. What astonishes Qin Feng the most is the wolf's gaze, no longer naive and oblivious, but now imbued with a hint of alertness and liveliness, like 2 gleaming obsidian stones. Wang Ming, yawning, emerged from his burrow, and, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Jingjia, felt the drowsiness dissipate entirely. Is this Jingjia? By heavens! Has it truly grown so swiftly? Lin Yihan and the others soon followed suit, also taken aback by the transformation. Good heavens, Lin Yihan exclaimed, covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, soon replaced by joy at Jingzhi's growth. It seemed that the flesh and blood of the purifying beast truly served as a remarkable tonic for the creatures of this wilderness. Yet, he pondered, what might the effects be for humans? Qin Feng understood well. He crouched down to stroke Jingzhi's head, feeling its resilient and smooth texture, devoid of any softness. This little creature was evolving towards an unknown, yet formidable direction. Approaching the water pool beneath the waterfall, he scooped up a handful of the crystal-clear water to wash his face, the icy sensation completely awakening him. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding, would you like to check in? Check in, Qin Feng silently affirmed. Check in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained master-level herbalism. A torrent of vast information surged into Qin Feng's consciousness, revealing countless plant forms, scents, growth environments, and medicinal values, flashing before his eyes like scenes from a fast-paced film. From the most common hemostatic grass and inflammation-reducing dandelions to the nerve-paralyzing poison vines and the hallucinogenic mushrooms. The wilderness transformed in his perception from an enigmatic green expanse into a vast apothecary. He even discerned how to combine seemingly harmless plants through simple crushing and fermentation to concoct lethal poisons. Furthermore, he could identify which tree sap would quickly treat wounds and prevent infections. This skill arrived just in time. In the wilderness, aside from fierce beasts and enemies, the greatest threats were the ubiquitous germs, venomous creatures, and the risk of accidental injuries. With master-level herbalism, their team's chances of survival had elevated to a new dimension. This wilderness had morphed from a perilous jungle into an inexhaustible treasure trove, capable of both saving lives and taking them. Qin Feng's gaze swept over a cluster of inconspicuous ferns by the poolside, and immediately, its name and effects surfaced in his mind. Dragonscale fern. When crushed and applied to wounds, it remarkably promotes tissue regeneration. A slight smile crept across his lips when, at that instant, the live-streaming watches on everyone's wrists vibrated gently. It had arrived. Everyone collectively lowered their heads, witnessing a line of Crimson Dragon Kingdom characters slowly materializing on the Dark Watch face. Supreme Command. Chapter 119. First, clean up one's own doorstep. The dual heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of rainforest and desert. Upon returning to the camp, Qin Feng found the group gathered, their expressions a mix of excitement and tension. In the live stream, he commanded, and the others immediately complied. In the next moment, a pale blue light curtain unfurled before each individual, revealing lines of golden text. It was a brief yet weighty communique from the Supreme Command of the Dragon Nation. The Qin Feng squad has rendered remarkable service. The Central Command grants the authority to make on-the-spot decisions. All representatives of the Dragon Nation shall adhere to these directives. The northwestern cornfields and salt lakes have become focal points of contention among multiple nations, fraught with peril. In the eastern desert, the Chunhu squad of 6 has encountered a giant python and suffered grievous injuries, awaiting rescue. Lastly, remain vigilant against any approaching entities, regardless of nationality. Should they pose a threat, they shall be mercilessly dealt with. Though succinct, each word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. In the clearing before the den, silence enveloped them, save for the crackling of the campfire. The authority to make on-the-spot decisions meant that all representatives of the Dragon Nation would follow directives. Wang Ming mulled over these words repeatedly, his features twitching with excitement. He regarded Qin Feng with newfound reverence. By heavens, brother, you are now the supreme commander of our Dragon Nation in this wilderness. His voice boomed, startling the birds in the surrounding forest into flight. This was, indeed, more impressive than any rank he had previously encountered in the military. Zhao Ziqian's mouth fell agape, nearly wide enough to fit an egg. He could hardly fathom that the nation would entrust such monumental power to a mere 24-year-old. This signified that every decision made by Qin Feng would represent the will of the Dragon Nation. Lin Yihan gazed at Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. She was well acquainted with the tycoons and elites of the entertainment industry. Yet the collective power of all those figures seemed to pale in comparison to this man before her. He wielded the authority over life and death for all his compatriots in the national struggle. Furthermore, Lung Yu understood more than anyone the significance of the phrase on-the-spot decision-making within the military. It embodied not only supreme trust, but an immense responsibility. From this moment forth, Qin Feng bore the weight of the lives of all Dragon Nation representatives and the future of 14 billion citizens. Yet, his expression remained composed. For behind this power lay an equally heavy burden resting upon his shoulders. His fingers glided gently across the virtual screen, his gaze settling on the subsequent information. The northwestern cornfields and salt lakes had become points of contention among various nations, fraught with danger. In the eastern desert, the Chunhu squad of 6 had encountered a giant python and suffered significant losses, awaiting rescue. One point signified interests and conflict, while the other represented the lives of his compatriots and the obligation of rescue. How far could that eastern desert be? Wang Ming's initial exuberance waned, his brow furrowing. We're surrounded by woods. The desert must be tens of thousands of miles away. As the group fell into despair, the previously silent Shun Lai suddenly stirred. He cautiously retrieved a package from his tattered backpack, unwrapping it layer by layer to reveal a neatly folded parchment map. A map? Wang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. You possess such a treasure? All eyes converged upon him. In this uncharted wilderness, the value of a map equated to that of a firearm. Previously, while searching for firearms, we stumbled upon an airdrop containing nothing but a map. Shun Lian succinctly elucidated its significance, unfurling the map upon the ground with delicate care, clearly cherishing it deeply. The map was exquisitely detailed, depicting mountains, rivers, jungles, wetlands, and glaciers with utmost clarity. Here, Qin Feng's finger traced a corner of the map, resting beside a prominent waterfall symbol. The gazes of the group followed his gesture, and soon, Shen Lian located an area marked with sand dunes and a sun at the opposite end of the map. Between these two markers lay vast expanses of jungle, marshland, and continuous mountain ranges. Goodness, Wang Ming leaned closer, gesturing with his finger. At this distance, even if we were to travel day and night, we wouldn't arrive in less than a month. By the time we get there, the flowers would have wilted, hope ignited, only to be swiftly extinguished. The atmosphere in the camp grew heavy. No one wished to witness their comrades perish in such a manner. We cannot go, Leng Yu observed the map, calmly rendering her judgment, a hint of barely perceptible regret lacing her tone. As a soldier, abandoning a comrade was her greatest aversion, yet reality dictated otherwise. Qin Feng meticulously committed every detail of the map to memory before lifting his gaze to address the group. Leng Yu is correct. Departing for the desert now is not a rescue mission, but a march towards death. I comprehend your sentiments, but as the commander, I cannot wager the lives of the entire team on an unattainable task. The only prudent course of action is to remain here temporarily, maximizing our advantages over the next 7 days. We must arm ourselves, accumulate resources, and then eliminate any threats within our reach. Qin Feng rendered his final judgment, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. His finger emphatically tapped the northwestern corner of the map, indicating the need to seize the cornfields and hot springs, followed by the eradication of the enemy entrenched there. For every ounce of strength we gain, the Dragon Kingdom grows stronger. This, indeed, is the greatest assistance we can provide to Chunhu's squad and all representatives of the Dragon Kingdom. His words were logically sound, brutally calm, yet starkly realistic, rendering them irrefutable. Wang Ming fell silent. Though impulsive, he was not a fool and recognized the truth in Qin Feng's assertions. Leng Yu nodded, a glimmer of relief crossing her eyes. Her greatest fear had been that Qin Feng, intoxicated by his title of commander, would succumb to emotional decisions. It appeared her concerns were unwarranted. Meanwhile, a flicker of compassion crossed Lin Yihan's gaze from Chunhu's squad. This message would resonate with all competitors of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng gazed at her, his tone softening. He believed that among the desert's expanse, there would be compatriots who could reach us more swiftly. His voice echoed through the valley, tinged with a hint of helplessness and a flicker of hope. The gathered crowd remained unaware that their expectations were not in vain. In the eastern desert, the sun blazed mercilessly, casting an endless golden sea of sand. The air shimmered under the relentless heat. A solitary figure ambled along the ridge of a dune, his head wrapped in a turban, revealing only a pair of languid eyes. From outward appearances, the turban seemed fashioned from the garments of foreign competitors. Accompanying him was a dromedary, its hump towering and gait steady. Old friend, when do you reckon this wretched weather will relent? The man, known as Yi Fei, patted the camel's neck, retrieving a water flask from his pocket. He took a small sip before offering it to the camel, which affectionately nuzzled him and emitted a low grunt. At that moment, the live-streaming watch on Yi Fei's wrist vibrated. He lazily lifted his hand to glance at it. Oh, a top directive? Yi Fei raised an eyebrow. Qin Feng squad. Acting on impulse. TSK, this fellow has some chops, having carved out a reputation in the rainforest. As he continued reading, his previously relaxed demeanor vanished upon discovering that Chunhu's team in the eastern desert was gravely injured by a python and awaiting rescue. A python? Yi Fei's gaze sharpened. He scanned the surroundings. This stretch of desert was barren apart from sand and scorpions. Where could a python possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, a grin broke across his face, revealing a row of white teeth. Damn, what a misfortunate bunch born in the wrong place. He mounted the camel, giving the reins a shake. The once leisurely beast sprang into action, galloping southward and kicking up a plume of dust. Giddy up, old friend. Time to stretch those legs. While we're at it, if that python's hide is tough enough, I'll fashion you a new saddlebag. Chapter 120. The Allure of a Thousand-Fold Return. In the Waterfall Valley, Qin Feng returned the precious sheepskin map to Shen Lai. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the group. Today's mission is simple: rest, arm up, and stockpile. We set off for the cornfields at dawn. With these few succinct words, he charted a new course for a team that had just emerged from a bloody battle. Mixed emotions swirled within them. This place was their first true home, filled with blood, tears, laughter, and loss. He turned to Wang Ming. Scout the vicinity and see if you can hunt something. It need not be grand, anything will do. Wang Ming, eager to expend his pent-up energy, thumped his chest and grinned widely. Just you wait. I'll treat everyone to a feast today. Leng Yu, Ziqian. Weapons are paramount. All iron arrowheads, machetes, and daggers must be sharpened anew to ensure their lethality. In the cold moonlight, Leng Yu nodded, and Zhao Ziqian responded with a firm affirmation. Although the tasks at hand were still rather rudimentary for him, contributing to the team instilled in him a sense of worth. Yihan, gather all the supplies, food, and tools, and pack them neatly. We may not return after this journey. Understood. Lin Yihan replied with a decisive nod. The division of labor was clear, and no objections arose. Shen Lai stood silently nearby, observing. Qin Feng turned to him, picked up a wicker backpack from the ground, and handed it over. Shen Lai, come with me. Without uttering a word, Shen Lai accepted the backpack and followed closely behind. The valley soon resumed its bustling activity. Leng Yu and Zhao Ziqian sat beside the sharpening stone near the waterfall, the sound of grinding resonating through the valley. Leng Yu's movements were precise. Each iron arrowhead in her hands regained its gleaming sharpness. Zhao Ziqian cautiously sharpened a dagger, glancing at Leng Yu's technique from time to time, striving to imitate her. Lin Yihan categorized the smoked jerky, roasted sweet potatoes, and corn, placing them into the backpack. Her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the depths of the dense forest where Dolly had vanished, a pang of sorrow swelling in her chest, her eyes beginning to glisten. Dolly, are you all right? She took a deep breath, suppressing the melancholy, and turned to glance at the cellar entrance where Dunton and Jingzhou were playfully chasing each other. A gentle smile returned to her face. Suddenly, a muffled sound of a crossbow bolt slicing through the air echoed from the nearby woods, followed by a chilling mechanical voice reverberating across the globe. Dragon Kingdom contestant Wang Ming has successfully hunted a white-bellied pheasant, triggering a 10 million-fold return, generating millions of the same pheasant in random areas within Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom livestream erupted with excitement. Wow, Wang Ming is incredible. He is out hunting and giving back to the nation. 10 million-fold return is exhilarating. Ha ha ha, we won't have to worry about meat during the new year. Thank you, Wang Ming. Before long, Wang Ming returned, grinning broadly, one hand lifting a pheasant adorned with feathers as splendid as silk, the other carrying a crossbow. Striding triumphantly, family, look what I've brought. He tossed the still flapping pheasant onto the ground, his face eager for praise. However, the camp was bustling with activity, and no one paid him any heed. The only responses came from Dunton's low moo and Jingzhou's howl. Wang Ming's spirits dampened slightly as he muttered, "Hey, is it that my achievements have gone unnoticed?" While packing supplies, Lin Yihan turned around, and her eyes brightened upon seeing the magnificent pheasant. Wow, brother Wang Ming, you're amazing. This chicken is so beautiful. We'll have roast chicken tonight. Her words instantly rekindled Wang Ming's pride, and he grinned broadly, saying, "Of course. Just wait. Tonight I'll show you all some real skills." As he spoke, he eagerly carried the chicken to the pond to process it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Shun Lai were traversing through the forest. Ever since acquiring the master-level skill in herbalism, the entire wilderness had transformed in Qin Feng's eyes. Previously chaotic greens now bore names and values. He paused before an inconspicuous weed, and information automatically surfaced in his mind. Dragon scale fern. When its rhizomes are crushed, they can regenerate flesh and bones. He then pointed at a cluster of vines clinging to a tree trunk. This is called divine fragrance. When the leaves are dried and ignited, the smoke can repel most venomous insects. Shun Lai listened silently, carefully collecting the plants designated by Qin Feng and placing them into his backpack. Despite his silence, the confusion in his gaze deepened. This young man, where had he acquired such extensive knowledge? The bark of this tree, when boiled into a drink, can cure diarrhea. As Qin Feng continued to walk and gather herbs, Shun Lai followed closely behind, serving as a silent apprentice. The number of herbs in his hands grew, ranging from those that staunch bleeding to those that reduce inflammation, and even a few whose purposes Qin Feng had not elucidated, yet Shun Lai could discern from their peculiar odors that they were certainly not benign. Just as Qin Feng carefully extracted a jet-black mushroom from a crevice in the rocks, a chilling mechanical voice simultaneously resonated in both their minds. Ding! Dragon Kingdom contestants Qin Feng and Shun Lai have discovered the rare fungus, Ink Lingji, triggering a 10 million-fold return. Reward distribution in progress. Shun Lai's body trembled as he gazed at the small black Lingji in his hand, then looked towards Qin Feng, his eyes betraying undeniable shock. Within the Dragon Kingdom, countless individuals bore witness to this miracle. From the Zhongnan Mountains to Wudong Mountain, from the Changbai Mountains to the foothills of the Himalayas, patches of wild Lingji, black as ink, had inexplicably emerged. Numerous top botanists and pharmacologists were urgently summoned, and research reports flew to the highest command center like snowflakes. The preliminary conclusions sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. This fungus, known as Ink Lingji, when consumed over time, could significantly enhance the cognitive agility and reaction capabilities of the populace. What did this imply? It meant that the intelligence of the entire Dragon Kingdom would experience a terrifying leap. In response, the higher authorities of the Dragon Kingdom urgently issued orders for these Lingji to be supplied to first and second-tier scientists, ensuring their consumption first and foremost. Since the rise of national fortunes, nutrient supplements had yet to be phased out, with the majority of citizens relying on them for sustenance. However, fortunately, every week, each citizen of the Dragon Kingdom could receive a modest allocation. The various returned resources obtained by contestants in the wilderness, though limited, provided enough for a small feast. These resources were uniformly distributed by the state, descending through various levels, with anyone daring to withhold them facing charges of treason. In a third-tier city of the Dragon Kingdom, at a resource distribution point, a long queue moved in an orderly fashion, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat. A fashionable woman with curly hair received her share, 200 grams of cooked snake meat. She gazed at the tender snake meat in the meal box, her brow instantly furrowing into a knot, and her sharp voice pierced through the harmonious atmosphere. Why is it snake meat? I heard that the neighboring city distributed wild boar meat. Chapter 121, The Pursuit of the Mighty. Why must we endure this? Snake meat. The very thought is repulsive. The community staff member in charge of distribution patiently explained, Dear lady, the supplies are rotated nationwide. Soon we shall receive pork. Furthermore, this is pure, natural meat. Far more delectable than the previous nutritional paste. I care not. I demand pork. Have you reserved all the good stuff for yourselves? The curly-haired woman began to throw a tantrum, her voice escalating, drawing the attention of those queuing nearby. I refuse to eat snake meat. I want pork. Otherwise, I shall not leave. She plopped down on the ground, adopting a stance that indicated no one would have an easy time. A matron in line, unable to bear the scene, approached with a cold laugh. After just a few days of good fortune, you start to be picky? Have you forgotten the days of gnawing on nutritional paste? Indeed, So many competitors fought valiantly ahead of you, and here you are being selective. Do you have no shame? Several other women in line encircled her, their expressions unfriendly. The leading matron seized the curly-haired woman's arm with surprising strength. Sisters, help me escort her to the nearby 6 doors. Let her dig in the western mines for a week, and she shall understand how delightful snake meat can be. Upon hearing 6 doors and mining, the curly-haired woman's face turned ashen. She scrambled to her feet, snatched the meal box from the ground, and forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. No, please, ladies. I was joking. I truly enjoy snake meat. It is highly nutritious. Thank you, government. Thank you, competitors. But it was too late. The surrounding residents disregarded her pleas and promptly escorted her to the nearby 6 doors, where she would face a week-long mining experience. In the Waterfall Valley, as the sun set, the camp bustled with the fruits of their labor. Qin Feng and Xun Lai returned with a bounty of herbs, while Wang Ming was busy slaughtering chickens in preparation for a roast feast. Leng Yu and Zhao Ziqian had polished all the iron arrowheads to a gleaming shine. Lin Yihan meticulously categorized the supplies, arranging more than a dozen backpacks neatly at the entrance of their dwelling. She gazed at their possessions and then back at the empty grassy expanse, her heart brimming with aspirations for the future, tinged with nostalgia for the past. This home they had built with their own hands, only to see it destroyed and rebuilt, was set to be bid farewell to tomorrow. As dusk fell, everyone gathered around the campfire, exhausted after a long day. Come, everyone, taste the chicken I prepared. Wang Ming tore off a golden, crispy drumstick and handed it to Lin Yihan. You've worked hard, sister, please eat first. With a warm smile, Lin Yihan accepted the offering. Qin Feng tore a piece of chicken in half and offered it to Leng Yu, while he himself nibbled on a sweet potato. This might well be their last moment of tranquility in the valley. Just as they prepared to indulge in the sumptuous dinner, a long, familiar call resonated from the depths of the silent forest. The sound was soft yet struck like thunder in each ear. The laughter and chatter by the campfire abruptly ceased. As Wang Ming hastily placed a piece of meat into his mouth, it fell from his grasp. Lin Yihan's chicken leg dropped to the ground with a thud, and she abruptly turned, her eyes wide with shock and elation, towards the source of the sound. Zhao Ziqian gaped in disbelief. Qin Feng and Leng Yu paused simultaneously, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of their mutual uncertainty. Instinctively, their hands moved towards their weapons. Even the typically impassive Xun Lai tightened his grip on his dagger, scanning the surrounding darkness with heightened vigilance. The mooing sound resonated once more, closer and clearer than before. It was unmistakable. It was Dolly. Yet, Qin Feng's masterful environmental awareness sensed something amiss. The hoofbeats were chaotic and frantic, suffused with a sense of desperation. What sent a chill down his spine, however, was the unmistakable sound of human shouts filled with rage accompanying those hoofbeats. He sprang to his feet and addressed the others present. Dolly is being hunted. Quickly, grab your weapons. Chapter 122. Who dares to touch my Dolly? His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the flickering joy in Lin Yihan's heart and snapping Wang Ming and the others back to reality. Dolly was being pursued. Who dares to touch my beloved Dolly? Wang Ming leapt to his feet, seizing the iron-headed wooden spear beside him, and charged towards the source of the sound. Cold Moon and Xun Lai, without uttering a word, each armed themselves, one with a shotgun, the other with a reverse dagger, and followed closely behind. The 3 of them vanished into the darkness. Yihan, Ziqian, guard the camp. Qin Feng called over his shoulder as he readied a crossbow, the last to join the fray. In the live broadcast, the hearts of all the Dragon Kingdom viewers raced. It's Dolly. It's really Dolly. It's still alive. Wonderful. But it seems to be in danger. Qin Feng and the others have rushed out. Stay calm. There are adversaries, and it sounds like more than one. Let nothing happen to Dolly. He is our invaluable companion. Within the dense forest, the air was cold and damp. Wang Ming's eyes burned with intensity as he barreled forward, forcing his way through the obstructive thickets with sheer force, the sounds of snapping branches echoing around him. At that moment, one thought consumed him. Find Dolly, and tear apart those pursuing him. Cold Moon and Xun Lai flanked him silently, weaving through the shadows, forming a triangle of attack poised to converge at any moment. Qin Feng followed closely, his steps light and swift. His masterful environmental perception illuminated the darkness, as if revealing an entire map. He could distinctly make out a large silhouette confronting 2 figures ahead, with a third seemingly lying behind them, growing ever closer. The sound of brush being violently parted reached him, followed by another furious moo from Dolly. Moo. This time, the roar carried an added note of anger. It was near. In a hushed tone, Qin Feng addressed the 3 individuals ahead, simultaneously signaling for a flanking maneuver. Wang Ming, Leng Yu, and Xun Lai understood immediately, swiftly dispersing in a fan-like formation, stealthily encircling their targets. Qin Feng, meanwhile, slowed his pace, gently parting the last frond of fern before him. The sight that unfolded made him squint. Before him lay a small clearing in the woods, at the center of which stood a massive cow named Dolly, its head lowered, sharp horns aimed forward, exhaling hot white vapor from its nostrils. The creature was caked in mud and grass, yet bore no apparent injuries. Opposite Dolly stood 2 men in a state of utter disarray. Both were clad in tattered jackets. One, tall and slender, wielded a sharpened wooden spear, while the other, stockier, hefted a chipped axe. Both bore wounds. The slender man's arm was marred by a deep gash that oozed blood, while the stocky man's face was bruised and swollen, his mouth corner raised as if struck by a heavy blow. They gestured desperately at Dolly, not so much attempting to drive it away as pleading with it. In their eyes, there was no glimmer of a hunter's greed or malice, only the weary resignation of those cornered by fate. Observing their reaction, a flicker of doubt stirred within Qin Feng. His gaze then shifted past the two men, beyond Dolly, locking onto a figure lying motionless on the ground, teetering between life and death. The crimson dragon insignia on the sleeve of the fallen was glaringly vivid under the moonlight. A dragon emblem. A contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. Hiss. Qin Feng's brow furrowed in suspicion. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, from the shadows to the left, Wang Ming had not fully emerged but instead was parting the underbrush with his machete, the blade glinting menacingly in the moonlight as it swept across the slender man's cheek. You two scoundrels, pursuing my cow. Wang Ming's voice rumbled low. The two men flinched, still reeling from the shock when a click echoed from their right rear, the chilling sound of a shotgun being chambered. Lung Yu's cold barrel had already emerged from behind a tree, locking onto the stocky man's back. Simultaneously, a chilling aura of intent surged from directly behind them. Shun Lai silently leaned against a tree, his dagger spinning between his fingers, poised to strike at any moment. Only then did Qin Feng step forward, crossbow in hand, completing the final encirclement. For individuals, for directions, forming a net that ensnared the two beleaguered men in the heart of despair. The tall, slender man dropped his wooden spear with a clatter, raising his hands high in the air, his lips trembling as if he wished to utter something. Yet the sheer terror rendered him voiceless. Another robust man reacted a beat too slowly, clutching a tattered axe tightly, his body frozen in place. Wang Ming emerged from the shadows, his piercing gaze sweeping across the scene. Upon noticing the fallen figure behind those two men, the glaring dragon insignia on the sleeve sent a jolt through his pupils. A compatriot, a fellow whose fate was unknown. Coupled with the fact that they had been pursuing Dolly, all clues coalesced in his mind into a singular, furious conclusion. How dare you? Wang Ming's chest heaved violently, each word forced through clenched teeth. You wretched lot. How dare you harm our people from the Dragon Kingdom? With a thunderous roar, he raised the iron spear. Its tip aimed directly at the robust man's throat, poised to strike. At that critical moment, a commanding shout pierced the air. Stop! Qin Feng's figure darted forward like a flash of lightning, arriving with an urgency that belied his calm demeanor. His perception had already dissected the entire scene. The injuries on the two men were indeed inflicted by Dolly, yet the Dragon Kingdom citizen lying on the ground had a backpack beneath his head, serving as a makeshift pillow. What kind of murderer would do such a thing? Most crucially, throughout the ordeal, they had shown no desire to attack. Instantly, all this information synthesized in Qin Feng's mind, leading him to conclude that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. He did not attempt to pull Wang Ming back. Instead, he extended his left hand, fingers like iron claws, precisely seizing the spear just before it could pierce. Wang Ming felt an overwhelming force emanating from the spear, and despite exerting every ounce of strength, he could not advance the tip, even a fraction. Bewilderment filled his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng, confusion and rage evident. What are you doing, brother? They killed our people. What the hell? Why is Fengshen stopping now? Is he having a crisis of conscience? Something amiss. Look at Fengshen's expression, so composed, as if he knows something. Ignoring Wang Ming's outburst, Qin Feng coldly fixed his gaze on the two frantically waving men. Keep an eye on them, he instructed as he tossed the crossbow to Wang Ming. Although perplexed, Wang Ming caught it, aiming it at the two before him. Qin Feng advanced swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the axe flying from the man's grip. Before they could react, Qin Feng maneuvered around them, grasping the unconscious Dragon Kingdom contestant and sternly commanding, Ling Yue, come take a look. Only when Ling Yue arrived to tend to the injured compatriot did Qin Feng slowly turn back, his icy gaze once again locking onto the two men. The tall, slender man, having seemingly regained his voice, whimpered with a quivering plea, please, don't kill us. We saved him. We came to rescue our Prime Minister's daughter. Chapter 123. It turns out Nyo Nyo is the bully, rescuing the Dragon Kingdom contestants. These words struck the serene glade like a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of disbelief cascading through the air. Wang Ming's chest heaved with intensity as he turned his gaze toward Qin Feng, yearning for a definitive answer. Yet, Qin Feng remained aloof, merely nodding slightly at the two trembling men before him, urging them to continue. We are contestants from Bilis, exclaimed the tall, lean man, his words tumbling forth in a frantic rush, as though the slightest hesitation would result in a fatal thrust from the iron spear. Our Prime Minister has issued a decree. Miss Elena is the daughter of our Prime Minister and was rescued by a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. We must repay this kindness. Any contestant from Bilis must assist those from the Dragon Kingdom. As he spoke, he fervently nodded, seemingly attempting to enhance the credibility of his words through sheer fervor. We were originally sent to search for Miss Elena, and unexpectedly, we discovered this friend from the Dragon Kingdom in the woods. He gestured towards the unconscious figure on the ground. He had already fainted, so we dragged him to the shade and gave him some water. Wang Ming's brow furrowed deeper, glancing at Qin Feng, who remained expressionless, quietly listening. This only heightened his unease. Had they nearly harmed the savior of the Dragon Kingdom? Such a grave matter indeed. Then why were you pursuing us? Wang Ming pressed. Upon mentioning the cow, the tall man's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, his complexion draining of color. He pointed at the large cow leisurely munching on grass nearby, his voice quivering. Pursue? Sir, my God, we would never dare chase it. It was it that was pursuing us. The revelation plunged the scene into silence. Even Wang Ming, who had been on high alert, was momentarily taken aback. He surveyed the two disheveled men and then the massive cow, which, despite its size, appeared as docile as a lamb. The notion of the cow pursuing them was so absurd that Wang Ming found himself unable to reconcile the two images. Did I hear that correctly? The cow was chasing them? Ha ha ha, I can't help it. These poor guys, being chased by a cow. Dolly, look at you two. You're not even worth a single hoof. And you dare to plot against me? Ha. The society of my brother Nyo is fierce, but he doesn't waste words. He chased those two big men until they were running for their lives. Qin Feng quickly asked what happened. My curiosity is killing me. The tall man, known as Luke, was in a state of panic as he observed the disbelief etched on the faces around him. He quickly recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that he and his companion, Yang Sun, had found the unconscious contestant from the Dragon Kingdom and were at a loss for what to do when Dolly the cow had approached them unannounced. As Yang Sun described it, the cow's eyes had turned red, and without uttering a word, it charged at them. The scene had been nothing short of a nightmare. The two individuals, one a historian and the other a chef, had never encountered such a spectacle before. In a state of sheer panic, they fled, with Dolly relentlessly pursuing them, his massive form crashing through the forest, snapping several trees of considerable girth with ease. They yearned to return and rescue their compatriot from the Dragon Kingdom, yet Dolly offered them no reprieve. Any attempt to approach was met with his frenzied charge. The injury on Yang Sen's face was a result of narrowly evading the horn of the bull. The two found themselves in a desperate plight, with no escape in sight. Their only hope lay in diverting Dolly's attention to return and save their comrade. Just then, as they circled in confrontation with Dolly, Qin Feng and his companions arrived, bringing the tale to a close, and the glade was once again enveloped in an eerie silence. Luke and Yang Sun wore expressions of utter despair, while Wang Ming's countenance was a remarkable tapestry of emotions, transitioning from fury to skepticism, then shock, and finally to understanding. His resolute face flushed crimson, and his mouth twitched as if on the verge of laughter, though he quickly realized the inappropriateness of the moment, having just been intent on taking a life. He gripped his iron spear tightly, then relaxed, resembling a deflated balloon, before clearing his throat heavily to avoid the bewildered gazes of the two Belgians. He turned to glance at Dolly, who innocently munched on grass, muttering under his breath, "This bull has quite the temper, fiercely protective of both food and kin." Qin Feng maintained a composed observation throughout. The fear and helplessness reflected in the eyes of the two Belgians as they recounted their tale was unmistakable, and their injuries aligned perfectly with the characteristics of a bull's charge. Everything matched. Do not be anxious. Rest assured. Once our compatriot regains consciousness, if your account is true, we shall not impose upon you. Qin Feng's voice shattered the tension, his gaze sharp as it swept over the two Belgians. Wang Ming, sheathe your weapon, but remain vigilant. Wang Ming nodded firmly, redirecting his attention to the two men. Leng Yu, what is the condition? Qin Feng approached their unconscious compatriot, having completed her preliminary examination. Leng Yu rose and succinctly reported, it appears to be dehydration caused by dysentery, compounded by extreme fatigue, along with a minor contusion to the back of the head. However, there is currently no life-threatening risk. Qin Feng nodded, devising a plan in his mind. Let us return to the camp, he decided, casting a glance at the two Belgians, still visibly shaken. You two will accompany us. Luke and Yang Sun felt as if a great weight had been lifted, nodding fervently. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded, a most peculiar tableau in the annals of national fortune broadcasting. Qin Feng's squad led the way, followed by the two battered Belgians, visibly relieved, while Wang Ming held the lead bull, and atop it, the compatriot from the Dragon Kingdom, recently rescued from the clutches of death. The campfire crackled merrily, and the aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air. There was life. Zhao Ziqian was the first to sense the impending danger. Swiftly seizing a wooden spear from beside him, Lin Yihan immediately set aside her task, grasping a weapon and gazing intently at the entrance to the thicket. In the next moment, a familiar and imposing figure burst through the foliage. Dolly. Lin Yihan's eyes sparkled with joy, all her tension and worry transforming into overwhelming delight. She nearly leapt forward, rushing towards Dolly. Dolly, you're back. She embraced his sturdy neck, her cheek pressing against his rough, yet warm fur, her happiness evident. However, she soon sensed something amiss. Behind Dolly trailed not only Qin Feng and Wang Ming, but also two disheveled foreign men, their faces bruised and battered. Moreover, Dolly bore on his back an unconscious figure. Chapter 124. The team from the land of Asan emerges. The individual lay motionless, arms limply dangling, and the vivid red dragon insignia on his sleeve struck Lin Yihan's gaze with alarming clarity. It was a wounded compatriot from the Dragon Nation. The smile on Lin Yihan's face instantly vanished, replaced by urgency. She barely had time to inquire about the events that transpired before she turned to Zhao Ziqian, shouting, Ziqian, hurry, we have a fellow countryman in need. Having matured into a competent logistics officer within the team, Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly moved to gently lift the unconscious Dragon Nation contestant from Dolly's back, carrying him towards the sanctuary. Wang Ming, lead Dolly to the barn and feed him some tender grass. Qin Feng commanded in a low voice. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian promptly set to work, carefully transporting the injured individual into the warm, dry shelter to assess his injuries. Meanwhile, the two Belgians, Luke and Yinsen, whom Wang Ming had escorted back with a mere glance, stood in a state of complete shock. The warmth of the campfire dispelled the chill of the forest, and the sturdy shelter exuded the comforting sense of earth and wood, even featuring a special enclosure built for the formidable bull. They, as humans, had never experienced such a protective refuge, especially when the rich aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air. Yinsen, the cook, felt tears prick at his eyes. He fixated on the golden, crispy, oil-sizzling white-bellied pheasant roasting over the fire, his throat convulsing as he instinctively took a small step forward. The accumulated grievances of hunger and fear erupted within him at that moment. Glug. The sound of his swallowing echoed loudly in the stillness of the camp. Historian Luke was not faring any better. He watched as Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian adeptly carried the injured man into the shelter, saw Wang Ming effortlessly guiding the bull into the barn, and observed this orderly scene that resembled a microcosm of a civilized world. He felt his historical knowledge utterly fail him at that moment. This was not wilderness survival. This was, in fact, wilderness infrastructure. A profound dimensional strike. Qin Feng paid no heed to the two petrified individuals from Billy Nation. He approached the campfire and, with his dagger, sliced off an entire plump chicken leg. The roasted skin, crisp and golden, emitted a delicate crackling sound beneath the blade, while golden juices seeped from the succulent meat, dripping onto the flames and producing a series of delightful sizzles, releasing an even richer aroma. He remained silent as he stepped before the two men, offering the chicken leg. Yang Sen's gaze was fixated on the morsel, his primal instincts urging him to pounce upon it. Yet his rational mind left him quaking in fear of the unfathomable dragon kingdom man before him. Eat. Qin Feng's voice was calm. Once you have finished, I require all the knowledge you possess regarding this rainforest and the people of other nations. Anything you have observed. Yang Sun hesitated no longer. Trembling, he grasped the chicken, nearly snatching it away. Ignoring the heat, he opened his mouth wide and took a ferocious bite. Crack. The crisp skin shattered, and the scalding juices erupted in his mouth. So delicious, Yang Sun mumbled, tears and saliva mingling as he tore into it, chewing voraciously, as if he were consuming the suffering of the past few days. His manner of eating resembled not that of a human, but rather that of a beast starved for ages. Luke observed his companion's voraciousness and could not help but swallow hard. Qin Feng then cut another piece of chicken and handed it to him. While Luke's manner of eating was slightly more refined than Yang Sen's, it was only marginally so. The piping hot meat caused him to gasp. Yet he was unwilling to pause. Wow, look at how famished they are. Feng's roasting skills are extraordinary. These two truly appear famished, as if they could chew through bones. It's both heart-wrenching and amusing. Having saved us Dragon Kingdom folk, they are now pursued by our own. That cook must be weeping with joy. Perhaps he has tasted the flavors of home. In that case, Dolly can identify our wounded compatriot. Yet Dolly failed to realize they were here to rescue our people. At that moment, a lively sound of hooves echoed from the barn, as a small calf named Dun Dun stumbled out, curious about the two strangers. It trotted over to Luke, its tiny legs wobbling. It sniffed at his tattered pant leg with its damp nose, and then gently nudged Luke's thigh with its soft, unhorned forehead, a gesture filled with curiosity and goodwill. However, in Luke's eyes, this was akin to the touch of death. Luke jumped as if pricked by a needle. Springing 3 feet into the air, he rolled and scrambled behind Qin Feng, pointing at the innocent-looking calf with a trembling voice. Cow, cow, it's coming for me. The entire scene fell into silence. Wang Ming, who had just finished feeding Dolly, approached and, upon witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, followed by a raucous, thunderous guffaw. I can't take it. My stomach hurts. Wang Ming laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Luke, whose face had turned pale with fear. What a coward. This little one isn't even as tall as your leg. It could possibly harm you? Ha ha. The little calf, Dun Dun, was startled by Luke's shriek and took 2 bewildered steps back, tilting its head, its clear, large eyes filled with confusion, as if questioning, what is wrong with this person? Even the usually stern Shun Lai couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, a peculiar expression of amusement resembling that of someone observing a fool flickering in his gaze. Ha ha ha. The calf's PTSD has been diagnosed. Dun Dun, I'm just a baby. What have I done wrong? This guy has been psychologically scarred by a mere calf. I can't stop laughing. This little bull could frighten him to the point of wetting himself. Qin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his brow and patted the trembling Luke hiding behind him. He pointed at the innocent-looking Dun Dun and succinctly explained, this is its offspring. It poses no threat to humans. Only then did Luke cautiously peek out, and upon seeing that it was indeed just a weaned calf, his face shifted from pale to flushed with embarrassment. Wishing he could disappear into the earth, he retreated to the other side of the campfire, burying his head in his food, no longer daring to glance in the direction of the barn. Inside the shelter, Lin Yihan gently wiped the forehead of an injured teammate with a damp cloth while Lung Yu pried open his mouth, slowly administering some warm water. Before long, the unconscious contestant from the Dragon Nation stirred, emitting a few weak groans, and gradually opened his eyes. He gazed around in confusion at the unfamiliar surroundings and the strange faces before him. Where am I? His voice was hoarse and tinged with caution. You're safe, brother. Zhao Ziqian offered him a bowl of warm water. We are contestants from the Dragon Nation, and you are currently in our camp. Upon hearing the words Dragon Nation, the tautness in the man's body slowly eased. He struggled to sit up, but was gently pressed back down by Long Yu. What is your name? What happened earlier? Her tone was calm and direct. I am Sun Hao, he gasped, speaking in broken phrases. I am a surveyor. My team. We encountered people from the Asen Nation. There were many of them. We got scattered, and I contracted dysentery. I simply couldn't run anymore and collapsed in the woods. Asen Nation. Chapter 125. New Intelligence, Peanuts, and Tea Leaves. At the mention of the Asen Nation, Lung Yu's previously placid expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. The Asen people are notorious for their lack of principles, universally known for their infamy. It was hardly surprising that they would initiate attacks on other nations. Sun Hao nodded weakly, providing further details about the events. It turned out that his team consisted of 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman, most of whom were technical personnel from Blue Star, inherently lacking in combat prowess. 2 days prior, they had inadvertently wandered into a complex river valley and stumbled upon a large troop of 7 or 8 individuals from the Asen Nation. Without uttering a word, the adversary launched an assault, scattering Sun Hao's team. In a panic, he fled into the dense forest, only to tragically succumb to dysentery, vomiting and suffering from diarrhea, his strength utterly depleted. Ultimately, he collapsed in the woods, his consciousness fading. As for what transpired thereafter, he only vaguely recalls being dragged along, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this place. After listening to his account, Lung Yu turned and exited the shelter, relaying Sun Hao's narrative verbatim to Qin Feng. The flickering campfire cast shadows that danced across Qin Feng's face, illuminating it in a play of light and darkness. He pondered momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the two Belgian men still gnawing on chicken bones. You too, Qin Feng began, prompting Luke and Yang Sun to freeze mid-action, their expressions tense with anticipation. Regardless of whether you aided him, at the very least, you did not intentionally cause him harm. He stated in a measured tone. I shall not impose upon you. The two felt as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Yang Sun, nearly choking on a chicken bone in his excitement, exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you. Luke nodded vigorously, urging, Do share your observations. Qin Feng's tone shifted to one of inquiry. Any detail, any information you deem pertinent. Driven by the instinct for survival, the pair dared not conceal anything. As a historian with an exceptional memory, Luke meticulously recounted their route and discoveries. We did not encounter any individuals from the Asin nation, he began, collecting his thoughts. However, we traveled westward for approximately 4 days and stumbled upon a group of people from the Yidai nation beneath a cliff. Yang Sun took over, his voice trembling with fear. There were 4 or 5 of them, all robust and strong. We only caught a glimpse of them from afar at the entrance of a cave, but we had no idea what they were doing. A cave? Wang Ming furrowed his brow. What sort of cave? From a distance, we could see it was quite large, Luke recalled, but we dared not approach. Qin Feng exchanged a glance with Lung Yu, both recalling the ruins mentioned by Shen Lai. Besides the group from Yidai, Chef Yang Sun offered more tangible information. With his keen sense for ingredients, he had identified several valuable resource points along the way. There are wild peanuts. They grow splendidly on a sunlit, gentle slope. Yang Sun described excitedly. And there are tea trees, right next to a mountain stream, absolutely top-notch wild tea. Peanuts and tea. Qin Feng's heart raced, his pupils imperceptibly narrowing. These 2 items held immense value, not only for the team's sustenance, but also for the potential tenfold return for the Dragon Kingdom. Peanuts, rich in fats and proteins, serve as an excellent energy source, while tea can invigorate the mind, offering significant psychological solace. Both are highly practical resources. More importantly, these are cultivable, sustainable crops that promise long-term yields. Should the tenfold return be triggered, the agricultural and economic impact on the Dragon Kingdom would be revolutionary. This discovery bears far greater significance than merely finding a few game animals. Sketch it down. Qin Feng handed them a piece of charcoal and a strip of tanned hide. Luke, with great diligence, utilized his remarkable memory to meticulously sketch a rudimentary yet clear map on the hide, marking their traveled route, the water source, the caves frequented by the people of Yidai, as well as the locations of the peanut slope and wild tea trees. Excellent. Qin Feng tucked away the map, glanced at the sky, and declared, You shall rest by the fire tonight. Wang Ming, you are responsible for keeping watch over them. Rest assured, my brother, Wang Ming boasted, thumping his chest, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 Belgians, and then exchanging a knowing look with the brawny Dolly, who was ruminating in the barn. He chuckled. I'll keep an eye on them alongside Dolly. They won't escape. Upon hearing Dolly's name, Luke and Yang Sun involuntarily shivered and buried their heads lower. Ha ha. Wang Ming has truly outdone himself. To bring Dolly into the watch, he intends to leave them with an indelible psychological scar. One used. Peanuts and tea leaves. Goodness. If this triggers a 10,000-fold return, our dragon country shall surely soar. Another exclaimed. Let us not forget about the grievances with the Asin country. Sun Hao's vendetta must surely be avenged by Feng Shun, another reminded. I advise against seeking revenge now. Let us first gather all the resources we can before we consider that. As night deepened, the camp remained illuminated. Qin Feng entered the shelter where Sun Hao was on the verge of slumber. He retrieved a small piece of juju bark from his backpack, crushed it into a powder with a stone, mixed it with warm water, and carefully administered it to Sun Hao. What is this? Lin Yihan inquired with curiosity. Juju bark. It is neutral in nature and sweet in flavor, effective in soothing the intestines and alleviating diarrhea, which will benefit his dysentery, Qin Feng succinctly explained. Drawing from his extensive knowledge of herbal medicine, he assisted Sun Hao to sit up and poured the warm concoction down his throat. After consuming it, Sun Hao soon fell into a deep sleep, his breathing becoming steadier. Once this was accomplished, the group gathered in the shelter. As there was no source of fire within, each person wrapped themselves in a thermal blanket. Tomorrow, we shall head to the cornfield. Sun Hao cannot be taken along, Cold Moon interjected. It is unthinkable to leave him here alone. Someone must remain to look after him, Zhao Ziqin concurred. Lin Yihan expressed her concern, but we are already few in number. Before she could finish, a firm voice interrupted. I will stay. Shen Lai suddenly spoke, plunging the shelter into silence as all eyes turned towards him. Qin Feng regarded him with slight surprise. Are you certain? Sun Hao requires care, and the camp also needs safeguarding. Shen Lai replied calmly. I am accustomed to being alone. I am the most suitable for this task. He paused, adding, moreover, those 2 Belgians also require supervision. After a moment's consideration, Qin Feng recognized that this arrangement was indeed the most optimal solution. Shen Lai was strong and astute, making him a reliable guardian for both offense and defense. Then it is settled, Qin Feng concluded decisively. We shall depart early tomorrow. Dolly and Jing Zhe will accompany us, while Dun Dun will remain at the camp. I entrust this to you. Upon hearing the name Dun Dun, Lin Yihan, who had remained silent until then, hesitated before rising to her feet. She approached Shenlai, who exuded an aura that seemed to repel strangers, mustering her courage to speak softly. Brother Shenlai. Shenlai lifted his gaze, emitting a faint hum from his throat as a form of acknowledgement. That Dun Dun, she continued, her voice barely audible, resembling the hum of a mosquito. Dun Dun is still young and somewhat finicky. It prefers to nibble on the tender shoots of grass that grow beneath the waterfall, avoiding anything that has matured. Moreover, it is timid. If there is thunder or any loud noises at night, it becomes frightened and cries out. Could you perhaps spend a little more time with it? After speaking, Lin Yihan anxiously watched him, fearing that this scarred man might find her bothersome. Ha ha ha, did I hear correctly? Sister Lin is instructing the god of death on how to care for a child? Shenlai, I am a killer, devoid of emotion. Lin Yihan, here is the child's dietary plan and precautions for your reference. The most hardcore nanny is now on duty. One wonders about Shenlai's psychological burden. Transitioning from preparing to hunt monsters to finding tender grass for a calf is quite a leap. For the first time, Shenlai's eyes, accustomed to violence, clearly reflected the anxious yet hopeful face of a girl. He fell silent for a moment, and finally, he awkwardly forced out a single word. Seeing Lin Yihan still gazing at him with her watery eyes, he stiffly added, rest assured, I will take good care of it. This was likely the gentlest assurance he could muster, yet Lin Yihan's tense face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Thank you, Brother Shenlai. Her smile, akin to a spring breeze melting the rain, infused warmth into that cold corner. Shenlai was momentarily taken aback, then subtly averted his gaze. Qin Feng observed everything, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. A team requires not only sharp blades, but also the warmth that encourages those blades to return to their sheath. Everyone, let us retire for the night. After their discussions, the group settled down to sleep on the ground. Outside the shelter, Wang Ming leaned against a large tree, his iron spear resting on his knees. The campfire crackled before him, sparks occasionally flying into the air. Luke and Yang's son huddled nearby, dozing off, while the night breeze gently caressed them, bringing the coolness of the distant mountains. Wang Ming glanced up at the starry sky, contemplating the journey ahead, the cornfields, and Salt Lake, where elite forces from various nations would inevitably converge, signaling an imminent fierce battle. Yet, with Qin Feng present, he felt no apprehension. This seemingly youthful captain had already proven himself through his formidable capabilities, managing everything from smelting iron to crossbows, and from tactics to logistics with precision. Following such a person was worth the risk of death. As dawn broke the next morning, the waterfall valley awakened. The morning mist in the woods had dissipated, and Qin Feng stepped out of the shelter, taking a deep breath of the fresh air, invigorating his spirit. It's time to rise. He softly called to awaken the others. The shelter was filled with the soft rustling of sounds as Lin Yihan emerged from her cocoon. Her hair slightly disheveled, yet her spirit remarkably high. How is Sun Hao? Qin Feng inquired. Cold Moon was already assessing the condition of the injured. He remains quite weak and will require at least 5 or 6 days before he can move. Sun Hao struggled to open his eyes, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry for burdening everyone. What foolishness, Wang Ming interjected as he entered from outside. We are all from the Dragon Nation. It is our duty to look out for one another. Qin Feng squatted beside Sun Hao, speaking earnestly. Focus on your recovery. Shenlai will take care of you. When we return, we will search for our comrades together. Gratitude flickered in Sun Hao's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Outside, a powerful bellow resonated, prompting Lin Yihan to rush out for a look. There she found Dili nudging Dun Dun with its nose, as if bidding farewell. The calf seemed to sense something as well, circling around its mother while emitting tender calls. Dili, too, was reluctant to part with Dun Dun. Lin Yihan felt her eyes moisten. Qin Feng approached and gently stroked Dili's neck, reassuring, do not worry, we shall return soon. Dili nuzzled his palm affectionately, its eyes reflecting a human-like sorrow. After a simple breakfast, Qin Feng began distributing supplies, crossbows, arrows, medicinal herbs, and provisions, all meticulously calculated. Shenlai, take these, he said, handing over a crossbow and 30 arrows. In the face of danger, do not engage recklessly. The cellar is our last bastion. Preserving life comes first. Shenlai accepted the weapon without hesitation, replying gravely, leave the camp to me. You focus on your journey. There should be many people in the cornfield. Exercise caution. I understand. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the camp, a testament to everyone's hard work. We will return. Meanwhile, the two Belgians, Luke and Yinsen, expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Qin Feng before heading off in another direction. They intended to search for the Prime Minister's daughter first before formulating further plans. Naturally, they cast one last anxious glance toward the barn before departing. Let us go, Qin Feng commanded, and the team officially set off. Leading the way, Qin Feng wielded an iron spear, his eyes sharp and perceptive, fully attuned to his surroundings. Not a whisper of the wind or rustle of grass escaped his notice. Cold Moon followed closely, bow and arrows slung across her back, a pistol secured at her waist, vigilantly scanning both sides. Wang Ming led the sturdy cow, Dili, whose broad back bore the carefully packed supplies. Due to uncertainty regarding the terrain ahead, they opted not to use a cart, but instead bound the necessary provisions with vines atop Dili's back. With Dili serving as a robust transport unit, they could conserve their strength without the burden of excessive weight. Zhao Ziqian and Lin Yihan walked in the middle of the group, while at the rear trailed a lithe black figure, the agile wolf, Jingjia. After undergoing transformations from the purified beast blood, Jingjia had grown to the size of an adult Chinese rural dog, its sleek black coat shimmering with a metallic sheen in the morning light. It moved silently, vigilantly guarding the rear of the party. We have set off. A new adventure awaits. Destination, Cornfield and Salt Lake. A formidable assembly. The strongest exploration team on land. Do not forget about me. I am the core output, Dolly asserted, referring to transportation. I wonder if those two Belgians will be able to find Elena. I wish them good fortune. The team departed from the Waterfall Valley and embarked on their journey. This forest was devoid of the mist that had previously shrouded it, granting them a much clearer view. However, the primal scent of the flora in the air served as a constant reminder to everyone that they were still within this perilous wilderness. Qin Feng walked at the forefront, his pace unhurried, his calm gaze surveying everything around him. Brother Feng, do you think there will be more mist ahead? Zhao Ziqian inquired with a hint of concern. Positioned in the middle of the group, occasionally glancing back at the little wolf, Jingjia, who trailed behind. I do not know, Qin Feng replied without turning his head, but we must assume that it could manifest anywhere. After approximately 3 hours of travel, they had left the confines of the Waterfall Valley, and the surrounding scenery began to appear unfamiliar. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly raised his right hand, and the entire team came to an immediate halt. Their movements synchronized and silent. What is it, brother? Wang Meng whispered, his muscles tense as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. There is a sweet scent in the air, Qin Feng stated, closing his eyes momentarily, his nostrils flaring. Indeed, there was a subtle sweetness, tinged with the fragrance of plants, though it was significantly diluted by the dampness of the forest, leaving him unable to discern its origin. He opened his eyes and looked towards the rear where Jingjia had already ceased moving, its dark nose pointed in a specific direction, emitting a low growl of longing and even drooling. It seems to be something valuable, Qin Feng remarked with a smirk. Jingjia, go? Oh whoa. Jingjia responded to the command, excitedly growling as it propelled itself forward like a streak of black lightning. Keep up, Qin Feng ordered, and the others followed Jingjia, parting the layers of enormous ferns. Before them lay the edge of a low-lying wetland, where a small cluster of plants resembling reeds, albeit taller and sturdier, grew. They shot straight towards the sky, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters, their stalks exhibiting a beautiful yellow-green hue, segmented and radiating strength. Is that sugarcane? Zhao Ziqian was the first to exclaim, his face displaying disbelief. Although he was an office worker, he possessed this modicum of knowledge. Yes, it is indeed a small grove of sugarcane, Lin Yihan exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Chapter 127. The world changes color, racing against the gale. Wang Meng could no longer contain his excitement. He stepped forward, snapped the stalk, revealing the succulent inner flesh, and immediately placed it in his mouth, chewing vigorously as the sweet juice burst forth. Sweet, truly divine, Wang Meng exclaimed, his face alight with joy. After devouring it in a few bites, he snapped another stalk and unceremoniously handed it to Lung Yu beside him. Sister, try this. I assure you it is quite rare. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian each took a stalk, mimicking Wang Meng's actions as they began to chew. Instantly, Yihan's eyes sparkled. The pure, unadulterated sweetness melted on her tongue, dispelling her fatigue. Meanwhile, upon beholding the expanse of sugarcane fields, Qin Feng's mind ignited into rapid thought. Sugarcane? It was far more than mere sweet stalks. It signified sugar, white and brown sugar, both exceedingly precious flavorings and sources of energy. Moreover, it hinted at alcohol. Through fermentation, rum could be brewed. The ingredients for rum are sugarcane juice and molasses, transformed into spirit through fermentation and distillation. Whether as a warming liquor or as a fuel source, it possesses irreplaceable strategic value. ISNT they're saying, 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, 3 charcoal, with a dash of white sugar. All hail Ivan. If this sugarcane field triggers a 10,000-fold return, the Dragon Kingdom would suddenly boast millions of vast sugarcane plantations. This would utterly transform the landscape of the Dragon Kingdom's sugar industry, even its energy framework. Just as Qin Feng's heart surged with grand visions, a cold, mechanical voice arrived as expected, resonating globally. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestants Qin Feng, Lung Yu, Wang Meng, Lin Yihan, Zhao Ziqian have discovered the economic crop sugarcane. Triggered a 10,000-fold return reward. Rewards are being generated. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. Command centers of other major nations were filled with vehement curses against the fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Once again, it was the Dragon Kingdom. Wild strawberries, sweet potatoes, sturgeons, and now sugarcane. Were they surviving in the wilderness or merely strolling through their own backyard garden? Yet, within the highest command center of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere was not merely one of unbridled joy, but rather infused with excitement. Old General, this is not merely about sugar. An agricultural expert raised his head, his eyes sparkling with astonishing brilliance. This is energy, ethanol, biofuel. Our current oil reserves, even with trades from the D Kingdom, remain insufficient for immediate needs. However, once we possess sugarcane plantations yielding 10,000-fold returns, we can produce fuel ethanol on a massive scale. We will establish an independent energy system. This is the cornerstone of our nation's fortune. The old general took a deep breath, his weathered face taut with understanding. He knew all too well. This meant that the industrial lifeline of the Dragon Kingdom would no longer be so dependent on others. Orders. The old general's voice rang out like a bell. Immediately establish the National Sugar and New Energy Strategic Reserve Department. Assemble the nation's foremost experts in agriculture, chemistry, and energy, on standby 24 hours a day. Once the return site is established, we must seize this divinely bestowed wealth with unwavering grip. As the orders were disseminated, the entire think tank of the Dragon Kingdom operated with unprecedented efficiency. Countless calls were made, numerous experts were roused from slumber, and plans concerning land use, technological reserves, and security deployment were crafted in record time. This return was not merely a matter of livelihood. It was intrinsically tied to the nation's strategic security. In the wilderness, Qin Feng's team reveled in the joy of discovering sugarcane. Chop. Let us chop with all our might. Wang Ming swung the iron spear with the ease of slicing through vegetables, effortlessly felling stout sugarcanes. How splendid they were. Dali Niu approached, intrigued by the sugarcane leaves, chewing them with great delight. Jingzhe picked up a stalk, using it as a tooth-grinding stick. Qin Feng chopped down the thickest canes, using a dagger to peel away the outer skin, cutting them into small sections to distribute among the group. Eat up to replenish your strength, but do not indulge excessively, or it may lead to heartburn. He then began to strategize. We cannot carry too much. Wang Ming and Leng Yu, you are in charge of felling, focusing on those that are most mature. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian, collect the cut sugarcane leaves, bundle them up. These will serve as high-quality fodder for Dali. Understood. Everyone replied in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. Even the air, filled with the sweet aroma of sugarcane, temporarily made them forget the harshness of the wilderness. As if engaged in a delightful autumn harvest, Qin Feng too fell to stalk, yet his peeling motion suddenly halted. A gust of wind swept through, causing the leaves to rustle, a common occurrence. Yet Qin Feng's keen ears discerned an unusual low hum entwined within the breeze. Instinctively, he looked up and observed that the swaying of the treetops in the distance was far more vigorous than in their vicinity. What's the matter, Qin Feng? The perceptive Lin Yihan noticed his unease. It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head, though his brow furrowed slightly. He resumed chopping, his masterful weather sense activated, monitoring every detail of the surrounding environment. Moments later, Wang Ming abruptly spat out a mouthful of grass clippings. Hey, this wind is acting erratically, blowing sand directly into my eyes. At that moment, the wind had noticeably intensified, causing their garments to flutter. Finally, Qin Feng ceased all activity. Closing his eyes as an invisible pressure map, an airflow diagram swiftly formed in his mind. A powerful current was gathering in the distant valley, accelerating like a ferocious beast, charging toward their location. A tempest was imminent. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. Everyone listen. Halt all chopping immediately. His commanding voice cut through the wind and the laughter of the group. Wang Ming, still chewing on sugarcane, paused in confusion. What's wrong, brother? We've just begun. A strong wind is approaching, Qin Feng stated firmly, pointing at the trees in the distance that were already swaying violently. In no more than half an hour, a fierce wind will sweep through here. We must leave at once and find shelter from the wind. Though puzzled, the group, trusting in Qin Feng's judgment, hastened their movements. Quickly, move swiftly. Wang Ming was the first to react, discarding the sugarcane and hoisting a large bundle onto his shoulder. Take as much as we can, Qin Feng ordered once more. In an instant, the entire team sprang into action. Leng Yu swiftly tied the bundles with vines, while Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian stacked the sugarcane onto the back of Dali. All right, let us go. Qin Feng placed the last bundle of sugarcane onto Dali's back and gave it a gentle pat. Dali seemed to sense the impending danger, nervously scraping its hooves against the ground before charging ahead. With one hand bracing the supplies on Dali's back, Qin Feng pointed towards the left front. Over there. Seek shelter in the ravine or cave. His gaze was piercing, as the wind whipped up sand and grit, stinging their faces. Everyone squinted against the fierce gusts, trudging through the forest in a laborious march behind Dali, stumbling through the uneven terrain. Chapter 128. Dali MVP, Extreme Transport. All escaped the natural disaster. The little wolf, close to the ground, kept its limbs low, its dark fur blown back, trailing behind the group while occasionally turning to emit a low growl. Goodness, this wind is unbearable. It feels like the apocalypse. Qin Feng's predictions are simply remarkable. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, and now a storm brews. Thank goodness we can run fast, otherwise, in that sugarcane field, there would be no place to hide. We'd be blown away like kites. Dali is indeed the MVP. Its transport capacity is astounding. If it were up to us to carry, we'd be lucky to take half. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream was tense, hearts in knots as they watched the team struggle against the wild winds. The howling wind grew increasingly mournful, resembling the cries of ghosts and wolves. Some of the weaker trees creaked under the strain, as if they might snap at any moment. Stay close. Don't fall behind, Qin Feng shouted. His master-level environmental awareness heightened to its peak, transforming the surroundings into a vivid, three-dimensional map in his mind. He could perceive the direction of the wind, potential rockfalls, and all lurking dangers crystallized in his consciousness. Hurry, right ahead, to that place. Although Qin Feng's voice was somewhat muffled by the howling winds, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. They followed his pointing finger, where a natural windbreak appeared between two small hills, a concave hollow offering refuge. Yihan, stay close to me. Leng Yu seized Lin Yihan's arm, pulling her behind herself. Yihan's delicate face was flushed from the wind, her hair a tangled mess. Several times, she stumbled over protruding tree roots, nearly falling, only for Leng Yu's quick reflexes to save her each time. The 300 meters that would normally take only a few minutes now felt interminably long. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. To their left, it was not merely a tree but a cluster of treetops snapped by the wind, descending like a row of guillotines, shrieking as they crashed onto the path they had just traversed. Splintered wood and broken branches flew in all directions. A spear-like branch grazed Wang Ming's back, and he could feel the rush of wind from it. Damn! Wang Ming turned to see a massive gash torn in his shirt, cold sweat soaking through his lining instantly. Had it been just a few centimeters off, it would have pierced his kidney. Don't stop. Move forward quickly, Qin Feng growled, and at that moment, Everyone truly sensed the terror of the storm. This was no ordinary gust. It was a calamity. No one dared to be negligent any longer, gritting their teeth. They exerted every ounce of strength to move forward. The last 100 meters. The wind reached its zenith, forcing everyone to bend low against the wall of wind as they advanced. Dali Nyo, too, let out a restless low moo. Charge in. Qin Feng shouted, being the first to dash into the entrance of the mountain hollow. Suddenly, the howling wind ceased. It was as if they had burst from the clamor of the battlefield into a tranquil chamber, the deafening roar sealed outside. Shortly thereafter, Lung Yu followed closely, protecting Lin Yihan as they tumbled inside, then Wang Meng, pulling and dragging Dali Nyo in, while Zhao Ziqian scrambled in on all fours. Lastly, a dark shadow flashed by as Xiao Lang Jingjia sprang in. Everyone leaned against the mountainside, gasping for breath, their faces smeared with a mixture of sweat and dirt. Wang Meng plopped down onto the ground, wiped his face, and spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with sand, exclaiming, "Damn it! Is this wind trying to rip the heavens apart?" Lin Yihan leaned against Lung Yu, her chest heaving violently, unable to utter a word, only gazing in trepidation at the dark forest ravaged by the tempest outside. Lung Yu checked on everyone, relieved to find that they were merely exhausted and not injured. She approached Qin Feng, her gaze turning grave as she observed the chaos outside. How long would this wind last? Qin Feng closed his eyes, the pressure chart in his mind constantly shifting. He spoke in a deep voice, "The eye of the storm is passing through. This is the most ferocious moment. In about an hour, the winds will gradually subside." Upon hearing this time frame, the group collectively sighed in relief. Wang Meng regained his composure. Unloading 2 stalks of sugarcane from Dali Nyo's back, with a sharp strike of his entrenching tool, he severed a piece and handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Here, big brother, thanks to you, or we might have been blown apart, our bones scattered." Qin Feng accepted the sugarcane but did not eat it himself. Instead, he passed it to Lin Yihan beside him, saying, "You go ahead. It will replenish your sugars and hydration." Lin Yihan took the sugarcane, looked at Qin Feng, and quietly murmured, "Thank you, brother Qin Feng." The sense of surviving a calamity infused a unique atmosphere within the team. No one spoke, merely chewing on the sugarcane, listening to the furious howls of the wind, and relishing the safety that the small mountain hollow provided. Wang Meng, chewing on the sugarcane, mumbled indistinctly, "What the hell is this? Just when we find something good, we nearly get swept away by the wind. This godforsaken place truly allows no relaxation." Qin Feng replied calmly, "It offers you a sweet reward, yet at any moment, it may deliver a stinging blow." His words plunged everyone into silence. Indeed, this was a wilderness where death could strike at any moment. The earlier joy seemed utterly insignificant in the face of nature's might. Qin Feng retrieved a small pouch meticulously wrapped in animal hide from his backpack. Upon opening it, he revealed dry tinder and a piece of flint, his cherished source of fire. A vital lifeline in the wilderness, ensuring he could ignite flames even in the dampest of conditions. He selected the most sheltered corner, stacking stones to create a rudimentary hearth, and expertly struck the flint. With a spark, a few embers danced upon the dry tinder, producing a wisp of faint blue smoke. Qin Feng gently blew on it, carefully adding slender twigs. The hollow was abundant with small branches blown in by the wind, so he had no concerns about fuel. Soon, a cluster of orange flames leapt in the shadow of the stone wall. The warm glow illuminated every face, dispelling the chill carried by the wind and the fatigue weighing on their hearts. Once he had placed some sturdy logs atop the fire and watched the flames grow stronger, he finally took a seat. Beneath the stone wall, the bonfire blazed. Outside, the world was engulfed in apocalyptic weather, yet within this modest refuge, a different scene unfolded. The amber light cast a warm glow on everyone's faces, isolating them from the external tumult and cold, bestowing an unreal sense of tranquility. Chapter 129. All the people of the Dragon Kingdom, we beg you, please don't kill. Qin Feng merely set up a military pot, pouring fresh water from his canteen into it, and placing it over the fire. Conditions were rudimentary, no one expected a lavish meal. Even though rations were currently sufficient, they had to be consumed sparingly in preparation for the future. The luxury of sipping hot water paired with a few pieces of jerky was a welcome reprieve. "Here," Wang Meng said, slicing off a piece of wild boar jerky, charred as if it were black coal, and handed it to Zhao Ziqian. "Have a bite." Zhao Ziqian accepted the jerky, struggling to chew. "Thank you, brother Wang." "Hey, no need for such formality among buddies. In this tumultuous struggle for survival, having such a safe corner and a reliable group of companions was undoubtedly a blessing." Little Wolf lay curled at Qin Feng's feet, feasting not on wild boar but on the saber-toothed tiger jerky he had prepared exclusively for it. Despite being smoked, the jerky emitted a peculiar, sour, and decayed aroma, causing Wang Meng to instinctively wrinkle his nose. Yet, Little Wolf devoured it with gusto, its glossy eyes filled with satisfaction. After finishing a piece, it nudged Qin Feng's pant leg with its head, letting out a whimper that resembled a plea for affection. Lin Yihan, meanwhile, held a few pieces of sugarcane leaves, attentively feeding the resting Dali. Nyonyo's mood had also stabilized, chewing contentedly, occasionally nudging Lin Yihan's hand with its massive head as if expressing gratitude. Suddenly, Cold Moon, who had remained vigilant at the mouth of the hollow, spoke up. Her voice was low, yet it instantly halted all movements, drawing everyone's attention. Wang Meng immediately seized the iron spear beside him, his muscles taut, and in a hushed tone inquired, "What is it? A human or a beast?" Qin Feng gestured for silence and approached Lung Yu, peering outward. The fierce wind howled through the dimly lit forest, obscuring visibility, yet thanks to his masterful environmental awareness, Qin Feng could discern the silhouette of the creature. A massive shadow, struggling against the gale, was laboriously traversing the area dotted with nearly uprooted trees, dozens of meters away. Wang Ming also drew closer, raising a pair of binoculars he had confiscated from another competitor. The lenses quickly became smeared with dust, and after several attempts to clear them, he finally discerned the outline of the creature. By the heavens, it's a bear, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. Look at its size. It must weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. It's limping on its left hind leg. Isn't this a feast delivered right to our doorstep? As he spoke, he began to calculate, saliva nearly flying from his mouth. Bear paws. My brother, braised bear paws. Let us use some monkey wine to mask the gamey taste, stewed until tender, just falling off the bone. And that bear skin. We could spread it out as a mattress. No one would dare tread upon it. This is simply heaven's way of rewarding our hard work with warmth. An injured black bear. Out here in the wilderness, it's like a mobile store of protein and fat. Bear skin can be fashioned into top-tier winter garments and bedding. The bear paws are legendary delicacies, and bear bile is a precious medicinal resource. The bear meat and fat will sustain us for quite some time, without any worry for food. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at Qin Feng. Eager to act. Brother, shall we go for it? This is a prime opportunity. Let us seize it while it's down. With our teamwork, along with crossbows and guns, we can certainly take it down. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement, countless viewers urging Qin Feng to take action. The allure of food was primal and direct, especially in this life-threatening wilderness. However, as soon as Wang Ming finished speaking, Leng Yu calmly doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. No. Huh. Wang Ming was taken aback. Sister Leng Yu, are you worried that the fierce wind outside will affect the trajectory and power of the crossbow bolts? But we still have firearms. You're only considering one aspect. Leng Yu shook her head, pointing towards the bear's injury. The wound is on its hind leg. Torn by claws, not from a fall or collision. This implies it was pursued by a more formidable predator. If we venture out, we could become prey for that beast. Wang Ming scratched his head, feeling a twinge of regret. However, Leng Yu's words were undeniably astute. The massive black bear appeared oblivious to their presence, seemingly intent on a location beyond the mountain hollow, merely passing through. Battling against the fierce winds, each step it took was a monumental struggle, its colossal form swaying precariously. And most crucially, Qin Feng retracted his gaze to Wang Ming, an unusual glint in his eyes. Have you forgotten? We are currently in a situation of a 10 million-fold return. 10 million-fold return? Wang Ming initially stared in astonishment, before suddenly comprehending the gravity of the situation. His countenance paled, and he swallowed hard, articulating with difficulty. Are you implying that if I were to slay this bear, our dragon country could potentially manifest 10 million bears of this caliber? Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. Wang Ming envisioned the scene. Within the borders of dragon country, deep in the mountains and forests, scenic spots, and even the suburban parks on the outskirts of towns, there suddenly appeared 10 million adult black bears. Famished, they would surge from the woodlands towards villages and towns. At that moment, even the most heavily armed soldiers would shudder at the sight of such a beastly tide. It seemed that the entire nation would be in disarray, grappling with the crisis of bear eradication. Damn, Wang Ming shivered, and upon glancing at the black bear again, the glimmer of greed in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a sense of reverence, as if he was gazing not at a mere bear, but at a walking nuclear bomb. Huh, I'm dying of laughter. The side effects of the 10 million-fold return have manifested. Wang Ming, the excitement I felt moments ago has transformed into sheer dread. Feng Shun is thinking far ahead. I was so focused on the thought of bear paws that I overlooked this matter. The image of 10 million bears appearing in the country is too beautiful for me to bear. The entire populace of Dragon Country, please, for the love of all that is holy, do not kill it. That bear will come looking for food from people. This is the true essence of decisive power. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Eventually, the black bear, dragging its injured leg, vanished into the depths of the forest. In the mountain hollow, silence enveloped the group, and Wang Ming, still shaken, patted his chest, muttering to himself how close he had come to becoming a national pariah. His words elicited laughter from everyone, alleviating the tense atmosphere. Qin Feng, however, gazed in the direction where the bear had disappeared, his expression growing more profound. He spoke softly. Every time we pull the trigger or wield a weapon here, we must not solely consider our own interests. This statement sent a chill through everyone. They were no longer mere survivors. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, nodding solemnly, and then, in an effort to lighten the mood, he chuckled. Ahem. Let us not dwell on these frightening matters. Instead, let us look for some good news to ease our minds. Let me see what treasures our contestants have recently returned. With that, he activated his live streaming watch, Chapter 130, the tenfold return of the invaders. Is it good or bad? Wang Ming navigated the interface of his watch, and in an instant, everyone gathered curiously around him. Although each person possessed a watch of their own, the thrill of huddling together, heads close, was an entirely different experience. Let me see, oh my goodness, Wang Ming exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Global announcement. Dragon Country contestant Zhou Taijun has hunted bluefin tuna in the southern waters, triggering a 10 million-fold return. 1 million bluefin tuna are randomly distributed throughout the waters of Dragon Country. What the heck? Bluefin tuna? I thought that species was extinct. Wang Ming excitedly slapped his thigh. Our coastal fishermen must be overjoyed. Eating sashimi will soon be as commonplace as eating cabbage. Zhao Ziqian, listening nearby, swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Is there more? Is there more? He urged, rubbing his hands together in impatience. Wang Ming swiped down again, revealing another announcement. Global announcement. Dragon Country contestant Zhang Huiyan has hunted a gerfalcon in the northern mountains, triggering a 10 million-fold return. 1 million gerfalcons are randomly distributed throughout the region of Dragon Country. Splendid. Wang Ming bellowed again, another piece of good news. However, as his finger swiped to the next announcement, the smile on his face abruptly froze, replaced by a mix of shock and disdain. The people in the valley noticed his unusual reaction. Even Lin Yihan, who was nibbling on jerky, curiously lifted her head. Global announcement. Japanese contestant Inanaki Kamamori has discovered a large area of wild cannabis in the southwestern marshlands. He has lingered there for 7 days, triggering a 10,000-fold return. 10,000 wild cannabis plants will randomly appear within the borders of Japan. As this announcement echoed, the entire valley fell silent. Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Cannabis? This substance is strictly regulated on Blue Star. What the hell? Wang Ming was momentarily stunned before bursting out a curse, his face betraying a look of amusement. These individuals, living comfortably, certainly know how to amuse themselves. 10,000 cannabis plants? Their country is bound to be lively now. Wow, what kind of divine return is this? The best of the year. I declare Inanaki Kamamori the greatest contributor lurking in Japan. Huh, physical transcendence, most lethal. While Feng Shun and his companions are laboriously searching for food, these folks have jumped straight to the fun. What a perspective. The Japanese livestream has erupted, half celebrating the manifestation of Amaterasu, claiming it as a divine blessing. The other half is lamenting, crying that the nation is doomed. We must not be overly optimistic. This substance is considered hard currency internationally. There will be fierce competition for it. Indeed. Breaking news. The Lighthouse Nation has openly expressed its willingness to exchange some food and mineral resources with Japan for this batch of special crops. Under the guise of respecting cultural differences, one wants to continue planting, the other dares to buy. What a nest of snakes and rats. In the livestream, while the viewers from Dragon Country reveled in schadenfreude, they also pondered deeply. If these Japanese marauders could continuously rely on cultivating cannabis for resources while ensuring they do not use it themselves, it might indeed be a boon. But could those marauders resist using it? Qin Feng gazed intently at the announcement, his eyes penetrating deeper than those of his companions. The actions of the Lighthouse Nation, trading tangible resources for commodities that numb the will of its citizens, epitomize a national strategy. They prefer to exchange grain and minerals for goods that induce chaos and despondency in other nations. This is not merely a transaction, but a form of bloodless warfare. One party willing to strike, the other to endure. Qin Feng remarked lightly, shifting his gaze from the watch's screen to the valley beyond. He inclined his ear, seemingly attuned to some distant sound. After a moment, he closed the screen. Noting the change in the wind's frequency, the eye of the storm had passed, and it was time for departure. The group paused in surprise, awakening to the sound of the wind, which had transformed from a wailing tempest to a mere whisper. No longer was it the ferocious gust capable of uprooting trees. The sky remained overcast, yet the clouds appeared to thin, allowing faint rays of light to filter through. Let us go, gather your belongings. We set forth. Qin Feng commanded, rising and brushing off the dust from his attire. Whether it was the revelry of the Dragon Nation or the calamity of the Yamato Nation. For their small band struggling for survival in the wilderness, these were merely echoes from a distant world. The immediate priority was to locate a safe haven and procure more resources. Wang Ming and the others sprang into action, extinguishing the campfire, burying the ashes, and restrapping pots and remaining supplies onto the sturdy beast of burden. The vigilant little wolf, Xiaoling, sniffed cautiously at the forest's edge, returning to Qin Feng's side only after confirming the absence of danger. With a single command from Qin Feng, the team resumed their journey. The forest, ravaged by the storm, lay in disarray, strewn with broken branches and fallen trees, while the muddy ground rendered progress exceedingly arduous. Yet, within the hearts of all, there lingered a flicker of hope. What marvels might await them in the resource-rich ravine described by the Belgians? Damn, this path is quite the challenge, Wang Ming exclaimed. Wielding a machete to sever an obstructing vine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The sturdy beast, Dalin Yo, had become the most vital means of transport for the group, its massive form exhibiting remarkable stability amid the rugged terrain, its 4 robust hooves firmly planted in the muck. The mountain of supplies atop its back remained undisturbed as the team advanced silently and efficiently under Qin Feng's guidance. He scarcely glanced at the map. Instead, he would occasionally halt, close his eyes, and, with masterful environmental awareness, discern the safest route through the chaotic jungle. After approximately 4 hours of travel, as dusk approached and fatigue began to settle upon the group, Qin Feng suddenly halted, raising his hand to signal for silence. A rustling sound, approaching from afar, pierced through the layers of leaves, clearly reaching every ear. It was the sound of water, not the gentle babble of a brook, but the rush of a cascading current. They had found it. With a sudden surge of spirit, Wang Ming's face illuminated with joy. The group quickened their pace, circumventing a massive rock formation, and before them lay an expansive mountain gorge. A delicate waterfall cascaded down the cliff, its crystal-clear waters spreading into a stream that meandered towards the distant dense woods. The banks of the gorge were adorned with lush vegetation, so vividly green it seemed one could extract water from it, interspersed with a myriad of nameless wildflowers, where bees buzzed and butterflies danced. In the pristine waters, shoals of small fish frolicked joyously, while a few colorful forest birds perched on nearby branches, curiously observing these unexpected guests. This place resembled a secluded paradise, utterly detached from the world. How exquisitely beautiful is this place! Zhao Ziqian exclaimed, utterly astonished. The fatigue and tension from their journey appeared to dissolve in an instant amidst this breathtaking scenery. Lin Yihan's face mirrored his astonishment. She crouched down, gazing at the free-spirited fish, unable to resist dipping her hand into the cool stream. Those two lads from the Bilajai country were not exaggerating. This truly is a treasure. Wang Ming set down his iron spear, approached the stream, and cupped his hands to taste the water, spitting it out afterward. No matter how pure the water appeared, he preferred to boil it first, a principle he staunchly adhered to. This water is remarkably refreshing. Wow. Have Feng Shun and the others found a new home? This place is stunning. With a stable water source, fish, and such lush vegetation, there must be other wildlife around. This is simply a 5-star campsite. They won't be residing here. They're merely seeking resources. Don't be too hasty in your delight. The more idyllic the location, the more likely it is to harbor large predators. Feng Shun. Basic skills, do not underestimate. Qin Feng was not beguiled by the picturesque landscape. He scrutinized the surroundings with care. The terrain was open, bordered by mountains on 3 sides, with only the downstream of the stream offering an exit, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Taking advantage of the fading light, he suggested exploring the area for resources, planning to rest here briefly for the night. Alright, let us not get lost in admiration. Wang Ming, Leng Yu, scan the area for any wildlife. Perhaps we can enhance our dinner tonight. Yihan, lead Dolly to that tree for a rest, give it some water, and gather scattered firewood. Ziqian, see if you can find the wild camellia they mentioned nearby. I'll scout for a suitable spot to set up our sleeping arrangements for the night. Chapter 131. The ancient tea tree returns to the Dragon Kingdom. The enemy's shadow emerges. With the task assignments completed, the group, who had just been lost in the beauty around them, quickly regained their focus and began their respective duties. Come on, Leng Yu, let us gather some ingredients for dinner. Wang Ming hoisted his iron spear, his other hand gripping a crossbow, flashing a grin at Leng Yu. She nodded, checked her quiver, and swiftly followed him. Then I shall go in search of tea leaves. Zhao Ziqian rolled up his sleeves and began to meticulously search along the slopes on either side of the mountain stream. His eyes were wide open, not missing any shrub that remotely resembled a tea tree. Meanwhile, Lin Yihan gently held on to Dolly, leading him to a lush patch of water grass by the stream. Dolly, exhausted from the journey, finally had the chance to rest, wagging his tail contentedly and drinking deeply from the water. As Dolly quenched his thirst, Lin Yihan began to gather dry branches and kindling nearby, preparing to start a fire. The little wolf, Jingjia, followed closely at Lin Yihan's side, occasionally lifting his head to scan the surroundings with his bright, black eyes, embodying the essence of a loyal guardian. Qin Feng circled the open area, noting that it was flanked by mountains on 3 sides, with only one exit. From a defensive standpoint, it was indeed a favorable location. However, the expansive terrain also implied that if they were encircled from above by enemies, they would become easy targets. Nonetheless, a simple overnight rest seemed permissible. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, his masterful environmental awareness suddenly detected a faint trace of smoke mingled with the earthy aromas of soil and foliage, along with an odd scent of some spice. Though the smell was so subtle it was nearly indistinguishable, a sense of vigilance stirred within Qin Feng. His eyes ultimately settled on a concave rock face, resembling a natural eave that could shield against some wind and rain. Below the rock face lay a relatively dry patch of ground, accompanied by several large stones that could serve as natural barriers. This would be the spot. Qin Feng formulated a plan in his mind. He unloaded his supplies from his back, took out an entrenching tool, and began clearing away the rubble and weeds from the ground. The entrenching tool was remarkably agile in his hands, and coupled with his extraordinary physical prowess, soil, stones, and dried leaves were efficiently pushed aside. In just about 10 minutes, a flat surface large enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down on was cleared. He then removed a moisture-proof blanket and dry grass from Dolly's back, laying them on the ground to form a simple yet dry and comfortable campsite. After completing this task, he approached Lin Yihan, who was half kneeling on the ground, focused intently on igniting the dried leaves with a flint stone. Sparks flew continuously, yet the ignited wood shavings quickly extinguished, resulting in only a few wisps of fragile blue smoke, causing fine beads of sweat to form on her smooth forehead. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng squatted beside her and took the flint stone from her hands. He did not ignite the fire immediately. Instead, he compacted the small handful of wood shavings more tightly and adjusted the ventilation structure of the leaf pile. With a sudden spark, flames leapt up instantly. Lin Yihan was taken aback, astonished at how, despite using the same tools and materials, it had become so effortless in his hands. Angle and strength. Qin Feng's voice softly broke the silence, drawing her back from her reverie. As he placed small twigs over the flames, he continued without looking up. The sparks must be concentrated in the most flammable spots. Yours were too dispersed just now. Oh, I'll remember that. Lin Yihan nodded, silently committing the information to memory. While her hands busily added small twigs to the fire, Qin Feng set up the army pot and poured in half a pot of clean water, preparing to boil some hot water. Before long, Wang Ming and Leng Yu returned. Brothers, we're having meat, Wang Ming announced before he even arrived, carrying 2 dusty feathered birds, resembling wild pigeons, in one hand, while the other cautiously cradled a grass nest containing 7 or 8 eggs. What a pity, just these 2 little things. Not enough to fill a gap. He set down his spoils and glanced around, his expression turning serious. Big brother, something feels off. We discovered a dismembered wild deer. The meat is completely gone, clearly cut away by a sharp instrument. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, confirming his earlier intuition. Just then, Zhao Ziqian came tumbling down the hillside, his face a peculiar mix of elation and suspicion. Feng, brother Feng, I found it. I found it. He gasped for breath, tightly clutching a handful of vibrant green leaves. Tea leaves. I discovered wild mountain tea. As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in the global broadcast room. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhao Ziqian has discovered wild ancient tea trees in the rainforest ravine, triggering a 10 million-fold return. 10 million ancient tea trees of the same kind will randomly generate within the Dragon Kingdom. What the heck? It's Zhao Ziqian again. This guy's luck is truly extraordinary. Tea. This is a precious commodity. It invigorates the mind. We, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, practically adore tea. 10 million ancient tea trees. This is fantastic. We'll have a steady tea supply from now on. Ziqian is amazing. Wang Ming clapped Zhao Ziqian on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Well done, kid. You've achieved something great again. However, Zhao Ziqian could not share in the laughter. He caught his breath, his expression turning serious. Brother Feng, something's not right. I only found 3 tea trees on that hillside, and he handed the tea leaves to Qin Feng. Look, the tender buds on these trees have almost all been picked. What's left are just old leaves. The little I have was scraped from the corners. The joyful atmosphere in the ravine instantly froze. Qin Feng took the tea leaves, sniffed them, and examined them closely before rising and darting up the hillside pointed out by Zhao Ziqian. Wang Ming and Leng Yu exchanged glances and immediately followed suit. On the slope stood more than 10 tea trees, each about half a person tall, standing forlornly. The tender green buds on their crowns had been nearly completely harvested, leaving only dark old leaves. Qin Feng crouched down, scrutinizing the fresh cuts on the branches. The incisions were recent, no more than 2 days old. His voice was grave. The harvesting method was quite brutal. He pointed to the soil beside the tea trees. There are footprints here, very chaotic, at least 4 or more people. The scent of smoke, the aroma of spices, the brutally hunted wild deer, the ransacked tea trees, all the clues intertwined in Qin Feng's mind. This paradisiacal place had long been claimed. Rising to his feet, he cast a cold gaze downstream in the ravine. It seems we have intruded upon someone else's territory. Wang Ming spat on the ground and exclaimed, damn it, just when I find a good spot, a whole nest of rats pops up. As he spoke, a sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Brother, could it be that group of Asans that Sun Hao mentioned? The moment the term Asan escaped his lips, everyone recalled Sun Hao's pale, waxy face, ravaged by dysentery and dehydration, along with the scattered remains of their compatriots from Longhua. It's quite possible. Qin Feng replied in a calm voice, devoid of emotion. The timing and numbers all aligned. Returning to the camp, he observed Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian, both visibly tense, and issued a stern command. Everyone, keep your weapons close. Tonight, we must remain vigilant during the watch. His orders were succinct, devoid of any superfluous words. All right. Wang Ming was the first to respond, seizing the 2 unfortunate wild pigeons from the ground, a fierce grin returning to his face. Let's take care of these and make some soup. We need to be well fed to tackle our tasks. His crude words managed to slightly ease the taut nerves of Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian. Though fear lingered, action proved to be the best remedy against it. I'll boil the water. Lin Yihan promptly sprang into action, adding water to the cooking pot. I'll pluck the feathers. Zhao Ziqian hurried over, clumsily grasping a pigeon and starting the process. Chapter 132, Roasted Eggs with Pigeon Soup. Wang Ming handled the wild pigeons with deft precision, plucking feathers and eviscerating them in a fluid motion. In contrast, Zhao Ziqian was rather awkward, pulling out feathers one by one, leaving his hands dusted with gray. Yet, his method was somewhat more meticulous. With a swift motion, Wang Ming chopped the clean pigeons into large pieces and tossed them into the already boiling pot. The water bubbled vigorously, the meat instantly changing color, and a faint aroma of meat mingled with the steam, rising into the air. Tonight, we shall feast on a wild flavor soup. Wang Ming beamed with satisfaction, rummaging through his backpack to retrieve a cloth pouch. He carefully unfolded it layer by layer, revealing coarse salt grains of a grayish-white hue. With a pinch, he ceremoniously sprinkled it into the pot. As the salt met the boiling water, it dissolved instantly, infusing the previously bland meat aroma with vibrant life. Goodness, it smells divine. Zhao Ziqian watched eagerly, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Qin Feng picked up a grass nest set aside, containing 7 or 8 pigeon eggs. He selected one, deftly twisting the knife in his other hand to create a small hole at the larger end of the egg. Hey, brother Qin Feng, what are you doing? Lin Yihan asked, perplexed. Creating a vent. Otherwise, it might explode if thrown directly into the fire. Without waiting for Qin Feng to respond, Leng Yu interjected, mimicking Qin Feng's actions as he took a pigeon egg and tapped it gently to create a small hole. Soon, all the pigeon eggs were prepared. He used a trowel to dig a small pit at the edge of the campfire and carefully buried the punctured pigeon eggs in the searing ashes, leaving just a small portion exposed. The audience in the live stream began to discuss, wow, is this really a technique? I used to just throw the bird eggs directly into the fire. No wonder they exploded. Details. It's all about the details. A walking wilderness textbook. I've learned something new. When we get our chicken and pigeon eggs, I'll do this too, tempting those invaders. Meanwhile, the small wolf, Jingjia, lay quietly at Qin Feng's feet, showing little interest in the meat soup bubbling in the pot. Instead, it was engrossed in gnawing on a piece of charred saber-toothed tiger jerky, the pungent scent causing Wang Ming to instinctively shift his position. Yet Jingjia savored it with delight and, upon finishing, nudged Qin Feng's pant leg with its head. At the same time, several kilometers away in the Waterfall Valley campsite, another bonfire burned quietly. Inside the makeshift shelter, Shenlai handed a warm bowl of meat soup to Sun Hao, who was seated against a pile of hay. Thank you. Sun Hao's voice was still weak, but his complexion had improved significantly. As he accepted the bowl, tears welled in his eyes at the sight of the steaming soup filled with large bones. Brother Shenlai, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Shenlai shook his head, remaining silent. Next to him, the young calf, Dun Dun, snorted, occasionally nudging Shenlai's arm as if urging him to feed at the tender leaves that Lin Yihan had specifically mentioned before leaving. Shenlai grabbed a handful of leaves from a nearby basket and awkwardly offered them to Dun Dun, who devoured them with enthusiasm. Brother Shenlai, do you think Captain Qin Feng and the others will encounter danger? Sun Hao asked anxiously, sipping the meat soup. He couldn't forget the cruelty and greed reflected in the eyes of the team from the neighboring country. Shenlai looked up at the deep night outside the shelter and spoke in a hoarse voice. They will be fine. His tone was calm, yet conveyed an undeniable certainty. Sun Hao paused, then nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He lowered his head and continued sipping the soup. Indeed, the man named Qin Feng exuded a sense of stability that felt as if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens simply by standing there. In the mountain gorge, the aroma of the meat soup began to waft through the air. Qin Feng scooped up a bit of the soup with a spoon, blew on it, and tasted it. The exquisite flavor of the pigeon meat, combined with just the right amount of saltiness, was an unparalleled delight in the darkness of the wilderness. The meat needs to be cooked a bit longer until it's tender. Let's eat something to fill our stomachs first, Qin Feng said, carefully retrieving the buried pigeon eggs from the ashes at the edge of the campfire with his trowel. The shells had turned a deep black from the smoking. He casually picked one up, tapped it against a stone, and broke off a small piece of the shell. A unique fragrance, a blend of charred and egg scents, instantly filled the air. The eggs have completely solidified, presenting an enticing translucent texture, while the yolks within are perfectly runny, their golden hue igniting a fervent appetite. I shall partake first. Wang Meng, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly seized one, flitting his hands back and forth as he exclaimed with each scalding touch. In mere moments, he peeled the shell away without a second glance and stuffed half of it into his mouth. The scalding yolk burst open in his mouth, releasing an intense richness that left him momentarily frozen, his eyes wide with astonishment. He murmured incoherently, his expression a delightful mix of agony and ecstasy, causing Zhao Ziqian to swallow hard. Qin Feng handed a peeled egg to Leng Yu, then delicately sprinkled a few precious grains of salt from his pouch onto the golden yolk for her to taste. Leng Yu accepted it and took a small bite. The salt instantly awakened the yolk's inherent sweetness, a simple yet pure delight that eased her previously taut nerves. Absolutely delectable. What about mine? Zhao Ziqian fretted, scratching his head in impatience. Soon, everyone had a roasted pigeon egg in hand. In the mountain gorge, only the sounds of contented chewing and Wang Meng's muffled praises remained. This is so aromatic. Oh my, I'm starving. I swear, this is the most fragrant roasted egg I have ever encountered. Salt. It's salt. Feng actually sprinkled salt on each egg. That is a rare treasure in the wilderness. Attention to detail. Feng meticulously peeled the eggs for both ladies. I desire such a considerate boyfriend. You're thinking too small. This is called team spirit. After a few pigeon eggs, everyone's stomachs felt settled, and their spirits lifted considerably. At this moment, the meat broth in the cooking pot had fully simmered, its fragrance intensifying. Dinner time. At the command, everyone gathered around. Wang Meng was the first to fill a large bowl, blowing on it twice before slurping it down, his face radiating bliss. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. Lin Yihan sipped her soup delicately, her elegant brows relaxing, while Zhao Ziqian was so engrossed in his meal that he was sweating profusely, hardly able to speak. With a pot of hot soup consumed, they all felt warmth suffuse their bodies, their spirits rejuvenated. Though this mountain gorge was fraught with peril, at this moment, gathered around the campfire, they experienced a long-lost sense of tranquility. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Qin Feng stood up, his gaze sweeping over the group. Tonight, we shall take turns keeping watch. First half, Leng Yu and I. Second half, Wang Meng and Ziqian. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authoritative tone. This is not our camp, and danger could arise at any moment. Everyone must keep their weapons close even while sleeping. Understood. Chapter 133, The Divine Wolf Alert. A single bite awakens Wang Meng. Zhao Ziqian nodded nervously, gripping the crossbow beside him, while Lin Yihan tidied up the leftover bones and scraps, digging a pit to bury them, leaving no trace behind. The night deepened. Wang Meng, Lin Yihan, and Zhao Ziqian were enveloped in thermal blankets, soundly asleep on the flat ground cleared by Qin Feng. The flames of the campfire gradually diminished, leaving only the glowing embers that emitted a faint light. The mountain gorge was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional chirp of unknown insects. Qin Feng and Leng Yu stood vigil on either side of the campsite, their bodies concealed in the shadows of the dark rocks, as time passed slowly. Around midnight, amidst the profound stillness, Qin Feng's ears twitched slightly. His masterfully enhanced auditory perception detected an unsettling sound, a noise that was neither the rustling of leaves in the wind nor the crunch of a beast treading on fallen foliage, but rather a subtle yet distinct creaking sound of shoe soles against gravel. And not just one. He glanced up and exchanged a knowing look with Leng Yu, who, though lacking his acute senses, understood his silent warning. Without hesitation, her hand quietly found the crossbow beside her. Within the makeshift shelter, the little wolf, Jingjia, nestled at Lin Yihan's feet, suddenly twitched its fluffy ears. It abruptly raised its head, emitting a low whine from deep within its throat, its dark eyes glimmering with alertness in the dim light of the embers. Instead of barking, it rose silently, tiptoeing with precision to Wang Meng's side. The wolf first nudged Wang Meng's arm with its nose, and when he merely turned over, it opened its mouth, its still developing milk teeth sinking into the fabric of his pant leg, tugging vigorously backward. Wang Meng jolted awake, his eyes snapping open without a trace of confusion, his long-honed vigilance bringing him instantly to alertness. He quickly noticed Jingzhi's restless behavior and, following its gaze, caught sight of Qin Feng and Leng Yu, now poised for combat in the shadows. Alarmed, Wang Ming's heart sank. Without uttering a word, he reached out and firmly tapped Zhao Ziqian and Lin Yihan on their arms, one on each side. Shoo! They both startled awake, about to vocalize their surprise. But Wang Ming swiftly placed a thick finger to his lips, signaling for silence, his expression more serious than ever. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian instinctively swallowed their words, their hearts racing. Wang Ming offered no explanation, instead gesturing for them to arm themselves while pointing towards Qin Feng and Leng Yu. No further words were necessary. Their understanding was implicit. Zhao Ziqian grasped his crossbow, while Lin Yihan clutched her weapon tightly, her face pale, yet her gaze resolute. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, and at the entrance of the gorge below, an impenetrable darkness loomed, where 7 shadowy figures emerged, like specters seeping from ink, silently materializing at the edge of the tree line. They moved with a practiced stealth characteristic of those accustomed to traversing the shadows, conversing in hushed tones as they advanced. At the forefront was a notably imposing figure, a man adorned with a necklace of beast teeth and wielding a curved blade that glinted ominously in the sporadic shafts of light. This was Sanj, the leader of the squad. Something felt amiss. Sanj halted, inhaling deeply, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. The scent of smoke lingered, fresh and unmistakable. A tall, lean member of the group approached him, inquiring, "Boss, could it be those escaping Dragon Country men have found their way here?" "Impossible," Sanj dismissed firmly. "Some among them fell victim to my poisoned arrows. Even if they survived, they would be incapacitated by now. Furthermore, we discovered this place first. They could not possibly know of it." Another team member, his voice laced with greed, suggested, "Regardless of who they are, anyone daring to intrude upon our territory deserves death. Look, brother, they have cattle, perhaps even women." "Silence," Sanj snapped, impatience flaring in his gaze. He gestured for the others to spread out, forming a semicircular encirclement as they stealthily approached the flickering light. Unbeknownst to them, their every movement was laid bare to a pair of watchful eyes. In the shadows of the rocks, Qin Feng melded with the darkness, his masterful environmental awareness fully engaged. 7 moving heat sources coalesced in his mind, creating a precise dynamic map. A glance behind revealed that his companions had awakened, alert and ready. He had witnessed the moment when the sudden disturbance roused them, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. This small creature's hearing was far beyond that of an ordinary wolf cub. It was evident that the flesh and blood of the purifying beast had endowed it with benefits far greater than he had anticipated. Chapter 134. Poisoned Arrows, a no-tolerance deadlock. At that moment, his teammates had silently taken their positions, concealed in readiness for action. Wang Ming and Zhao Ziqian formed a duo, hidden behind a massive rock, their eyes glinting with cold light. Lin Yihan nestled closely beside Leng Yu, crouched within a slightly elevated thicket, gripping a crossbow tightly with her small face set in determination, revealing no trace of hesitation. All eyes were fixated on the 7 dark figures congregating around a long-abandoned campfire downstream. A subtle smile lifted the corners of Qin Feng's mouth in the obscurity, unnoticed by any. He slowly raised his hand, signaling to Wang Ming and the others with a simple tactical gesture. "Prepare." Wang Ming inhaled deeply, aiming the crossbow's mechanism at a shadow approaching from the left flank. Zhao Ziqian, his palms slick with sweat from anxiety, nevertheless steadied his aim on another target. Leng Yu had already locked onto Sanj, her finger poised gently on the cold trigger of her shotgun. As Sanj and his companions drew nearer, they could discern the flickering campfire and the surrounding thermal blankets. Act swiftly. A glint of cruel delight flashed in Sanj's eyes as he issued the command in a hushed tone. The archers behind him immediately drew their bowstrings taut. Yet, just as they were poised to release their arrows, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the unexpected shadows, a barrage more rapid, dense, and lethal than their own. It was not merely the sound of a few crossbows being fired, but the resounding flight of dozens of bolts tearing through the air. Sanj's pupils dilated in terror as he beheld, from the dark, countless glimmers of cold light piercing the night, forming an intersecting net of firepower descending upon their group of 7. In that instant, a singular thought consumed his mind. Are we surrounded? Run. However, it was too late. Just as Sanj's words fell, several of his companions emitted wretched cries. One of the players on the far left, feeling as if stung by a scorpion, looked down to see 5 or 6 gaping wounds blooming on his chest and thigh. His scream barely escaped his lips before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The repeating crossbows wielded by Qin Feng's team, enhanced by his masterful forging skills, boasted a rate of fire and stability that far surpassed any handcrafted weapon in the wilderness. Another teammate instinctively raised his wooden bow in a futile attempt to block the onslaught, but Wang Ming, lurking in the shadows, grinned maliciously, having targeted the most responsive one. With a crack, a cluster of 10 bolts shattered the wooden bow into splinters. The remaining projectiles, undeterred, pierced through his neck and shoulder in a pattern resembling a character. Hot blood erupting like a fountain. Clutching his throat, he could only emit a rasping gasp, his eyes wide with incomprehensible terror. Sanj reacted swiftly. Upon witnessing his companion struck, he hurled himself toward a massive rock. The sound of 2 bolts whizzed perilously close, the gust brushing against his back, sending chills racing down his spine. He disregarded the danger, scrambling behind the rock, heart racing in a frantic rhythm. What just transpired? That sound was not the singular release of arrows. It resembled the simultaneous firing of at least a dozen projectiles from the darkness. How many were there? 4 or 5? No, at least a dozen. Sanj's mind buzzed. overwhelmed by confusion. How could a military force be concealed within this rainforest? The earlier volley of arrows was dense, swift, and deadly, far beyond what a mere handful of individuals could unleash. His own 7-person team was already considered a formidable force within this jungle, yet against the recent assault, they were akin to fragile chicks charging against an iron wall, utterly powerless. Get down. Find cover, Sand shouted, pressing his back against the cold stone, urging the few remaining survivors. Including him, the team of 7 suffered a devastating blow in their initial encounter, with 3 members falling immediately. Among the remaining 4, only he emerged unscathed, while the others bore wounds. It was over. They were encircled. This was the collective sentiment of the surviving players. They needed to retaliate. They fired into the darkness flanking the flickering flames, seeking to suppress their unseen foes. Sanjeet forced himself to remain calm, acutely aware that succumbing to this unknown terror would seal their fate. He swiftly drew his bow and unleashed an arrow into the obscurity, yet it vanished without a sound, swallowed by the night. The 3 surviving subordinates, upon hearing their leader's command, decisively retrieved arrows from their quivers, taking cover behind trees and firing in the direction from which they remembered the arrows had come. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows sliced through the night air. One disappeared into the void, while the other thudded against a tree trunk 3 meters from where Wang Meng was concealed, the fletching still quivering. Damn it, Wang Meng muttered under his breath, realizing that had the arrow been aimed just a fraction differently, it would have struck him squarely in the forehead. Just as he considered peeking out to retaliate, Qin Feng's calm voice resonated through the darkness. Everyone stay still, don't expose yourselves. Qin Feng remained motionless in the shadows, his gaze fixed intently on the arrow embedded in the tree trunk. The arrowhead exhibited an unusual hue, shimmering with a greasy, dark blue sheen under the faint firelight. Qin Feng's pupils narrowed slightly as he signaled to the cold moon behind him to remain vigilant. He lowered his body, pressed against the ground, and swiftly approached the tree. Rather than touching it with his bare hands, he carefully pried the arrow from the trunk using the spine of his dagger. A soft clink resounded as the arrow fell to the ground, and Qin Feng deftly used the tip of his dagger to lift it before retreating back to cover. Wang Meng and Zhao Ziqian, intrigued, leaned closer. Illuminated by the remnants of the campfire, the peculiarities of the arrowhead became even more apparent. The glint was not merely metal, but a thick, tar-like black substance coating it. A faint, unsettling odor, reminiscent of bitter almonds mixed with decaying plant matter, wafted through the air. What is this? Did they smear excrement on the arrow? Wang Meng wrinkled his nose in disgust. Qin Feng said nothing, but from a short distance, he cautiously inhaled the scent. It was unmistakable. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge in advanced herbalism flashed through his mind. Strychnine, a potent neurotoxin that induces violent muscle spasms and, ultimately, asphyxiation within a brief period. The substance smeared on this arrowhead was a crude, yet lethal concoction of poison. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy as he glanced at Wang Meng, who was still eager to examine the arrow. His voice, devoid of warmth, conveyed the severity of the situation. The arrow is laced with a deadly toxin. Qin Feng delicately scraped a minuscule amount of black viscous substance from the arrowhead using the tip of his dagger. With a gentle stroke on the stone, he identified it as strychnine, a potent neurotoxin. A mere scratch would spell doom within minutes, beyond even divine intervention. How ruthless. We must acquire some of this next time. The blood drained from Wang Meng's face, and he instinctively glanced at the spot where he had just peered out, then shifted his gaze to the arrow glinting ominously in the firelight, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. These scoundrels have poisoned their arrows. This is outrageous. Poison arrows. These tricksters are truly devious. Feng's keen observation is remarkable. This is the power of knowledge. We are in dire straits. Encountering such poisoned arrows means we cannot afford the slightest injury. Indeed, it has become a no-margin-for-error predicament. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating a new strategy. His original plan involved utilizing the firepower of the crossbow to suppress the enemy while relying on the protection of his crocodile leather armor to charge forward. However, it was evident that the plan must change. The consequences of being grazed by such poisoned arrows were unthinkable. This battle was one in which they could not sustain any harm. Everyone, pay attention. Qin Feng lowered his voice to convey vital information to his teammates. The enemy's arrows are laced with deadly poison. Even a minor scratch could be fatal. I repeat, their arrows are poisoned. Lin Yihan found her position relatively secure. Yet the phrase about the deadly consequences of a mere scratch echoed relentlessly in her mind. Her hands trembled uncontrollably around the crossbow, her fingertips icy. Just as fear threatened to engulf her, a solid, cold hand suddenly pressed on her shoulder. It was Lung Yu. Without uttering a word, the steady strength emanating from that hand effectively dispelled Lin Yihan's panic. Her trembling subsided as she turned to face Lung Yu. In the dappled moonlight, the profile of this female Special Forces soldier appeared as unyielding as iron, her gaze fiercely fixed on the direction from which the enemy might emerge. Do not lose focus. Lung Yu whispered in a low voice, close to her ear. They dare not charge. They can only launch surprise attacks. Keep your eyes locked on that fan-shaped area before you. Within 30 meters, any movement, shoot without hesitation. Empty your crossbow. This was not mere reassurance. It was a command. A tactical directive. I understand. Lin Yihan inhaled sharply, then exhaled slowly, forcing herself to regain composure. She gripped the crossbow tightly once more, her gaze piercing into the darkness. Though fear lingered, it was now accompanied by a fierce determination born from desperation. Though Qin Feng's voice was soft, in the stillness of the mountain ravine, it resonated like a guiding beacon. Behind the rocks, Sang Jia's ears perked up suddenly, a cruel smirk flashing in his eyes. He had heard it. The enemy commander's position lay in that direction. Swiftly, he drew a poisoned arrow from his quiver and knocked it to the bowstring. Honing in on the sound to ascertain the location, a skill honed through countless hunts, he was filled with absolute confidence. This arrow would surely claim the life of the enemy leader. However, unbeknownst to him, at the very moment his words fell, Qin Feng's body had already set into motion. Without the slightest hesitation, he glided like a shadow merging with the night, silently shifting 3 or 4 meters to the side, taking refuge in the shadow of another rock. Die! Sang Jie growled, releasing his grip. Whoosh! The resonant twang of the bowstring had yet to dissipate when the arrow, laced with the lethal poison of strychnine, transformed into a deadly black streak, tearing through the veil of night. He could almost envision the scene in the next heartbeat, the arrow piercing through the skull. The captain of the Dragon Kingdom collapsing without even a scream escaping his lips. He held absolute confidence in his auditory localization skills. Clang! A piercing sound of metal striking stone erupted suddenly. It was not the dull thud of a blade meeting flesh, but rather the sharp ring of the arrowhead colliding violently with the hard rock. A dazzling spray of sparks erupted in the darkness, perfectly impaling the spot he had anticipated. Not a fraction off. Behind the rock, Sang Jie's sinister grin instantly froze, the pride and cruelty in his eyes replaced by an overwhelming astonishment. Empty. How could it be empty? He strained his ears, listening intently. No scream, no sound of a body hitting the ground, not even a muffled groan of injury. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Only the wind rustled through the trees, mocking his failure mercilessly. Impossible. His ears could never be mistaken. It was as if the figure had vanished into thin air. Was it a ghost? A chill surged up Sang Jie's spine, making his scalp tingle. Wow. This fellow has some skills. What good is that? Feng Shun has already moved. I swear I saw it. He made his move right after speaking. That arrow missed. He predicted his opponent's prediction. Is he even human? His battle awareness is extraordinary. So impressive. Truly impressive. To kill and to instill fear. That captain from the Dragon Kingdom must be utterly bewildered now. In the darkness, Wang Ming couldn't help but curse softly. Damn. That fellow does have some talent. Brother. Are you alright? Chapter 135, Zero Tolerance? Jingzhi declares, I shall break the deadlock. I'm fine. Qin Feng's voice emerged from the shadows on the other side as he waved a hand, signaling Wang Ming to refrain from acting impulsively. Behind the rock, Sang Jie was engulfed by shock far greater than his anger. He was acutely aware of the precision of his shot, aimed directly at the source of the sound. Yet his opponent had seemingly vanished as if foreseeing his intention. It felt akin to striking a fist into cotton, leaving him both immensely frustrated and profoundly afraid. This Dragon Kingdom individual was no simple foe. Suppressing the tumult in his heart, Sang Jie's eyes darted, a plan forming in his mind. He resolved to use words to disrupt his opponent's focus, creating an opportunity for himself. Shielded behind the rock, he bellowed in clumsy Dragon Kingdom dialect. Hey, you there? Dragon Kingdom warrior. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Why are you hiding like a turtle? Do you not wish to know where your companions currently reside? Allow me to enlighten you. One of them may have met their demise, inadvertently tumbling down the mountainside while we pursued him. Another, struck by my poisoned arrow, is likely nothing more than a feast for the beasts of the forest by now. Ha! As he laughed maniacally, he discreetly gestured to the remaining 3 subordinates, signaling them to crawl forward from the sides towards Qin Feng's position. In a hushed tone, he instructed them in his native tongue, I will draw their attention here while you approach from both sides. When the opportunity arises, release the poisoned arrows. I will cover for you. A glint of ferocity flickered in the eyes of the 3 operatives as they nodded solemnly. Like geckos, they adhered closely to the ground, utilizing the cover of night and the underbrush to stealthily advance towards their flanks. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Sang Jie's mouth. While he professed to provide cover, his mind was concocting a different strategy. The firepower of these Dragon Kingdom individuals was overwhelming, and their commander was as cunning as a seasoned fox. A head-on confrontation would yield no victory, had it not been for the fear of his poisoned arrows. They would have charged long ago. Once his subordinates drew the enemy's fire, it would be the optimal moment for his escape. As for the lives of his subordinates, they were merely of low caste. In this accursed wilderness, his own survival was paramount. Damn it! Wang Ming, upon hearing Sang Jie's taunts, felt his eyes redden with fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands trembling around the crossbow, teeth grinding audibly. Were it not for Qin Feng's prior command, he would have already charged out. Beside him, Zhao Ziqian wore a similarly grim expression, his lips pressed tightly together. Memories of Sun Hao's frail state and the many missing compatriots flooded his mind, stirring a tumult of rage and helplessness within him. Yet he steadfastly recalled Qin Feng's words, remaining motionless, clutching his crossbow tighter. Even Lin Yihan, who had been protected by everyone, now gripped her crossbow firmly, slightly leaning forward, ready to shoot at any moment. She understood that fear would resolve nothing. Only the weapon in her hands could safeguard herself and her comrades. Damn, this rascal is deliberately provoking us. Mingo, don't lose your cool. Feng Shun will surely have a plan. That bastard, when he falls into Feng Shun's hands. Let us see how he meets his end. Silence. Watch how Feng Shun operates. I believe in him. The live stream's comments erupted instantaneously, the fury of the Dragon Kingdom audience nearly bursting through the screen. However, the focal point of everyone's attention, Qin Feng, remained utterly still. Each of Sang Jie's provocations fell on deaf ears. His focus lay not on Sang Jie's derision, within the masterful awareness of his environment. The movements around him were vividly clear in his mind. Three dim heat sources were inching towards their location, creeping along the ground at a painfully slow pace. An ambush? In the depths of his contemplation, Qin Feng pondered whether his adversary would resort to such trivial tactics, or if there lay a more profound intention behind them. At that moment, on the dynamic map within his mind, the heat source representing Songjia momentarily feigned a standstill before it began to retreat slowly. Strikingly, the direction of its movement was not towards his subordinates, but rather towards the exit of the mountain gorge. Indeed, Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. In an instant, the entirety of Songjia's elaborate scheme crystallized in his mind. This scoundrel, he provoked with words to draw everyone's attention, while simultaneously deploying his subordinates to flank from both sides, creating a facade of a full-on assault. Yet, his true intent was to use these three subordinates as expendable pawns, mere obstacles to buy him time for his escape. A ruthless and decisive tactic. Qin Feng quickly recognized himself ensnared in a predicament. If he ordered concentrated fire on the three crawling ambushers now, the moment their firepower was revealed, Songjia would undoubtedly hasten his flight, and by the time they dealt with those three, Songjia would have vanished without a trace. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountain bears dire consequences, especially when facing an enemy skilled in poison. However, if he diverted personnel to pursue Songjia, they would have to traverse the firepower blockade of the three ambushers, moving swiftly through the darkness, with no guarantee of avoiding the poisoned arrows that could strike them. This was a battle with zero tolerance for error. Even the slightest misstep could result in casualties. For the first time in battle, Qin Feng's brow furrowed tightly. Time slipped away, second by second. The three heat sources drew ever closer, while Songjia's heat source gradually distanced itself from the optimal range of the crossbow. What to do? Just as Qin Feng's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of various strategies, he felt a gentle tug at the hem of his trousers. He looked down to meet a pair of remarkably bright eyes shimmering in the darkness. It was Jingjia. The little wolf cub had somehow crept over, making no sound, merely tugging at Qin Feng's pant leg with its still developing milk teeth. It released its grip, raised its small head, and bared its teeth at the two crawling competitors to the left, nostrils flaring as if detecting an unpleasant scent. Then, it gazed up at Qin Feng, its dark eyes devoid of any naivety typical of a cub, instead reflecting urgency and insistence. It extended its tongue to lick its nose, its tail wagging rapidly behind it. A sudden realization surged within Qin Feng. He observed Jingjia's warning snarl followed by its urgent gaze, and a bold thought raced through his mind. The purification beast had endowed Jingjia with growth and strength surpassing that of an ordinary wolf, so perhaps its senses, particularly smell and hearing, had also been terrifyingly enhanced. Could it be that Jingjia had sensed another enemy preparing to escape outside? The deadlock was instantaneously revitalized. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth, unnoticed in the darkness, finally curled upward slightly. Jingjia, it is time to rely on you. He extended his hand, gently caressing the fluffy head of Jingjia, before leaning down so that his lips nearly brushed against Jingjia's ear. Go, bite those few pests, and then pursue the fleeing ones. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the three figures crawling forward, his finger lightly tapping Jingjia's back, and then pointing towards the direction in which Songjia had escaped. A low, suppressed whimper of excitement escaped Jingjia's throat, as if it understood the command. In the next moment, it transformed into a sleek silhouette, nearly merging with the darkness of the night, sprinting towards the crawling figures with astonishing speed. It weaved through the shadows of the grass and rocks, producing no sound, perfectly blending into the night. On the left side of the ravine, two competitors were intently crawling forward, their movements professional, utilizing every dip and patch of vegetation for cover. Their bodies almost entirely pressed to the ground, writhing like two serpents in search of prey. They were less than 15 meters away from the hiding place of Wang Ming and Zhao Ziqian. Just as one of them peeked out, preparing to scout the next point of movement, a shadow suddenly lunged from the grass beside him without warning. A short, sharp scream shattered the tranquility of the ravine. The competitor felt a searing pain in his wrist, as if a hot iron clamp had gripped him tightly. He turned in horror to see a pitch-black wolf cub, eyes fierce, sinking its sharp teeth into his wrist. Blood gushed forth, and the agony rendered his mind blank. Instinctively, he flailed his other hand in a desperate attempt to shake off the wretched creature. However, Jingjia, having successfully struck, did not engage in a struggle. It violently shook its head, tearing an even deeper wound into the opponent's wrist. Then, it released its grip and nimbly leaped back, disappearing into the shadows. The entire process fluid and swift as lightning. Chapter 136. Who says women are inferior to men? Something's here. Be careful. Another companion, startled by the sudden turn of events, was paralyzed with fear. He could no longer remain hidden, springing up from the ground with his bow drawn, scanning the surroundings in terror. The competitor with the bitten wrist also scrambled to his feet, his face twisted in agony as he gazed at his blood-soaked wrist. A mix of fury and fear surging within him as he cursed wildly in his native tongue. Meanwhile, the competitor who had been advancing alone on the right, hearing his companion scream, assumed the ambush had begun. He immediately rose from behind the tree, drawing his bow. The three concealed competitors were exposed to the gaze of Qin Feng's team by Jingjia's commotion. Now, Qin Feng's cold voice, akin to the whisper of death, echoed in everyone's ears. Attack! Wang Ming, already ablaze with rage, let out a suppressed roar at the moment he received the command. He suddenly emerged from behind the rock, his crossbow already locked onto the target. Die! A piercing sound of strings tore through the air, as a deadly fan of 4 crossbow bolts instantaneously enveloped the injured contestant from India. He barely had time to react. The bolts pierced his chest, abdomen, and thigh, transforming him into a gory vessel. erupting in a spray of crimson, falling backward without even a gasp. Meanwhile, the lone Indian contestant, startled by his comrade's anguished cry, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Just as he emerged from the underbrush, preparing to flee, he caught sight of a gaunt silhouette in the darkness. Raising a crossbow, it was Zhao Ziqian. His face flickered in the firelight, lips quivering, fingers tightening around the crossbow until the knuckles turned pale. This was the first time he faced a living target so clearly and directly. His mind was a whirlpool of chaos, a cacophony of Sanjia's taunts and the gruesome fate of his compatriot. Die! Zhao Ziqian roared, as if to expel every ounce of fear and fury from within. He pulled the trigger. 5 or 6 bolts whistled forth, nearly all finding their mark between the chest and abdomen of the Indian contestant, the largest target. It struck with tremendous force, folding his body backward, crashing to the ground, and even bouncing slightly upon impact, his body twitching twice before falling silent. Wow. Old Zhao is impressive. Finally showing some guts. Is this your first kill? Just let it out. This is what it means to be a man. Brilliant. That counterattack was magnificent. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the ambushers had fallen. Only one remained, the Indian contestant who had been bitten by the viper. He watched in disbelief as his comrades were turned into a sieve in an instant, an uncontrollable stench of fear emanating from his trousers. He felt a surge of despair. They had always been the hunters, never the hunted. Where had he seen such a scene, such weaponry? He turned to flee into the darkness. Lung Yu glanced at Lin Yihan, who also held a crossbow but trembled slightly. He has run away. Next time he may strike while we sleep, shooting poison arrows into your neck. Lung Yu's emotionless voice pierced Lin Yihan's ears, freezing her in place. She watched the retreating figure, recalling Qin Feng repeatedly placing himself in front of everyone, and the memory of her own near collapse after her first kill with a handgun flooded her mind. She no longer wished to be the one who could only scream and be protected. The fleeing Indian contestant glanced back, madness etched across his face. Now was the moment. Lin Yihan's final shred of hesitation was replaced by resolve. She averted her gaze from his face, focusing intently on his back, steadying her breath as Lung Yu had taught her. She clenched her jaw, suppressing all fear and trembling in her finger poised on the trigger. There was no scream, only a low growl escaping from between her teeth. Buzz. The remaining 7 or 8 crossbow bolts from the repeating crossbow were unleashed in a torrent. The landing points of the arrows appeared somewhat scattered, yet ultimately, more than half struck their mark. The player from the opposing team let out a brief, anguished cry, staggering before collapsing heavily to the ground, his back bristling with arrows like a hedgehog. Lin Yihan, completely drained, slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Her forehead slick with cold sweat, her hand gripping the crossbow, trembling uncontrollably. Well done. Cold Moon's icy voice cut through the air, revealing that she had approached Lin Yihan unnoticed, bending down to retrieve the now empty crossbow. This is the second time. Your hands still shake, and you seem so tense. Lin Yihan looked up, meeting Cold Moon's calm, unwavering gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. However, your aim was satisfactory this time. Cold Moon assessed the crossbow, adding coolly, next time, remember to shoot in bursts. Don't empty the entire magazine at once. Was that a compliment? Lin Yihan stared blankly at Cold Moon, managing a smile that was more grotesque than tears on her pale face. I understand, Sister Cold Moon. Wow, Goddess Yihan is incredible. That is her second kill. Haha. Though the stance was awkward, the outcome was splendid. Well done. Lord Cold Moon's method of consolation is so hardcore. I shall dub it the Steel Strong. Direct, girl style of comfort. Did you all notice? This was a team battle, not just Feng Shen showcase. This team is evolving at an astonishing pace. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, viewers first erupted in cheers for this overwhelming victory, only to find themselves simultaneously amused and bewildered by Cold Moon's unique form of consolation. On the battlefield, 3 ambushers were eradicated in less than 10 seconds. Chapter 137. All Villains. Copper-headed and iron-boned. Wang Ming. Qin Feng's voice resonated from the shadows, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Zhao Ziqian leaned against a rock, his chest rising and falling violently, yet his hands clutched the crossbow with unwavering determination, showing no sign of slackening. This youth, typically bookish, seemed to have shattered something within him with that shout, while something new quietly began to take shape. Excellent. At least he had the courage to kill. Qin Feng's attention shifted once more, landing on Lin Yihan, who had risen from the ground, sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to her skin, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. However, her gaze had sharpened considerably. He glanced at the opposing player, now writhing in pain on the ground, pierced like a porcupine by Lin Yihan's arrows. Make sure to inquire about Sun Hao and the others' whereabouts and their injuries. Understood. Wang Ming replied with a sinister grin, cracking his knuckles loudly as he strode purposefully over, relishing the opportunity to interrogate. Zhao Ziqian observed the fierce silhouette of Wang Ming and could not help but shudder. However, he staggered to his feet and followed closely behind. Qin Feng, no longer preoccupied with this side, rose with a piercing gaze directed towards the direction in which Sang Jia had fled. The dark streak of motion had long since vanished at the mouth of the ravine. Go. Qin Feng's voice was low. Lung Yu bent down, calmly collecting the crossbow bolts strewn across the ground, and replied, I will handle this. A mere exchange of glances spoke volumes more than words could convey. Qin Feng ceased his chatter, grasped the repeating crossbow at his side, and in an instant, transformed into a fleeting shadow, silently merging with the profound darkness of the night ahead. He had to give chase. That leader named Sang Jia was cunning, ruthless, and adept in the use of poison. Allowing such a person to lurk in the shadows posed a tremendous threat to the entire team. Within the ravine, Wang Ming approached the Indian contestant. stepping firmly on his back before squatting down to violently pry open the man's jaw. Tell me everything about your encounter with our Dragon Country people from start to finish. A piercing scream was about to shatter the recently restored tranquility of the ravine once more. Meanwhile, Sang Jie, having heard the cries, wore a sinister and triumphant smile upon his face. Those three fools had finally served their last purpose. He could almost envision the Dragon Country individuals dealing with his subordinates or scavenging for spoils, utterly oblivious to his own escape. As long as he could break free from this ravine and plunge into the vast rainforest, the sky would be the limit. His heart brimmed with gratitude for surviving the ordeal and dreams for the future. He dared not pause. Sprinting desperately through the pitch-black woods until his legs felt as though they were filled with lead, his lungs ablaze with pain. Only when the screams behind him faded completely into the wind did he collapse beneath a large tree. Leaning against the trunk, he gasped for breath. And upon confirming the surrounding silence, a smug grin reappeared on his face. Safe at last, he retrieved a piece of dried meat from his backpack and took a hearty bite, filled with derision. Ridiculous Dragon Country people. They possess formidable weapons. Yet their intellect falls short. Just a bunch of brutes. As he reveled in the peace following his narrow escape, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Sang Jie's smile froze, his body tensing sharply. He swiftly grasped his bow, knocking a poisoned arrow, and aimed it with precision toward the source of the noise. The underbrush swayed, and a dark figure slowly emerged. Illuminated by the sparse moonlight, Sang Jie discerned that it was a completely black wolf. Seemingly young and not yet fully grown. The tension in his body relaxed instantly, replaced by a profound disdain and scorn. What a wretched mutt. You must be unfortunate to cross paths with me. Rather than lowering his bow, a flicker of ferocity ignited in his eyes. You stray from heaven's path? Perfect. I'm quite hungry. I'll roast you and feast upon you. He had just been beaten by that group of Dragon Country individuals, his fury boiling within him with no outlet for release. Now he found the perfect target in this ignorant little beast. Moreover, in this perilous rainforest, any living creature could serve as sustenance. Without a moment's hesitation, his arm muscles tensed, the bowstring drawn taut like a crescent moon. The poisoned arrowhead meticulously aimed at the pup's skull. Die! With a swift motion, the bowstring vibrated, the venomous arrow slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, racing towards its unsuspecting target. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Sang Jie's lips, as he envisioned the moment the arrow pierced the creature's brain, leaving it writhing in agony on the ground. However, just as the poisoned arrow was on the brink of striking, the seemingly ordinary wolf pup shifted its body in a manner utterly defying logic, sidestepping effortlessly by half a step. Its movement was as graceful as a leaf dancing in the wind, without a hint of forewarning. Thud! The lethal arrow grazed its fur, embedding itself into a sturdy tree behind it. The pup landed softly on the ground, lifting its head to reveal eyes that shone astonishingly bright in the darkness. Calmly gazing at Sang Jie, devoid of fear or retreat, as if observing an inanimate object. Sang Jie's hand, still clutching the bow, froze in midair. What just happened? His eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing uncontrollably. Was that merely an illusion? His shot had been swift, accurate, and lethal. Even a fully grown cheetah would have been unable to evade it at such close range. Yet this little creature had dodged it effortlessly. A chill swept over Sang Jie, realizing that this wolf was no ordinary beast. In the midst of his astonishment, the pup sprang into action. A woo! Sang Jie barely registered the blur before him, as the dark figure seemed to vanish from its position in an instant. A streak of black lightning, accompanied by the scent of blood, charged towards him with terrifying speed. What in the world? Sang Jie's pupils contracted to pinpoints. He had no time to react. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the forest. Sang Jie felt an excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, as if his bones were being crushed. He glanced down in horror to find the black wolf pup, which he had dismissed as a mere wild dog, clamped onto his wrist with teeth so sharp they seemed to defy reality. Its ivory fangs pressed perilously close to his bone. Blood gushed forth, like a torrential flood, instantly staining his sleeve crimson. Release me, you beast. The searing pain was swiftly eclipsed by an overwhelming fury. Sang Jie's left hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging on the back of his hand, summoning all his strength to deliver a powerful blow to the pup's skull. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and Sang Jie felt as though his fist had struck a hardened iron mass. A piercing pain shot through his fingers, yet the pup's head did not even flinch. Damn it! Sang Jie refused to be deterred, unleashing another furious assault, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 He unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 punches, each fueled by his utmost strength, yet the outcome remained unchanged. With a head as hard as copper and bones as tough as iron, the creature known as Jingjia, having been augmented by the blood and flesh of purified beasts, was impervious to his assault. Sang Jie's fist shattered his knuckles, blood gushing forth, yet Jingjia remained steadfast, clenching its jaws without yielding an inch. This meager force was trivial against Jingjia. However, the affront provoked it to a furious rage. A deep, suppressed growl, replete with brutal malice, erupted from the depths of Jingjia's throat. Its body began to thrash violently, shaking its head with wild abandon. The terrifying force of its tearing strength was beyond the capacity of any human to withstand. Crack! Sang Jie distinctly heard the brittle sound of his wrist bone being violently dislocated. No, no. He watched helplessly as each shake of Jingjia's head tore deeper into the flesh of his wrist. Finally, with a sickening thud accompanied by the sound of flesh being violently ripped apart, Jingjia leaped backward. A sizable chunk of flesh, streaked with sinew and blood, was mercilessly torn from his wrist. At that moment, a horrifying gash, deep enough to reveal bone, marred Sangjia's right wrist. Yet, what truly sent chills down his spine was yet to come. Jingjia, clutching the piece of his flesh in its jaws, did not swallow it. Instead, it disdainfully spat it onto the ground as if it were something vile and repugnant. Simultaneously, Qin Feng, who was stealthily tracing the trail in the darkness, abruptly halted. His ears perked up, capturing the distant, familiar growl. It was Jingjia. A cold smile slowly spread across Qin Feng's face. It appeared the prey had been ensnared. The discarded piece of flesh on the ground struck Sangjia like a silent slap, a harsh reminder of his humiliation. The shame was far more potent than the searing pain in his wrist, overwhelming all rational thought. He was Sangjia, an elite who had led his team to slaughter other competitors. Now, he found himself so thoroughly humiliated by a mere beast. I shall kill you. Kill you, Sangjia screamed, frantically groping the ground with his left hand, seizing a stone, and using the last vestiges of his strength to leap from the ground, recklessly charging at Jingjia. However, just as he steadied himself, a shadow collided with him from the side. It was not heavy, yet it struck precisely at the bend of his knee. Thud! Sangjia's legs buckled, and he fell once more to the ground, losing 2 front teeth in the process. He lifted his head, and there was Jingjia, squatting not far away, tilting its head as if observing a wriggling insect. Sangjia was driven to madness. He scrambled to his feet and charged again. Jingjia merely changed direction and collided once more, again and again, each impact forcing Sangjia to exert every ounce of his strength. Yet each time he fell more brutally than before. The wound on his wrist continuously scraped against the ground, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. The excruciating pain nearly rendered him unconscious. He surrendered, collapsing onto the earth, gasping for breath, saliva mixed with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The fierce glint in his eyes was utterly replaced by a consuming despair. He lay still, and so did Jingjia, quietly lurking like a diligent jailer. At that moment, footsteps approached, measured and unhurried. With great effort, Sangjia lifted his head and beheld a figure emerging from the shadows. Illuminated by the moonlight that defined his handsome features, it was the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the carnage strewn across the ground before settling on Sangjia, devoid of any emotion. You, Sangjia croaked out a raspy syllable, yearning for mercy, yet found himself at a loss for words. Before this man, all speech seemed futile. Qin Feng ignored him, instead kneeling beside Jingjia and gently stroking its bloodstained head. Well done. Jingjia squinted in pleasure, emitting a contented gurgle, nuzzling Qin Feng's palm. A stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. Having appeased his loyal companion, Qin Feng rose and casually tore a resilient vine from a nearby tree. He approached Sangjia, not sparing a glance at his despairing visage, and swiftly secured a firm knot around his uninjured ankle. Completing his task, Qin Feng turned and walked away, disregarding the muffled groans and cries of pain that followed. The vine tightened, a tremendous force pulling Sangjia along, scraping against the uneven forest floor. Sharp stones lacerated his back, while vicious thorns tore through his clothing and pierced his flesh. Initially, he attempted to resist, yet each struggle only deepened his wounds and intensified his agony. Thus, he was dragged like a lifeless dog toward the ravine from which he had barely escaped. Upon returning to the camp by the ravine, flames had rekindled. As soon as Wang Meng spotted Qin Feng dragging a barely conscious figure behind him, accompanied by the imposing Jingjia, he rushed forward. Good dog. Your pain was not in vain. He attempted to embrace Jingjia, only to be rejected disdainfully. You are the dog, Jingjia retorted. Undeterred, Wang Meng pivoted and kicked Sangjia behind the knees, forcing him to kneel before turning to Qin Feng. Brother, that guy cracked easily. I broke 2 of his fingers. And he spilled everything. A spineless coward. His expression darkened. Among our people, besides Sun Hao, his squad still has 3 left. Wang Meng's voice faltered, and he struck a nearby tree trunk with a heavy fist, producing a resounding thud. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on Sangjia, his voice devoid of warmth. What are the casualties? One brother was struck by a poisoned arrow from that rabble. Though he managed to escape, it's possible. He paused, his eyes reddening. A man who bled on the battlefield without shedding tears now conveyed an unmistakable sense of helplessness in his tone. This implies that a compatriot from the Dragon Country may have perished. Qin Feng's gaze turned 3 degrees colder. What about the others? One more has carelessly tumbled down the slope. Damn it. We do not even know if they are alive or dead. Wang Meng gritted his teeth, while Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly, listening intently without interjecting. Taking a deep breath, Wang Meng's chest heaved violently. He suddenly turned, seizing Sangjia by the hair, lifting his bloodied and terrified face towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, the most despicable ones are these beasts. They have returned here with the intent to capture our female compatriot. They want to take her alive. Wang Meng's spittle sprayed onto Sangjia's face as he continued, alive, to be offered to those from the Lighthouse Nation. In the flickering light, Sangjia's eyes brimmed with sheer terror, his body trembling as if shaken by a sieve. The Lighthouse Nation? Qin Feng finally spoke, affirmatively. Wang Meng nodded emphatically, releasing Sangjia, allowing him to collapse onto the ground. He spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, speaking with venomous hatred. That bastard said. There is a unit from the Lighthouse Nation stationed near the cornfields we intend to reach. These scoundrels aim to exchange our female compatriot for weapons and supplies with the Lighthouse Nation. Qin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened. As keen as a blade. Is it merely for the sake of trading weapons and supplies? Wang Meng replied with disdain. The crux of the matter lies in obtaining information regarding the relics hidden here. Relics? Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. What could be concealed within? His gaze slowly descended upon the barely breathing Sang Jia, devoid of any semblance of human emotion, replaced by an absolute chill akin to regarding a mere tool. Chapter 139. The Old General's Majestic Protection. A Dilemma. The flames flickered, casting uncertain shadows upon the faces of everyone in this small mountain gorge. Qin Feng crouched down to meet Sang Jia's eyes at ground level, his exquisite gaze betraying no sympathy, only a frigid perception of impending death. What do you know? Or perhaps, what have the people from the Lighthouse Nation divulged to you? Sang Jia's body trembled violently, a fleeting glance of terror flashing in his vacant eyes, soon replaced by a glimmer of cunning. He emitted a wheezing laughter, reminiscent of wind escaping a crevice, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to strive for a final semblance of defiance, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. You will never learn what Dragon Country people deserve. Before his words could finish, Qin Feng stood up, uttering not a single word more. He lifted his foot and decisively stomped down upon Sang Jia's relatively intact left hand. Crack! The sharp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the gorge. Sang Jia's body arched violently. A wail that bore no resemblance to humanity pierced the night sky. The excruciating pain caused his muscles to spasm, cold sweat instantly soaking through his tattered clothes. Qin Feng expressionlessly withdrew his foot, but the toe of his boot gently tapped beside Sang Jia's mangled hand, then slowly ascended, resting at his groin. His voice was devoid of emotion. You see, a person has 2 hands and 2 feet. Yet, some things exist in singularity. Now, where would you like to begin? Sang Jia's anguished cries abruptly ceased. His face, contorted in agony, crumbled upon witnessing the foot poised menacingly above his most vulnerable spot. He harbored no doubt that should he utter even a single additional word of nonsense, that foot would descend upon him with the same mercilessness it had just exhibited in crushing his hand. I will speak, he stammered, completely unraveling, his voice trembling and incoherent. It was the people from the Lighthouse Nation who informed me. They mentioned there is a relic within this rainforest. Inside, there resides a formidable beast. Kill that beast, and our nation shall reap tremendous benefits, much greater than any return on resources we might discover. Fear and a hint of reluctant greed permeated Sang Jia's voice. If the people from the Lighthouse Nation are aware, why do they not venture forth? Ling Yue interjected coldly, posing the pivotal question. A flicker of resentment and jealousy crossed Sang Jia's face. They would never risk their lives. Clenching his teeth and enduring the searing pain, he continued. They thrive in that cornfield better than anyone else. With corn, animals, and women exchanged for resources from other nations. They hunt by day and revel by night. Who would wish to risk their lives at the relic? How fitting for that group of scoundrels from the Lighthouse Nation. Wang Ming spat contemptuously onto the ground. They forever prioritize their own pleasure. National interests are but trifles to them. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Sang Jia as he posed the final question. We have a contestant from Long Nation who fell victim to your poisoned arrow, correct? Sang Jia's body stiffened, his eyes evasive, unwilling to meet Qin Feng's stare. He collapsed to the ground, resembling a dog pleading for mercy. I have revealed all I know. I implore you, spare me. This reaction spoke volumes. Very well. No sooner had Qin Feng uttered those words than Wang Ming sprang into action, devoid of hesitation. In a swift motion, he produced a short knife, seized from the corpse of an adversary. With a decisive strike, the blade fell. A spray of crimson erupted. Sang Jia's pleas were forever lodged in his throat as his body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Ming expertly flicked the blood from the blade, his movements as practiced as if he had performed this countless times before. Lin Yihan and Zhao Ziqian silently observed, their expressions now stripped of fear and discomfort, replaced instead by a resolute determination. Simultaneously, within the global live broadcast room, the silence following Qin Feng's team's thunderous counterattack shattered the atmosphere in the A3 Nation's livestream. Countless viewers from A3 furiously pounded their keyboards, inundating the chat with insults and curses directed at Long Nation. Meanwhile, in the highest assembly hall of Blue Star, the tension was palpable, as if swords were drawn. The representative from a Sand country, a middle-aged man sporting a distinctive bushy beard, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. His face flushed with anger as he pointed at the seasoned general from Long Country, roaring in fury. Shameless, cruel, barbaric. Your contestants from Long Country are nothing but a band of executioners. His emotions ran high, spittle flying as he exclaimed, our people have lost their ability to resist. Yet you still unleash such lethal force. This is a desecration of life, a violation of human rights. I demand the United Nations impose severe penalties on Long Country and provide humanitarian aid compensation to a Sand country to make amends for the immense losses inflicted by your barbaric actions. In response to his tirade, the elderly general, with hair as white as snow, merely lifted his teacup, gently blowing on the steam without raising his eyelids. It was only when the other's voice grew hoarse from shouting that the general leisurely set down his cup, lifted his gaze, and a glimmer of clarity flashed in his murky eyes. Have you finished? His voice was soft, yet carried a weighty authority that instantly overshadowed the other's outcry. The general then turned his attention towards the representative of a Sand country, his tone growing colder. Our contestant was engaged in legitimate self-defense and pursuit in the face of an ambush by your contestants wielding poisoned weapons. Each word resonated throughout the assembly hall. Long Country has long since granted contestant Qin Feng the authority to make decisive actions. Everything he does in the wilderness represents the will of our nation. Should you disagree, feel free to inform your contestants to win back honor in a fair confrontation, or to engage us in battle on Blue Star, rather than behaving like a defeated wild dog, barking here like this. You. The representative from a sand country trembled with rage, yet found himself unable to retort a single word. Within Long Country's live broadcast room, the atmosphere was already a boiling sea of excitement. Wow, the general is magnificent. That was incredibly satisfying. Exactly. Why discuss morality with these scoundrels? Do they even deserve it? Well done. Anyone who dares to harm our people should face dire consequences. Qin is formidable, calm throughout, truly the person for great undertakings. Did anyone else notice Qin break his wrist? So cool. Professional. Not a single word wasted. At the mountain camp, Qin Feng observed as Wang Meng returned after dealing with the bodies, glancing at the sky before addressing the group. We can rest a little longer. Tomorrow. We have much to do. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Indeed, the threat from Asan had been neutralized, yet greater challenges loomed ahead. One teammate, poisoned and uncertain of their fate. Another missing after rolling down the slope. A female comrade unaccounted for, and the ever-watchful squad from Lighthouse Country, exerting their power in the cornfields. Where to go from here? Chapter 140. Yi Fei's team slaughters the python. Qin Feng's battle spirit ignites. In the early morning, the delicate mist had yet to dissipate, and the air in the mountain gorge was crisp and damp. Qin Feng splashed cold water on his face, washing away the remnants of last night's carnage. He gathered everyone together, pointing at the map drawn by the Billy people, and spoke clearly. We must split up. This decision, though audacious, is the most suitable plan we have at present. It was evident that the others anticipated Qin Feng's arrangement. His gaze first fell upon Leng Yu and Ziqian. You two will form a team. Take ample provisions, water, a crossbow, and a handgun. Follow this path to locate Sun Hao's teammates, our compatriots. He looked at Zhao Ziqian and added in a calm tone, obey Leng Yu's command. If you encounter others, prioritize your safety. Zhao Ziqian was taken aback, but quickly nodded earnestly. Leng Yu, without any dissent, silently checked the crossbow and equipment assigned to her. For her, the mission of rescuing comrades was an instinctual duty ingrained in her very essence. Wang Meng, Yihan, the three of us, along with De Li and Jing Jia, will head to the cornfield. Qin Feng's finger pressed firmly on the map at the symbol representing abundance. Are we really going to engage with those ruffians from the Lighthouse Nation? Wang Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fists cracking with anticipation. We'll assess the situation. Qin Feng nodded, then shook his head. Our objective is singular, to trigger the cornfield and salt pond's immense return, which serves as a strategic reserve for our Dragon Nation. We are outnumbered, so unless absolutely necessary, we should avoid direct confrontation with those from the Lighthouse Nation. The plan was lucid and unequivocal, no one harbored doubts. Lin Yihan adeptly organized the smoke jerky, the water flask filled with fresh water, and the collected herbs, securely fastening them to De Li's back with vines. Jing Jia quietly crouched by Qin Feng's feet, its size seemingly having grown, while its wolf-like eyes scanned the surroundings with a burgeoning aura of a top predator. At the gorge's exit, the two teams prepared for their final departure, the atmosphere slightly somber. Wang Ming approached Zhao Ziqian and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder, enough to make Zhao stagger. Kid, stick close to Leng Yu, and keep your wits about you. Wang Ming grinned, his words rough yet sensible. Understood, Minggu. Zhao Ziqian steadied himself, gripping the crossbow tightly. Lin Yihan swiftly approached Leng Yu, and as Leng Yu looked on with a hint of surprise, she opened her arms and gently embraced her. Leng Yu's body stiffened momentarily. She was unaccustomed to, or perhaps had never experienced, such soft, warm contact. Her hands still gripped the cold crossbow, leaving her momentarily unsure of where to place them. Sister Leng Yu, Lin Yihan's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as she leaned close. You and Ziqian must return safely. The term sister caused a subtle relaxation in Leng Yu's taut form. She lifted her hand and paused momentarily in the air before it finally descended gently upon Lin Yihan's back, offering a light pat. Though her gesture was somewhat awkward, it conveyed a profound steadiness. Good, a single word imbued with the weight of a solemn promise. All right, it's not as if I want to return. Wang Ming muttered to himself, scratching his head and turning away, although his peripheral gaze remained fixated on them. Only then did Qin Feng turn his attention to Leng Yu, the leader of the two teams, their gazes meeting in the air. Stay safe. You too. Their exchange was succinct, yet it encompassed everything. Leng Yu turned, giving Zhao Ziqian a nod. Let us go. The two moved forward, their figures resolute, swiftly vanishing into the dense forest leading westward, leaving no trace of hesitation. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze and spoke solemnly to the still-standing Wang Ming and Lin Yihan. We must depart. They all understood that once they separated, they would each confront the unknown perils ahead. As Qin Feng and his companions traversed the rugged terrain, leading Dali, an unspoken tension filled the air. Perhaps due to their separation or concern for their fellow compatriots, no one uttered a word, only silently forging ahead. After approximately 3 to 4 hours, their watches suddenly illuminated simultaneously, prompting them to halt. A striking global announcement materialized before their eyes. Global announcement. Dragon Country contestant Yi Fei's team has successfully hunted the guardian serpent of the eastern desert ruins. National Fortune Reward. Dragon Country's territory, ecological restoration, level 10. The announcement's words seared into each individual's mind like a brand. Wang Ming's mouth dropped open in astonishment, unable to close for a long moment. What the hell? That kid Yi Fei actually took down that enormous serpent. His voice trembled, not from fear, but from sheer excitement. Ecological restoration level 10? What kind of divine reward is that? ISNT, this far more impressive than a mere stash of food and supplies. Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. Ecological restoration. What was the root cause of Blue Star's resource depletion? The collapse of the ecosystem. A restoration level of 10 signifies the emergence of greenery in the desert, the self-purification of polluted rivers, and a fundamental improvement in air quality. This is not merely 10,000 tons of food or steel. This is a vital lifeline for the Dragon Country, rejuvenating its very essence. A rare, heartfelt joy surged within Qin Feng's chest. Wonderful. The Dragon Country does not rely solely on me. Qin Feng. Following closely was an even stronger surge of battle intent. The Guardian of the Ruins' national fortune level reward rendered his previous hunt of the saber-toothed tiger trivial in comparison. If a single Guardian could restore 10% of the ecological environment, what would happen if 9 more were slain? It seemed they were indeed on the right path. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Dragon Country, a miracle was unfolding. A northern city, shrouded in heavy industrial smog for decades, had skies perpetually cloaked in gray. At the moment the announcement was made, the haze that had long hovered over the city appeared to be abruptly swept aside by an invisible hand. The long-awaited, resplendent sunlight cascaded down like a golden waterfall. On the streets, hurried passers-by instinctively halted, incredulously lifting their gazes. Is the sky truly blue? A young girl murmured. The sky has transformed into a much deeper blue, exclaimed a middle-aged man, his voice tinged with emotion. Increasingly, people emerged from their homes, flocking to the streets. The Mother River of the South, known for its long-standing pollution that rendered parts of it a murky brown and emitted a noxious odor, at that very moment, began to clear at a visibly remarkable pace. The dark sludge seemed to dissolve and purify, as aquatic plants began to sprout anew. An elderly fisherman, his hair grayed, trembled with emotion, his cloudy old eyes fixated on the water's surface, missing not a single change. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. In the shallows, where the water had become somewhat clearer, fleeting glimmers of silver light darted by. They were minuscule, no longer than a finger joint, yet they were alive. Fish were swimming. The old fisherman's lips quivered, struggling to articulate words, but no sound emerged. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength, and let out a thunderous roar towards the gathering crowd on the shore. Fish. There are fry. Our river has come back to life. His shout ignited a powder keg of excitement. On the riverbank, after a brief silence, an eruption of cheers akin to a tidal wave ensued. Countless individuals embraced and wept, feeling a joy that far surpassed any material gain. In that instant, the entire Dragon Country was ablaze with fervor. In the official live broadcast of Dragon Country, the comments section had gone utterly wild, so dense that the screen was nearly illegible. Wow, wow, wow. Lord Yi, forever a deity. I'm crying. I'm a grown man, and tears won't stop flowing as I gaze at the blue sky. 10 for ecological restoration. What does that even mean? Master Qin Feng is expanding territories, and Master Yi Fei is recreating the universe. Hurry, quickly go to Yi Fei's live stream. How did they defeat that giant python? Everyone stand up. Salute the heroes. I love our country and all our contestants. Except for Zhang Pengfei, countless viewers surged like a tide into Yi Fei's personal live stream. However, upon entering, what they beheld was not the triumphant return of a hero, but a scene of unimaginable tragedy and valor. Chapter 141, The Hero's Lament. Yi Fei's Pyrrhic Victory. Qin Feng at the city gates. The angle of the live broadcast was low, akin to a watch that had fallen onto sandy ground. The imagery revealed an endless expanse of golden desert marred by a vast swath of dark red. A colossal python's corpse lay across the desert, its girth greater than that of a car, its scales shattered, and a multitude of makeshift weapons protruding from its massive head. A horrifying blood hole piercing through its eye socket. Not far from the lifeless form of the colossal python, 5 bodies of the Dragon Kingdom's competitors lay quietly, half buried beneath the shifting sands. Yi Fei, a man revered like a deity in the hearts of the audience, now leaned against the cold carcass of the serpent, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Yet, upon his face, marred by blood and dust, the signature languid smile lingered. He tilted his head slightly, squinting towards the eastern sky. The excruciating pain of his severed limb intertwined with the heartache of losing his comrades, ultimately manifesting as a barely audible sigh. In that smile, there resided a sense of relief from surviving calamity, a satisfaction in accomplishment, and a silent tribute to his fallen brothers. Beside him, Chunhu was tearing his clothing, tightly binding a deep wound on his thigh, the bone visible, as blood continued to seep forth. Of the 7-member team, only 2 remained. They had triumphed, yet at an unfathomable cost. In the live-streaming room, the once overwhelming cheers from the audience came to an abrupt halt. After a fleeting silence, new messages began to emerge, imbued with profound respect and sorrow. Farewell, heroes. There is no peaceful era. It is merely that some bear the burden for us. Salute to all the sacrificed competitors. Yi Fei, Uncle Chunhu, you must survive. No wonder the scene felt strange. It's so heartbreaking to see Yi Fei's hand severed. Salute to you all. In the jungle, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, while Wang Meng clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning pale, his chest heaving violently. As shock and admiration transformed into a silent fury, Lin Yihan turned her head away, swiftly wiping the moisture from her eyes with the back of her hand. What she heard was not the national rewards, but rather the 5 compatriots buried beneath the yellow sands. Taking a deep breath to stifle her sobs, she softly declared, "They are heroes. The best way to honor heroes is to complete the unfinished business they left behind, making their sacrifices more meaningful." Qin Feng's voice shattered the silence. "Let us move on. We have our own battles to fight." He offered no rousing words. Instead, he took the reins of Dudley once more, his steps growing more resolute. Yi Fei, Chunhu, and the 5 fallen compatriots had exchanged their lives for the ecological resources of the Dragon Kingdom. In his heart resided the utmost reverence and an ever-growing sense of responsibility. The true essence of this battle for national fortune was the guardianship of the relics. He gazed at Wang Ming and Lin Yihan, both with solemn expressions yet ignited with newfound resolve. His voice deep, yet unwavering. Yi Fei and the others have shown us the way with their lives. Let us go. Our fight has only just begun. He grasped the reins of Dali, each step seeming to tread upon the future of the Dragon Kingdom, heavy yet decisive. This battle for national fortune allowed no room for complacency. They must continuously grow stronger. The team set forth once more, the path through the forest treacherous and arduous, the stifling air rendering breath difficult. When fatigued, they would lean against tree trunks, gnawing on dried meat. When thirsty, they would sip the precious water from their canteen. The cost borne by Yi Fei's team weighed heavily upon each heart, akin to a colossal stone, rendering the oppressive heat of the rainforest trivial by comparison. At that moment, Jingjia, who had been silently scouting ahead, abruptly halted, his ears perking up with alertness. In the next instant, a shadow of gray-black darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaping into the nearby thicket. With a sharp squeal, Jingjia emerged, tail wagging, clutching a plump, still kicking wild rabbit in his mouth, scampering back to Qin Feng's side, his tail whirling like a rapidly spinning windmill. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled at the sight. Just as he was about to exclaim about the prospect of rabbit meat for dinner, all three of their watches flickered to life simultaneously. Global announcement. Team Qin Feng of Long Country has successfully hunted a wild rabbit, triggering a 10 million-fold return. Reward, within Long Country. 10 million rabbits of the same breed will be randomly generated. Goodness, Wang Ming stammered, pointing at the rabbit in Jingjia's mouth, then glancing at his watch in disbelief. Can this really be? The rabbit Jingjia killed can also trigger a 10 million-fold return? This unexpected reward swept away the previously oppressive atmosphere. Lin Yihan covered her mouth, astonished and elated, gazing at the imposing Jingjia with eyes full of affection. Jingjia is also our family, so of course it's possible. Qin Feng patted Jingjia's head, tossing him a piece of saber-toothed tiger jerky as a reward. Wang Ming grinned, though a hint of ferocity lingered in his smile. Damn it, Yi Fei and the others traded their lives for the ecosystem. We can't afford to be idle. The more we hunt, the more meat our compatriots will have. Meanwhile, across Long Country, countless wild rabbits materialized in desolate mountains, fields, and even the green belts of urban outskirts. At the Long Country Command Center, a brief moment of surprise was followed by the swift issuance of an urgent command, announced nationwide. All returned wild rabbits are open for free hunting for 3 days. After 3 days, private hunting is strictly prohibited. We encourage the populace to engage in breeding. This measure aimed to prevent overpopulation of rabbits, which could jeopardize the fragile ecological balance they had painstakingly restored. The Long Country livestream exploded with excitement. Jingjia is that powerful? Haha, I'm going to catch rabbits tonight. Braised rabbit heads are on the menu. The higher-ups reacted so swiftly. This decision is brilliant. It allows everyone to enjoy meat while considering the ecosystem. This is the mark of a great nation. Team Qin is truly a treasure. Even the wolves they raise can contribute. As dusk descended upon the rainforest, Qin Feng sought a sheltered spot and halted his steps. Wang Ming skillfully ignited a fire, skinning and gutting the unfortunate rabbit, which sizzled over the flames. As he rotated the roasting rabbit, he smacked his lips, since we can't have the domestic rabbits. We'll feast on this one. Qin Feng retrieved a map, scrutinizing it under the flickering light, confirming their location. Lin Yihan busily organized supplies nearby, her movements more meticulous and focused than ever before. She understood that starting tomorrow, these seemingly inconspicuous supplies could very well dictate the life or death of their team. The silent flurry of activity, in fact, infused a sense of tranquil warmth into the otherwise tense itinerary. Soon, the savory aroma of roasted rabbit filled the air. The three shared the simple yet satisfying meal, which rejuvenated their weary bodies. Qin Feng folded away the map, his gaze drifting towards the dark expanse of the northwest. We shall set off early tomorrow, he remarked. If all goes well, we should reach our destination by nightfall. Wang Ming, picking at his teeth with a wooden skewer, gazed into the flickering flames and muttered, Brother, do you think those rascals from the Lighthouse Nation will attempt to raid the ruins upon hearing of Yi Fei's reward for slaying the python? Qin Feng shook his head. No, they won't. Wang Ming looked taken aback, spitting out the skewer. Why not? That's a tenfold ecological restoration, more valuable than returning 10,000 cattle. Can they really resist the temptation? He recalled what that Indian had said. They were too comfortable in their lives. Qin Feng's voice was calm amidst the firelight. Corn, animal meat, salt, and women traded from other competitors. To them, that place is paradise. Would they willingly abandon their heaven for the sake of national interest to battle monsters? They lacked that resolve. Lin Yihan felt a slight relief wash over her. So if we venture to seize the ruins, we need not worry about them? No, Qin Feng replied, his tone shifting. The flames danced in his eyes. While they may not wish to go, others will compel them to do so. Both Wang Ming and Lin Yihan turned their attention to him. Qin Feng smirked coldly, adding another log to the fire. What do you think the president of the Lighthouse Nation is doing right now? I bet he's as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Watching our Dragon Nation claim national-level rewards one after another, his approval ratings must be plummeting. He continued without waiting for their responses. He cannot directly command the contestants, but he certainly has his methods. Qin Feng's gaze grew frosty. When it comes to dealing with his own, they are exceptionally adept. What do you mean? Wang Ming frowned. Family, Qin Feng uttered succinctly. The contestants' families make for the most effective hostages. He wouldn't even need to give a direct order. A mere hint from certain departments would suffice. For instance, if a contestant's parents suddenly find their expensive medical insurance cut off, Or if a contestant's child has their colonel's qualifications revoked, or perhaps more ruthlessly, he need not say a word. Yet those contestants would immediately comprehend the implications. Either they venture to the ruins and risk their lives for rewards, or their families will slowly perish at home. Lin Yihan gasped, covering her mouth. Her face drained of color. Such tactics were far more chilling than direct slaughter. So they are bound to go. Qin Feng observed the flickering flames. Making his final judgment. Chapter 142, Divided Paths, each with its gains. The night enveloped the surroundings like ink, and the campfire flickered quietly, casting the shadows of 3 figures upon the rock face behind them, dancing erratically. The speculation regarding the families of competitors from the Lighthouse Nation stirred memories in Lin Yihan of her days as an actress on Blue Star, where she witnessed the stark underbelly of the glamorous facade controlled by capital. Such occurrences were merely mundane to them. Sleep well, Qin Feng said, tossing a piece of dry wood into the flames, sending sparks flying. They took turns keeping watch, rotating every 3 hours. Wang Ming took the first watch, gripping his crossbow, his vigilant gaze scanning every illuminated corner by the firelight. Big brother, sleep soundly. I've got watch, Wang Ming whispered. Qin Feng nodded and closed his eyes. Tomorrow they would reach the cornfields, where competitors from the Lighthouse Nation might be entrenched. This battle was crucial for the strategic reserves of Long Nation, leaving no room for error. When it was Lin Yihan's turn to keep watch in the latter half of the night, she nestled beside the campfire, listening to the chorus of insects surrounding her, thoughts drifting to Lung Yu and her companions. She wondered how they were faring and hoped they could safely locate their missing teammate. At dawn, Qin Feng opened his eyes. His biological clock was remarkably precise, ensuring ample rest even in such conditions. Rise and prepare to depart. Wang Ming yawned, skillfully packing his gear. Lin Yihan prepared fresh fodder for Dolly, who seemed a bit restless without the presence of the small calf. Dun Dun. Be good. You will see Dun Dun soon. She gently stroked Dolly's neck. After a quick meal of jerky, the group set off again, invigorated. Today we must reach our destination, Qin Feng urged his companions. Dolly, the sturdy ox, faithfully bore the bulk of their supplies, its heavy breaths transforming into puffs of vapor in the humid air. Jingzhe, scouting ahead about 100 meters, skillfully navigated the terrain, alerting the team to any potential dangers. The path through the rainforest had never been easy. Slippery moss cloaked every stone, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Coupled with the cacophony of unfamiliar insects and birds, it was enough to fray one's nerves. This wretched place. Even a day here seems to shorten one's lifespan. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, tugging at his sweat-soaked shirt. Lin Yihan silently followed behind Qin Feng. Her stamina paled in comparison to the 2 men, yet she persisted in silence, unwavering. After approximately 2 hours of maintaining a brisk pace, Jingzhu abruptly halted without warning. The hair on its body bristled slightly, emitting a low, guttural whine. Stop! Qin Feng raised his hand, and the entire team froze instantly. Wang Ming's reflexes were astonishing. His complaining expression vanished in an instant as he instinctively drew his crossbow from his back, body slightly bent, sharp eyes scanning the dense forest with rapid precision. Lin Yihan quickly grasped Dolly's reins, preventing any erratic movements. In that moment, the entire team transitioned from a state of movement to one of readiness. The air thick with tension, punctuated only by their repressed breaths. Qin Feng's gaze settled upon a colossal banyan tree several dozen meters ahead. His masterful environmental perception was fully activated. In the air, amidst the decaying scent of vegetation, there lingered a barely perceptible, sweetly metallic agitation. A faint buzzing sound, almost imperceptible, reached their ears, reminiscent of countless insects flitting about. Wang Ming also strained to listen, his expression gradually darkening. He lowered his voice, his lips barely moving. Damn it. Is that the sound of a wasp nest? And quite a sizable one at that. Not just that, Qin Feng replied, his voice equally hushed yet imbued with undeniable certainty. It is a murder hornet, highly venomous. The nest resides within that banyan tree. Had we ventured 30 meters further, we would have encroached upon their territory. Wang Ming felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood all too well what provoking a swarm of these lethal hornets in this rainforest entailed. It was far more terrifying than encountering a tiger. Let's take a detour. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Feng pointed toward the slope on the right. We shall proceed from that direction, and tread lightly to avoid alarming them. The trio, accompanied by a cow and a wolf, veered from their original path, cautiously stepping on the thick carpet of fallen leaves as they moved laterally along the slope. Each step was taken with utmost delicacy, fearful of producing any unnecessary noise. Just as they reached the midway point, a patrolling murder hornet buzzed past overhead, seemingly sensing something amiss, circling in the air momentarily. Their hearts leaped into their throats, freezing them in place, even their breath stilled. Wang Ming's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his hand tightly gripping the crossbow mechanism, prepared for the worst. Fortunately, after 2 seconds of circling, the hornet seemed to lose interest, buzzing back toward the nest. It was only when the sound had completely faded that Qin Feng gestured for them to continue. They collectively exhaled, resuming their silent lateral movement. Damn it. We nearly fell prey to those little bastards, Wang Ming muttered, still shaken. Their venomous stingers can easily penetrate our clothing. Even a single sting could render us incapacitated, if not dead. This cursed place is fraught with peril. As the group pressed onward, heightened vigilance enveloped them after this unsettling episode. By midday, they paused briefly by a small creek to replenish their water supply. Meanwhile, in the camp within the waterfall valley, Shun Lai crouched beside the little calf, Dun Dun, offering a handful of tender grass. Here, have some, his tone notably gentler than usual. Dun Dun, with its moist, expressive eyes, regarded the initially aloof man. tentatively extending its tongue to lick his palm. Shenlai was taken aback for a moment before breaking into a light chuckle. You clever little creature. Not far off. Sun Hao leaned against the shelter's entrance, his demeanor visibly improved since the previous day. Shingu, you've changed quite a bit. What change? Shenlai queried without lifting his head. You used to seem so cold. Now you exhibit a touch of warmth. Sun Hao jested. And Shenlai cast him a fleeting glance without retort. During his time with Qin Feng, he had indeed undergone significant transformation. Perhaps this was the power of camaraderie, enabling the once reclusive individual to begin believing in warmth. His gaze shifted toward the northwest, pondering whether Qin Feng and the others would soon arrive. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Leng Yu and Zhao Ziqian were laboriously searching for their companions. Based on the information provided by Sun Hao, his teammates were likely scattered within this vicinity. Sister Leng Yu, do you think we will find anyone? Zhao Ziqian inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. Leng Yu remained silent, her attention wholly absorbed by the surrounding environment. Suddenly, she noticed a recently snapped branch, its fracture still fresh, evidence of recent passage. Kneeling to examine it closely, she quickly analyzed the footprints. They were small and likely belonged to a woman. The depth and stride of the prints indicated that the individual was light in weight and agile, having traversed this area without sustaining any debilitating injuries. Zhao Ziqian leaned in for a better look, struggling to discern the vague imprint, utterly impressed. My goodness, Sister Leng Yu, how can you tell all this? Sun Hao mentioned there is only one female member in their team. Could it be her? Let us go, Leng Yu replied succinctly, swiftly following the direction of the footprints. Zhao Ziqian hurried to keep pace with her. As they navigated through the forest, Leng Yu would occasionally pause to part the grass along the path for a closer inspection. Sister Leng Yu, what are you looking for? I can help, Zhao Ziqian asked curiously. Medicinal herbs, she stated flatly. Qin Feng mentioned that the antidote for the toxic Strychnus nux vomica is a type of three-leaf clover with purple speckles on the edges. Our compatriots may have already been poisoned. We must prepare in advance. Zhao Ziqian felt a chill run down his spine. Is this it? He pointed to a similar-looking plant. Leng Yu glanced at it and shook her head. The speckles are brown, and the stems are thicker. That is a toxic plant. Consuming it would exacerbate neurological paralysis. Zhao Ziqian shuddered, refraining from further misguided attempts. The duo continued their pursuit while foraging for herbs. After more than an hour, Leng Yu halted once more, raising her head to scan the area ahead. Her gaze finally settled on a muddy depression not far off, where drag marks were evident. Chapter 143 finally arrived. Time to gather. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his team had journeyed the entire day. The sun began its descent, casting dimming light within the forest. Big brother, how much farther? Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling his calves tremble. Qin Feng consulted the map, furrowing his brow as he assessed their location. According to the map, we have already entered this cornfield. What? Wang Ming sprang up from the stone, eyes wide as he surveyed his surroundings. Where? I don't see a single ear of corn. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at him, noting the shift in humidity and wind direction. The earthy scent of decaying matter in the forest had faded, replaced by the rich aroma of soil and plant stalks. Indeed, they had ventured beyond the heart of the dense woods. Wang Ming, only partially comprehending, recognized that Qin Feng never spoke without confidence. He scratched his head, continuing to lead Dolly with the reins, muttering softly, let us proceed further. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a faint yet distinctive sweetness, unlike that of wild fruits or nectar, but reminiscent of the unique sweetness found in mature plants. Lin Yihan's nose twitched, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Was that the scent of corn? Corn. Wang Ming inhaled deeply, his eyes suddenly brightening. By heavens, it truly is. The unmistakable aroma of sweet grain dispelled his fatigue, replacing it with a profound excitement. Ahead, the creature Jingjia emitted a low whimper, no longer lurking but instead wagging its tail and leading the way towards the source of the enticing fragrance. Indeed, it is corn. Everyone, follow Jingjia and remain vigilant. Qin Feng commanded softly. The three individuals and the ox trailed behind Jingjia, advancing approximately 100 meters until the landscape opened up before them. The dense, oppressive woods had vanished, revealing a vast expanse of fields shimmering with a hazy golden glow under the moonlight. Towering corn stalks stood in neat rows, heavy cobs dangling from them, so numerous they seemed endless. Bathed in moonlight, the cornfield resembled a slumbering golden sea. As the breeze rustled through, the leaves whispered softly, intensifying the unique sweetness in the air. My heavens! Wang Ming's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. He extended his trembling hand, scarcely believing his eyes. This was not a perilous wilderness but the bountiful fields of his homeland. This is a veritable mountain of gold. Unable to restrain himself, he lunged forward, cautiously as if handling a priceless treasure. He snapped off a plump cob from the nearest stalk with a satisfying crack. Lin Yihan, her eyes glistening with excitement, gently caressed another full cob, feeling its weight. Her voice trembled with emotion. Brother Qin, Brother Wang, this is incredible. So much corn. We can truly ensure that everyone back home will have a hearty meal. Wang Ming grinned widely, resembling a child in delight. He peeled back the husk of the corn, revealing the golden kernels, even tasting one. With this bounty, not only can we eat, but we could brew some as well. We should send some to those heroes. Like Yi Fei. The atmosphere of joy enveloped the trio, with even the robust canine nearby, seemingly sensing the elation of its masters, contentedly wagging its tail. However, Qin Feng's gaze shifted toward the edge of the cornfield, where several corn stalks had been neatly severed, their cut ends smooth and even. Unmistakably the work of a sharp blade. Indeed, someone had been operating in this vicinity for an extended period. Qin Feng's voice turned frigid. instantly dousing the fervent spirits of Wang Ming and Lin Yihan. At that moment, from deep within the cornfield, boisterous laughter erupted, its echoes piercing the stillness of the night, laced with arrogance and frivolity. Hey, William, still roasting corn at night? I'm about to be sick of it. Can't we try something different? One voice complained. Just be grateful there's food, retorted the man referred to as William, scoffing. Think of those poor souls gnawing on sand in the desert. Besides, wasn't that Egyptian girl we caught last night quite capable? Let her make us corn cakes. That would be far better than your burnt mess. Absolutely. This place is like paradise, endless food, abundant game, and a constant supply of women at our doorstep. Just wonder how long she can last. The last one couldn't endure for long. Another voice chimed in, brimming with arrogance. Shut up, you lot. A third voice interjected, tinged with irritation and unease. If the Dragon Kingdom secures any significant rewards, we may very well be compelled to explore that damned relic. The mention of the relic silenced the previously unrestrained laughter, casting a brief pall over the atmosphere, as if those words were a terrifying incantation. What are we afraid of? We are here in the mountains, far from the reach of the president. We are free. William insisted, feigning bravado. 5 lives lost in the Dragon Kingdom just to kill 1 snake. Why should we volunteer for death? If the sky falls, there are tall men to bear it. Let's go. Let's go. We should return early. We need to reinforce the camp's walls tomorrow. The sounds of footsteps and the rustling of corn stalks gradually faded away. Wang Ming rose, his eyes fixed intently on the direction from which the sounds had vanished. Those little brats sure know how to indulge. Lin Yihan felt a wave of physiological revulsion at their lewd discussions about women, while Qin Feng remained remarkably composed. His earlier suspicions had proven entirely accurate. The citizens of the Lighthouse Nation were indeed a group of hedonists, their resolve corroded by a life of ease. Yet the pressures from above loomed like a sword over their heads. Brother, should we take action against them now? Wang Ming whispered, his body already poised to lunge forward. Hold still, Qin Feng commanded, placing a steadying hand on his shoulder. Their camp lies at the heart of the cornfield, and their defenses are undoubtedly formidable. We have no knowledge of their numbers or weaponry. Charging in now would be tantamount to suicide. He withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of golden corn. We cannot afford to waste even a second. I will go alone to ascertain their situation, he instructed, looking at Wang Ming and Lin Yihan. Both of you, stay here and begin harvesting the corn immediately. He paused and turned to Lin Yihan. Remember, safety comes first. Harvesting second. If anything seems amiss, abandon everything and retreat eastward to the mountains with Dali, without hesitation. I will come to find you. Alone? Wang Ming's brows knit in concern. That's far too dangerous. I am swift and elusive, Qin Feng asserted with an undeniable tone. Bear in mind, our primary objective is to secure this cornfield for our homeland, not to engage in a fight. Each ear of corn could potentially save a life from starvation back home. His final words struck a chord with Wang Ming and Lin Yihan. No longer contesting, Wang Ming nodded gravely, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, my brother. Even at the cost of my life, I will protect Yihan and Dali. Anyone who dares approach must first step over my corpse. Qin Feng said no more, but cast a deep gaze at them before vanishing silently into the towering corn stalks, blending seamlessly with the environment. The rustling of the corn leaves in the gentle breeze seemed to veil his departure. Wang Ming took a deep breath, retrieving a backpack from Dali and addressing Lin Yihan. Sister Yihan, let us get to work. We cannot hold back our brother. Yes. Lin Yihan nodded vigorously, pulling off a heavy, plump ear of corn and placing it inside. Wang Ming, resembling a wild boar charging into a vegetable patch, plunged his hands into harvest. Snap, snap. 2 ears of corn, thicker than his forearm, were swiftly in his grasp, his movements robust and efficient. Lin Yihan attempted to mimic Wang Ming's actions, but her smaller strength made the corn stalks creak under her efforts. Wang Ming glanced back, grinning. Sister, don't use brute force. Employ finesse. Just twist your wrist and pull down. He demonstrated the motion, clean and decisive. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yihan tried once more, and with a resounding crack, a heavy ear of corn finally fell into her hands, the weight symbolizing hope. That's it. Wang Ming praised. The two fell into a rhythmic silence beneath the tranquil moonlight, the only sounds being the crisp snapping of corn in the field. Chapter 144. Every second counts. Preparing for an ambush. Qin Feng moved swiftly through the cornfield, making not a sound. He seemed to meld with his surroundings, the towering corn stalks serving as his shield, while the soft earth absorbed every footfall. Following the path of the departing competitors from the Lighthouse Nation, he advanced steadily. The sweet scent of corn intensified in the air, mingled with the aroma of burning charcoal from a campfire, alongside a faint whiff of blood and decay. Qin Feng's brow furrowed ever so slightly as he crawled forward for several hundred meters. The light and voices ahead grew increasingly distinct. He parted the final row of corn stalks, revealing a camp enclosed by thick logs, an unexpected sight before him. The camp is quite expansive, nearly the size of a basketball court. The rudimentary wooden walls appear somewhat rough, yet they have been reinforced with vines at critical points, and the tops have been sharpened, indicating meticulous design. 2 rows of simple wooden fences stand open. From Qin Feng's side, he cannot discern the internal situation, so he continues to move until he finds a suitable angle to conceal himself perfectly in the shadows. Raising his binoculars through the wooden fence, he observes the center of the camp, where a massive bonfire blazes brightly, illuminating the entire area as if it were daylight, casting fleeting shadows of figures within. Most conspicuous is a watchtower in one corner, towering 2 to 3 stories high, where a white man armed with a crossbow stands idly scanning the surrounding darkness. By the fire, 7 or 8 white men are gathered, most of them bare-chested, displaying tattoos and muscles, holding roasted corn and chunks of meat, laughing boisterously, occasionally erupting into crude guffaws. In addition to these representatives of the so-called Lighthouse Nation, Qin Feng notices 2 or 3 individuals with dark skin, who are cautiously adding firewood to the blaze or serving food to the white men, clearly occupying a subordinate position. These individuals are gaunt, their ribs prominently visible, yet their teeth shine blindingly white in the firelight. A cold smirk curls at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. What era is this? Are they still playing such primitive games? This is a regression to an age long past. The enslavement of foreign competitors represents the most primal form of resource exploitation. Though barbaric, in this environment, it allows them to conserve their strength to the utmost. Simultaneously, this represents a weakness. The oppressed are always a potential point of breakthrough. He patiently observes, etching the camp's firepower configuration, personnel numbers, and defensive layout into his memory. The members of the Lighthouse Nation, along with their subordinates, total 14 individuals. In terms of weaponry, aside from crude bows and arrows each person carries, there are neatly stacked rows of short spears in a corner. These spears are rather short, just over a meter in length, with tips fashioned into sharp triangular points from stone, securely bound to the wooden shafts with some animal sinew. These are not intended for close combat. They are throwing spears. Within a distance of 30 meters, a volley of these spears, if launched simultaneously, would create a momentary barrage capable of turning any charging enemy into a hedgehog. Impressive firepower indeed. This strength is more than capable of easily overwhelming any small team. Qin Feng withdraws his gaze from the camp, slowly sweeping around its perimeter, his pupils contracting slightly. Here lies the most challenging aspect. These representatives of the Lighthouse Nation have surprisingly cleared all corn stalks within a 50-meter radius of the camp, creating a vast open space. This signifies that there are no trees or bushes to provide cover for anyone attempting to stealthily approach the camp. Anyone daring to attack would immediately expose themselves in that barren death zone, becoming the most conspicuous target for the watchtower. A distance of 50 meters is nearly a guaranteed hit for archers and spear throwers. Coupled with the commanding vantage of the watchtower, a frontal assault would be tantamount to sacrificing lives. Though these individuals are arrogant, they are not foolish. They have constructed a formidable shell, easily defensible yet challenging to breach. No wonder they exude such audacity. With an abundance of provisions and overwhelming force at their disposal, they can also subjugate the weaker nations. Truly, this wilderness is their Eden. Just as Qin Feng was about to retract his binoculars and retreat, the seemingly bored guard atop the watchtower suddenly stood upright, squinting as if he had discerned something. Raising his hand to point towards the direction from which Qin Feng had come, that area was occupied by Wang Meng and Lin Yihan. "Boss James," the guard shouted from the tower, "over there." There's movement in the cornfield. The raucous laughter by the campfire abruptly ceased. The man referred to as James rose to his full height. He was tall and stout, his face marked by a brutish demeanor, his eyes reflecting a fierce intensity. He cast a glance towards the direction indicated by the guard. The cornfield swayed in the night breeze, producing a rustling sound, without revealing any apparent anomaly. "Damn it, Tom. Have you gone blind?" grumbled another participant, clearly irritated. "Every time you make a fuss, it's just the wind." "No, this time it's different," Tom from the watchtower insisted. "It's definitely either a beast or a human. There are waves of movement." This declaration heightened everyone's vigilance. James's expression darkened as he licked his greasy lips, a glimmer of greed and brutality flaring in his eyes. "Listen," he commanded his subordinates, "Liam. Take William and Fernandez with you. The 3 of you go investigate. Remember." James paused, a cruel smile spreading across his face as his voice carried into the still night. "If it's a beast, kill it on the spot. We'll have a late-night feast. If it's a human," he deliberately elongated the last word, his gaze sweeping over the corner where a woman huddled. "For the men, don't kill them right away. Break their legs and interrogate them for any valuable information. As for the woman, bring her back. The Egyptian girl has been worn out. We could use a new backup." "Ha ha ha, understood, boss," Liam replied with an excited laugh. Seizing a crossbow from the ground and rallying his 2 companions, the trio inspected their weapons, their faces adorned with unabashed, sinister grins as they swaggered towards the camp's entrance. Damn it! Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply, a curse bubbling within him. He had not anticipated that the commotion caused by Wang Meng and Lin Yihan harvesting corn would attract the attention of the idle guard in the watchtower. Even more alarming was the opponent's swift and decisive reaction to dispatch individuals for an extermination. Listening to the unrestrained profanities and wicked laughter of the 3 competitors from the Lighthouse Nation, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he stowed away the telescope, crouched low, and silently retreated into the thicket of corn stalks behind him. There was no time to devise an elaborate plan. Every second of delay could plunge Wang Meng and Lin Yihan into an irretrievable abyss. He had to return to his comrades before those 3 men did, or perhaps engage them directly along the way. Chapter 145, Epilogue, Part 1. The remnant's triumph over the strong, the boundless desert, under the setting sun, was bathed in a tragic hue of crimson. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingling with the distinct odor of the giant python, an intoxicating blend that threatened to induce nausea. Not far from the serpent, 5 youthful bodies lay still, their tactical jackets long torn, obscured by blood and sand, their original colors rendered unrecognizable. On a nearby black rock, a sharp crack echoed as Yifei forcefully snapped a wooden spear in 2, selecting the relatively flat pieces. He then tore a long strip of fabric from his clothing. After completing these tasks, he stuffed one end of the strip into his mouth, biting down with all his might. Taking a deep breath, He seized his fractured left wrist with his right hand, while the elbow of his other arm pressed firmly against the rock. He then closed his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength, and pulled outward with all his might. The sound of bones realigning pierced the stillness of the desert, sharp enough to send chills down one's spine. Sweat beads cascaded from Yi Fei's forehead as he ground his teeth against the fabric, veins bulging in his neck. His entire body trembling violently from the excruciating pain, yet he managed to suppress any sounds of distress. After enduring for over half a minute, he finally released the fabric from his mouth, gasping for breath. A suppressed cough shattered the silence. Chunhu leaned against the cold scales of the giant python, struggling to sit up. A searing pain in his chest elicited a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Yi Fei's gaze shifted from the horizon to Chunhu, a faint smile revealing his white teeth. "Brother Chunhu, can you still move?" His voice was hoarse, yet carried an air of nonchalance. Chunhu, panting heavily, wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand, his gaze dimming as he looked at the 5 corpses nearby. "As long as I'm not dead, that's what matters." Using his remaining right hand, Yi Fei propped himself against the rock, and, though unsteady, managed to rise to his feet. This simple action drenched his forehead with cold sweat, but he merely grinned. As if mocking his own frailty, he approached one of the bodies, rummaging through the scattered gear until he found a folding, entrenching tool. Gripping it firmly with his right hand and testing its weight. "I cannot allow my brothers to remain in this desolate wasteland," he declared, dragging the shovel as he slowly made his way towards a relatively flat stretch of sand. With each step, the wound on his left shoulder sent agonizing pain coursing through him, yet he pressed on, his silhouette elongated against the waning sunlight, embodying both fragility and determination. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, millions of viewers silently bore witness to this poignant scene. Gone are the fierce battles, the resounding roars, leaving only 2 weary soldiers, a vast expanse of sand, and an overwhelming silence. The poignancy of this scene grips the heart more tightly than any clash of arms. Damn, this is what it means to be a man. Does he really not feel pain? How could he not? That's his arm. The entire limb is shattered. In the command center, the veteran general silently gazes at the screen, his eyes slightly reddening. Behind him, many staff members have turned away, unable to bear the sight. Indeed, he can't. In the sandy wasteland, Chunhu lets out a roar, using his broken spear as a crutch, laboriously pushing himself up with a limp. He does not assist Yi Fei in digging a grave. Instead, he stumbles forward to the fallen comrade, bending down. With a trembling hand, he carefully tears the blood-stained emblem of the Dragon Kingdom from his friend's arm. The red badge, adorned with a golden dragon, glimmers faintly in the setting sun. He does not wipe away the blood. He reverently folds it and places it in the innermost pocket of his chest. 1, 2, 3. He repeats this motion, collecting 5 emblems that carry the weight of life and honor. As he secures the final one and stands upright, this stalwart man finally succumbs to tears. He chuckles, yet the tears mingle with the sand as they stream down his cheeks. If he could return to Blue Star in this lifetime, these tokens would serve as a testament to their family. Yi Fei's digging paused momentarily, but he did not turn back. That day will come. The yellow sand is scooped away, and a crude pit gradually takes shape before them. The wind grows stronger, whipping up grains of sand that sting their faces. The sky has completely darkened. The 2 men gently lay the bodies of their 5 comrades side by side in the sand pit, their movements tender as if the fallen were merely asleep. The sky has indeed grown dark. Yi Fei plants the engineer's shovel into the sand and sits down heavily, gasping for breath. Chunhu, dragging his injured leg, leans against the cold corpse of the giant python, each rise and fall of his chest accompanied by excruciating pain. He gazes at the massive body before him, and then at the 5 fresh graves, forcing a smile that is more grotesque than sorrowful. He chuckles softly, his voice hoarse. "Yi Fei, you truly are a madman." Yi Fei remains silent, pulling out the last half bottle of water from his pocket, taking a small sip before tossing it to Chunhu. Chunhu catches it, merely moistening his cracked lips, reluctant to drink more. "I still remember." His gaze becomes distant. "We were trapped in that sand gully, out of ammunition and food, and everyone thought we were done for. You rode in on that camel, screaming like a lunatic, charging ahead while shouting, 'Leave me some soup.' I laughed bitterly at the time, thinking, great, now we have a fool coming in to die with us. But it was you, that fool, who with a long spear, managed to blind one of its eyes, granting us the chance to fight for our lives." Chunhu extended his hand and forcefully struck the iron-like scales of the colossal python beneath him, producing a dull thud. 7 individuals had exchanged their lives for it, but whether that was worth it remained uncertain. Who could say? Yi Fei finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Chunhu's voice fluttered in the wind, while the sandstorm tousled his hair, aging him by a decade. "What are your plans for the next step?" Yi Fei inquired, gazing toward Chunhu, whose eyes were filled with bewilderment. His entire team, along with all his plans, had disintegrated in the struggle against the python. Now, he resembled a crippled soldier without direction. Yi Fei fell silent, surveying the endless expanse around him. What should they do? He too was at a loss. He merely felt that his life had been bought back at the cost of 5 brothers. To perish so easily seemed a grave injustice. Suddenly, he chuckled, patting Chunhu's shoulder with his intact right hand. "Next step? Let us just survive." Chapter 146. Qin Feng's terrifying strength instantly slays 3 scavenging bodies. This is the law of the wilderness. The night wind rustled through the cornfield, producing a whispering sound as Qin Feng's figure darted between the towering cornstalks, which were taller than a man, providing him with excellent cover. He traced the path of the 3 competitors from Lighthouse Nation, curving around to position himself ahead of them. He required the perfect ambush point. one that could resolve the conflict swiftly, leaving no opportunity for his opponents to react. Before long, he discovered an ideal location, a narrow path trampled by wild beasts, flanked by exceptionally dense cornstalks that compressed the pathway to accommodate only one person. Anyone traversing this route would face severe limitations in both visibility and movement. Qin Feng halted, pressing his body against a sturdy cornstalk, significantly slowing his breathing. He retrieved his crossbow from behind, inspecting the quiver, then drew his dagger, gripping it in reverse. The sounds of footsteps and rustling corn leaves approached, growing nearer. "Hey, Liam. What do you think it will be this time? A wild boar? Or perhaps a lost little darling?" A voice emerged from nearby, laced with mockery. "Whatever it is. As long as it moves, it's our prey." The man referred to as Liam spoke with arrogance. "If fortune smiles upon us, it might even be a woman. We must gather women from all nations." "Ha ha, well said. Let us hope this one is tender." The three laughed heedlessly, forming a serpentine line as they swaggered into the narrow path. The last man, still curiously inspecting the corn cobs along the way, seemed intent on assessing their quality. Just as a distance of 3 to 4 meters opened up between him and the man in the middle, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At the moment when the leading Liam was about to brush past Qin Feng's hiding spot, the time had come. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and he moved. No wind, no warning. Thud. A faint sound, reminiscent of a ripe fruit being punctured, echoed through the air, causing the smile of the last contestant from the land of the free to freeze instantly. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he looked down, only to discover a black crossbow bolt protruding from his chest. He attempted to scream, yet only a futile gurgle escaped his throat as his life force ebbed away rapidly. Before he could emit a single cry of despair, he collapsed against the corn stalks, causing a cacophony of rustling sounds. What was that noise? William, walking in the middle, turned alertly. What met his eyes was the horrifying sight of his companion lying in a pool of blood, along with a shadow darting out from the darkness. The figure moved with such astonishing speed that it transcended his understanding of human limits. "Enemy," William managed to shout, but only a single word escaped his lips before Qin Feng was upon him. He could barely comprehend Qin Feng's movement. All he perceived was a blur, followed by an irresistible force crashing into his chest, halting his breath. Almost immediately, a chilling sensation penetrated from his jaw, piercing through to the top of his skull. With a swift elbow strike to William's chest, Qin Feng sent him reeling backward, leaving him wide open. Utilizing the momentum, he thrust the bone blade in his right hand into the soft flesh beneath the chin, precisely piercing the brain. There were no unnecessary movements. It was a single, fatal blow. Without pausing, he propelled himself forward like a predator, targeting the last adversary, Liam. Damn it, Liam finally reacted, witnessing the slaughter of his two companions within mere seconds. A tidal wave of rage and terror engulfed his reason. He let out a furious roar and spun around, his massive fist, as large as a frying pan, hurtling toward Qin Feng's face with the force of a gale. Liam was utterly confident in this punch. Standing over 6 feet tall and weighing 200 pounds, his sinewy muscles were a testament to his strength. The seemingly unassuming figure of the Dragon Countryman appeared far from intimidating, even somewhat refined. With this punch, he was convinced it could obliterate the man's head like a watermelon. As Liam's fist whistled through the air, Qin Feng's expression remained impassive. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he countered with a punch of his own. In stark contrast to Liam's exaggerated muscles, Qin Feng's arm was sleek and proportionate, his muscles understated yet powerful. This scene only intensified the cruel smile curling at the corner of Liam's mouth. Seeking death. However, the very next moment, their fists collided midair with a resounding impact. Crack. The anticipated sound of shattering bones resonated, but it was not Qin Feng's. Instead, a chilling crunch echoed through the silent cornfield. Liam's sinister grin faltered, replaced by sheer shock and absurdity. An incomprehensible, uncontrollable force emanated from Qin Feng's fist, obliterating his finger bones and wrist. After a full second of delay, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Liam's throat. He lowered his gaze to find his right arm twisted at a grotesque angle, limply hanging down. The stark, white bone even piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. A single punch. Just one punch. The strength he prided himself on crumbled like paper before this seemingly frail Eastern figure. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you man or ghost? Liam, in utter shock, looked up at Qin Feng, unable to comprehend how such overwhelming power could manifest in the visage of a delicate Eastern individual. Qin Feng, gripping the still-dripping dagger in his hand, advanced step by step. A cold smile graced his lips, and though his voice was low, it resonated clearly in Liam's ears. The one who seeks your life. Before the words fully left his mouth, Qin Feng's figure flickered. Liam barely registered a blur before the stark, white bone blade had already sliced through his throat. As the corpse fell, Qin Feng, expressionless, swiftly rummaged through the three bodies. His movements were deft, devoid of any superfluous action, and soon he unearthed several small trinkets. A piece of flint, a rudimentary yet functional compass, and even a palm-sized solar flashlight. A decent haul, Qin Feng murmured softly, stowing away these fragmented yet exceedingly practical items. These must have been the initial supplies they randomly gathered. Now, they belonged to him. Without a moment's pause, his figure flickered once more, silently merging into the towering corn stalks, rapidly heading in the direction where Wang Meng and the others were situated. Chapter 147. The enraged army of the Lighthouse Nation strikes. Crack, crack. Wang Meng and Lin Yihuan were engrossed in their task, their cooperation seamless. One was responsible for breaking the corn, while the other bagged it. Several bulging backpacks had already accumulated beside them. Yihuan, take a breather, Wang Ming whispered, casting a wary glance around the dark cornfield, continuing. Our big brother has been gone for quite a while now, and there hasn't been a hint of him. This cursed place always leaves me feeling uneasy. Lin Yihuan straightened her aching back, breaking off a cob of corn to stow in the backpack, her gaze also drifting into the depths of the cornfield, tinged with concern. Brother Qin Feng will be fine. Let us hurry and gather more. When he returns, it will mitigate some of the risk. No sooner had the words left her lips than a shadow silently appeared beside them. Who? Wang Ming's muscles tensed instantly, spinning around like a tiger, armed with a crossbow aimed at the shadow. It's me. Qin Feng's calm voice broke the tension. Big brother, you finally returned. Wang Ming recognized him and exhaled in relief, then excitedly pointed at their haul. Look, we've gathered quite a lot. If we push a little harder, we can definitely trigger a return. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the backpacks filled with corn, nodding slightly, a flicker of approval in his eyes. In the next moment, he shifted the conversation. Stop collecting. Pack your things immediately, we need to leave. Wang Ming was taken aback, poised to inquire further when he beheld Qin Feng's casual motion of wiping his dagger, revealing the still-drying dark crimson stains. A chill ran through his heart as he realized that Qin Feng must have encountered competitors from another nation. Consequently, he swallowed all his questions and replied in a grave tone. All right, they have already arrived, Qin Feng stated coolly. There are 3 of them, and I have just dealt with them. What? Both Wang Ming and Lin Yihan exclaimed in unison. Wang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. You eliminated all 3 of them? Qin Feng did not respond directly to the query. Instead, he continued. Their encampment is akin to a turtle shell, easy to defend but hard to assault. There is a 50-meter radius of open ground surrounding it, along with watchtowers. Our position has been compromised, and they will soon dispatch reinforcements. He glanced at the darkening sky. We must find an absolutely secure location to hide before dawn. Otherwise, when their main forces converge, none of us will escape. As he listened to Qin Feng's composed analysis, the excitement and confusion on Wang Ming's face gradually gave way to solemnity. He understood that Qin Feng never made decisions without assurance. I understand, Wang Ming affirmed, nodding emphatically. I will follow your lead, my brother. Let us withdraw at once. The two swiftly secured their backpacks filled with corn onto Dali's back and the cart, while Lin Yihan assisted in gathering the scattered corn stalks, striving to erase any evidence of their presence. Qin Feng cast one last glance over the golden cornfield, a glint of cold determination flickering in his eyes. We are merely departing temporarily. This land will ultimately belong to us. With that, he took hold of Dali's reins and signaled, let us go. The trio, accompanied by the sturdy ox, swiftly vanished into the shadows of the night-laden forest, carrying their substantial harvest. As the night deepened, 3 lifeless bodies lay quietly in the cornfield, the metallic scent of blood gradually dissipating in the wind, as if nothing had ever transpired. Within the depths of the Lighthouse Nation's encampment, James sat beside the fire, impatiently gnawing on a piece of undercooked meat. Damn it, how long could Liam and the others take? Does it truly require an hour to catch a wild beast? He forcefully cast the bone to the ground, fragments splattering across his face. The surrounding clamor diminished, and an unsettling tension enveloped the group. James rose, gazing into the profound darkness, his expression hardening. Tom, take another look. He shouted towards the watchtower. Boss, there's nothing to see. The commotion over there has ceased for quite some time. Send 2 men to investigate. James's voice was laced with a murderous intent. Soon, 2 armed white men cursed as they exited the camp, disappearing into the cornfield. Time ticked away, and the atmosphere within the camp grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a scream, imbued with sheer terror, sliced through the night from the direction of the cornfield. Immediately following was the sound of frantic footsteps and the ominous cracking of corn stalks being violently broken. James's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. As the 2 individuals dispatched earlier emerged, one of them appeared as though he had encountered a ghost, tears streaming down his face as he bolted from the cornfield. Upon entering the camp's vicinity, his legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, a significant wetness rapidly spreading across his trousers. The other followed closely behind, his complexion as pale as a sheet, clutching the camp's entrance while bending over and retching violently. What transpired? James rushed forward, delivering a kick to the fallen man's side, bellowing furiously, Speak. What happened? The man trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in fear. Liam, William, and Fernan are dead. All of them. It was as if he recalled some horrific vision, cradling his head and screaming hysterically, one strike. All were killed in an instant. Liam's arm, it's completely gone. The bones are shattered. The man who had been vomiting finally regained his composure, raising his head to reveal eyes filled with boundless terror. Boss, we only saw a single set of footprints, just one pair. Only one person's footprints. These words fell like a bucket of ice water upon the hearts of everyone in the camp. James's countenance instantly turned a ghastly shade of gray, his chest heaving violently. Rage, humiliation, and a trace of fear he was reluctant to acknowledge. 3 men, 3 fully armed giants, slaughtered by a single individual in a mere moment. This was beyond the realm of human capability. Useless, James roared in fury, yet he found no outlet for his wrath. At that moment, the Egyptian slave they had captured approached cautiously, intending to pick up the scattered bones to eat. Damn it. A glint of malice flickered in James's eyes as he seized the woman's hair and dragged her brutally into his wooden cabin. Her screams echoed, mingling with James's primal gasps. The others in the camp exchanged glances, rendered mute by the chilling atmosphere. After a considerable time, James emerged from the cabin, his clothes disheveled and his face bearing a morbid flush, yet his gaze had regained its icy composure, even more chilling than before. He surveyed his silent subordinates. his voice hoarse and venomous. At dawn, everyone shall arm themselves with all weapons, every spear, and every trap. He licked his lips, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Since he fancies this cornfield, we shall transform it into his grave. Chapter 148. Brewing the first pot of sugar in the wilderness. Within the mountains, Qin Feng, along with 2 companions, a cow and a wolf, trudged along, each burdened with heavy loads of corn and sugarcane. Dali was piled high like a small mountain, nearly strapping corn onto Jingzhe. Sweat soaked their backs, the sticky sensation exacerbating their irritation, compounded by the rustling sounds emanating from the surrounding grass, keeping their nerves perpetually on edge. At that moment, a beam of light unexpectedly pierced the dense darkness, illuminating the rugged mountain path through the forest ahead. Wang Ming squinted against the sudden brightness and, upon closer inspection, realized it was a small solar-powered flashlight held by Qin Feng. Oh, Wang Ming lowered his voice, leaning closer to Qin Feng, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this a solar flashlight? Did you confiscate it from those scoundrels? Though small, in this environment, it is nothing short of a miraculous tool. This indicates that their camp has many valuable resources. Qin Feng waved the flashlight, the beam sweeping through the forest, prompting Wang Ming to smirk, a glimmer of greed and determination flashing in his eyes. Then we must take them down. We shall seize this opportunity from those wretched bastards. The items are indeed valuable, but the people are also a resource. Qin Feng spoke this with a calm demeanor, continuing his pace. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming was initially taken aback, but soon his eyes ignited with even greater fervor. He whispered excitedly, rubbing his hands together, right? How could I have forgotten that? If we eliminate those Japanese scoundrels, our nation's strength will increase. Imagine if we could take out all those from the Lighthouse Nation. Lin Yihan, panting behind them, interjected, her voice tinged with realization. This is the essence of the war for national fortune. It is a matter of mutual rise and fall. Either you perish, or I do. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, silently praising Lin Yihan for her rapid growth. He then meticulously scanned their surroundings with the flashlight. They had been walking for nearly 2 hours, passing several seemingly suitable camping spots, including wind-sheltered stone walls and relatively flat clearings. Wang Ming had suggested stopping twice, but Qin Feng had declined each time. Big brother, I believe this spot is perfect. The terrain is flat, and there are a few large trees to shield us from the wind. Wang Ming pointed to a gentle slope, noting that Dali Nyo was panting heavily. No, we need a significant water source tonight, Qin Feng replied succinctly. After another hour of walking, even Wang Ming, with his robust physique, felt exhausted, while Lin Yihan's complexion had turned pale, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Just then, Qin Feng halted, exclaiming, here? Everyone perked up, and with the flashlight's illumination, they discovered they were in a small valley with flat terrain. Most importantly, a small stream flowed nearby. Although the water was limited, it would suffice. Wang Ming, feeling relieved, unloaded his burdens and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Finally, we can rest. Lin Yihan set her backpack down and walked to the stream, splashing her face with the cool water, letting out a sigh of comfort. However, the words Qin Feng uttered next nearly made Wang Ming leap from his seated position. Let us endure a bit tonight, and sleep later. Qin Feng placed the flashlight atop a high rock, casting light over the entire campsite. We shall convert all the sugarcane into syrup. Wang Ming suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder Qin Feng had been in search of water sources throughout their journey. It was all to refine sugar. Indeed, the heavy sugarcane took up considerable space, yet once transformed into sugar, it would be lighter and more manageable for storage. This decision was undoubtedly astute. Their subsequent actions were fraught with uncertainty. The lighter their burdens, the greater their mobility. Without hesitation, they set to work. There was no need for Qin Feng to assign detailed tasks. Wang Ming proactively seized an axe and ventured into the surroundings to chop dry wood. Lin Yihan, on her part, produced a dagger and began meticulously peeling the sugarcane. Qin Feng scoured the creek for suitably sized stones and fashioned a makeshift stove with them, placing a cooking pot atop. With everything prepared, the real challenge emerged, extracting juice. Without machinery, how could they extract liquid from the tough sugarcane? Wang Ming observed the pristine white stalks Lin Yihan had peeled and found himself perplexed. He picked one up and attempted to snap it with his hands, but the cane remained unyielding. Brother, this thing is as hard as an iron rod. What do we do? Wang Ming scratched his head, pondering the absurdity of attempting to gnaw at it with his teeth, fearing he might end up with a mouthful of broken teeth. Lin Yihan chuckled softly. She took up her knife and tried slicing the sugarcane into thin pieces, then squeezed with all her might, but the yield was dismally low, producing only a few drops after a long while. Watching her struggle, Wang Ming paced back and forth before suddenly his eyes lit up. He had an idea. He strode over to the creek and fished around until he retrieved a smooth, oval-shaped pebble, roughly the size of his palm. He washed it thoroughly in the water, then placed it beside the cooking pot. Watch this. Wang Ming tossed the peeled sugarcane into the pot, took a deep breath, gripped the stone tightly, and brought it down with force. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the sugarcane snapped, yet little juice emerged. Hey, it's still pretty tough. Wang Ming, undeterred, adjusted his stance and raised the stone once more. Bang! 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 He hammered down like a blacksmith, smashing the sugarcane to bits, and sweet juice splattered everywhere, so much so that it splashed all over Wang Ming's face. Wow, a human juicer? Wang Ming is incredible. This scene is so primitive. I feel as though I am witnessing the dawn of human civilization. I pity that pot. I suspect it will need repairs from Qin Feng by tomorrow. Am I the only one who finds Wang Ming's juice-splattered face somewhat endearing? Don't use the pot. The bottom will break, came Qin Feng's calm voice, revealing that he had, at some point, cleared a large, flat slab of bluestone by the creek. He gestured towards it, smash it on the surface, and used clean broadleaves underneath to catch the juice. Upon seeing the stone slab, Wang Ming cursed himself for sometimes being slow on the uptake. He promptly relocated to the bluestone slab, invigorated and ready to continue his efforts. Lin Yihan handed over the peeled sugarcane, while Wang Ming vigorously smashed it with a stone. Lin Yihan skillfully collected the juice mixed with cane residue into a pot, their teamwork seamless, efficiency multiplying in an instant. Soon, they had gathered a large pot brimming with murky sugarcane juice. Qin Feng took the pot, retrieved a spare cloth bag that Lin Yihan had sewn before their departure, and fashioned it into a makeshift filter, pouring the murky juice slowly into the military pot set over the fire. The milky white residue was filtered out, and the clear, faintly green sugarcane juice began to accumulate in the pot. As the fire ignited the firewood Wang Ming had collected, flames licked the bottom of the pot, causing tiny bubbles to emerge from the juice. A rich, sweet aroma began to waft through the valley. Qin Feng squatted by the stove, occasionally stirring with a wooden stick to prevent sticking. The juice gradually transformed from a light green to a thick, enticing amber hue, the bubbles growing larger and rolling with a bubbling sound. Qin Feng, is this done? Lin Yihan asked curiously, gazing at the viscous liquid in the pot. Not yet. This is merely syrup, Qin Feng replied, dipping the stick into the mixture and pulling long strands of sugar in the firelight. He pinched the cooled syrup between his fingers to gauge its thickness before nodding. It's nearly ready. Now we must pour it into containers, otherwise it will solidify in the pot as it cools. With that, Qin Feng took 2 military water bottles and carefully poured the boiling syrup into them. Wang Ming, watching anxiously from the side, exclaimed, "Bro, be careful. That stuff is scalding hot." Before long, the 2 heavy bottles were filled with syrup. Qin Feng capped the bottles and explained to Lin Yihan, "Let them sit for a day or two. As the temperature drops, fine yellow crystals will form on the surface. That's raw sugar. Under the current conditions, we cannot produce refined white sugar, but this will suffice." Gazing at the 2 bottles filled with the essence of the sugarcane, Wang Ming grinned widely, realizing that this was not merely sustenance, but a precious source of energy. A boon in the perilous wilderness. Lin Yihan cautiously dipped her finger into the cooled syrup clinging to the pot's edge and tasted it. A wave of exquisite sweetness exploded on her palate, dissipating all fatigue and toil. She closed her eyes in satisfaction, looking at Qin Feng, and softly remarked, "Qin Feng, this is truly sweet." Qin Feng secured the bottle and placed it steadily at the bottom of his backpack. "Wang Ming, go boil some corn. Let us have a simple meal and rest well." He paused, his gaze turning cold as he looked into the dark depths where the corn was. "Tomorrow, we shall explore the cornfield." Understood. Chapter 149, Sign In. The Birth of the Trap King. Surrounded by a small campfire, Qin Feng and his companions silently munched on boiled corn, the sweet flavor melting in their mouths, momentarily dispelling the weariness from their sugar-making endeavor. "You all sleep first. I will keep watch for the first half of the night." Qin Feng addressed the 2 individuals who were gnawing on corn. "My dear brothers, you've labored throughout the day. Allow me to take over." Wang Ming, having finished his corn, wiped his mouth. He realized that during the recent ambush, he had hardly contributed, relying solely on Qin Feng's formidable prowess. Naturally, he wished to spare Qin Feng further toil, stating, "I'm fine, just let me take over in 4 hours." Qin Feng inspected the crossbow and toyed with the recently acquired solar-powered flashlight, noting its exquisite craftsmanship, waterproof quality, and durability, an excellent piece of equipment. Observing Qin Feng's insistence, Wang Ming ceased to argue, seeking a sheltered spot, where soon the gentle sounds of his snoring filled the air. Lin Yihan, cocooned in her thermal blanket, curled up close to the campfire and drifted into a deep slumber. Not far away, De Li, weary from the day's exertions, finally lay down, his massive frame resembling a small mountain, exuding an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Meanwhile, Xiaolang, the little wolf, nestled at Qin Feng's feet, seeking warmth. It appeared to be dreaming, its tiny paws occasionally twitching, ears slightly quivering, as if chasing something through the realms of dreams. The temporary camp was enveloped in a serene ambience, punctuated only by the crackling of the burning fire and the varied rhythms of breathing. Qin Feng sat quietly beside the flames, guarding this moment of tranquility for his weary comrades. He calculated the days. Tomorrow would herald a new opportunity for sign-in. What rewards would the system bestow this time? Would it be a tool to alleviate their present predicament, or a skill more aligned with survival assistance? Perhaps something even more extraordinary, such as a legendary spatial ring? He added a piece of dry wood to the fire, sparks flying. He needed a strategy, one capable of breaching the adversary's fortified encampment. A direct assault? Their defenses were formidable, and with their limited numbers, a head-on confrontation would be unwise. As various plans raced through his mind, he quickly dismissed them one by one. The enemy's camp resembled a spiked iron barrel, presenting a considerable challenge. He hoped for a better reward from tomorrow's sign-in. The next day, as dawn's light began to pierce the darkness, Qin Feng was roused by a faint, appetizing aroma. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the campfire had been rekindled, flames licking at fresh logs. Wang Ming, with his robust physique, squatted beside the flames, carefully roasting 2 ears of golden corn speared on a sharpened stick. Upon noticing Qin Feng's awakening, he grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. "Awake, are you? Quickly, have some while it's warm." As he spoke, he handed over an ear of corn, its outer skin slightly charred and exuding a delightful fragrance. Qin Feng accepted it, feeling the warmth radiate from the corn through his fingertips. He refrained from unnecessary pleasantries, merely nodding as he took a bite. The sweet, tender kernels, infused with the essence of the fire, were delectable. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding. Would you like to sign in?" "Sign in," Qin Feng silently affirmed. "Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the master-level trap crafting skill." In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into Qin Feng's mind, as if a dam had burst. Countless images erupted in his mind. From the most primitive sharpened stakes and vine snares, to the toxic bamboo spike traps of jungle gorillas, and the rolling logs and stones that harnessed the potential energy of gravity. From the iron caltrops used in ancient warfare to impede cavalry, to the horse traps dug into the ground, and to the modern special forces employing explosives, fishing lines, and psychological tactics to set intricate traps. There were even ecological traps devised by leveraging animal behaviors, plant characteristics, and the flow of water. A plethora of knowledge intertwined. As if he were a master who had spent centuries mastering the art of traps. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. A plan had emerged. The trio had a modest meal of jerky and roasted corn. Wang Ming rubbed his fists together, gazing intently at the cornfield, and said with a hint of frustration, "Brother, how should we proceed today? We must gather more corn to trigger a 10,000-fold return." "No." Qin Feng's response left Wang Ming momentarily stunned. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng's gaze was cool and steady as he looked toward the golden cornfield in the distance. "The people of the Lighthouse Nation have lost 3 men on their own territory and suffered humiliation at our hands. They must be seething with rage. I suspect that at dawn, they will emerge en masse, conducting a thorough search of this area. They will not rest until they find us and exact their vengeance." Lin Yihan furrowed her brow slightly. "Does that not place us in great danger? We should relocate immediately." "Relocate?" Qin Feng shook his head. "With Dali Li and this abundance of supplies, we cannot move swiftly. They, however, travel light and are solely focused on pursuit. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with us. Fleeing is the least favorable option. Moreover, our objective remains unfulfilled." Wang Ming understood. A fierce light flashing in his eyes. "You mean we do not run, but confront them instead?" "Exactly." A subtle smile curled Qin Feng's lips. "If they seek us, we shall grant them the opportunity." He pointed toward the cornfield swaying in the morning light, articulating each word deliberately. "That place is their home ground, their self-proclaimed hunting ground. But from this day forth, it shall become their grave." A jolt of reverberation coursed through Wang Ming and Lin Yihan, a chill ascending their spines, which swiftly transformed into a fervent battle spirit. "Brother, tell me how we shall proceed," Wang Ming asked solemnly. "Empty your backpacks." Qin Feng issued his first command. "Wang Ming, you and I will carry only weapons and water. Dali must also offload all his supplies. Yihan, you and Jingzhou will remain here to guard all the supplies. Remember, your task is the most critical. These are the foundation of our future and must not be compromised." Lin Yihan nodded earnestly, her eyes brimming with determination. "Rest assured." "Brother Qin Feng." Qin Feng turned to Wang Ming, continuing to assign tasks. "Your mission is to operate around the perimeter of the cornfield, consistently creating traces of our escape to divert their search efforts. You will also serve as the first line of reconnaissance, keeping me informed of enemy movements." "Understood," Wang Ming assured, thumping his chest. "And you?" Wang Ming inquired. Qin Feng's gaze shifted to the depths of the vast cornfield. "I shall prepare them a grand gift." He intended to delve into the very heart of the cornfield, transforming the lethal traps in his mind into stark reality. He would set up a series of intricate snares, ensuring that those who entered would find no way back. Moments later, preparations complete, Qin Feng, Wang Ming, and Dali advanced toward the cornfield, while Lin Yihan and Jingzhou remained behind, watching them vanish among the stalks. She understood that a true hunt was about to commence. Chapter 150. Had they already prepared? Then we shall counter with fire in the wind. At the edge of the cornfield, the air was thick with a damp, earthy aroma, mingled with the sweet scent of ripening corn. What should have been a celebration of harvest now exuded a silent, murderous intent. Wang Ming tightened his grip on the crossbow, lowering his body as he followed closely behind Qin Feng, each step taken with utmost caution, yet his fierce gaze betrayed his anticipation. The mere thought of those rascals from the Lighthouse Nation being so near sent a thrill through him. "Big brother, where do we start? Should we first gather the corn to trigger a return?" Wang Ming whispered, his voice barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing. "Or should I charge in first to draw their attention while you set up the traps?" Before he could finish, Qin Feng abruptly raised his right hand with a simple, yet commanding gesture, silencing Wang Ming instantly. Every muscle in his body tensed. Qin Feng's gaze was not directed into the depths of the cornfield, but rather fixated on a clear patch of ground barely 10 meters ahead. It was a pathway that appeared to have been deliberately cleared, seemingly the only route into the cornfield. Wang Ming followed his line of sight, but discerned nothing unusual. Wasn't it merely a patch of trampled earth? What was the issue? Puzzled, he held back his impulse, trusting Qin Feng implicitly, remaining vigilant as nearby. The cow Dali seemed to sense the unusual stillness, restlessly scraping its hooves. Qin Feng slowly crouched down, extending a finger to point at the center of the ground. Wang Ming, observe the soil there. Squinting, Wang Ming scrutinized the area, and under the morning light, he finally perceived the anomaly. The soil in that region was a shade darker than the surrounding earth, though cleverly concealed with fallen leaves and loose dirt. The freshly disturbed wetness was unmistakable to someone with Qin Feng's extraordinary observational skills. Not just the color, Qin Feng added. Notice the disorderly pattern of the leaves above. Unlike those that have naturally fallen nearby, and these faint footprints, they lead backward, indicating an intentional effort to erase their traces. A single term sprang to Wang Ming's mind: pitfall. A cold sweat immediately broke out along his spine. Had Qin Feng not intervened in time, his previous momentum would have surely propelled him straight into the trap. Even without sharpened stakes below, the sheer depth of several meters would be enough to break his leg, rendering him as helpless as a fish in a barrel. By all that is sacred, Wang Ming squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, a tumult of fear and anger twisting his face. He had thought of himself as the hunter, only to realize that his adversaries had already laid traps, waiting for them to fall into their snares. But that was not the end of it. Qin Feng rose to his feet, casting his gaze over the vicinity of the traps. Behold, beside the traps lay several faint traces, remnants of a kraul leading deep into the cornfield. They had not only set traps, but had also concealed themselves within, eagerly anticipating our arrival. Oh my heavens, these traps are camouflaged to perfection. I couldn't discern them even with high-definition imaging. How did Qin Shin discover this? Are his eyes like a microscope? Such observational prowess defies human capability. Indeed, the competitors from the Lighthouse Nation are ruthlessly skilled. They have transformed the entire perimeter of the cornfield into a minefield. Charging in would be tantamount to suicide. These Lighthouse Nation competitors are ensconced in their camp, surrounded by traps, making any offensive utterly impossible. The audience from Long Nation in the live stream experienced a roller coaster of emotions, plummeting from the exhilaration of impending retaliation to the depths of anxiety. It became clear to all that after losing 3 team members, James and his crew had not recklessly pursued, but had instead utilized the night to convert the entire cornfield into a colossal graveyard meticulously prepared for Qin Feng. They had even stationed more personnel deep within the cornfield, lying in wait for Qin Feng to charge in. This was an inescapable deadlock. Qin Feng's plan had collapsed the moment he set foot in this territory. Wang Ming turned to Qin Feng, his expression grave. Brother, what shall we do now? These bastards are tucked away like turtles in their shells, surrounded by spikes. We can't reach them at all. Qin Feng stood tall, his gaze traversing the deadly terrain. Peering deeper into the cornfield, he sensed that similar traps were not confined to this area. The entire perimeter of the cornfield had likely been transformed into an expansive series of interconnected traps. The notion of stealthily infiltrating to harvest corn was nearly impossible, and escape? Even less so. Their objective was to procure the corn and salt pools here, and now, an additional goal emerged, to eradicate the Lighthouse Nation's presence. To diminish the physical prowess of the Lighthouse Nation on Blue Star. Moreover, there was the crucial matter of the relic information known to the Lighthouse Nation. Wang Ming forced himself to regain composure and ponder strategies, while Qin Feng remained silent, his mind racing with rapid calculations. A direct assault? The enemy was poised, traps abundant. It would be akin to a death sentence. Circumventing them? The expanse of the cornfield was vast, and the number of hidden adversaries remained unknown. Discovery would mean encirclement and division. Plan after plan swiftly formed in his mind, only to be instantly dismissed. Unless there existed a force capable of disregarding all their traps and ambushes, delivering indiscriminate and overwhelming strikes. With this thought, Qin Feng closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to that primal, uncontrollable, yet immensely powerful force of nature. He attuned himself to the flow of the air, the humidity, and the warmth of the sunlight. His masterful weather perception was akin to a sophisticated radar, scanning all meteorological changes within 100 miles. Moments later, he opened his eyes. And within those tranquil depths, a glimmer of chilling sharpness flickered. He slowly turned his head to gaze at the anxious Wang Ming, a slight curve gracing his lips, a smile that sent shivers down Wang Ming's spine. Do they prefer to act like turtles? Qin Feng's voice was soft, yet imbued with a chilling undertone. Then let us roast their shells along with the flesh within. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Qin Feng lifted his hand, pointing towards the sky and then to the swaying golden fields of corn. Wang Ming, let us change our strategy. Fire attack. The moment Wang Ming heard those words, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Instinctively, he glanced at the wind direction, noting that the towering corn stalks were leaning decisively towards the southwest. And they happened to be positioned at the southwestern corner of that very cornfield. Brother, are you certain about this? Wang Ming's expression was one of sheer horror. The wind was blowing towards them. If we ignite a fire here, before it reaches those rascals, we would be suffocated by the smoke ourselves. At that point, we wouldn't merely be roasting turtle shells. We would become roasted piglets ourselves. His words, though blunt, contained a certain truth. Not only Wang Ming, but also all the viewers in the live broadcast supporting Qin Feng felt that this plan was extraordinarily reckless and unrealistic. Fire attack. Has Divine Qin lost his mind? The wind direction is clearly incorrect. Setting a fire against the wind, what kind of divine operation is this? I can't comprehend it, yet I am profoundly shocked. Is this a suicidal assault? Please, don't act impulsively. The viewers from the Lighthouse Nation were laughing hysterically, claiming that the Dragon Nation competitor was out of tricks and preparing for self-immolation. I trust Divine Qin. He must have his own reasoning. Have you forgotten how he predicted the torrential rain? Chapter 151. The wind direction reverses, the trap is set, burning the turtle shells of the Lighthouse Nation. The live broadcast chat was a cacophony of confusion, with voices of skepticism, concern, and blind faith intertwining. In the command center of the Dragon Nation, the veteran general and experts like Chunyi furrowed their brows, intently staring at the screen. Chunyi, please analyze the situation. The general's voice was steady, though his fingers unconsciously tapped the table. Chunyi adjusted his glasses, his expression grave, based on the current wind direction. A fire attack does indeed seem to be a last resort, akin to inviting disaster upon ourselves. However, given Qin Feng's habitual caution and meticulous planning, he could not possibly make such a fundamental error. I suspect he has once again predicted a meteorological change that we cannot comprehend. Prediction? A staff officer could not help but interject. But this is the wind direction. Unlike torrential rain, which has clouds as a basis. Wind is intangible. How could one possibly predict its trajectory and timing of change with precision? Chun Yi smiled wryly and shook his head. This is where my understanding falters. In meteorology, while abrupt changes in wind direction over short distances are common, achieving precision down to the minute transcends the realm of science. Just as everyone around him was engulfed in confusion, in the wilderness, Qin Feng, faced with Wang Meng's skepticism, merely smiled faintly. He refrained from elaborating on the source of his abilities, for they were beyond explanation. Instead, he extended his finger, sensing the subtle currents of air imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Rest assured, he said, gazing at Wang Meng with a calm and confident demeanor. The current wind is from the southwest, at a force of 3. He paused, casting a glance at the sky as if calculating something. In less than half an hour, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. 20 minutes. When the shadow of that cloud reaches our feet, the wind will shift. By then, it will be a northeast wind of level 5. With the suffocating smoke sufficient to either drive them away or cause their demise. That is our only opportunity. His words, imbued with an absolute certainty akin to stating a fact, rendered Wang Meng, who was previously filled with doubt, momentarily speechless. Wang Meng opened his mouth, intending to voice a rebuttal, but as he met Qin Feng's profound gaze, one that seemed to pierce into the future, all arguments were lodged in his throat. He recalled the cataclysmic downpour, reminiscing about how Qin Feng had urged everyone to reinforce the camp, ultimately allowing them to weather the crisis unscathed. That scene remained vividly etched in his memory. I believe you. Wang Meng nodded emphatically, the perplexity on his face dissipating, replaced by fervent trust. Big brother, what do we do? Withdraw, Qin Feng succinctly commanded. We retreat to the upwind location, specifically the northeastern direction of this area. Before that, we need to gather ample combustible materials. With the order given, the 2 men and 1 ox, immediately sprang into action. They steered clear of the perilous cornfield, instead moving swiftly along the periphery towards the northeast. Dolly, let's get to work, Wang Meng exclaimed, patting the ox's flank. The intelligent cow seemed to sense the urgency of the task, requiring no prodding as it instinctively used its sturdy horns to strike the long-dead shrubs along the roadside. Crack! The thick, dry branches snapped at the sound, while Wang Meng wielded his axe, specifically seeking out the resinous pine trees. He chopped away the dried lower branches, which served as the finest kindling. Qin Feng was not idle either. Utilizing his masterful knowledge of herbalism, he sought a plant known as wolf poison. He gathered bundles of wolf poison separately and explained to Wang Meng, these will be mixed into the first wave of fuel. The toxic smoke they produce will induce severe nausea in anyone who inhales it. Before the fire even reaches them, they will be in disarray. He collected bundles of wolf poison and dry leaves, securely binding them with vines. The trio, a seamless and efficient unit, darted through the forest with purpose. Wang Meng was responsible for felling the thick fuel. Dali took charge of transportation, while Qin Feng focused on gathering flammable tinder and plants with unique properties. In just over half an hour, they had amassed several mounds of dry firewood and withered leaves at the predetermined upwind location. Each pile was spaced approximately 10 meters apart, forming a fire line stretching 100 meters. With everything in place, Wang Meng wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the still blowing northeast wind. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he looked over at Qin Feng, who was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, seemingly unperturbed by the imminent shift in wind direction. This calmness, akin to a mountain remaining unshaken amidst a storm, profoundly inspired Wang Meng. He took a deep breath, found a spot to sit, and patiently waited. Meanwhile, deep within the cornfield, at the temporary camp of the Lighthouse Nation team, Captain James leaned against a pile of weeds, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, disdainfully surveying the surroundings. 50 meters from the camp lay their meticulously arranged death zone. Sharpened spears lay hidden in the grass, ready to spring forth upon contact. Numerous cleverly disguised pits, filled with pointed bamboo stakes, awaited their prey. Boss, do you think they will really come? A team member named Jack asked in a hushed tone, gripping a crudely fashioned bow tightly. James spat out the grass and scoffed. Of course they will. His gaze swept over the dense corn, his eyes gleaming with greed. This cornfield, along with the nearby Salt Lake, was the richest bounty within this rainforest. Having tasted the sweetness of this land, they would never abandon it. They would come charging forth like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Another team member brandished his spear, grinning menacingly. Let them come. That bastard killed 3 of us last night. Today, I want him and his bones to rot in that pit. James was pleased with his subordinates' morale. He stood up, surveying the 4 remaining hidden in the cornfield. Everyone, stay alert. Listen closely. Once the trap is triggered, do not hesitate. Throw all the spears and arrows in that direction. I want to turn them into pincushions. Yes, boss. The 6 men, concealed among the golden stalks of corn, were like the most patient of serpents, waiting for their prey to enter the deadly zone. Jack licked his cracked lips and asked, Boss, what if they don't come? Don't come? James's smile turned cruel. Then once we've regrouped, we'll take the initiative and drag them out from the forest. Remember, those last night were merely sneaky rats. Do they dare confront us in the open? They do not. They are surely cowering in some corner like a frightened dog. They are the prey we are about to skin. His words elicited suppressed, yet ruthless laughter from all the team members. They held an unwavering confidence in their traps. In their perception, the defeat of last night was merely a result of a surprise attack from the adversary. Now, on their home turf. In this cornfield they have transformed into a graveyard. Any enemy that dares to approach shall not return. However, none of them noticed that the once steady southwest wind rustling through the woods had, unbeknownst to them, gradually weakened. Suddenly, Qin Feng, leaning against a tree, opened his eyes wide. A glimmer of brilliance flashed momentarily in his gaze. Wang Ming also sensed the unusual silence. He sprang to his feet and looked towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his hand, and a leaf slipped from his fingertips, eerily suspending in midair for a fleeting second. Then, a powerful gust of wind roared forth from the northeastern mountains, stirring the dry leaves on the ground and producing a howling roar. The leaves were no longer drifting, but were forcefully thrust towards the cornfield. The wind direction had violently reversed in an instant. Qin Feng slowly stood up, retrieving a flint from his pocket, his voice cold as steel. Wang Ming, ignite it. Chapter 152, Smoke-Infused White Pig. Wang Ming grasped the flint, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable excitement upon hearing Qin Feng's command. Damn it, I've been waiting for this moment forever. He dashed towards a pile of dry firewood at the forefront, pulling out the flint and striking it against a small bundle of pre-prepared dry pine needles. Sparks flew, landing on the fluffy needles, and a barely visible wisp of smoke began to rise. Moments later, a small cluster of orange flames erupted into life. The northeastern wind howled fiercely, causing the flames to surge instantly. Wang Ming was entranced. The force of the wind was more than doubled from before. It felt as if someone was behind him with a blower. Brother, this is truly uncanny. The wind changes as swiftly as my wife's mood. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Put in more effort. Let us give them a smoke-infused white pig. With that, the two of them each held a flaming pine branch and sprinted along the 100-meter-long fire line. Burn. Set it all ablaze. Wang Ming, like a maniac spreading fire, continuously tossed the embers into the towering piles of fuel. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of piles of firewood ignited almost simultaneously, fire borrowing strength from the wind fueling the flames. In mere seconds, the fire line connected, transforming into a menacing wall of flames. The orange-red flames danced wildly in the fierce wind, scorching the surrounding air into a distorted haze. Subsequently, when the flames reached the wolf's poison plants that Qin Feng had deliberately placed, the color of the smoke changed. No longer the mundane grayish-white. Thick plumes of bizarre yellow-black smoke intertwined with the billowing black smoke, soaring into the sky. The smoke was as dense as ink, carrying a pungent, nauseating scent of vegetation. As it ascended, it was forcefully suppressed by the violent northeastern wind, unable to rise. Instead rolling along the ground like a yellow murky wave, surging towards the southwestern cornfield. Holy smokes, the wind has truly turned. My goodness, a level 5 northeastern wind. The wind and its direction are precisely as foretold by the Qin deity, without a second's deviation. The participants from the Lighthouse Nation are about to be completely overwhelmed. This thick smoke sends shivers down one's spine. Hilarity ensues. Just moments ago, the commentators from the Lighthouse Nation were barking the loudest, and now they are rendered utterly mute, their expressions akin to that of encountering a specter. Within the Dragon Nation's live stream, billions of viewers bore witness to this miraculous scene, and all skepticism evaporated in an instant, replaced by unparalleled astonishment and fervor. Deep within the cornfield, James, idly chewing on a blade of grass, suddenly caught a faint whiff of something charred. Who was roasting corn? He abruptly opened his eyes, nostrils flaring. Jack, too, detected the scent and inquired, "Boss, could it be that those individuals have arrived and are now cooking?" "Perhaps," James replied, slowly rising, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. "Since they have carelessly revealed their location, they shall not blame us for our lack of courtesy," he signaled. And 5 team members emerged from the corn stalks, each armed with sharpened spears or bows and arrows. Stealthily approach. The men should be incapacitated but left alive for interrogation, while the women must be handled with caution. Do not mar their beauty. James licked his lips, a lecherous expression crossing his face. The 6 of them crouched low and advanced toward the source of the smoke. The corn stalks obscured their view, yet the acrid scent intensified. However, after less than 50 meters, Jack suddenly halted, coughing violently. Cough. What is this foul odor? James sensed something was amiss. The burnt scent had transformed into a sharp, pungent aroma, reminiscent of burning refuse. Just as he was about to speak, a fierce northeastern wind howled through, and dense smoke surged toward them. Blast it! Before James could finish his sentence, he was enveloped by a cloud of grayish-white smoke. The noxious smell rushed into his nostrils, assaulting his brain. His throat felt as if it were ablaze, tears and mucus streaming uncontrollably. "Boss, this smoke appears to be toxic." Jack's voice had taken on a nasal quality. The 6 men became utterly disoriented amidst the thick smoke. James attempted to issue a command, but as he opened his mouth, more poisonous fumes invaded his lungs. He bent over, coughing violently, feeling as if his very insides were about to be expelled. Cough, cough, cough. My eyes. I cannot open my eyes. In an instant, cries of anguish, coughing, and retching filled the air. The smoke, laced with wolfbane, struck their eyes, nostrils, and lungs like countless searing needles. The searing pain blurred their vision, tears and mucus gushing forth like a breached dam. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming wave of nausea surging from their stomachs to their throats. Jack was the first to succumb. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his belly, retching violently. He could expel nothing but bitter bile, a sensation more unbearable than death itself. James yearned to command a retreat, but as he opened his mouth, a thick plume of smoke surged in, choking his throat. He felt as though his lungs were about to burst, collapsing to the ground, desperately pounding his chest, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the sky and the sun. The cornfield, once vibrant with life and hope, had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Coughing, "Water. Give me water." Dwight rolled on the ground, scratching at his face with frantic hands, leaving trails of blood from his nails. His eyes were swollen like overripe peaches, rendering him blind to his surroundings. Fire raged within his lungs, and each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. The venom of the wolf poison began to take effect within him, an overwhelming dizziness and nausea sapping him of any strength to rise. Not far away, another team member fared worse. He seemed to have inhaled too much smoke in the chaos, now lying on the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably, froth spilling from his mouth. Get up. Those who wish to live, rise. James elbowed the ground, straining to stand. He was stronger and more resolute than the others, but before the smoke, akin to a biochemical weapon, his strength amounted to little more than a few extra moments of struggle. He pressed his sleeve tightly against his mouth and nose. And through his blurred vision, he beheld the chaos of his meticulously arranged camp. The team members were sprawled in disarray, like rats thrown into a gas chamber, displaying their pitiful states. Retreat. Head towards the camp. Cough. Push through. James shouted with every ounce of strength, his voice hoarse as a broken bell. The camp. It lay on relatively flat terrain, free of their traps. If they could just break free from the shroud of smoke, there remained a glimmer of hope. The remnants of his sanity guided him to make the most astute decision. Hearing their captain's command, several still capable team members grasped onto it like a lifeline. Scrambling towards the camp, they supported one another, shoving and pulling, fleeing through the impenetrable smoke like a horde of headless flies in a frantic escape. Yet, their so-called path to survival had long been ensnared in another scheme. At the northeast corner of the cornfield, upwind, Qin Feng quietly observed the rolling sea of smoke. His masterful environmental awareness functioned like an invisible radar, vividly relaying the life signs of those lost souls within the fog to his mind. Their trajectories and chaotic states were completely under his command. Chapter 153. Mutual Fluctuation. The Lighthouse Nation returns to its former state overnight. The churning smoke, as if imbued with life, transformed the entire cornfield into a yellow-black ocean under the force of the wind. Pursue. Qin Feng's voice cut through the howling wind. Cold and resolute, he did not plunge directly into the smoke. That would be akin to suicide. Instead, he grasped Wang Meng's arm, skirting the edge of the smoke, racing towards the direction of the Lighthouse Nation's camp. His masterful environmental perception reached its zenith at that moment. In his mind, the few points of light representing life signs darted about in panic, erratically, and without pattern. Cough, cough. My eyes. Damn it. This way. Run this way. In the smoke, James and his group had completely lost their bearings. The toxic smoke of the wolf poison plant was overwhelming, searing their eyes and respiratory tracts. A fierce wave of nausea rendered them unable to straighten their backs, their vision blurred, revealing only the indistinct outlines of corn stalks and equally distressed companions. The traps they had once taken pride in had now become their death warrants. In the chaos, one team member stumbled, his wretched scream piercing through the howling wind. He had fallen into a pit dug by his own comrades. The sharpened bamboo stakes at the bottom pierced through his thigh and abdomen in an instant. The excruciating pain sent him into a frenzy of struggle, but only deepened his wounds. Help me. His cries echoed chillingly amidst the thick smoke. Yet no one could save him. James, himself kneeling on the ground, retched violently, tears and mucus streaking his face. He could only scream, leave him, run to the camp, charge out. The four survivors were gripped by the terror of death, crawling and scrambling toward the direction of the camp that lingered in their memories. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air from the darkness at the edge of the smoke. Whoosh. A staggering team member froze mid-run, looking down to see a black crossbow bolt protruding from his back. He opened his mouth to speak, but what came out was a spray of blood mixed with ash. He fell rigidly to the ground, crashing through the corn stalks. Damn it. The enemy is coming. Jack screamed in terror, recklessly drawing a spear from his back and hurling it in the direction of the crossbow bolt. Whoosh. The heavy spear whistled through the air, narrowly missing Wang Meng's right hand and embedding itself with a thud into a tree trunk behind him, the spearhead quivering in place. Wang Meng shook his stinging hand, a surge of fury rising to his head. Damn it, he roared, raising his weapon for a volley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow's mechanism emitted a series of ear-piercing clicks, sending 10 short arrows forth like a fan of death, instantly enveloping Jack and another team member nearby. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh was relentless. Jack was struck back like a rag doll, suddenly adorned with 7 or 8 gaping wounds. In disbelief, he stared at the bolts embedded in his body, the light in his eyes fading rapidly. Another team member fared worse, pierced in the neck and face by 3 arrows, unable to utter a single scream before falling lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, from the 6-member pursuit team, only Captain James and another member named Dwight remained. Amidst the thick smoke, James listened to the consecutive screams of his comrades, a chill rising from his feet to his head. He finally comprehended that they were not facing mere ambushing rodents, but the very specter of death lurking in the shadows. Run, Dwight, run. James unleashed all his survival instincts. Scarcely glancing at the enemy's location, madly sprinting toward the camp, Dwight trailed closely behind, terror-stricken. Qin Feng and Wang Meng followed leisurely along the edge of the smoke. Big brother, there are only 2 left. Hurry up. Wang Meng lowered his voice, having already replaced the arrow quiver on the crossbow. No, Qin Feng shook his head, his gaze deep and calm as he observed the 2 figures that flickered in and out of visibility amidst the smoke. Their camp was drawing near. Indeed, just as James and Dwight tumbled out of the smoke's embrace, catching sight of the familiar wooden walls of their camp, James exerted every ounce of strength to emit a desperate scream. Help! Help! We are under attack. His cry, piercing and filled with despair, shattered the tranquility of the camp. On the watchtower, one of the station guards jolted upright, swiftly turning to shout to the others in the camp. Quick! Come out! Grab your weapons. From behind the wooden walls, two heads popped up, each holding a spear and a bow, anxiously peering towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing their leader James and Dwight, who appeared disheveled and frantic like lost souls, they immediately readied their bows. Cover the boss. Whoosh. Several arrows soared over James's head, piercing into the mist behind him. Qin Feng and Wang Meng halted their steps, swiftly retreating behind a massive tree. Observing James escape into the camp's entrance under the protection of his companions, Wang Meng struck the tree in frustration. Damn it, so close. Yet Qin Feng remained composed, patting Wang Meng on the shoulder. Let us withdraw. Are we just going to let them go? Wang Meng was reluctant. Charging into their camp, we would gain nothing. Qin Feng surveyed the distant camp, now taking shape as a defensive fortification, his eyes calm. The real show has only just begun. With that, he did not linger. Turning to meld into the dense forest behind him, Wang Meng watched his steady silhouette, glancing back at the chaotic scene unfolding at the lighthouse camp, his anger gradually subsiding, replaced by a sense of anticipation. He understood that Qin Feng would not let this matter rest so easily. The two swiftly vacated the troublesome area, navigating silently and quickly for nearly half an hour, their taut nerves finally easing as they spotted the familiar flickering campfire in the distance. Lin Yihan had been anxiously awaiting their return, and upon seeing the two arrive safely, her heart finally settled. She asked no questions, simply handing over a water-filled flask. Drink some water. It's cooled boiled water. Wang Ming gulped down several large swigs, still aggrieved. Damn it, we were so close to taking down that bastard James. That son of a gun ran faster than a rabbit. Qin Feng accepted the water pouch, speaking calmly. Letting one escape is sometimes better than annihilating them all. What do you mean? Wang Ming was taken aback. A single survivor, terrified to the core, will spread fear among every member of his camp like a plague. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. From tonight on, they shall not sleep soundly again, and we will be free to act as we wish. Wang Ming nodded heavily. Though he grasped Qin Feng's strategy, the thought of the easily attainable prize slipping away still left him feeling unsettled. He seized the water bottle and took several hearty gulps, then gravely inquired, "What shall we do next? Should we return to harvest the corn?" Qin Feng glanced at the sky and replied, "Indeed. They are now like startled prey. We should seize this opportunity to reap the rewards while simultaneously laying traps for them." No sooner had his words left his lips than the three of them felt a subtle tremor in their watches, and a pale blue light curtain unfurled before them. Global announcement. Due to the Dragon Kingdom players cumulatively eliminating 10 Lighthouse Nation players, the National Fortune Judgment Mechanism has been triggered. Reward. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. 1 Constitution. Penalty. All citizens of the Lighthouse Nation. -1 Constitution. End of announcement. Chapter 154. The Dragon Kingdom's military enters a state of Level 1 alert. The Lighthouse Nation seeks to rally various factions. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a thunderous, earth-shaking laughter. Haha, another 1 Constitution. A -1 Constitution. This exchange is far more exhilarating than simply being handed assault rifles. He could almost envision the absurdity of those who usually held themselves in high regard. The so-called elite of the Lighthouse Nation, clutching their chests, feeling as though their vitality had been drained. Qin Feng, however, remained remarkably composed. This was not merely a straightforward reward and punishment. It was an unseen battle of national strength, a slow but steady erosion akin to a dull knife slicing flesh. Today, he had dispatched 10 elite members of the Lighthouse Nation. Tomorrow, perhaps 10 of their top scientists would abruptly experience health issues, disrupting a crucial experiment. The day after, a patrol team from the Lighthouse Nation might find themselves at a disadvantage due to sluggish reactions during a conflict. The game of national fortune had already commenced in an imperceptible manner, unfolding in a broader and more brutal fashion. This was the true essence of striking at the heart. As he had anticipated, the Dragon Kingdom's live stream had transformed into a boiling sea of excitement. Holy cow! The National Fortune Judgment has arrived. It's finally here. 1 Constitution. For the second time. I feel like I could punch a bull to death right now. Stop boasting upstairs. You said the same thing last time with a 1, and then you went downstairs to carry a sack of rice and hurt your back. But, this time, I genuinely feel capable. Haraha. I was doing pull-ups earlier, and I could only manage 5, but as soon as the announcement came out, I somehow managed 3 more. This strength is undeniably real. The key point is that it's -1 for the Lighthouse Nation. Brothers, this is a mutual exchange. Qin Wang sweeps the 6 directions. How fierce he is. The Lighthouse Nation's live stream has exploded. A bunch of people are crying and lamenting about sudden palpitations, dizziness, and weakness in their limbs. This is hilarious. Well done. Brilliantly executed. Qin is incredible. Wang Ming is amazing. Thank you to every valiant player. In the Dragon Kingdom's highest command center. When that blood-red announcement appeared on the large screen, the entire command hall fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous cheers and applause. The old general's clenched fist finally relaxed, and he gazed at the screen displaying the entire populace of the Dragon Nation, marked with Physical Condition 1. He then glanced at the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation, also labeled Physical Condition 1. A radiant, childlike smile broke across his weathered face. He slowly rose to his feet, standing tall like a pine tree. This was not merely an enhancement of the citizens' physical fitness, it signified an absolute dominance in national fortunes. When the populace of a nation becomes generally healthier, stronger, and more intelligent, the productivity, creativity, and even the combat effectiveness of its military will undergo a profound transformation. Relay my orders. The old general's voice suddenly ascended, resonating throughout the hall. The medical department must immediately assess the impact of the Physical Condition 1 penalty across the Lighthouse Nation. particularly concerning the elderly and those with underlying health conditions. Our adversary is weakening. Elevate the entire military to level 1 readiness. Closely monitor all movements of the Lighthouse Nation and its allies. Our enemy is bleeding, both in body and in dignity. We must be prepared to strike them hardest when they are at their most vulnerable. The final command sent a shiver through everyone present. Level 1 readiness. This indicated that the Dragon Nation was preparing to take action. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the Pentagon's highest war room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a tomb. A massive screen continuously replayed the footage of Team James being engulfed by smoke, their members perishing tragically, ultimately fleeing in disarray. Every detail struck like a resounding slap in the face to every general present. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. An elderly 8-star general, Clark, trembled with rage as he crushed his cigar into the ashtray. 6 men, our 6 most elite operatives, reduced to a sorry spectacle by a single individual using smoke like a pack of cornered rats. This is a disgrace. A disgrace for the entire Lighthouse Nation. Just then, a blood-red global announcement popped up. Upon seeing physical condition 1 for the entire populace of the Lighthouse Nation, General Clark's furious roar abruptly ceased. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart tightly, the intense pain rendering him breathless. The scene before him began to blur, and a buzzing sound filled his ears. General, quickly, call a doctor. Amidst the cries of alarm, General Clark clutched his chest and fell backward stiffly. In the final moment before consciousness slipped into darkness, he summoned all his strength to force out a few fragmented words from his throat. Summon all nations harmed by the Dragon Nation, particularly Japan and India. We must form an alliance to destroy them. In the wilderness and valleys, Qin Feng handed a water bottle to the still exuberant Wang Ming. Take a sip and prepare for the task ahead. Wang Ming took the bottle, gulping down several swigs, wiping his mouth, his excitement undiminished. The 3 of them once again set off on the path back to the cornfield. Unlike their earlier haste, this time their steps were steady and resolute. The mighty ox occasionally snorted, seemingly in tune with the high spirits of its masters. As Lin Yihan traversed the rugged mountain path, her gaze fell upon the broad figures of Qin Feng and Wang Ming ahead, which brought her a modicum of comfort. Yet a tinge of worry still lingered in her heart. She broke the silence softly. Qin Feng, do you think Cold Moon and Ziqian are faring well? Despite having witnessed Cold Moon's formidable prowess, the thought of their mission to rescue compatriots ambushed by Team A San, potentially facing other competitors or wild beasts, tightened her chest with unease. Wang Ming, walking ahead, turned back at her words. Uncharacteristically subdued, he replied in a deep voice, rest assured, Cold Moon, that valiant woman, possesses remarkable skills. He intended to say tomboy, but reconsidered mid-sentence, opting for a more refined expression that nearly elicited a laugh from Lin Yihan. Qin Feng's pace remained steady, his voice resonating from the front, calm and assured. Cold Moon is a special forces soldier, among the finest. In the jungle, tracking, lurking, and counter-surveillance are her instincts. She knows when to advance and when to retreat, and she understands how to protect herself and her comrades. After a brief pause, he added, what we must do now is trust her and focus on our own tasks. The stronger we become, the greater support we provide her. His words plunged Lin Yihan and Wang Ming into contemplation. Indeed, they were a team, each engaged in their own battles. While Cold Moon and Zhao Ziqian were on a mission to rescue their compatriots, they had the responsibility of uprooting the thorn in their side, establishing a secure base for everyone. With this thought, Wang Ming's curiosity was piqued once more. He quickened his pace to catch up with Qin Feng, lowering his voice to inquire, brother, were you serious about seizing their territory? Although we severely weaken them, there are still others in the camp, and their defenses resemble a turtle shell. A direct assault is ill-advised. Qin Feng cast him a sidelong glance, his deep-set eyes reflecting the twinkling stars. Who said anything about a direct assault? A chilling smile crept across his face. They are now like startled birds, cowering in their camp. We shall seize this opportunity to transform the cornfields into our granary and the surrounding forests into our hunting grounds. Have they not built themselves a turtle shell? We shall methodically strike, severing their supplies and wearing down their morale. Have you forgotten the great saying of our predecessors? In a protracted war, soon, we shall establish a grander camp as a sanctuary. I believe many of our compatriots from the Dragon Nation will join us in toil, farming, building, and hunting. Chapter 155. A critical moment. Cold Moon emerges. Qin Feng's words struck with the weight of 1,000 pounds, resonating deeply within the hearts of both Wang Ming and Lin Yihan. As Wang Ming absorbed the notion of a protracted struggle and the grand vision for the future, he paused momentarily, his eyes widening in astonishment. Then, animatedly gesturing with fervor, he exclaimed, once we secure this territory, we shall establish our camp here, nestled by the mountains and water, with ample food and drink. At that time, we shall bring Shun Lai and the others from the Waterfall Valley. With an increased number of people, we can construct a larger settlement, fortifying the walls and deepening the traps. By heavens, we will create a paradise of our own in this desolate wilderness, a sanctuary belonging to the people of Long Kingdom. Wang Ming's words, though coarse and straightforward, were imbued with an infectious fervor. Lin Yihan listened quietly, her fatigue dissipating like mist, replaced by a spark of illumination in her gaze. The term paradise had existed only in poetry and film before they entered this eerie wilderness. Yet now, emanating from the rugged lips of Wang Ming, it instilled in her an unprecedented sense of stability and yearning. She envisioned a genuine home amidst the treacherous land, one with a sturdy shelter, rising smoke from cooking fires, mountains of food, and trustworthy companions. By day, they would labor together, farming and hunting. By night, they would gather around the campfire, sharing the day's harvest and conversing about distant lands, devoid of scheming and deceit. Only the sweat of collective effort towards a common goal and the tranquility of surviving against the odds. How wonderful, she whispered softly, her voice barely audible. Yet the smile gracing her lips was remarkably sincere. Qin Feng observed the unabashed longing on Wang Meng and Lin Yihan's faces, feeling a stir within his heart. Initially, his only aim was survival, but now, gazing at these vibrant companions, he realized that he must protect not only the distant Long Kingdom, but also the comrades before him who had entrusted their backs to him, along with the shared dream of a home. However, in this vast and brutal wilderness, while some glimpsed the dawn of hope, others were struggling desperately under the shadow of death. Deep within a dense forest, a concealed cave emitted a grotesque odor of blood and decaying flesh. Inside, a tall man from Long Kingdom lay upon a thick bed of hay, his complexion as pale as paper, lips cracked and parched. His upper body was bare, revealing a ghastly wound on his right arm, a gash from an arrow. Although the cut was shallow, the surrounding flesh had taken on a strange blackish-purple hue and was already beginning to decay, releasing a foul stench. Most horrifyingly, a ring of charred burn marks encircled the rotten flesh, as if seared by a red-hot iron. A woman, her sleeve adorned with the emblem of Long Kingdom, knelt beside him, carefully using a large leaf fashioned into a cup to feed him fresh water. Her face was smeared with mud and sweat, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet her eyes shone brightly, with an unyielding resolve. The man struggled to swallow a few sips of water, weakly opening his eyes to gaze at the woman. His voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. Cough. Hina, do not concern yourself with me. I am nearing my end. He felt his physical condition deteriorating, the toxins relentlessly gnawing at his nerves. Each breath was accompanied by searing pain, and his consciousness began to fade in and out. You must leave and find Qin Feng and the others. If we linger, we shall perish here when that group catches up to us. Hina remained silent, quietly taking a damp cloth to gently cleanse the skin surrounding his wounds. Her movements were steady, even as her hands trembled slightly from hunger and fatigue. Yet, the pressure and area of her ministrations were executed with remarkable precision. The burn marks were her doing, without any medicinal aid. She had resolutely resorted to cauterizing the blood vessels and tissues around his wounds with heated stones to delay the spread of the poison. The agony was so intense that Zhou Yi had lost consciousness on the spot, and even now, recalling it caused involuntary spasms in his body. Gazing into her determined eyes, a wave of helplessness surged within him. He understood Hina's nature. Once she set her mind to something, even the strongest force could not sway her. You need not be so stubborn. As his words fell, a faint rustling sound emanated from the depths of the cavern entrance. The sound was subtle, as if something were stirring in the underbrush. Zhou Yi's pupils dilated in an instant, and he struggled to sit up, only to feel a sharp twinge from his wounds that drew a gasp of pain from him. It's them. The people are coming. The color drained from his face as he urged desperately. Hina, go. Do not mind me. Hurry. Hina's body tensed immediately. She whirled around, fixating intently on the patch of light obscured by vines at the cave's entrance. Instead of fleeing, she grasped a sturdy branch, the only weapon at hand. Shielding Zhou Yi behind her, she crouched slightly, adopting a defensive stance, her gaze resolute. Even in death, she vowed to stand before her compatriot. A deep, menacing growl suddenly reverberated from the entrance. It was wolves, a pack of them. Hina's expression sharpened, her eyes locked on the cave's mouth as the rustling footsteps lingered ominously. Finally, 1, 2, 3, 5 robust wild wolves emerged slowly from behind the vines, their green eyes fixed hungrily upon the two within, drool dripping greedily from their jaws. Begone. All of you clear out. Hina shouted with all her might, swinging the branch to deter the wolves. The pack recoiled slightly, but it was merely a test. The largest wolf at the forefront growled lowly, and the other four flanked it, forming a crescent-shaped encirclement. Suddenly, a wolf lunged from the side, and Hina screamed instinctively, swinging the branch wildly. Thud! The stick struck the wolf's flank, eliciting a pained yelp as it tumbled to the ground, but another wolf seized the opportunity, its sharp claws raking 3 deep gashes along Hina's calf. The searing pain caused her to stagger, nearly losing her balance. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury, wildly swinging a wooden stick to fend off the marauding wolves that lunged at her once more. Yet, she knew her strength was waning. Her energy was depleting rapidly, while the pack of wolves remained patient, waiting for the moment she would falter. In despair, Zhou Yi closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome fate of his kin being devoured by the ravenous beasts. Just then, the lead wolf lost its patience. It powered forward with its hind legs. Like a bolt of black lightning, its gaping maw aimed directly at Hina's throat. It was over. The only thought in Hina's mind was encapsulated in those 2 words. She couldn't even muster the strength to swing her stick, merely watching helplessly as death approached. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of air slicing through the atmosphere suddenly erupted. The wolf, mid-leap, froze in midair, letting out a brief, mournful cry before crashing heavily to the ground. A black bolt having pierced through its eye socket, embedding deeply into the earth. A lethal strike. This unforeseen spectacle left both Hina and the wolves momentarily stunned. Before they could react, the vines stirred, and 2 figures emerged like phantoms at the cave's entrance. The foremost was a short-haired woman, her countenance stern and her gaze piercing. She held a crossbow in an impeccably tactical posture, as if she and the weapon were one entity. The newcomer was none other than Leng Yu. Chapter 156. Leng Yu begins the rescue. Qin Feng prepares for slaughter. Ziqian now. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Yu flicked her wrist, tossing the spent crossbow towards Zhao Ziqian behind her. Understanding her intent, Zhao Ziqian stepped forward, adeptly catching the crossbow. His fingers skillfully loading a spare bolt at lightning speed. Although his heart raced, the training he had undergone with Qin Feng had ingrained these movements into his muscle memory, executing them flawlessly. At the instant Zhao Ziqian finished loading, Leng Yu sprang into action. Her figure flickered, so swift that it left only an afterimage. A military dagger, sliding into her palm unbeknownst to anyone. A wild wolf, just reacting to the death of its leader, opened its mouth to howl. With a push off the slippery cave wall, Leng Yu pivoted at an astonishing angle, her dagger tracing a chilling arc. Thud. Blood spattered. The wolf's throat was severed instantaneously, unable to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. The remaining 3 wolves, thoroughly terrified, tucked their tails and attempted to flee the cave. Whoosh. Zhao Ziqian had finally completed loading. He did not aim, instinctively pulling the trigger. A bolt whistled through the air, striking one wolf squarely in the hind leg. The beast let out a howl, rolling in agony. The other 2 were effortlessly dispatched by Leng Yu, who had already reached the cave entrance. One was felled by a kick that shattered its spine, while the other succumbed to a dagger thrust through its heart. The entire operation was fluid and precise, taking no more than 10 seconds from the first bolt shot to the last wolf collapsing. Inside the cave, silence returned. Hina stood dazed, the wooden stick clattering to the ground with a dull thud. She gazed at the short-haired woman radiating an aura of chilling menace, her eyes drawn to the unmistakable emblem of the Dragon Kingdom emblazoned on her arm, even in the dim light. A sense of kinship surged within her. Our compatriot has come to rescue us. An overwhelming, indescribable euphoria shattered the tension that had gripped her nerves to their breaking point. Hina's legs buckled, nearly collapsing to the ground, tears flooding her eyes in an instant. Cough, cough, cough. Behind her, Zhou Yi's violent coughing resonated like a heavy hammer, jolting her from the torrent of her emotions. She spun around abruptly, scrambling to Zhou Yi's side. How are you holding up? Stay strong. Look, it's our compatriot. Cold Moon and Zhao Ziqian immediately turned their gazes toward them. Cold Moon stepped forward, crouching down, her eyes locking onto the dark, purplish hue of Zhou Yi's arm. The stench of decay assaulted her senses. Have you cauterized it? Cold Moon's voice was devoid of warmth, as if merely stating a fact. Hina choked on her words, trembling as she replied, without medicine, his arm has been bleeding. This was the only way. A flicker of approval passed through Cold Moon's eyes, in the face of despair. Such resolve and ruthlessness were essential for survival. First aid kit. As soon as Cold Moon uttered those words, Zhao Ziqian, who had already placed his backpack beside him and opened it, began to lay out disinfectants, bandages, and other supplies neatly on a clean, broad leaf, all clearly visible. Cold Moon retrieved a military dagger from the kit. She glanced at the dying embers of the fire at the cave's entrance before looking at Zhao Ziqian, who immediately understood and grabbed a handful of straw, quickly reigniting the flames. Cold Moon held the dagger's tip to the fire, the orange glow illuminating her cold profile, turning the blade a fiery red. Hina watched this scene, her heart racing as she realized what was about to transpire. Will she have to amputate? Without removing the festering flesh, even a deity could not save him. Cold Moon's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable determination. She soaked a piece of gauze in disinfectant and vigorously wiped the heated blade, producing a hissing sound. Then, she commanded Zhao Ziqian, hold him down. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ziqian exerted all his strength to pin Zhou Yi's shoulder and healthy left arm. Cold Moon grasped the edges of the intact skin surrounding Zhou Yi's wound with her left hand, her right hand steadying the searing dagger, her gaze intensely focused. The blade descended. The excruciating pain elicited a strained, distorted scream from the already weakened Zhou Yi, causing his body to jerk violently. Zhao Ziqian held him down with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead. Cold Moon's right hand remained unwavering, the blade slicing precisely into flesh, methodically excising the blackened, purplish decay with a nauseating sound of tearing. Hina covered her mouth to stifle her cries, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She could smell a bizarre amalgamation of charred flesh and blood. Zhou Yi's struggles grew weaker, ultimately resulting in his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Cold Moon did not falter, continuing until the last remnants of the blackened tissue were removed, revealing beneath it the vibrant, healthy red of flesh, before finally ceasing her efforts. She swiftly cleansed the wound with disinfectant, meticulously wrapping it with bandages in careful circles. The entire process took no more than 3 minutes. Once finished, Leng Yu rose, wiping the blood from her dagger. Zhao Ziqian, drenched in cold sweat, released his grip and gazed with concern at the unconscious Zhou Yi, asking, Sister Leng Yu, will he? Leng Yu cast a glance at Zhou Yi's face, as pale as paper, her voice remaining calm. Whether he survives depends on his own willpower. She paused, her gaze shifting to Hina, who was slumped beside her, landing on her calf, which bore 3 gashes from a wolf's claw. Removing the necrotic flesh is merely the first step. He has been poisoned by strychnine, and we must find the antidote. Leng Yu turned to Zhao Ziqian, instructing, Ziqian, stay here to watch over them. Help her with the wound on her leg, disinfect and bandage it. Dispose of the wolf's carcass at the cave's entrance. The stench will attract more trouble. Zhao Ziqian nodded solemnly, understood. Finally, Leng Yu glanced at the still shaken Hina, her tone softening slightly. Qin Feng has mentioned several herbs that can counteract strychnine. Perhaps we can find them in this rainforest. I shall test my luck. With those words, she did not linger, turning to meld into the dense forest outside the cave, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, countless viewers were awed by Leng Yu's decisiveness and professionalism, their hearts tightening in response. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his companions had returned to the edge of the cornfield ravaged by toxic smoke. The acrid scent of wolf poison dissipated, leaving only a faint burnt odor lingering in the air. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the two, delivering a succinct command. You too, harvest the corn. They won't come out at this time. Wang Ming grinned widely, thumping his chest. All right, let's get to work. Without further ado, he unloaded several backpacks from Dali's back, drew his dagger, and strode confidently into the cornfield. Lin Yihan, equally resolute, brandished her dagger and swiftly followed Wang Ming's lead, while Qin Feng moved stealthily, alone, toward the lighthouse's encampment. He did not approach closely but maintained a safe distance, his eyes scanning the terrain around the camp with the precision of a sophisticated scanner. Wind direction, slope, vegetation density, soil moisture, an array of environmental parameters coalesced in his mind, analyzed and reconstructed, ultimately forming a three-dimensional battlefield map dotted with red markers. If James and his team emerged to patrol or harvest corn, they would undoubtedly traverse this route. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto a pathway most frequently tread upon, a blind spot in the field of vision, an ideal hunting ground. A cold smile curled at the corners of his lips. His masterful trap-making skills were finally poised for action. Chapter 157, A Fortuitous Turn of Events. The vast cornfield. Qin Feng's ingenious trap. His gaze swept across the narrow path, trampled by the competitors from the Lighthouse Nation. The knowledge of masterful trap-making surged through his mind like an encyclopedia activated in an instant, flowing with countless forms of lethal artistry. From the most primitive rockfall mechanisms to the most intricate military snares. Yet, all he had at his disposal was this forest, and improvisation was the pinnacle of trap creation. Qin Feng eschewed simplistic pitfalls. Such traps would be too easily discerned by the vigilant seasoned hunters. Instead, he aimed to construct a complex chain of deadly traps. He began excavating a long and deep trench, keeping close to the roots of the bushes along one side of the path. His movements were efficient, each shovelful yielding a considerable amount of soil. Once the trench was complete, he dragged a pre-cut, arm-thick hardwood log from the woods. Sharpening one end of the log with his dagger, he securely bound the other end to the base of a concealed tree trunk using tough, sinewy vines. The length of the vines was calculated perfectly, ensuring the log could swing freely without sacrificing speed or force due to excessive length. The rudimentary form of a swinging spear trap began to take shape. However, Qin Feng was not yet satisfied. He gathered several flat stone shards, striking them with the back of his knife to reveal their sharp edges. He embedded these shards into the sharpened tip of the log, tightly wrapping them with thinner vines for added security. Under the sunlight, the irregular edges of the stones glimmered with a chilling brilliance. Once triggered, this flail could easily shatter bones with its swift strike. Yet, Qin Feng's preparations were far from complete. He stood up, stepping back a few paces to scrutinize his creation, then shook his head slightly. One trap was insufficient. A true hunter would devise a combination of traps from which the prey could not escape. He cast his gaze to the opposite side of the trench. If someone reacted swiftly, what would be their instinctive response upon triggering the trap? They would instinctively leap toward the seemingly safe side. He moved to the anticipated point where the enemy would evade, digging a shallow pit the size of a basin with his spade. He refrained from placing spikes inside the pit, as that would be too obvious. Instead, he found several sharply edged shale pieces in the forest and angled them into the walls of the shallow pit, blades facing inward and slightly upward. He then carefully disguised the pit with leaves and loose soil. This trap appeared harmless, yet it was insidiously lethal. When a person attempted to evade at high speed and inadvertently stepped into this shallow pit, the inclined sharp shale would instantaneously sever their tendons. A person rendered immobile in this rainforest would be as good as sentenced to death. The audience in the Dragon Nation's livestream held their breath in anticipation. Oh my. I used to watch survival shows, and those experts took ages just to set a snare. Indeed, Feng is incredibly fast. This technique is so professional, every step meticulously calculated. If those fools from the Lighthouse Nation trigger this, the scene will be too beautiful to behold. On the other side, in the cornfield, Wang Ming and Lin Yihan were working hard under the sweltering sun. Oh, my aching back, Wang Ming exclaimed, straightening up to rub his sore muscles. His face flushed from the heat. How many corn cobs do we need to harvest before this ends? Despite his complaints, his hands never paused. He was tall and strong, his hands moving like two mighty pincers. The sound of snapping corn cobs echoing in the air as he roughly plucked them from their stalks and tossed them into the backpack behind him. Lin Yihan, on the other hand, was far more meticulous. With deft precision, she used a knife to sever the corn stalks and gently remove the cobs, her movements fluid and graceful, imbuing even this laborious task with a unique beauty. Sweat dampened her forehead, a few strands clinging to her cheek, but she paid it no mind, casually wiping it away with the back of her hand. Wang Ming, we're almost done, she reminded him, her two large backpacks already brimming with golden corn. Hey, let us keep going. Let us pile it high enough to create a mountain for the strong ox. Wang Ming grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. As time ticked by, the sun began to dip lower in the sky. They had harvested enough corn to fill 4 or 5 backpacks, creating a small golden hill on the ground. Wang Ming tossed the last corn cob onto the pile. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded simultaneously in their ears. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestants Wang Ming and Lin Yihan have successfully discovered and harvested corn, triggering a 10 million times return reward. Within the Dragon Kingdom, millions of acres of the same cornfield will be randomly generated. Wang Ming's movements froze instantly. Lin Yihan also halted her work, her eyes widening in disbelief. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the exhilaration mirrored in each other's eyes. Holy moly! Wang Meng exclaimed, suddenly plunging his knife into the ground with a thunderous roar. It's here. Finally, it's here. He was as excited as a child weighing 200 pounds, rushing to the corn pile and lifting a massive heap of cobs, hurling them into the sky. The golden corn arced beautifully in the sunset, before falling back down with a delightful crackle. Lin Yihan couldn't help but laugh, a genuine, pure joy radiating from her. All the fatigue, tension, and worry from their journey seemed to dissipate in that moment. They had accomplished it. This was not merely food. It was a strategic reserve, the foundation for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Almost simultaneously, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, comments erupted like a volcano. Oh my gosh, another 10 million times. And it's corn, our staple food. I'm crying, truly crying. Our agricultural experts must be going wild. Is Qin Shen planning to single-handedly solve the food problem for over 1 billion of us? Please, go discover some wheat and rice too. The previous poster is thinking too small. With this much corn, our feed industry is about to soar. Will we not be able to enjoy pork and beef whenever we desire? National fortune. This is true national fortune. Thank you, Qin Shen. Thank you, Wang Meng. Thank you, Lin Yihan. You are heroes. In stark contrast to the jubilation in the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere within the camp of the Lighthouse Nation was oppressive. Dwight, a slender team member, clutched his abdomen, emitting an untimely noise. He gazed at the extinguished fire pit at the center of the camp and licked his cracked lips. Captain James, we are running out of food, he uttered. The remaining 3 members of the camp turned their eyes toward their leader, James, whose expression was so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. He kicked over an empty pot beside him, the loud bang startling everyone. Incompetence, he bellowed. Why didn't you prepare more food? Is there nothing but dung in your heads? Dwight, feeling wronged, mumbled softly. But Captain, the cornfield is right next to us. We used to just grab a few cobs whenever we were hungry. We never had the habit of stockpiling. This statement struck James hard in the chest. Indeed, they had been overly arrogant, believing the cornfield was their private garden, available for their taking. They had never considered that one day they would be trapped in their camp. Lacking the courage to venture out for food, James's chest heaved violently as he ultimately sank to the ground in despair. Fear and hunger were tormenting them in tandem. Let us wait until nightfall, he managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with vigilance and resentment. I worry that those lunatics are still lurking in the cornfield. Once it's pitch dark and they're asleep, we'll venture out for food. Dwight licked his cracked lips and weakly nodded. If it came to that. He glanced toward the trembling figures of 2 female contestants huddled in the corner of the camp. They were both tools for their release and a reserve of sustenance. Chapter 158. The Trap. Why are you still raising wolves? In the mountains, Qin Feng stood upright, brushing the dirt from his hands. He surveyed the traps he had set up, intricately linked in a simple yet practical manner, cunningly designed. After confirming everything was in order, he turned and walked toward the direction of Wang Meng and Lin Yihan. Upon returning to the makeshift camp, he found Wang Meng and Lin Yihan seated beside a mound of corn, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. Big brother, it worked. Countless acres of corn. Our Dragon Kingdom is now formidable, Wang Meng exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly upon seeing Qin Feng. Lin Yihan also stood, her face aglow with pride. The hardships and dangers they had faced along the way took on profound significance with the system announcement echoing their triumph. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze calmly sweeping over the towering pile of corn. Let us pack the corn into our backpacks. The rest will stay here. We are not leaving tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Meng wore an expression not of confusion, but of even greater excitement, grinning broadly. He chuckled and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, saying, Big brother, are you hiding something? Are the traps all set? Qin Feng chuckled lightly, exclaiming, a hungry dog will inevitably emerge from its lair in search of sustenance. Let us lie in wait. Lin Yihan, observing the demeanor of the 2 men, allowed her smile to fade somewhat as she silently began to stow away corn into her backpack with deft movements. Within the confines of the lighthouse camp, a stifling silence hung heavily in the air, rendering it difficult to breathe. Carl swallowed hard, his throat constricting with a dry rasp. He grasped the unspoken implications of Dwight's words. Once the notion of cannibalism took root, it burgeoned with alarming ferocity. The 2 women, one a competitor from a diminutive nation and the other from Egypt, had been captives for an extended period. In their everyday existence, they served merely as outlets for their captors' frustrations, slaves that underscored their dominion. Carl had never anticipated that their roles would one day transform from mere playthings to potential prey. A wave of nausea washed over him, yet his empty stomach betrayed him, only allowing a few bitter wretches to escape. Another team member, named Mike, wore a similarly pallid expression as he licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. Boss, let us wait a little longer. By the late hours of the night, those Dragon Country folks will surely be in a deep slumber. We can quietly procure some corn without being detected. James sat on the ground, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Did he not yearn for the same? Yet, the eerie toxic smoke from earlier and the relentless crossbows loomed in his mind like a haunting nightmare. He felt the presence of cold, watchful eyes in the shadows, fixated on them like a predator stalking its prey. A collective grumble from several stomachs shattered the silence of the night, the sound piercing through the stillness. Becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back, James abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot and filled with fury. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the 2 women in the corner of the camp, regarded as reserves of sustenance, his breath growing increasingly labored. Cannibalism. The very thought churned his stomach violently. He could delay no longer. Seizing a sharpened wooden spear beside him, he growled, Mike, Dwight, Carl, get your asses up. We'll sneak over, grab some corn, and run. I refuse to believe they can stay awake indefinitely. The 3 men, called out by name, trembled. Fear and the instinct for survival intertwining, ultimately succumbing to their dread of hunger. Understood, boss. The four men grasped their rudimentary weapons, akin to startled birds, and cautiously departed the camp under the dim light of the moon, plunging into the cornfield that had once offered them a profound sense of security, now transformed into a realm of terror. As the night breeze rustled the towering corn stalks, the four bent low, every nerve taut with tension, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of producing even the slightest sound. This way is safe. This is the path we often tread, Mike whispered, pointing to a well-trodden trail. They had traversed this route countless times, able to navigate it with their eyes closed. This familiarity allowed them to relax their vigilance just a fraction. James nodded, signaling Mike to lead the way. Mike inhaled deeply, steeling himself as he stepped onto the path. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, nothing happened. A surge of joy filled his heart. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Perhaps the group of Dragon Kingdom individuals had fled long ago. He turned back, intending to offer James a reassuring glance. However, at the very moment his body twisted. His right foot appeared to have stepped on something, causing the ground beneath him to give way. Simultaneously, a faint yet remarkably crisp crack echoed in his ears, the sound of taut vines snapping. Mike had no time to ponder. A tremendous force surged forth from the nearby thicket. With only a fleeting glimpse from the corner of his eye, he saw a massive wooden stake, as thick as an arm, its tip embedded with gleaming white stone shards, hurtling towards his temple with a piercing shriek that rent the air. Thud! Amidst the dull thud of impact, the sound of shattering bones mingled. In an instant, half of Mike's skull caved inward, the sharp stone edges reducing flesh and bone to a blurred pulp, gushing forth from his eye socket and ear. He could not emit a single cry of anguish before his body flew through the air like a heap of mud, crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling silent. This horrific scene left Dwight and James trailing behind in sheer terror. A trap! Dwight screamed in a pitch that betrayed his panic. Survival instinct propelled him, without a second thought, towards the seemingly safe clearing on the other side of the path. He believed he had eluded the scythe of death. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had merely leapt from one hell into another tailor-made for him. The moment his left foot touched the ground, he sensed a softness beneath him, and his entire foot sank instantly. Squish! The sharp sound of an object slicing through flesh resounded. An indescribable agony radiated from his ankle, as if several searing knives had viciously embedded themselves into his tendons. Dwight let out a heart-wrenching wail. Looking down, he saw his left foot ensnared in an innocuous shallow pit, where several meticulously arranged sharp shale fragments jutted from the walls, nearly severing his tendons entirely. Blood swiftly stained his ankle crimson. The excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground. He attempted to crawl, but found his left leg utterly powerless. In despair, he turned back to James, extending his hand and screaming, "Boss, save me, save me." The remaining James and Carl stood frozen in place, their bodies icy, as if plunged into an ice cavern. He watched in horror as Mike was struck down, then saw Dwight fall into another trap. This seamless chain of lethal maneuvers was no coincidence. It was a meticulously calculated death trap. The architect of these snares was not only a skilled hunter, but also a master trapper. He had anticipated their route, calculated their reactions. Just then, a low howl from a wolf echoed from deep within the cornfield. Carl's pupils dilated in terror as he abruptly turned to James, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "The wolves are howling." James's face had drained of color, now a ghostly white. His lips quivered as he instinctively retorted, "Impossible. We have lingered here for so long, yet we have not even glimpsed a single strand of wolf fur." As the words fell from their lips, both individuals exchanged a swift, terrified glance, and a more dreadful thought simultaneously erupted in their minds. If it is not wild, then it must be a creature nurtured by the enemy. The group before them not only sets traps and employs toxic smoke, but they also have the audacity to keep a wolf as a hunting dog. Is this something a human can do? Chapter 159. Heaven is within reach. The malevolent wolf is at our backs. Beside the temporary corn encampment, a bonfire crackled, and the air was thick with the charred aroma of roasted corn, mingling with the refreshing fragrance of wild mountain tea freshly brewed by Lenny Han. Wang Ming rummaged through the fire pit and retrieved a corn cob blackened by roasting. Heedless of the heat, he blew on it twice and began to devour it heartily, declaring that it is best enjoyed charred. The more burnt, the more fragrant. "Sister, do give it a try?" he said, using the tip of his dagger to lift another darkened corn cob, offering it to Lenny Han. Amused by his eager demeanor, Lenny Han accepted the corn and handed him a bamboo tube filled with tea. "Brother Wang Ming, do take your time eating, have a sip of tea, lest you choke." "All right then." Wang Ming took the bamboo tube, gulping down a generous mouthful. Qin Feng held a bamboo bowl containing tea brewed from the tender buds of ancient tea trees. The steam wafting upwards carried the crisp aroma of the tea, laced with a faint hint of orchid. It entered his mouth with a slight bitterness, which swiftly transformed into a sweet essence that slid down his throat. This tea was indeed remarkable. Qin Feng softly praised it, and the unique herbal fragrance involuntarily reminded him of the times spent in the cave, sipping hot dragon beard grass tea while the rain fell. His gaze drifted momentarily, and a peculiar thought emerged. What if he were to find a patch of dragon beard grass now and trigger a 10-million-fold return? He envisioned the scene. Within Long Kingdom's borders, overnight, millions of flourishing dragon beard grass sprouted, countless citizens treating it as tea leaves. Then, on a certain morning, billions of male compatriots in Long Kingdom awakening to a collective experience. What a sight that would be. At this thought, a slight, involuntary smile tugged at Qin Feng's lips. Though it was fleeting, it did not escape the observant Lin Yihan. Curiosity piqued within her. Qin Feng, who was typically as steady as a mountain, rarely displayed such emotions. What delightful thought had crossed his mind? Just as Qin Feng's words faded, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged wildly. If Fengshen says it's good, then it must be extraordinary tea. My father works at the Agricultural Research Institute, and he claims that the ancient tea tree undergoing preliminary analysis has 5 times the content of polyphenol and amino acids compared to all known tea varieties. It's simply divine. I can attest. Fengshen is absolutely right. This tea is incredible. My grandfather managed to get 2 qian after a sip. He felt his mind clear. Sipping on tea with a 10 million-fold return, munching on corn with a 10 million-fold return, while watching Fengshen trample the lighthouse dogs. This life is akin to that of a celestial being. Jealous of those above, we haven't even had our turn yet. It is said that this object has now become a strategic resource, prioritized for the esteemed scholars of scientific research. I too find myself envious, as in our small city. We have not even glimpsed the remnants of tea leaves, forced to watch Fengshen savoring it while we await our turn in line. The entire temporary camp was enveloped in a serene tranquility and the joy of harvest after a calamity. However, this peace did not last long. A sudden, abrupt low growl, filled with a sense of foreboding, emanated without warning from the depths of Jingzha's throat. Its previously drooping ears instantly perked up. The dark tip of its nose sniffed vigorously at the air, and then, with a powerful leap, it sprang from the ground, its fur bristling in alarm. As its wolf-like eyes fixated intently on the distant shadowy cornfield, issuing a low, threatening growl from its throat, Wang Ming's chewing of corn came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widening in surprise as he glanced toward Jingzha, the act of chewing suspended, clearly sensing something amiss. Qin Feng rose, grasped his weapon, and solemnly instructed Lin Yihan, "You and Dali keep a close watch on the camp. If anything seems off, take cover immediately." Lin Yihan nodded earnestly, her face devoid of panic, her gaze resolute as she replied, "Rest assured, I know what to do." Without further ado, Qin Feng signaled to Wang Ming. Wang Ming spat out the corn cob from his mouth, seizing his weapon as well. "Go, Jingzha." With Qin Feng's command, Jingzha, whose body had been taut with tension, instantly released its energy. It emitted a suppressed, excited howl from its throat, its limbs pushing off the ground, transforming into a shadow as it dashed into the inky darkness of the cornfield. "Keep up," Qin Feng urged in a low voice, with Wang Ming following closely behind. Meanwhile, in the path of the cornfield, Dwight's heart-wrenching cries echoed intermittently in the night wind. Help me, boss. My leg is broken." Yet, James and Carl remained oblivious, like 2 rabid dogs, furiously tearing at the corn, desperately stuffing golden cobs into their arms. "Forget about him. Carl, don't stop. Hurry." James's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse from sheer terror, knowing that Mike, who had been shot, and Dwight, whose tendons had been severed, were merely scapegoats. Now, every second was paid for with the lives of their comrades. The brutal snapping of corn stalks mixed with Dwight's increasingly feeble moans, and their arms filled with corn. Almost too much to hold. "Enough. Let us go," James shouted, clutching his harvest tightly, not even glancing back at Dwight on the ground. As he turned to flee towards the camp, Carl clutched his bounty as well, scrambling to keep up. They had to escape. Immediately. Right now? Fear served as the greatest catalyst, unleashing their latent potential, as the towering corn stalks whipped against their faces and bodies, stinging painfully, yet they paid it no heed. "Faster. Hurry. The camp is just ahead." James gasped for breath as he approached the edge of the cornfield, the blurred outline of their camp's wooden wall coming into view. A euphoric sensation, akin to the joy of surviving a disaster, erupted within both of them. At that moment, the rough wooden barrier appeared more sacred than the gates of heaven. The light of hope ignited within their pupils. James, with his mouth agape, began to incoherently celebrate. "Ha ha. If we can just rush over, we'll be safe." However, just as they were on the brink of reaching the camp, a deep, unsettling sound pierced the air from behind them. James's scalp prickled in alarm as he abruptly turned around. A pitch-black shadow was hurtling towards them with terrifying speed. A pair of eyes, glowing with an eerie green light in the darkness, was fixated on them. It was a wolf, howling. The moment of reckoning had arrived. Chapter 160. A teammate's sacrifice. Boundless power? The despairing James. Fuck. James cursed, his mind blank with fear. How could there be wolves? Had this group from the Dragon Kingdom even trained wolves? This was no longer a mere survival in the wilderness. It was a battle of beasts. How could a human compete with a wolf in speed? Especially one that had feasted on purified beast flesh. The heavy corn in James's arms had transformed into a perilous burden. He could feel the malevolent wind closing in behind him, the wolf's breath seemingly upon his neck. He couldn't outrun it. Absolutely not. In his despair, James caught a glimpse of Carl, who was also sprinting for his life beside him. A malicious thought suddenly consumed his mind. When encountering a bear, one does not need to outrun the bear. One only needs to outrun their companion. Now was the time. A glint of ferocity flashed in James's eyes as he abruptly turned his body, summoning all his strength to slam his shoulder into Carl's side. Carl, taken completely by surprise by the betrayal from his companion, let out a startled cry as he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground, his corn scattering everywhere. "James, you bastard. No wonder your mother doesn't like you." Carl, lying on the ground, glared at James's retreating figure, uttering the most venomous curse. Yet, from the depths of his overwhelming fear, James managed to extract a cruel sense of satisfaction. "Die, Carl. If your life can buy me a few precious seconds. It is a worthy sacrifice." Wolves instinctively target fallen prey, those who are easier to catch. That was common knowledge. He was safe. However, in the next moment, the twisted smile on James's face froze completely. The scene he had envisioned, the wolf lunging at Carl and tearing into flesh, did not occur at all. The black flash didn't even glance at the fallen Carl. It simply leaped over him with a fluid grace, its green eyes unwaveringly locked onto James. In the eyes of the wolf, Carl appeared merely as a stone by the roadside, while he himself was the sole prey. What? James's mind buzzed. Engulfed in a void. Why had the wolf not attacked the fallen Carl? This was utterly contrary to the instincts of a beast. In that moment, James's understanding was upended, yet he had no time to ponder, for an overwhelming force had already surged from behind him. He felt as though a hammer had struck his back with immense ferocity. Bang! Instantly, he was propelled forward uncontrollably, crashing to the ground. The corn he had been clutching scattering around him. Agonizing pain radiated from his back, nearly causing him to gasp. Yet, the primal instinct for survival eclipsed all else. James let out a beast-like roar, rolling to his feet, the dagger at his waist sliding effortlessly into his grasp. He was no mere prey. He was among the elite of the Lighthouse Nation. Even a wolf would not escape his wrath. With bloodshot eyes, James fixed his gaze upon the wolf standing a short distance away, elegantly shaking its glossy black fur, adopting a standard combat stance. Jingjia tilted its head slightly. The emerald green eyes devoid of any savage brutality, instead reflecting a gaze that was almost mocking. I am waiting for my master. What are you waiting for? Beast. Die. James was utterly incensed by that look. With a furious roar, he initiated the attack, his dagger slicing through the air, aiming directly for Jingjia's throat. Jingjia moved. It did not retreat, but rather sank its body slightly, slipping sideways with an astonishing grace, effortlessly evading the dagger. In the next moment, it propelled itself with powerful hind legs, transforming into a shadow that swiftly closed in on James. Alarmed, James hurriedly retracted his dagger in defense. Yet, Jingjia's target was not his vital points. Thud! James felt a sharp pain in his calf. Jingjia's fangs had left a shallow, yet painful gash on his leg. With a swift touch and retreat, it distanced itself once more. The pain and humiliation drove James into a frenzy. Roaring in fury, he lunged forward again and again. Wielding the dagger, while Jingjia danced around him like a masterful fighter, evading each attack with minimal movement and precise anticipation. It circled James, occasionally using its claws or fangs to inflict minor, yet excruciating wounds that tormented him endlessly. James's stamina dwindled rapidly, and his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. He felt as though he were not battling a wolf, but rather being toyed with by a terrifying predator. Meanwhile, on another front, Qin Feng and Wang Meng followed the sounds, moving silently through the cornfield, one in front of the other. Help me! A faint groan echoed from the path ahead, emanating from Dwight. The two exchanged a glance and hastened forward. They found Dwight lying on the ground, his left ankle a mangled mess, the tendons nearly severed. Desperately crawling forward in despair, he beheld two approaching figures, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. However, as he discerned the emblem on their sleeves, that flicker of hope swiftly transformed into an abyss of despair. Dragon Kingdom people. Wang Meng, with an impassive expression, stepped before him, raising the crossbow in his hand. In the next life, do not provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Thud! As the cold words fell, two bolts had already found their mark in Dwight's chest. His body convulsed twice before succumbing to silence. Wang Meng cast not a second glance at the corpse, withdrew the bolts, and turned to Qin Feng, saying, "Brother, forward." The two continued onward. Soon, they were met with a bizarre sight. James, drenched in blood, flailed a dagger like a madman, while a black wolf taunted him with ease. Not far away, Carl sat on the ground, his face blank, seemingly rendered senseless by fear. Qin Feng halted his steps, his gaze sweeping calmly across the battlefield before finally resting on Jingjia, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Wang Meng, keep an eye on that one. We need him alive. Qin Feng gestured toward the incapacitated Carl. Certainly. Wang Meng grinned and strode confidently toward Carl, his towering shadow enveloping the man entirely. Qin Feng said no more, leisurely making his way toward James, who was still entangled with Jingjia. At that moment, the wolf, previously toying with James, abruptly froze. Halting its assault, it turned to face Qin Feng, emitting a low growl from its throat. The battlefield fell eerily silent, and James sensed the peculiar shift. Panting heavily as he followed the wolf's gaze, there stood a refined, harmless-looking young man, exuding calmness and steadiness, resembling a university student. In that instant, all of James's humiliation at being toyed with by the beast found an outlet. A single thought ignited in his mind. To be played with by a mere animal was the utmost insult to his status as an elite. And now, another human appeared, an unassuming, slender Dragon Kingdom student. By what right? By what right does he look at me with such an expression of disdain? All the humiliation, fear, and resentment converged into a twisted malice. Seeking a perfect outlet. Kill him. He must be killed. Only with this man's blood can the shame etched into his bones by that wolf be absolved. Duel with me. James let out a frenzied roar, abandoning his struggle with Jingjia, channeling all his strength and fury into his legs, charging like a mad bull. Dagger in hand, straight toward Qin Feng. His eyes bulged, his face contorted by sheer madness. His mind consumed by one singular thought, to wash away all his humiliation with this man's blood. Chapter 161. The next target, the Northwest Mountains, ruins. As James, consumed by madness, lunged toward the Dragon Kingdom representative with a dagger, the barrage of comments in the Lighthouse Nation's live stream was swiftly engulfed by despair. No, James. You're targeting the wrong person. Run. Oh my god. Has he lost his mind? That is Qin Feng. I've seen his streams. This man possesses strength beyond human capacity. It's over, utterly over. Has James not read the intel provided weekly? Intel? Nonsense. Our intelligence department deliberately downplays the abilities of foreign competitors to keep our athletes unconcerned. This Dragon Kingdom individual, Qin Feng, can single-handedly take on 3 of you. Yet, James remained oblivious to these comments, fully engulfed in his frenzy. Qin Feng stood his ground, not even adopting a defensive stance, calmly observing the madman charging at him. His eyes devoid of any turmoil as the distance closed in. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Die, you dragon scum. James sneered as he raised his dagger, aiming for Qin Feng's heart with all his might, envisioning the exquisite moment when the blade would penetrate the man's chest, blood gushing forth. At that instant, Qin Feng made his move. He slightly pivoted his body, effortlessly evading the oncoming dagger, while simultaneously raising his right leg like a flash of lightning, delivering a precise knee strike to James's abdomen. Thud! The sound of the impact echoed, and James's body curled like a shrimp, his eyes bulging out in shock. With a violent retch, a mix of sour stomach acid and saliva erupted uncontrollably from James's mouth, the excruciating pain rendering him mute. Yet this was only the beginning. Qin Feng, capitalizing on the momentum, spun around, his right foot descending like a battle axe, striking brutally against James's chest. Boom. The force of the kick propelled James off the ground, sending him hurtling backward for over 10 meters. Thud. James lay on his back amidst the shattered cornstalks, finally gasping for air, only to be met with a violent coughing fit as a torrent of blood mixed with internal fragments surged from his mouth, staining the earth beneath him a dark crimson. The dagger he had wielded was now tumbling through the air, lost to the world. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed and ferocity. Not far away, Wang Meng, pressing his knee against Carl's back, rendering him immobile, couldn't help but whistle, clicking his tongue. Brother, you held back a bit with that kick, otherwise wow. James lay on the ground, anguish radiating from his chest. He felt as though at least 3 ribs had snapped, and his internal organs were grievously injured. He could not fathom that the seemingly delicate and frail university student from the Dragon Kingdom possessed such terrifying power. That kick was 1,000 times more lethal than all the wounds inflicted by that black wolf combined. As James attempted to rise, a searing pain tore through his chest with every movement. At that moment, a shadow silently emerged before him, Jingjia. With an elegant stride, it approached James, towering over him with an air of superiority, its emerald wolf eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery. The defiance that had briefly surged within James dissipated upon encountering Jingjia, leaving him utterly devoid of resolve. Memories of the humiliation he had just endured at the paws of this wolf flooded back, intensifying his sense of helplessness. Now that its master had arrived, the wolf's gaze became even more menacing. A shiver coursed through James's body as he resignedly closed his eyes. Qin Feng paid him no heed, instead making his way toward Wang Meng. Wang Meng was crouched before Carl, who sat slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant. Big brother. This fellow is utterly terrified, Wang Meng remarked, gesturing toward Carl. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Interrogate them separately. You handle this one, and I shall question the other. With their roles clearly defined, they commenced their interrogation. Wang Meng leaned closer to Carl, patting his cheek. Wake up and answer a few questions. Startled, Carl trembled at the sight of Wang Meng's fierce countenance, nearly losing control of himself. What do you want to know? The ruins in the rainforest, where are they? Are there dangers along the way? Wang Meng cut straight to the point. Carl hesitated, prompting Wang Meng to brandish a dagger before him menacingly. Think carefully before you speak. In the northwest, in a cave within a great mountain, Carl hastily confessed, but we dared not enter. It's too terrifying. Be specific, Wang Meng insisted. We stumbled upon it by chance. The entrance is vast, and it delves deep. Not far inside, we encountered numerous corpses. Carl's voice quivered. Some were human, others beasts. The insignia on the sleeves of those people resembled that of the United States. Wang Meng narrowed his eyes. And then we heard a roar emanating from within. Carl's face turned ashen. That sound was simply otherworldly. We all fled in terror. James claimed that there must be monsters inside, instructing us to establish a camp outside while the others went in to meet their doom. Meanwhile, Qin Feng approached James, who, despite lying on the ground in a state of collapse, retained a glimmer of elitist arrogance in his eyes. Don't waste your effort, Dragon Nation person. You will gain nothing from me. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse. Qin Feng crouched down, remaining silent as he extended a finger to gently press against the fractured rib in James's chest. A strangled cry escaped James's lips, a sound devoid of humanity. As excruciating pain caused his muscles to tense involuntarily, cold sweat erupting from his skin. Your rib is indeed broken, perhaps even piercing your pleura. With every breath you take, you are simultaneously pumping air and blood into your thoracic cavity, a condition medically termed open pneumothorax. Qin Feng's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In no more than 15 minutes, your left lung will be entirely collapsed, and blood will seep across the mediastinum, beginning to compress your healthy heart. You will struggle like a fish out of water, desperately gasping for breath, only to draw in the warmth of your own blood. In the end, you shall perish amidst the depths of suffocation and agony. He withdrew his finger, observing James, whose pupils had contracted in sheer terror, and commanded, "Reveal to me all you know about the relics, as well as your nation's schemes here. I shall grant you a swifter demise." James attempted to inhale, but his breaths grew laborious, each one accompanied by a ragged wheeze and searing pain in his chest. He did not wish to succumb to such torment. "I will speak. I will tell all." James finally broke down, tears and snot mingling with blood on his face. He recounted not only the intelligence regarding the relics, but also divulged the Lighthouse Nation's sinister plot to integrate the competitors from neighboring small nations, forming a wilderness alliance. They intended to lure them with corn and weaponry, compelling them to scout the relics, and upon favorable conditions, to annihilate all citizens of the Dragon Nation. He shared all this in hopes of earning a merciful end from Qin Feng, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the so-called medical knowledge was merely a fabrication. After listening to James's account, Qin Feng slowly rose to his feet. From James's narrative, he discerned that the Lighthouse Nation's establishment of a camp here was part of a larger scheme. They aimed to create a grand encampment led by the Lighthouse Nation, with other nations in subservience, compelling the smaller nations to obey their commands and serve as either weapons or meat shields. This was the old tradition of the Lighthouse Nation, consistent in both Blue Star and this place. I have spoken. James gazed at the standing Qin Feng, his eyes filled with desperation. Grant me a merciful end. Chapter 162. As the nation rejoices, a shocking disgrace befalls. Qin Feng offered no reply. Instead, he stripped Carl of his mud-stained garments, casually snapping a charred straw and tossing it at James's feet. Draw it. Qin Feng's voice was frigid, devoid of any room for doubt. Map the route from here to the Cave of the Relics, the water sources along the way, the dangers, the special resources, everything you see, draw it all. James, looking at the clothing and the straw on the ground, was overwhelmed by humiliation and inner turmoil. If you fail to depict it accurately, or if I discover discrepancies with what that fool over there says. Qin Feng paused, his gaze sweeping over James's limbs. I shall let you experience what true suffering is. The methods of torment employed by my Dragon Nation have been passed down for millennia. A shiver coursed through James's body. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. With trembling hands, he picked up the straw and painstakingly sketched a crooked route on the fabric, marking water sources, a few wild trees bearing fruit, and finally, the location of the relic cave marked with a large cross. Qin Feng collected the makeshift map and approached Wang Ming, handing it to him. Wang Ming understood the implication and took the map to the now dumbfounded Carl, demanding he identify its contents with brute force. Until Carl pointed at the map, tears streaming down his face in sheer terror, and confirmed that everything was in order. Qin Feng finally turned his head and calmly instructed Wang Ming to handle the matter decisively. As his words fell into the air, he did not cast a glance at the two lives that were about to fade away. He tucked the garment marked with the route into his bosom, his gaze transcending the bloody cornfield and fixating on the profoundly dark mountains in the northwest direction as indicated on the map. A soft sound echoed, followed by the abrupt cessation of James's pleas, thus fulfilling his promise of a swift resolution. At that moment, the anger of 3.4 billion citizens of the Lighthouse Nation was ignited within the live broadcast. James, our warrior is being interrogated like a dog. What right does that Dragon Nation person have? Kill them. Eliminate this scoundrel named Qin Feng. This is unprecedented humiliation for our Lighthouse Nation. He must die. However, amidst the sea of furious comments, one particularly sinister remark stood out. What is the rush? What does it matter if James is dead? Don't forget, our cowboy team on the prairie captured 3 Dragon Nation individuals as well. We can use them as meat shields to probe the veracity of the prairie ruins. This message abruptly halted the jubilant atmosphere within the Dragon Nation's live stream. Countless viewers who had been cheering for Qin Feng felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts. Prairie, cowboy team, 3 Dragon Nation individuals? What is going on? Hurry, check it out. Which 3 contestants are they? Damn it. Could it be true? Just when things were going well, this happens. Quick, go find out. Hurry. Numerous viewers sprang into action and swiftly located the 3 Dragon Nation contestants assigned to the prairie in the live stream. As throngs of spectators flooded in, silence enveloped the room. The screen no longer displayed the damp rainforest where Qin Feng was, but instead revealed an expansive grassland. Under the setting sun, a camp composed of a few rudimentary tents was visible, where several burly white contestants were laughing boisterously around a bonfire, tearing into roasted lamb legs. Astonishingly, 2 magnificent wild horses were tethered nearby. Not far behind them, 3 contestants clad in Dragon Nation uniforms were tightly bound with ropes, cast upon the cold grass. Blood stained their lips, and their eyes brimmed with defiance and fury, yet they were powerless to move. One Lighthouse Nation contestant, his mouth smeared with grease, arrogantly approached one of the captured Dragon Nation contestants, tossing a leftover bone at his face. Hey, Dragon Nation monkey, are you hungry? Call me master, and I'll grant you this treat. The live stream magnified the face of the Dragon Nation contestant. His name was Ma Jinghua. Bruises marred his visage, and his lips were cracked, yet his bloodshot eyes revealed no hint of fear. He lifted his head, locking eyes with the mocking face of the Lighthouse Nation contestant, and, summoning all his strength, spat a thick mouthful of blood at him. Damn you. The sound, though not loud, struck like a resounding slap across the faces of every competitor from the Lighthouse Nation in the camp. The smile on that man's face froze instantly. Damn you. Wretched yellow-skinned monkey. The countenance of the Lighthouse competitor flushed to a hue reminiscent of liver, feeling immense humiliation. In a fit of rage, he lifted his foot and delivered a brutal kick to Ma Jinghua's abdomen. Thud. Ma Jinghua emitted a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet, he clenched his teeth tightly, refraining from uttering a single cry of pain. After the kick, the Lighthouse competitor, still unsatisfied, sought to strike again. Enough, Benjamin. A languid voice interjected from a man who appeared to be the leader nearby. Don't kill our bait. They still serve a purpose. At this, Benjamin withdrew his foot, casting a venomous glare at the prostrate Ma Jinghua, spitting on the ground. Just wait. You will kneel and beg me. Meanwhile, Ma Jinghua lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his tightly clenched fists turning pale from exertion, yet he remained steadfast, refusing to bow his head or submit. At that moment, billions of viewers from the Dragon Nation watched the live broadcast, their hearts gripped by an invisible hand as they beheld the figure on the ground, seemingly standing tall against adversity. Humiliation. Utter, naked humiliation. Just a second ago, the Dragon Nation had erupted in celebration for Qin Feng's victory, but now, the live stream plunged into a suffocating silence, followed by an explosion of volcanic fury. Damn! Lighthouse Nation, I curse you. Kill them. Qin Feng, Yi Fei, anyone, go to the prairie. Slaughter these bastards. Don't even think about it. It's too far to reach them, and besides, I've seen the other Dragon Nation competitors on the prairie. They are barely surviving. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Nation's highest command center, the atmosphere was as oppressive as if it had solidified. Connect me to the Lighthouse Nation. The old general's voice was hoarse, yet it contained the latent power of an imminent eruption. Soon, a holographic projection illuminated the space, revealing the figure of a Lighthouse Nation general, leisurely holding a cup of coffee, a perfectly measured smile adorning his face. Oh, my old friend, what brings you here at such a late hour? The old general fixed his gaze upon him. Release our people. You may set the terms. The Lighthouse general leisurely swirled his coffee, inhaling its aroma before lazily lifting his eyelids, a nearly cruel smirk gracing his lips. Release them? General, I believe you are mistaken. He did not laugh boisterously nor make any exaggerated gestures, but spoke in a calm tone that stated facts. They are not prisoners, they are expendables. Tools for our great Lighthouse Nation warriors to ascertain the dangers of the ruins. Tools are not worthy of negotiation. You and I both know what the rewards of ruins mean in this wilderness of destiny. Trading the lives of your three for a chance at safe exploration seems a rather profitable deal, don't you think? He took a delicate sip of coffee and concluded, You can see, yet you are powerless. In the words of your Dragon Nation, this is what one might call an overt scheme. Now, I must savor my coffee. I wish you all sweet dreams tonight. The general from the Lighthouse Nation did not even grant the old general the courtesy of a response, abruptly severing the communication. Inside the command center, an oppressive silence prevailed. The seasoned general stood frozen, his battle-hardened hand, which had never quivered while wielding a firearm, now clenched into a fist, the knuckles creaking under the strain. A fierce flame, known as national humiliation, blazed within the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Nation. Chapter 163, Qin Feng's Resolution. A scorching hot potato. In the cornfield, Qin Feng observed impassively as Wang Meng dealt with the two corpses, dragging them along with the earlier victims of the traps deep into the dense corn, allowing them to nourish the land. In this life-and-death struggle for national fortune, showing mercy to the enemy equates to cruelty towards oneself and the billions of compatriots behind. However, Wang Meng had stripped the clothes from the bodies. For thrift and resourcefulness have always been cherished virtues of our Dragon Nation. Wastefulness is not an option. Moreover, such fabric would undoubtedly prove useful in the wilderness. Having finished, Wang Meng returned with an assortment of neatly arranged clothes, his face devoid of expression, yet his eyes shimmered with uncontainable excitement. Big brother, those bastards from the Lighthouse Nation are thoroughly defeated here. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze shifting towards their point of departure. Let us return to fetch Yihan. The two men, along with the wolf, swiftly vanished into the cornfield. Meanwhile, in the makeshift camp, Lin Yihan occasionally glanced toward the direction of the cornfield, her beautiful face etched with worry. Despite her almost blind trust in Qin Feng, the screams and the unsettling silence weighed heavily on her heart. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the corn thicket. Lin Yihan instantly tensed, grasping the crossbow beside her, her body taut, aimed at the source of the noise. It is us. Qin Feng's calm voice relaxed her nerves. And she saw him and Wang Meng emerge from the corn. You all. Lin Yihan's voice trembled. All dealt with. Wang Meng grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth as he stepped forward, triumphantly shaking a pile of clothes in his hand. Those bastards didn't escape. They are all accounted for. As Lin Yihan beheld Wang Meng's unabashed joy and then glanced at Qin Feng's still composed gaze, the anxiety that had gripped her heart finally eased. She was no saint. She understood what their fate would have been had they been the ones to lose. Wonderful, she whispered, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible catch. Qin Feng addressed his companions. Let us gather ourselves. We shall proceed to their camp. There should be plenty of valuable items there. All right. Lin Yihan nodded emphatically, immediately springing into action. After a brief moment of rest, the group set forth once more, this time with the objective of reaching the camp of the Lighthouse Nation. The formidable Dali Niu was tethered by Wang Meng, its body burdened by several hefty bundles of corn cobs, emitting a grunt-like sound, as if lamenting its heavy load. Both Wang Meng and Lin Yihan carried sizable packs on their backs, while Qin Feng held 2 large bags in his hands and had another slung over his shoulder. Their loads nearly equivalent to that of Dali. The golden corn represented not just sustenance, but also hope. Hey, my friend. Wang Meng said cheerfully while glancing at the hefty corn on his back. Does this count as raiding the rich and distributing the land? Qin Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Hee, then we are the rebellious farmers. Lin Yihan laughed at Wang Meng's words, her fatigue somewhat alleviated. Soon, they arrived at the perimeter of the Lighthouse Nation's camp. Illuminated by the beam of a flashlight, Wang Meng finally grasped the full extent of the scene before him. He inhaled sharply, his expression becoming grave. These bastards have truly invested heavily, he remarked, pointing at the expanse of open ground. Look at that. A 50-meter stretch of unobstructed land with guard towers. This is a classic crossfire zone. If we charge and head on, even with crossbows, we would be mere live targets. No matter how many we bring, they would all perish. My friend, It's fortunate you didn't lead us to attack directly. Otherwise, we would have met our end here. Lin Yihan, too, felt a wave of dread wash over her. The oppressive sensation of the open ground was far more immediate than any traps. Qin Feng nodded calmly. He had already taken in all of this during his reconnaissance, which was precisely why he had decisively abandoned the idea of a frontal assault. Just as Qin Feng prepared to lead the way into the camp, his steps suddenly halted. Jingzhe, following closely behind, also came to an abrupt stop, emitting a low, threatening growl as its eerie green eyes fixated on a rudimentary shelter in the far corner of the camp. What is wrong, my friend? Wang Ming asked, instantly alert, tightening his grip on his crossbow. There are people inside, Qin Feng replied in a hushed tone, his gaze sharp as a blade. 2 of them. Their breathing is faint, but their heartbeats are rapid, alive. At this revelation, both Wang Ming and Lin Yihan felt a chill run down their spines. Hadn't the people of the Lighthouse Nation been wiped out? Was there truly a survivor? Qin Feng signaled to Jingzhe, and the intelligent wolf immediately quieted its steps, moving like a shadow to encircle the back of the tent, blocking the sole exit. Put down your gear, Qin Feng instructed, unloading the heavy supplies from his shoulders and lowering his voice. Wang Ming and Lin Yihan followed suit, forming a triangular formation as they raised their crossbows. The cold arrowheads aimed at the eerily silent shelter. Just as Wang Ming was about to shout, Qin Feng raised a hand to silence him. We strike first. The 3 exchanged knowing glances, ready to pull the triggers and eliminate any potential threats within. But at that moment, with a sudden rustle, the tent flap, crafted from animal hides and tattered cloth, was drawn aside by a trembling hand from within. The crossbow was taut, brimming with lethal intent. Yet, as the figure emerged, Wang Ming's finger, poised to pull the trigger, froze in place, and even Lin Yihan instinctively held her breath. The figures were not adversaries wielding weapons, but rather 2 women, 2 emaciated, naked women, their bodies marred by bruises and filth. They appeared as if they could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, their long hair matted against their faces, obscuring much of their features. Their eyes held no trace of humanity, only a chilling void of numbness and profound terror. Upon catching sight of the crossbow bolts in the hands of Qin Feng and his companions, the women trembled violently. One collapsed to her knees, while the other began to plead for mercy, bowing repeatedly, crying out, "Do not kill us! Do not kill us!" Lin Yihan instinctively took a step back, her face a tapestry of fear and intense nausea. Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He perceived not 2 pitiable women, but rather 2 immense troubles. Their presence threatened to ignite an endless moral debate in the live stream, hinder the team's progress, and provide hostile nations with ammunition to tarnish the image of the Dragon Kingdom, potentially creating diplomatic turmoil. They could even become an excuse for competitors from other nations to launch attacks against them. How should he handle them? He turned to Wang Ming and Lin Yihan, calmly instructing, shut down the live stream. As his words fell, the screens of billions of viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream collectively went dark. What the hell? Why has the screen gone black? What is happening? I saw it. 2 naked women, captured by those beasts from the Lighthouse Nation. What does Qin Feng intend to do? Why shut down the live stream? I want to see how he handles this. Isn't it obvious? Such imagery is unsuitable for young viewers. Comments from the Japanese viewers. Haha, the Dragon Kingdom is hypocritical. They must be hiding something shameful to shut down the stream. Perhaps they wish to indulge themselves? Comments from the Lighthouse Nation. FUCK? Those are trophies from our Lighthouse Nation. Is that Qin Feng planning to play with what is left of us? Haha. To the commoners from the Lighthouse Nation, how dare you speak? A bunch of beasts. Enough. I trust Feng. There must be a reason for him shutting down the stream. Such scenes are indeed inappropriate for public viewing. The live stream chat erupted in chaos, countless comments crashing like a tsunami, as everyone speculated wildly about Qin Feng's intentions. Meanwhile, within the camp, Qin Feng picked up a pile of bloodied clothes discarded by the Lighthouse Nation team, which Wang Ming had placed on the ground. Without sparing a glance at the 2 trembling women on their knees, he tossed the garments toward them, his voice devoid of warmth. Put these on. Chapter 164. Scavenging the camp. The wasteful Lighthouse Nation. The blood-stained and mud-laden garments were carelessly tossed before the 2 women by Qin Feng. They paused momentarily, their vacant eyes flickering with confusion, before seemingly grasping the situation. Trembling, they hastily donned the ill-fitting, filthy clothes, which emitted a nauseating odor. Yet, they paid no heed to the discomfort, focused solely on covering their bodies as swiftly as possible. With an impassive expression, Qin Feng observed them until they had completed dressing. Only then did he raise his hand and manipulate the live-streaming watch on his wrist. In an instant, the screen illuminated once more, revealing the 2 women, clad in inappropriate, soiled attire, kneeling on the ground to the global audience. Please, don't cast us away. One of the bolder women mustered the courage to lift her head, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, we can do anything. Laundry, cooking, miscellaneous tasks. Please, don't abandon us. We will perish. The other woman continued to bow fervently, mumbling indistinctly. Please, I beg you. Lin Yihan's complexion paled slightly as she instinctively averted her gaze from the 2 women, her lips pressed tightly together. As a woman herself, she could envision the inhumane torment these individuals had endured, the visceral disgust rising within her like a tempest. Yet, her rational mind fervently reminded her that they were in the wilderness of national fortune, not a charity gala. Any excess of compassion could jeopardize the entire team. Her fingers, gripping her weapon, turned white with tension as she ultimately inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure and direct her gaze towards Qin Feng. Regardless of the outcome, she trusted his judgment. Brother Wang Ming, unable to restrain himself any longer, whispered in a low tone, this hot potato cannot be kept. Qin Feng paid no heed to their entreaties, his piercing gaze sweeping across their faces as he inquired, devoid of emotion, "Which country do you hail from?" The two women trembled. The bowing woman halted her actions, exchanging a glance with her companion before timidly responding, "From the country of Ei." Ei? Qin Feng echoed, recognizing it as a precarious nation on Blue Star, lacking in value. "We can work, truly. We are capable of anything." Seeing Qin Feng's silence, the woman grew increasingly desperate, even demeaning herself in her haste. "We can serve you just as we would the citizens of the Lighthouse Nation. Be silent." The chilling reprimand came not from Qin Feng, but from Lin Yihan. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes reddening as she glared at the woman. "Do not reduce yourselves to mere commodities." The woman stared at her in bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the source of her anger. In the Dragon Nation's live streaming room, comments began to flood the screen once more. "Alas, so pitiful. Qin Shen, why not take them along? Just a matter of adding a couple of extra chopsticks." "This isn't just about adding chopsticks. Do you think they wouldn't turn on you in the dead of night? Who will protect them in case of danger? Should Qin Feng risk his life for them?" "Exactly. This is a battle for the fate of the nation, not mere child's play. Qin Feng's previous decisions have always been right, and this time, he must have his considerations as well." The commentary from a certain nation. "Isn't it true that the people of the Dragon Country pride themselves on virtue and morality? What has happened to those principles now? Such hypocrisy." Another nation's commentary. "Indeed, if we were to encounter a situation like this, we would surely protect those two women. The people of the Dragon Country are too cold-hearted." Qin Feng cast a brief glance at the two women and spoke with a calm demeanor. "We will not kill you." A flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the two women. However, Qin Feng swiftly shifted his tone, shattering their illusions completely. "But we will not allow you to remain here." He gestured towards the large pile of corn in the camp, indicating the cornfield outside. "You lack for nothing in terms of food. Before dawn, you must leave this place and head east. The east is the direction away from the ruins." This was the final mercy he could offer. "Why? We will not be a burden to you," one woman cried out in despair. Qin Feng replied with a cold chuckle, "We are not a charity organization. In this battle for the fate of the nation, everyone is fighting for their own country. Keeping you here serves no purpose whatsoever." After saying this, he turned to Wang Meng and Lin Yihan, instructing, "Begin the search, leave no useful item behind." He then nodded towards the nearby Jingjia. Understanding the cue, Jingjia stepped forward toward the two women. It made no sound nor bared its teeth. It simply raised its head, its eyes glowing eerily green in the night, quietly observing them. The women, who had just been shouting, were struck silent upon seeing a black wolf stealthily approach them. Their minds went blank. This wolf had come at the behest of the Dragon Country man. This man could not only easily slaughter elite squads from the Lighthouse Country, but had also tamed such a terrifying creature of the wild as a pet. What manner of beings are they? Wang Meng, witnessing this scene, quietly gave Qin Feng a thumbs up and whispered, "Brother, your method is far more effective than 100 words." At the Dragon Country's highest command center, the old general watched Qin Feng's cold silhouette on the screen, remaining silent for a long while. "General, will the decision made by contestant Qin Feng attract international criticism?" a staff officer asked softly. "Criticism?" The old general snorted coldly. Yet a glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. "In this war, the most useless thing is criticism. He has made the most correct and indeed the only correct choice. Inform everyone. Anyone daring to exploit this matter on the diplomatic front shall be dealt with severely." Understood. In the camp, the search proceeded in an orderly fashion. Soon, Wang Meng emerged carrying several dark, charred cooking pots, the bottoms still bearing traces of smoke. "Brother, look, pots. These are excellent. We can't have too many." Wang Meng exclaimed excitedly. "If our pots break in the future, we can use these as replacements, or even as tools." Lin Yihan also stepped out from another tent, cradling a stack of items in her arms. "Brother Qin Feng, look, we have 7 thermal blankets." She placed the items on the ground. Although these blankets were somewhat soiled, they could still serve as curtains or waterproof covers. "Put them away," Qin Feng instructed. He then stepped into James's tent, which was the most cluttered and filled with items. He began to search meticulously, leaving no corner unchecked. Meanwhile, Wang Meng rummaged through the camp and quickly made a new discovery. "Damn, these prodigal sons." He emerged from one of the tents with a few crude bows, a bundle of throwing spears, and several daggers that had fallen to the ground, accompanied by 2 entrenching tools, grumbling as he approached. "Look at this, brother. The bowstrings are almost as loose as a belt. The arrowheads are all crooked. And these daggers are so dull, they wouldn't even cut meat. Not to mention these entrenching tools with their edges all bent. Do these fools not know the basics of weapon maintenance?" Chapter 165. From today onward, this place shall bear the surname Long. The more Wang Meng spoke, the angrier he became. He picked up a dagger and flicked its edge with his finger, producing a dull clang. Shaking his head in dismay, he lamented, "This is good carbon steel. And look at how it's been wasted." As a former Marine, weapons were akin to his second life. Witnessing these potentially lethal tools being treated so carelessly pained him more than any injury he could sustain. Qin Feng's voice echoed from James's tent. "Isn't that just how people from the Lighthouse Nation are, so extravagant and wasteful? When something is broken, they simply discard it, always believing that logistics will provide replacements. Yet, they fail to comprehend the true value of such items in the absence of supply lines. Such one waste." Wang Meng cursed under his breath. But his hands remained busy as he began to carefully categorize and set aside the weapons that still held potential for restoration, muttering, "When I have the time, I'll polish these little guys until they shine." Qin Feng paid no heed to Wang Meng's grumbling and continued to scavenge within James's tent. Indeed, the tent of the camp leader concealed numerous treasures. In an inconspicuous corner, he kicked a backpack, which felt surprisingly heavy. Upon opening it, he discovered a neatly coiled length of hemp rope. Qin Feng weighed the rope in his hands. It was thick, about the diameter of a thumb, and remarkably sturdy. Estimating its length, he found it to be at least 20 to 30 meters, appearing almost new with little signs of wear. Rope, this was a valuable find. A sense of satisfaction flickered within Qin Feng. In the wilderness, the applications for rope are myriad, for binding, climbing, setting traps. And it could even be unraveled into thinner strands to create bowstrings or fishing nets. Truly a versatile asset. He carefully coiled the hemp rope and set it aside before rummaging through a tattered backpack. Aside from some remnants of food, he unexpectedly found several intriguing small items. 2 plastic whistles, one yellow and one green, resembling children's toys, alongside a pair of exaggerated goggles with a protective film on the lenses, clearly brand new, and a bar of soap meticulously wrapped in oiled paper. Qin Feng held these items in his hands, somewhat surprised. He understood that each contestant randomly received 3 items at the start, and it seemed the luck of the Lighthouse Nation was not solely confined to weapons and equipment. The functions of the whistles and goggles remained unclear, yet this bar of soap was undeniably a treasure. Qin Feng, what did you find? Lin Yihan's voice called from outside the tent. She peeked in and immediately spotted the soap in Qin Feng's hand, her eyes lighting up with sheer delight. For a girl who once cherished cleanliness, after enduring days of muck and blood, the allure of a lathering soap rivaled that of a sumptuous feast. It's soap. She stepped inside briskly, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement, her gaze sparkling with anticipation, akin to a fawn. Qin Feng, could you possibly share half of it with me? She asked timidly, fearing rejection, well aware that every resource in this wilderness was exceedingly precious, and she understood her request might be deemed excessive. Observing her eagerness, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile subtly. He drew out his dagger and deftly sliced the soap in 2. Maintaining proper personal hygiene was crucial to avoid illness from infections in the wild, and considering that sharing a single bar of soap between the boys and girls might not be ideal, he handed Lin Yihan the noticeably larger half. Thank you, Qin Feng. Lin Yihan accepted the half with the reverence of a cherished possession, carefully wrapping it in a clean leaf and tucking it away close to her, her face glowing with satisfaction. Oh, poor Yihan, she only wanted a bar of soap. Wow, Qin Feng is so warm-hearted, giving the larger half to Goddess Yihan. Ah, Qin Feng and Goddess Yihan are so sweet. Is this what they call sharing sugar? Enough with the shipper talk. Can't you see the glaringly bright third wheel, Wang Meng? Exactly. Stop rambling, they are comrades. But Qin Feng is indeed a gentleman. The scavenging soon concluded, revealing more supplies in the Lighthouse Nation's encampment than Qin Feng had anticipated, including ropes and the delightful surprise of soap. He glanced at the 2 Egyptian women still kneeling in place, paralyzed with fear, yet laced with a flicker of hope in their eyes, as they awaited Qin Feng's decision to spare them. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a few of the worst quality spears crafted by the Lighthouse Nation from the pile of discarded weapons and an empty backpack, tossing them before the women. Survival is in your hands, he declared. With that, he turned away, addressing Wang Meng and Lin Yihan. Let us clean up the camp. We'll stay here for the night. The 2 women hesitated, clearly reluctant to leave. What are you still doing here? Scram. Until Wang Meng, growing impatient, shouted loudly. The 2 women seemed to awaken from a dream. In a flurry of activity, they hastily grabbed the spears and backpacks strewn across the ground, bowed deeply several times towards Qin Feng, and then scrambled out of the camp, disappearing into the night. As their figures vanished completely, the camp was finally left with only their own people. Wang Meng surveyed the territory they had fought so hard to claim, from the watchtower to the wooden walls, and the piles of corn, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Hey! He placed his hands on his hips and, with all his might, bellowed into the surrounding darkness. From this day forth, this place shall be known by the surname Long. In the Dragon Nation's livestream, the fervor of billions of viewers ignited at that moment. An avalanche of comments flooding the screen, nearly overwhelming it with white noise. Xinglala, Wang Meng is incredible. I'm a 40-year-old man, and tears are streaming down my face. Just for this statement. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, should be this formidable. Lighthouse Nation comments. Fuck you. This is our camp. You band of thieves. Yamato comments. Haha. A group of barbarians occupying someone else's territory. What is there to be proud of? Shut up. You 2 up there. Not convinced? Then just hold it in. Why don't your players come and seize one for themselves? Oh, I forgot. Your players have all turned into fertilizer. Haha. What a relief. This is how the battle for national fortune should be. Within the camp, Wang Meng's roar still echoed. The annoyed Dali Nyo mooed in protest, prompting Lin Yihan to rush over and offer a handful of fresh corn leaves to its mouth. All right. I know you've worked the hardest. Go ahead and eat. It's all your merit. Chapter 166. Unforeseen Crisis, Cold Moon-'s Bloodbath in the Rainforest. She gently stroked Dali, the earlier feeling of disgust gradually dissipating in the warmth before her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Wang Meng began to clear away the debris and rubbish left by the Lighthouse Nation, methodically sorting and organizing the gathered supplies. Broken weapons were piled together, useful tools set aside, and thermal blankets and clothing were neatly folded. Soon, the once chaotic camp transformed into a model of order. As Wang Meng tidied up, he remarked, "Brother, this camp is far superior to our previous one. There are walls and a watchtower. It's quite secure." Qin Feng tossed a few corn cobs onto the bonfire, the flames illuminating his serene face. Yes, it is indeed much safer. My plan is as follows, he began, his voice low yet compelling enough to draw Wang Meng and Lin Yihan's attention away from their tasks. At dawn, Wang Meng, you and Yihan will remain here to continue harvesting corn and reinforce defenses. Dali and Jingzhe will assist you. I must return alone. You're going back alone? Wang Ming was taken aback. Yes, back to the Waterfall Valley, Qin Feng stated firmly. I will meet up with Shun Lai and Sun Hao. And then we'll find Cold Moon and Ziqian. We must swiftly consolidate all our forces. He picked up a piece of firewood and drew several circles on the ground, symbolizing the scattered teams they currently had. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, I wish to trigger a 10,000-fold return from that hot spring, as it is an invaluable resource for the Dragon Kingdom. Observing the clear layout on the ground, Wang Ming and Lin Yihan instantly comprehended Qin Feng's profound intentions. Victory had not clouded his judgment. He was always contemplating the next step, or even several steps ahead. What shall we do after we regroup? Lin Yihan inquired softly, a question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Should they abandon the ruins, or remain here to develop steadily? Upon regrouping, Qin Feng tossed the piece of wood into the flames, and the fire surged high, illuminating the sharp, cold glint in his eyes. We shall seize all available resources, forge ample weaponry, more crossbows, and even more powerful incendiary clay pots. A cold, fierce smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as thoughts of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal flashed through his mind. If they could procure these materials to manufacture primitive black powder, complemented by the sugar he carried, what ruins monsters could stand against them? Any carbon-based life forms would be reduced to ashes. By then, venturing into the ruins would not be an expedition. It would be a hunt. The final two words, hunt, fell from Qin Feng's lips, striking heavily upon Wang Ming and Lin Yihan's hearts. Wang Ming shuddered, barely containing the excitement that threatened to erupt. He could envision, under Qin Feng's command, their annihilation of all foes and the acquisition of every resource. Lin Yihan gazed at Qin Feng's calm, yet chillingly intense profile illuminated by the firelight, a sense of unprecedented security washing over her. Following Qin Feng was not merely about survival. It was about triumph. All right, brother, let us do it. As night deepened, the camp left behind by the Lighthouse Kingdom was thoroughly cleansed, their traces erased, replaced by the essence of the Dragon Kingdom's lifestyle. For the first time, Lin Yihan possessed her own independent room, a modest shelter that was relatively clean. Though small, it provided her with a private space to call her own. She even indulged herself by using a small portion of soap that Qin Feng had shared, washing her face simply, the refreshing sensation almost bringing her to tears. Meanwhile, Wang Ming was not idle. He sat upon a stone, utilizing the firelight to modify the javelins left by the Lighthouse Kingdom. His face, typically marked by ferocity, now bore expressions of care and focus. His fingers, thick and calloused, exhibited remarkable dexterity as he worked on the weapons. The knots tied with coarse hemp rope by the Lighthouse Kingdom's competitors were loose and feeble. He deftly untied them with a flick of his fingertip. Subsequently, he retrieved resilient vines from his backpack, skillfully slicing them into uniformly thick strips with his dagger. He then reattached the sharpened stone spearhead to the wooden shaft, binding it tightly with the vines in a military-style cross-lashing, and finally secured it with a knot that tightened upon pulling. In an instant, the spearhead and shaft became one, devoid of any wobble. Continuing, he picked up a finely textured boulder and seated himself on the ground. With a steady and forceful motion, he began to hone the spear tip against the sandstone at a fixed angle. A weapon that was once so dull it could scarcely crack a walnut had undergone a remarkable transformation. He neatly arranged the newly sharpened spears to one side and took up another, repeating the process. When the final spear had been rendered sharp and lethal, Wang Ming exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile finally gracing his face. Qin Feng returned to the shelter, calmly shedding his outer garment and lying down. In the shadows surrounding the camp, Jingzhe lay quietly, allowing him to close his eyes in peace. He knew that Wang Ming and Jingzhe would keep this place secure, and that in the distance, the ever-reliable comrade, Leng Yu, was undoubtedly exerting herself for the team's objectives. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Leng Yu was currently facing a life-or-death crisis that had not been part of her plans. Deep within the same rainforest, Leng Yu appeared exceptionally fatigued. She had been searching for an entire day. Her clothing was soaked with sweat, clinging to the powerful contours of her back, and her arms bore numerous small wounds from thorns. However, her gaze remained unwavering. Time was slipping away, and the decaying wound on Zhou Yi and the despair in Hina's eyes hung over her like a sword of Damocles. She had to find the antidote. She had already gathered chicken blood vine and sanchi, but still needed the final ingredient, King Muxiang. The rainforest at night was fraught with danger, and she crouched low, navigating through the darkness. Suddenly, she halted in her tracks. Ahead on her left, a climbing vine was faintly visible in the moonlight, its heart-shaped leaves discernible. This was it. Leng Yu's heart raced, but she did not rush forward. Holding her breath, she slightly perked her ears, attuning herself to the sounds of the forest, the whispers of the wind, the chirping of insects, and any potential breathing that might betray a hidden presence. Once assured of safety, she silently glided forward, crouching down to closely examine the leaf's veins in the dim light. It was indeed King Muxiang. A wave of immense joy and relief surged within her. The tension that had gripped her all day finally began to ease. She swiftly and skillfully harvested an adequate amount, wrapping it in cloth, and without a moment's pause, she turned to leave. On her way back, her steps quickened significantly. Suddenly, a chilling sense of imminent danger assailed her from behind on the left, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Yu rolled forward. A shadow zipped past her back, the sharp wind of claws tearing through her clothing and leaving 3 fiery red gashes on her skin. It was a leopard lying in wait in the darkness, perfectly blended with the night, so much so that even Leng Yu had only sensed an anomaly in passing. This leopard was a top-tier predator. Missing its first strike, The Black Panther silently landed on a sturdy branch, its golden eyes glinting with a cold and merciless light in the shadows. With a bent back, her muscles were sleek and brimming with explosive power. Lung Yu steadied herself, drawing a military dagger with a swift, fluid motion, her gaze sharp and resolute. She understood all too well that fleeing from such a nimble apex predator would be tantamount to suicide. There was no choice but to fight to the death. The atmosphere in the forest became instantly suffocating. The wind ceased, and the chirping of insects fell silent. Under the serene moonlight, a silent standoff unfolded between a lone woman and a leopard. In the next heartbeat, the Black Panther sprang into action. It did not charge recklessly but transformed into a shadow gliding low to the ground, utilizing the cover of bushes and tree trunks. With an astonishing angle, it launched its attack from Lung Yu's flank. It was too swift. Her pupils constricted in alarm as her body reacted instinctively, outpacing her mind. She twisted with utmost urgency, the dagger glinting coldly, not aimed to stab, but to slice horizontally at the oncoming shadow. The blade found flesh with a sickening sound. Yet, it was not a fatal wound. Simultaneously, the panther's other paw struck fiercely against Lung Yu's left arm, the immense force sending her staggering backward. A searing pain coursed through her arm, but she did not even flinch. She realized she had provoked it. Indeed, the Black Panther let out a low, menacing growl, its assault becoming even more frenzied. Like a wraith in the darkness, it darted, pounced, and clawed relentlessly. Lung Yu found herself ensnared in a desperate struggle. Chapter 167. The Eternal Spirit of the Military, Trading Injury for Life. Such is the essence of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. The moonlight was momentarily obscured by drifting clouds, plunging the forest into profound darkness, leaving only the heavy breaths of two creatures. At this moment, Lung Yu leaned against a rough birch tree, waves of tearing pain radiating from her left arm, warm blood trickling down her fingertips. Her chest heaved violently, each breath tugging at the fiery wound on her back. Sweat mingling with blood, saturating her tattered clothing and creating a sticky sensation. Not far ahead, the Black Panther crouched low, poised for another assault. A gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, oozed blood from its front paw, a testament to the hard-fought result of Lung Yu's desperate strike. Yet this injury seemed only to heighten its ferocity. It circled with stealthy grace, its muscles rippling beneath its sleek coat, searching for the perfect moment to pounce again. Lung Yu knew she could not afford to wait any longer. The depletion of her stamina was far beyond what she had anticipated. Moreover, the image of Zhou's rotting wounds flashed through her mind. She was not only fighting for herself, the mission remained unfinished. She had no right to fall here. Before her consciousness faded, she must find the beast's flaw and deliver a lethal blow. She gradually regulated her breathing, forcing herself to ignore the excruciating pain, concentrating all her mental faculties on the beast, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Lung Yu is injured. Damn it, this creature is too fast. This is the true apex predator. Speed, strength, stealth, maxed out. This is genuinely perilous. Stay calm. Lung Yu is a special operations captain. She will surely find a way. In the live broadcast room, the audience from Longhua felt their hearts twist in anguish. They had witnessed Cold Moon's prowess in hand-to-hand combat, seen her arrows strike true, yet they had never encountered her in such a disheveled state, ensnared in an overwhelming display of brute force and speed. At that moment, the Black Panther sprang into action. Without warning, it transformed into a black arrow, hurtling towards the ground with astonishing speed, leaving only a blur on the retina. It was too swift. Cold Moon's pupils constricted, her instincts overshadowed her rational thought. Instead of retreating, she lunged forward, twisting her body at an impossible angle to the left, her dagger slicing through the air in a deadly arc from below. She intended to use herself as bait, wagering that the beast would not change its course. However, she underestimated the primal fighting instincts ingrained in the genes of a top predator. Just as her dagger was about to slice its throat, the panther abruptly twisted mid-air. It forcibly altered its trajectory, evading the lethal blade, and instead, its iron-like shoulder collided forcefully with the space between Cold Moon's chest and abdomen. A resounding thud echoed. Cold Moon felt an irresistible force strike her, as if she had been hit by a speeding vehicle, her feet leaving the ground, and she was hurled backward. Blood sprayed forth as she flew through the air, her back crashing violently against the trunk of a massive tree, excruciating pain coursing through her body. Her vision darkened, and she nearly lost consciousness as she slid down the rough bark, her dagger slipping from her grasp, embedding itself in the earth several meters away. The Black Panther, having successfully landed its blow, did not pause for an instant. It emitted a low growl filled with triumph, its limbs propelling it forward once more. The gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, gleamed with a menacing white under the moonlight, the stench of death bearing down upon her. The shadow of demise had never been so palpable. Cold Moon, no, get away. It's over. She is too injured, and her dagger has fallen. Within the Longhua live stream, countless viewers gasped in horror, many unable to bear the sight, closing their eyes in despair. In this perilous moment, Cold Moon sprawled on the ground. Her eyes clouded from blood loss, suddenly ignited with a terrifying light from deep within. It was the indomitable spirit of a soldier, a ferocity born from the brink of death. She did not turn to face the advancing panther, but with the last vestige of her strength, she reached out her right hand, grasping a resilient vine that hung from the tree trunk, as thick as her wrist. Simultaneously, she pushed off the ground with her legs. Utilizing the vine's pull and the ground's reactive force, her body did not rise, but rather, in an uncanny motion, she glided sideways and backward along the ground. Roar! The Black Panther missed its target. Its sharp claws grazed Cold Moon's scalp, carving deep grooves into the earth. With its strike thwarted, the panther momentarily froze in its movements. Now was the time. In the chill of the moonlit night, Lung Yu's body traced a half circle in the air, her right hand gripping the vine with fierce determination. Utilizing the centrifugal force, she propelled herself upwards. Her aim was not to flee, but to seize the dagger embedded in the earth. As her body soared above the dagger, she unhesitatingly released her hold on the vine, surrendering herself to gravity's pull. In her descent, she expertly grasped the hilt of the dagger and plunged it downward with conviction. The sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out with an unsettling clarity. The panther, caught off guard as it turned to pounce again, never anticipated that this seemingly dying prey would descend from above. It managed only a startled roar before the cold military dagger had already driven deep into its skull through its eye socket. A chilling wail, hauntingly piercing, echoed through the night sky. The panther's massive body writhed and rolled in a frenzy, its immense strength sending surrounding brush and decaying leaves swirling into the air. It attempted to dislodge the weight upon its head, yet Lung Yu clung tenaciously to the hilt, her entire weight pressing down, even as she was tossed about. Her teeth clenched in steadfast resolve. Blood and brain matter erupted from its eye socket, splattering her face and hair, and gradually, the panther's struggles waned. Ultimately, its colossal form twitched a few final times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, silence enveloping the world once more. Lung Yu shook her blood-soaked head and rolled off the panther's carcass, gasping for breath. The overwhelming sensation of survival washed over her like a tidal wave, rendering her so exhausted that she felt incapable of moving even a finger. She lay there on the cold ground, gazing up at the moon above. Sweat blurred her vision. But through her hazy sight, she observed the clouds parting, allowing the cool moonlight to cascade down once more. Victory! Victory! What the hell? Victory! Long Shun has triumphed. She has countered the attack. The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, which had been silent for a good 10 seconds, was suddenly inundated with a deluge of enthusiastic comments. In the command center, the seasoned general slowly released his numb hand, exhaling a long, heavy breath, and a deeply contented smile spread across his wrinkled face. Well done. The officers behind him could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into thunderous applause and cheers. After an indeterminate time, during which her limbs regained a modicum of strength, Lung Yu struggled to her feet. She approached her dagger, forcefully withdrawing it from the panther's skull, wiping the blood off on its fur. Then, she retrieved the cloth pouch containing life-saving herbs, carefully securing it to her waist. Finally, she cast a glance at the colossal panther's lifeless body. Its skin, bones, and flesh were all valuable resources, and she could not afford to waste them. Dragging one of the panther's hind legs, she made her way, step by painful step, toward the cave. With each movement, the wounds across her body protested with sharp agony. Yet her gaze remained steadfast and resolute. Inside the cave, the flickering light of the fire danced. Hina paced anxiously, casting intermittent glances toward the dark mouth of the cave, her face etched with worry. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqian sat beside her, adding wood to the campfire while striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the occasional tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Chapter 168. The boiling medicine ignites hope within the cave. It had been an entire day. Would Lung Yu be all right? Hina could no longer restrain herself from speaking. The atmosphere within the cave was stifling, the flickering flames casting distorted shadows against the rock walls. Zhao Ziqian lifted his gaze to meet Hina's anxious expression and said in a steady voice, "She will be fine. We have all witnessed Lung Yu's strength. Moreover, after being with Qin Feng for so long, I have come to understand one thing." He tightened his grip on the crossbow in his hand. "There are no weaklings in our team." Hina looked at the determination etched on Zhao Ziqian's face, opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking further. However, as time trickled by, the oppressive silence outside the cave weighed heavily upon her heart. Just then, a faint yet distinct rustling sound emanated from the pitch-black entrance. The noise resembled some heavy object being dragged across the ground, moving slowly and laboriously. Hina's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Zhao Ziqian sprang to his feet, muscles taut, aiming his crossbow at the entrance, and hissed, "Who goes there?" Inside the cave, the unconscious Zhou Yi seemed to be affected by the tense atmosphere, issuing a groan of pain. The dragging sound did not cease. Instead, it grew increasingly closer, accompanied by a pungent metallic scent that wafted into the cave, nearly inducing nausea. "They are coming." Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Ziqian's forehead as his fingers rested on the trigger of the crossbow. A gaunt, weary silhouette finally emerged at the cave's entrance. Backlit by the moonlight, her features remained obscured, but her faltering steps and the vast, dark shape she dragged behind her were unmistakable. "Is it an enemy?" Zhao Ziqian's heart raced. At last, the figure staggered into the firelight. "Lung Yu!" Zhao Ziqian and Hina exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with shock. It was indeed Lung Yu. She had returned. Yet, in that moment, her appearance was nothing short of harrowing. She was drenched in blood, her outer garments torn to shreds by vicious claws, exposing gaping wounds beneath, and blood had nearly painted her entire being crimson, most of it belonging to that Black Panther. Her complexion was as pale as a ghost, her lips devoid of color. However, what truly sent shivers through Zhao Ziqian and Hina was the massive creature she dragged behind her, a colossal Black Panther. Its skull was shattered, one eye socket hollow, clearly dead beyond any doubt. Yet, its sleek musculature and sharp claws silently testified to its terrifying prowess as a top predator in life. Lung Yu had single-handedly slain this beast. She dragged the lifeless body of the Black Panther, which weighed nearly twice her own, step by step to the campfire. With a dull thud, she carelessly cast the carcass onto the ground. Cold Moon disregarded the astonishment of the two, summoning her last ounce of strength to spill the contents of the cloth bag onto the stone slab. Her bloodied fingers trembled as she sifted through the items, pushing several plants towards Hina and gasping. These must be crushed and applied externally. Then, she pointed to a few other herbs, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Ziqian. Her voice hoarse as she stated, "This one, and the bloodied root." Her eyes indicated a plant with a blood-stained rhizome. "Boil it for him to drink." As soon as she finished speaking, it seemed she had exhausted every bit of energy needed just to utter those words. The flames before her suddenly dimmed, and the world spun around her. Her body involuntarily tilted backward. Cold Moon. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. Zhao Ziqian, filled with a primal instinct, lunged forward. Just before Cold Moon's head would crash against the hard rock, he exerted every ounce of strength to catch her limp body, cradling her half-conscious form tightly. His hands met a warm, sticky substance, blood. As he gazed at her pale, breathtakingly beautiful face, now devoid of life, guilt and helplessness surged within him. He turned to the still-stunned Hina, shouting with all his might, "What are you waiting for? The first aid kit. Bring it." Then, following Cold Moon's instructions, he urged, "Save Zhou, quickly." His voice thundered through the confined cave, jolting Hina back to her senses. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." She scrambled to retrieve the first aid kit from her backpack, trembling as she handed it to Zhao Ziqian. Without a moment's delay, she seized the herbs from the stone slab and rushed to Zhou Yi, beginning to pound the plants into a paste with a stone. Zhao Ziqian carefully positioned Cold Moon against the rock wall, trembling hands opening the first aid kit, as he tore away the tattered tactical vest from her back. Even though he had taken lives himself, his heart clenched tightly at the sight. The wounds, though shallow, were numerous, and blood continued to seep from them. In the Dragon Country livestream, viewers were left in shock upon seeing the injuries on Cold Moon's back. "Oh my god, is this even a human back? Cold Moon. My Cold Moon goddess. Shut down the stream. Please. I can't take it anymore. Whoa, my heart aches. How could it be this bad? How did she manage to come back? How on earth did she make it back? Is this what our warriors are like? What our soldiers in Dragon Country endure? Is it really worth it? Cold Moon is so powerful, yet she risks everything to find herbs to save Zhou Yi. Because we are all Dragon Country citizens. We will fight for each other's lives." Zhao Ziqian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If only his physical constitution were a bit stronger. If only he had accompanied Sister Lin Yue to assist her, she would not have had to face such a perilous situation alone. He bit down hard, suppressing all his emotions, and meticulously cleaned the ghastly wounds with the little remaining antiseptic. Lin Yue's body trembled involuntarily, yet not a single groan escaped her lips. This silence pierced Zhao Ziqian's heart more than any scream could, and he hastened to tend to the wounds on her back, wrapping them with bandages. However, when he saw the gruesome injuries on her arm and the inner thigh, his movements stalled. Those areas posed considerable difficulty for a man of his stature to handle. "Hina," Zhao Ziqian called out in a low voice. "Here." Hina, who was tending to Zhou Yi, immediately responded. "Come help," Zhao Ziqian commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "You take care of her arm and leg wounds. Be swift and steady." "Understood." Hina forced herself to remain calm, swiftly finishing Zhou Yi's treatment before kneeling beside Lin Yue to take over Zhao Ziqian's task. In the cave, only the crackling of the campfire and their heavy, restrained breaths filled the air. Zhao Ziqian stepped aside, gathering the internal medicinal herbs that Lin Yue had designated, setting up the military pot to brew the life-saving soup. The boiling concoction ignited a spark of hope within the cave. The firelight illuminated his youthful yet resolute face, and his gaze was devoid of any confusion or fear. From that moment on, his sole obsession became the protection of every team member while awaiting the return of Brother Qingfeng. He would no longer be a burden. This night, it seemed, would be one of sleeplessness for all. Chapter 169, The Solitary Return Journey, adding to the depth of experience. The crisis near the new campsite. Within the Dragon Kingdom's main camp, as dawn began to break, Lin Yihan stretched lazily, emerging from her small sanctuary. She inhaled deeply, feeling her bones relax, relishing the exceptionally restful slumber of the previous night. There were no omnipresent mosquitoes, no fear of the unknown, and not even the thunderous snores of Wang Meng. At this thought, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Sister Yihan, what brings you such joy this early? Found some gold?" Wang Meng, practicing his spear throwing in the center of the camp, noticed her laughter. He had discovered that mastering this skill yielded impressive accuracy and power. Hearing her amusement, he looked up, flashing a bright smile. "Nothing much," he replied. Lin Yihan covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "I just thought it was too quiet last night. Without Brother Wang Meng's snores, I found it a bit unsettling." "Hey, you little rascal." Wang Meng's face flushed, his movements halting. "I was just teasing you. It's because I felt secure sleeping next to you all." "Indeed, so secure, like the roar of thunder." Lin Yihan mimicked his tone, her laughter erupting uncontrollably. "Haha, Yihan, the goddess, has learned to tease Wang Meng. Wang Meng, do I not care about my pride? I call it tactical snoring to confuse the enemy. Haha. Wang Meng, this damned sense of security. To be honest, the atmosphere in this camp is truly delightful." Qingfeng had long awoken, standing atop the camp's watchtower, surveying the surroundings and contemplating where best to set traps. "Brother Qingfeng, are you ready?" came Lin Yihan's voice from behind. Turning, Qingfeng saw Lin Yihan and Wang Meng approaching. He hastened down the watchtower, noting that Wang Meng carried a bulging backpack filled with provisions and weapons. Wang Meng slapped the pack and boomed. "This should last you a couple of days on the road." Suddenly, Jingzhu appeared at Qingfeng's feet, nudging his pant leg with his head and emitting a low whimper, as if sensing his departure and wishing to accompany him. Bending down, Qin Feng stroked Jing's iron-like head. Stay here and protect them. Jing just seemed to understand. His whimpers ceased, yet his hauntingly green eyes remained fixed on Qin Feng, filled with reluctance. Brother Qin Feng, Lin Yihan handed him another cloth bag, carefully advising, inside are 2 water bottles. The green one contains fresh water, while the black one has sugar water I mixed for you. If you grow weary on your journey, drink a bit to replenish your strength. There's also a first aid kit we previously acquired. Take it with you. It's better to be prepared. Qin Feng accepted the bag, feeling its weight in his hands. He glanced at Lin Yihan, whose eyes sparkled in the morning light with concern. Thanks, he replied simply, slinging the backpack over his shoulders. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Wang Ming asked, still somewhat uneasy. Perhaps I should accompany you. With Yihan and Jing guarding this place, nothing could go wrong. No need. Qin Feng's tone brooked no argument. Your task is to secure this location. Before I return, transform this cornfield into our granary. Also, reinforce the defenses. He paused, casting a serious glance at both of them, his voice grave. Remember, any complacency could turn all our previous efforts to ash. Understood. Wang Ming straightened, his demeanor shifting back to that of a marine receiving orders. We will guard this place, Lin Yihan affirmed, nodding vigorously, her gaze resolute. Qin Feng took one last look at the camp he had built with his own hands, the wooden walls, the watchtower, and the golden cornfield, each a testament to their foothold in this wilderness. Without further ado, he turned and strode purposefully toward the camp's exit. The powerful bull, tethered to a wooden post, seemed to sense the atmosphere of farewell, letting out an anxious moo. Qin Feng did not hesitate in his stride as he traversed the path that was once fraught with traps, now thoroughly cleared. Soon, his figure vanished into the dense jungle, leaving only Wang Ming and Lin Yihan standing in place, gazing intently in the direction he had departed. All right, lass, no need to linger. He's already gone, Wang Ming sighed, patting Lin Yihan on the shoulder. We have work to do. Our older brother entrusted us with such an important task. We cannot let him down. Indeed. Lin Yihan nodded earnestly, retracting her gaze. Let us go. We must harvest the corn today. We must finish that entire patch. Wang Ming hoisted his machete, filled with determination, and headed toward the cornfield. Lin Yihan picked up her tools and followed suit. Under the sun, 2 figures, a bull and a wolf, began their industrious work on this land that belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's silhouette sped through the thicket, unencumbered by the team, reaching the pinnacle of his velocity. His masterful environmental awareness was fully engaged, transforming the surroundings into a dynamically updated 3-dimensional map in his mind. The steep slopes, hidden pits, and shortcut paths were all vividly clear. His feet consistently landed on the most solid ground, and his body adeptly avoided all obstacles with minimal movement. The live stream camera shook violently, and the viewers could only witness the trees on either side racing backward, forming a blur of green shadows. Wow, what speed! Is this even humanly possible? He hardly seems to be breathing. Is his stamina limitless? Is this the true power of Qin Feng? He couldn't push himself to this extent with a team before. Suddenly, as Qin Feng dashed down a slope, his momentum came to an abrupt halt, leaving 2 deep scratches on the grass. He crouched low, his gaze sharp as a hawk, fixated on a dense thicket to his left front. There. A profound silence enveloped the area, yet in his perception, a faint yet menacing aura, distinctly different from that of the saber-toothed tiger and previous monsters, flickered momentarily. A new essence beast? And it was alarmingly close to the new campsite. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, remaining still for a full half-minute, meticulously assessing the intensity and threat level of that presence. Ultimately, he suppressed the impulse to investigate immediately. His primary objective was to rendezvous with Lung Yu and the others. He mustn't complicate matters. Wang Ming possessed a crossbow, and Jing Zhe's perception was exceptional. As long as they reinforced their defenses and refrained from venturing out, they should be safe for the time being. He committed the location and characteristics of that area firmly to memory, his gaze growing colder. Upon his return, he would eliminate this potential threat at once. Resuming his journey, he maintained his speed and ran for approximately 2 hours when suddenly, his nose began to itch. He halted. Achoo! Achoo! 2 consecutive sneezes brought him some relief, and he instinctively rubbed his itchy nose, his fingertips brushing against a bit of white fluff. It is the seed of a plant. Qin Feng brought the tuft of fluff before his eyes, and a glimmer of light flickered in his calm gaze. Dandelion? In the next moment, his extensive knowledge of herbal medicine surged forth in his mind. It clears heat and detoxifies, acts as a diuretic and dissolves masses. It is both a wild vegetable and a valuable medicinal herb. What a splendid find. Without hesitation, Qin Feng lifted his gaze, his environmental awareness honing in on the direction of the breeze. As he passed through a thicket, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. On a sunlit hillside, a profusion of golden dandelions flourished, and as the gentle wind blew, countless white, fluffy seed heads danced in the air like falling snowflakes. Truly a magnificent sight. Qin Feng advanced confidently, plucking a robust dandelion from the ground. The instant his fingers brushed against the plant, a chilling system notification echoed worldwide. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng has discovered the edible and medicinal plant dandelion, triggering a 10 million-fold reward. Rewards are being distributed. In an instant, the global livestream chat erupted with comments. Japanese livestream. Huh, is this even a reward? What use is this? It's just a wild plant. American livestream. Oh my god, I thought he had found a gold mine, and it turns out to be a bunch of weeds? What a ridiculous reward. Korean livestream. Dandelion has been a medicinal herb in our country since ancient times. It must be recognized as heritage. However, the atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream was markedly different. Dandelion? Isn't this the plant my family often eats, known as poyo ding? It's delicious dipped in sauce. Don't just think about eating. This is a traditional Chinese medicine. It clears heat and fire. A 10 million-fold return. How much could that be? What a great find. These plants spread seeds rapidly. Soon, there will be dandelions everywhere. Qin Feng, adhering to his usual practice, collected enough tender leaves for consumption and roots for brewing, and after completing his task, he stood up, dusted off his hands, and without a moment's pause, set off again. Cold Moon, Shunlai, await my arrival. Chapter 170. The search for water and Zhao Ziqian's responsibility at the cave's entrance. The flickering firelight danced amidst swirling smoke. Zhao Ziqian carefully fanned the flames with a few large leaves, cautiously controlling the heat. Cough, cough. The smoke was truly pungent. He had strategically positioned the campfire at the cave's entrance. Otherwise, he feared the others would be overwhelmed by the smoke within. In the cooking pot, a dark brown medicinal soup bubbled and steamed, its rich, bitter aroma wafting through the air. He now smashed the herbs into a paste using stones. The dull thuds echoing within the cave. Green juice flowed along the grooves of the stone slab, staining her hands a disheveled mess. Gritting her teeth, she mashed the roots and leaves into a sticky, gooey pulp. Done. Her voice trembled slightly as she glanced up at Zhao Ziqian. He nodded, setting aside the concocted medicinal broth to cool. Taking a deep breath, he approached the unconscious Zhou Yi, signaling Hina to commence. Hina's fingertips quivered momentarily. Yet she reached for Zhou Yi's arm, where the bandages they had meticulously applied were now wrapped. Upon unbinding it, they were not met with the anticipated horrifying sight of blackened, oozing flesh. Instead, around the area where Lung Yu had excised the necrotic tissue, a delicate ring of tender, pink new flesh had emerged. Although still smeared with blood and tissue, this burgeoning tissue, a symbol of vitality, seemed to declare that death's initial assault had been repelled. There is hope, truly hope. Hina's eyes welled with warmth, her voice tinged with emotion. In this desolate wilderness, had she not encountered Zhou Yi at the first moment, her fate would have been nothing but death. Zhao Ziqian's heart raced heavily. He cast a glance at the faintly breathing Lung Yu nearby. A surge of indescribable admiration swelling within him. Apply the medicine, he urged, suppressing his excitement as he reminded Hina. She nodded eagerly, taking a relatively clean piece of wood, and cautiously began to spread the cool, green medicinal paste over Zhou Yi's wound. As the paste made contact with the tender new flesh, Zhou Yi, still in a state of unconsciousness, convulsed violently, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Do not stop. Zhao Ziqian pressed down on Zhou Yi's shoulder, his voice low and commanding. Gritting her teeth, Hina hastened her movements, ensuring the entire wound was uniformly covered before rewrapping it with the remaining bandages. After completing this task, the two exchanged a glance, each finding a glimmer of relief mirrored in the other's eyes. Next came the administration of the medicinal broth, a task far more challenging than applying the salve. Zhao Ziqian propped up Zhou Yi's upper body against himself, while Hina lifted the darkened army pot, which contained the now lukewarm medicinal broth, its deep brown hue exuding a flavor that could pierce to the very bone. Open your mouth, brother. Zhao Ziqian gripped Zhou Yi's jaw, straining to pry open his tightly clenched teeth, but the unconscious man's jaw was locked shut as if welded together, refusing to budge. Hina's gaze swept across the scattered firewood on the ground, and suddenly her eyes lit up as she grabbed a relatively clean stick. Zhao Ziqian, use this, she exclaimed, handing him the stick. Pry open his mouth. Zhao Ziqian instantly understood, accepting the stick without concern for its cleanliness, and wedged it between Zhou Yi's teeth. Forgive me, brother, he thought resolutely, exerting force to pry it open. With a soft crack, the tightly closed jaw finally yielded a small gap. Quickly, Zhao Ziqian maintained his position, shouting at Hina. Without hesitation, she lifted the army pot, carefully directing it towards the opening, and began to pour in the medicinal broth. As the liquid flowed down his throat, Zhou Yi coughed violently, his body writhing in struggle. Hold him down. He.S. responding. Zhao Ziqian exclaimed with elation, increasing his strength even further. Two individuals, one prying open the other's mouth while the other administers the bitter concoction, displayed a somewhat clumsy coordination. Despite being ensconced in unconsciousness, Zhou Yi's body instinctively resisted the harsh medicine. A violent bout of coughing caused the dark brown liquid to spill from the corners of his mouth, mingling with saliva and trickling down his neck. Such waste. Such utter waste. Hina watched the rapidly depleting potion in the pot, her eyes filled with sorrow. After all, this was a life exchanged by Lung Yu at great cost. Zhao Ziqian's arms bulged with veins as he firmly pressed a wooden stick against Zhou Yi's clenched jaw, shouting, "Don't stop. Keep pouring." His coughing indicates he is still responsive. Every drop counts. It was not until the last drop of the potion slid down Zhou Yi's throat that Zhao Ziqian abruptly released his grip, collapsing to the ground alongside Hina. Both were too exhausted to speak, merely gasping for breath, their sweat mingling with the remnants of the medicine, leaving only the heavy sounds of their survival echoing through the cave. The night passed in silence. By the following morning, Zhou Yi's feverish temperature finally subsided. A faint cough broke the stillness, but it was not Zhou Yi, it was Lung Yu, leaning against the rock wall. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her vision still somewhat blurred. Yet, her first words, hoarsely directed at Zhao Ziqian, were, "How is he?" "Lung Yu, you're awake," Zhao Ziqian exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding through him as he hurried to her side. "Zhou Yi's fever has broken. Your medicine has worked." Struggling to sit up, Lung Yu inadvertently aggravated her back injury, drawing a sharp intake of breath from her. Only when she saw Zhou Yi's condition stabilize did the tension in her body truly begin to ease. A wave of profound weakness washed over her, rendering her unable even to lift a finger. Her gaze fell on Zhao Ziqian, where she noted the bloodshot eyes and the resolute maturity that had replaced the youthful naivety on his face. This young man, who once trembled at the sight of adversity, seemed to have matured overnight. The team cannot survive without food and water. It is fundamental to our existence, Leng Yu stated succinctly. I will go look for it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ziqian sprang to his feet. He cast a glance at the enormous black panther carcass at the cave's entrance, feeling his throat constrict involuntarily. Cold sweat forming in the palm that gripped his dagger. The fear had not dissipated. Rather, it was suppressed beneath a more powerful emotion. Images flashed through his mind. Wang Ming calmly dissecting a wild boar, and Leng Yu returning with the bloodied corpse of the panther. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Hina. Hina, you stay here to take care of Leng Yu and the others. I will go handle the body and search for a water source. He endeavored to make his voice sound as steady as Qin Feng's. Alone? Hina questioned, a hint of concern evident in her tone. I'll be fine. Zhao Ziqian shook the dagger in his hand, his resolve unwavering. Qin Feng taught us how to find water. I will be cautious. Having spoken, he no longer hesitated. He seized the dagger and, with great effort, dragged one leg of the Black Panther towards the cave's entrance. This time, he did not await orders from others. Instead, he took the initiative. Perhaps his good fortune was at play once more. Just beyond the cave, beneath a rocky outcrop, he discovered a trickle of clear, fresh water seeping from the crevices. Overjoyed, Zhao Ziqian clumsily emulated Wang Meng's technique, using the dagger to slit open the panther's belly. Warm blood and the scent of entrails surged forth, causing him to gag. He suppressed the turmoil in his stomach. Recalling the methodical approach Wang Meng employed when processing prey, first, sever the throat to drain the blood, then find the right angle to cut. The panther's hide was remarkably tough, far more resilient than that of a hare or a pheasant. The dagger often slipped, nearly grazing his own hands several times. Undeterred, he persisted. If one stroke did not suffice, he would strike twice. Exhaustion racked his body, sweat soaked his brow, and blood smeared his cheeks. Finally, after more than an hour of labor, he successfully severed the first complete piece of panther leg meat. Weary, he collapsed onto the ground, a smile breaking across his face. Upon returning to the cave with the prepared meat and a pot filled with water, he found Hina and the recently rejuvenated Leng Yu staring in astonishment. The firelight danced upon Zhao Ziqian's blood-streaked face as he grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. I've come to prepare meat for everyone and brew some soup. Chapter 171. The Return of Qin Feng. A joyous yet uneasy reunion. Meanwhile, Qin Feng traversed the jungle with unrelenting speed, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. Driven solely by the desire to reunite with his comrades. The audience in the Longhua livestream could only witness the camera shaking violently, with the scenery on either side blurring into a tapestry of green shadows. The wind whistled through the trees, and he scarcely paused for breath, the energy within him rapidly depleting as he pressed on. When hunger struck, he would gnaw on a couple of corn cobs. When thirst beckoned, he would sip on sugary water to replenish himself. Finally, as midday approached the following day, the familiar, thunderous roar of a waterfall pierced through the layers of forest. Echoing from afar, arriving at the waterfall valley, Qin Feng instinctively slowed his pace, glancing towards the campsite, a subtle frown creasing his brow. There was no smoke rising. Given Xun Lai's character, he should have been preparing lunch at this hour. Upon emerging from the last stretch of woodland and standing before the campsite, his footsteps came to a complete halt. It was eerily quiet. Apart from the sound of the waterfall and the wind, there was no sign of human activity. Not even the occasional call of the little calf, Dun Dun. He hurried into the makeshift shelter he had built, only to find it desolate, filled with inconsequential clutter. Xun Lai, Sun Hao, and little Dun Dun were all conspicuously absent. Standing in the center of the empty campsite, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes, his masterful environmental awareness unfurling in an instant. There was no scent of blood, no signs of a struggle. Had they left of their own accord? A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Feng's mind, yet it was swiftly quelled. He crouched down, scooping a handful of soil. The footprints were fresh, showing no signs of having dried in the wind, indicating that they had not departed for more than an hour. The trio had walked in unison, their strides steady, devoid of any hint of panic or haste. Standing upright, Qin Feng directed his gaze towards the direction in which the footprints led, and the lingering doubt within him dissipated entirely. He followed the trail at a leisurely pace. After traversing approximately half a mile, passing through a sparse woodland and circumventing several massive boulders, a muffled yet somewhat clumsy laughter reached his ears. This was the temporary encampment of the lighthouse dwellers and the Japanese at that time. Qin Feng paused momentarily, drawn by the sound. By the side of a crystal-clear stream, he spotted Sun Hao crouched down, meticulously rinsing a handful of vibrant greens. Although his complexion remained a tad pale, his spirit was undeniably vibrant. He conversed animatedly with a companion nearby, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Beside him stood the imposing figure of Xun Lai, exuding an aura that deterred casual approach. One hand held a flapping wild chicken, while the other deftly wielded a dagger, skillfully bleeding the fowl. His profile remained stern, yet the pervasive aura of lethality around him had noticeably softened, replaced by a hint of domesticity. What amused the audience in the live stream was the little creature, Dun Dun, standing nearby, its body bound with vines carrying several bulging pouches wrapped in large leaves, filled to the brim with tender branches and leaves. It nonchalantly flicked its tail while nibbling on its own provisions, occasionally emitting a contented moo, resembling a mobile granary. Remarkably, this little creature had a knack for foraging. Xun Lai cast a sidelong glance at Dun Dun, who was pilfering from their supplies, his tone ambiguous, neither praise nor disdain evident. This batch of Tinder shoots was led to me by it. Sun Hao chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Dun Dun is quite clever. Qin Ge will surely be delighted to see this. No sooner had the words left his lips than Shun Lai's movements came to an abrupt halt. His sharp gaze shot up, piercing towards Qin Feng's location. Sun Hao, crouched by the stream, sensed the tension in the air, although he heard no sounds. Shun Lai's demeanor was the most alarming of warnings. Was it a beast? Or perhaps another competitor? Sun Hao stiffly followed Shun Lai's line of sight, peering into the shadows at the edge of the forest, where a figure stood silently. Upon recognizing the calm and familiar visage, the taut strings of Sun Hao's nerves suddenly relaxed, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. He exclaimed, Qin Ge, it's Qin Ge. He dropped the wild greens in his hands and stood up excitedly. Shun Lai also acknowledged the newcomer, offering a subtle nod in Qin Feng's direction as a greeting. Before lowering his head once more, his dagger slicing cleanly through the air to resume his previous task. Moo. The little calf, Dun Dun, reacted more swiftly than the others. It let out a crisp call, its 4 short legs trotting towards Qin Feng with a delightful clatter. It collided into Qin Feng's embrace, nuzzling its furry head against his leg while emitting affectionate purrs from its throat. Only Qin Feng's sturdy physique could withstand such a collision. Anyone with a weaker constitution might have stumbled. Qin Feng extended his hand, ruffling the soft fur atop the little creature's head, remarking, You've certainly fed yourself quite well. At that moment, Shun Lai approached, carrying a freshly prepared wild chicken. He scrutinized Qin Feng from head to toe, and upon confirming that he was unscathed, he spoke casually. Did you handle things over by the cornfield? Yes, Qin Feng replied succinctly, nodding. I knew you could manage, Shun Lai commented, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, an acknowledgement between two formidable individuals. At this juncture, Sun Hao rushed over, clutching a handful of wild vegetables. His excitement palpable. Fantastic. Brother Qin, what about Wang Ming and Yi Han? They're not hurt, are they? Qin Feng cast a calm glance at the two, nodding gently. They are fine, reinforcing the camp's defenses and harvesting corn. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao let out a deep sigh of relief, his face breaking into a broad smile. However, Shun Lai sensed something amiss and pressed on. What about Leng Yu and Zhao Ziqian? Qin Feng's gaze grew somber, and the previously light atmosphere around them seemed to thicken. Not long after we left the Waterfall Valley, we parted ways. They went to seek the trail of our lost companions. Then where are they now? Sun Hao's smile vanished, anxiety creeping back into his expression. He had witnessed the cruelty of those from the Asen country firsthand, especially the poisoned arrows that could turn flesh to rot upon impact. Sister Leng Yu was strong, but she was accompanied by Zhao Ziqian. Qin Feng paused, his eyes shifting towards the direction where Leng Yu and Zhao had departed. A flicker of uncertainty emerged in his usually deep-set gaze. I do not know the current situation. Have they found anyone? Are they injured? His voice was noticeably lower than usual, and the last question was articulated with deliberate weight. Sun Hao inhaled sharply, anxiety causing him to pace in place. What should we do now? The rainforest is fraught with danger. What if they encounter another group? Shun Lai's previously stoic expression transformed, revealing genuine concern for the first time. The gravity of the situation, which could provoke such worry in Qin Feng, likely surpassed everyone's expectations. What is the plan now? He fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his voice sharp. They have been gone for several days. Qin Feng retracted his gaze, suppressing the flicker of uncertainty and replacing it with his usual calm decisiveness. We returned to the Waterfall Valley. His eyes swept over the two. Take only the valuable items from the camp. Leave everything else behind. Understood. Shun Lai responded almost immediately. Without a hint of hesitation, Sun Hao's face flickered with reluctance as he said, Brother Qin, the animal skin curtain at the camp, along with the ceramic jars and charcoal that Sister Lin Yue and the others made. Those various containers are proof of the home we have painstakingly established in this wilderness. We cannot abandon them. Chapter 172. Qin Feng's heart yearns for home. A new crisis approaches. Qin Feng decisively interrupted him, declaring that all containers must be left behind, along with the cumbersome iron or tools. His gaze was piercing, causing Sun Hao and Shun Lai to shudder. We are not relocating. We are on a mission to find someone. Speed is the only thing that matters now. Sun Hao was momentarily rendered speechless by these words. Qin Feng looked at him, softening his tone slightly. Do not lament over these containers. If they shatter, we can recreate them. As long as we are alive, we can rebuild. But if we lose our lives, we lose everything. I understand now, Brother Qin. I am sorry. Sun Hao suddenly came to his senses, his face flushing with embarrassment for his momentary hesitation. Qin Feng glanced at them, nodded, and turned towards the waterfall camp, urging, keep up, move quickly. The 3 men and the cow promptly set off back to the Waterfall Valley. The joy of their recent reunion evaporated, replaced by a heavy sense of urgency. Silence enveloped them, save for the hurried sounds of their footsteps and the rustling of leaves. The little cow, Dumpling, seemed to sense the gravity of the atmosphere, ceasing its playful antics and closely trailing Qin Feng, puffing along with its short legs. As the familiar roar of the waterfall reached their ears, it was Shun Lai who first halted. He abruptly raised his hand to stop Sun Hao, his eyes, once stained with blood, now fixated intensely on the camp's entrance. Sun Hao's heart skipped a beat as he followed Shun Lai's gaze, instantly tightening his grip on his weapon. There were people in the camp. At the entrance of the earthen shelter, 3 figures huddled together, 2 men and a woman, looking disheveled, cautiously observing their approach. Shun Lai's murderous aura was unmistakably palpable, and he was poised to stealthily advance. Do not engage. Qin Feng's voice, though low, halted Shun Lai in his tracks, turning back with a puzzled expression. Qin Feng's vision, superior to that of an ordinary person, had clearly discerned the identities of the individuals before them. They were from the kingdom of Billy. Upon hearing the commotion, the three figures raised their heads in terror, spotting the trio of armed men and a small cow drawing near. The blonde woman stifled a scream, while the two men instinctively shielded her, their faces etched with despair. However, upon recognizing Qin Feng's face, one of the men, Luke, transformed from despair to astonishment, which swiftly morphed into elation. "It is you, the esteemed one from the Dragon Kingdom," he exclaimed, pointing at the woman behind him. "We have found her. We have located Miss Elena." Qin Feng's gaze swept over the terrified blonde woman, Elena, as a few keywords flickered through his mind. Nothing more. The woman lifted her head, and when her emerald eyes met Qin Feng's, a tumult of complex emotions surged within her: shock, elation, and profound admiration. Instinctively, she tidied her disheveled hair and stepped forward, her voice trembling. "It's you. I never expected to see you again." She recalled vividly how, by the mist-laden hot springs, this man had descended like a deity, effortlessly vanquishing the two scoundrels who had plotted against her. That calmness and strength had long been etched in her heart. Could this camp truly belong to them? If so, would she be able to reside with such a reliable and handsome man from now on? Elena's thoughts began to wander. But Qin Feng had no time to indulge in tales of their arduous search for family. He spoke directly. "We have urgent matters to attend to and must leave immediately." He gestured towards the entire camp. "From this moment on, this place is yours." The three Belgians stood in stunned silence. Elena covered her mouth, unable to believe her ears. Luke and Jansen exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting bewilderment and immense joy. Luke stammered, "You mean, this camp, equipped with a stable and shelter, is being given to us?" Qin Feng had already turned away, beginning to search the camp for valuable items. The expressions of Luke and Jansen shifted from surprise to sheer ecstasy as they gazed at the sturdy dwelling, the well-crafted pottery, and even the empty but structurally sound stable. Trembling with excitement, Luke embraced Jansen, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Jansen, did you hear that? We have a home. I can finally live in the stable nearby." Sun Hao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. Qin Feng and his companions acted swiftly, taking only weapons, a small amount of food and water, heedlessly abandoning the painstakingly crafted pottery and stone tools. Sun Hao looked at the first home that had once saved his life, a swirl of emotions overtaking him, but ultimately, he followed in Qin Feng's footsteps. The trio, along with a cow, swiftly vanished into the dense forest, leaving the three Belgians in a state of bewilderment, facing this paradise that had descended from the heavens. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's heart had already soared towards an unknown horizon. In stark contrast, within the cave where Lung Yu and the others resided, the atmosphere was entirely different. The crackling campfire filled the air with the rich aroma of roasted meat mingled with the slight bitterness of herbs, saturating the entire cavern. Zhao Ziqian crouched by the fire, carefully turning a massive leopard leg skewered on a stick. The meat sizzled and oozed with fat, releasing an alluring aroma into the air. Beside him, a military pot bubbled with a creamy, rich soup. The essence of leopard bones simmered throughout the afternoon. Lung Yu leaned against the rock wall, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly in a feigned slumber. The bandages on her body were stained with droplets of blood. Her complexion remained pallid, yet her breathing had steadied considerably. The black panther she had dragged back now lay reduced to mere bones and an intact pelt. Hina scooped a small amount of the clear soup with a rudimentary wooden spoon she had just fashioned, blowing on it gently before bringing it to Zhou Yi's lips. His eyelids fluttered as he managed to swallow a few sips of the liquid sustenance. With a swift motion, Zhao Ziqian cut a generous piece of the perfectly roasted leopard meat with his dagger and offered it to Lung Yu. "Sister Lung Yu, have something to eat to regain your strength." Lung Yu opened her eyes, her gaze still bright beneath the firelight. She said nothing, merely nodded as she accepted the morsel and began to consume it quietly but swiftly. Hina's heart finally eased a bit upon seeing Zhou Yi gulp down half a bowl of soup. She turned to Zhao Ziqian, her eyes slightly reddened. "Ziqian, thank you so much. Express your gratitude to Sister Lung Yu. She fought valiantly to bring this back." Zhao Ziqian shook his head, his youthful naivete replaced by an unexpected composure that belied his years. "You should eat as well. Once we finish, we will take turns keeping watch. There are no bowls in this cave." Zhao Ziqian lifted the military pot and took several hearty gulps of the thick soup before passing it to Hina. Without hesitation, she accepted the still warm pot, mimicking Zhao Ziqian's actions as she drank the scalding broth in large mouthfuls. In this harsh wilderness, no one held any disdain for one another. To survive was the greatest dignity they could achieve. However, unbeknownst to them, the tantalizing scent of their meal had become a beacon for lurking wolves. In the dense forest several miles from the cave, three shadowy figures trudged forward, laboring with every step. "Boss, do you smell that?" A man, so gaunt he seemed little more than skin and bones, sniffed the air, his Adam's apple bobbing. The man referred to as the boss halted, his face marred by scars from burns. At that moment, his triangular eyes fixated intently on a single direction, his nostrils flaring wildly. "It is the scent of roasted meat." The raspy voice of the scarred face was filled with a ravenous glint akin to that of a starving wolf. "Boss, this aroma is too enticing. Could it be from those wretches of the Lighthouse Country?" A nearby thin man expressed his concern. "We cannot afford to cross the Lighthouse Country." The scarred face let out a sinister laugh, licking his cracked lips to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. "They are currently too preoccupied to notice us. I just escaped from the cornfields and saw their camp being overrun by the Dragon Country folks." A flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. "This roasted meat, regardless of its origin, shall be ours." Chapter 173, Terror at the Cave Entrance. A bloodbath approaches. Since the three companions and the sturdy bull ventured into the dense forest, they had scarcely taken a moment's respite. The joy of reunion had long been overshadowed by the anxiety of the unknown path ahead and the concern for their companion's safety. In its place arose a suffocating sense of urgency. Qin Feng led the way, scanning for any sign of Lung Yu and her associates while deftly slicing through the obstructing vines with his dagger, clearing a path for his teammates behind him. Even when fragments of leaves struck his face, he did not flinch. Behind him, Shunlai quietly regulated his breathing, maintaining a steady pace, while Sun Hao gritted his teeth, fiercely suppressing the burning sensation in his lungs, exerting every ounce of strength to avoid lagging behind. The young bull, Dun Dun, also showed clear signs of fatigue, huffing heavily as it trotted closely beside Qin Feng. Brother Qin, Sun Hao finally could not contain himself, gasping for breath. Do you have any clues? Qin Feng did not pause his stride, but merely shook his head slightly. His masterful environmental awareness had reached its peak, with the sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the rustling of leaves all vividly resonating in his mind. Yet, he could not find the traces of Lung Yu and Zhao Ziqian he desperately sought. The vastness of the rainforest posed a significant risk. Any minor deviation could lead to a permanent separation. A rare sense of impatience surged within Qin Feng, a feeling he seldom experienced. Shunlai perceived the anxiety concealed behind Qin Feng's silence. Without uttering a word, he tightened the bindings of the supplies on his shoulder and quickened his pace. Observing this, Sun Hao swallowed his questions, understanding that the only course of action was to keep up and not fall behind. Time sped by in their relentless march. The sun dipping low in the west, they had pressed on for an entire day and night, pausing only briefly to replenish their water and gnaw on some tough jerky. Sun Hao's lips had cracked and peeled, his eyes sunken deep, sustained only by sheer willpower. Even the normally stoic Shunlai had beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly halted, as if he had discerned something. Brother Qin. Sun Hao's voice was hoarse as he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He leaned heavily on his knees, breathing heavily, with sweat trickling down his chin. I can still go. No need. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feng had already crouched down. He extended his finger, gently brushing aside a thin layer of fallen leaves, revealing several indistinct footprints before the trio. Shunlai and Sun Hao immediately gathered around. Are these from Sister Lung and the others? A flicker of hope ignited in Sun Hao's eyes. Qin Feng did not respond. His finger traced the edge of the footprints, his brow furrowed in concentration. The impressions were shallow, indicating that the individual who left them was of light weight. And there were not just one but two sets of footprints. One set is steady, while the other appears somewhat chaotic. Qin Feng's voice was low yet resolute. He rose to his feet, directing his gaze into the depths of the forest where the footprints led, confirming that they were on the right path. Although it cannot be definitively confirmed that it is indeed Lung Yu and Zhao Ziqian, this is their sole lead. Let us proceed. Qin Feng uttered a single word. His speed now heightened, his figure darting forward like a sharp arrow into the dense thicket ahead. Shunlai and Sun Hao exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and immediately followed suit. This time, no one complained of fatigue. Miles away, within the cavern, Lung Yu leaned against the cold rock wall, her eyes tightly shut. Her long, thick eyelashes cast delicate shadows upon her eyelids. The bandages adorning her body were seeping with flecks of dark crimson, her complexion as pale as parchment. Yet, the rhythm of her breathing had steadied. Beside her, Zhou Yi remained unconscious, though the feverish heat of his breaths had subsided, indicating that the life-saving broth had taken effect. The vigil now rested upon Zhao Ziqian and Hina. Hina, you should rest for a while. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, Zhao Ziqian said, adding the last dry twig to the fire, as their fuel was dwindling. Hina shook her head, glancing at Lung Yu and then at the still Zhou Yi. You've already exhausted yourself dealing with the leopard during the day. Allow me to keep watch. I cannot sleep, she replied softly. Understanding her unease, Zhao Ziqian did not insist further. He examined the repeating crossbow in his hand, ensuring the arrows were loaded, then found a spot from which he could spring into action at any moment, closing his eyes in an attempt to recuperate. In this treacherous wilderness, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could prove fatal. Qin Feng and Wang Meng had imparted this lesson through countless experiences. Outside the cave, the night was as dark as ink, impenetrable and void of moonlight and stars, save for the wind's mournful whispers weaving through the trees. Hina sat beside the fire, hugging her knees, her gaze intermittently sweeping over the cavern's gaping darkness. As a teacher, she was accustomed to the bright, clean classroom and the harmonious sounds of learning, never envisioning that she would find herself in such dire circumstances. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from outside the cave. The noise was subtle, yet in the profound stillness of the night, it resonated sharply. Hina's heart leapt to her throat, her body bristling with apprehension. Instinctively, she reached out, shaking Zhao Ziqian awake. What is it? Zhao Ziqian opened his eyes abruptly, his voice a hushed whisper as he aimed the crossbow towards the cave entrance. There's movement outside. Hina's voice trembled slightly. Zhao Ziqian immediately sprang to his feet, crouching near the cave opening to listen intently. The wind persisted, and the rustling continued, sporadic yet persistent. After a moment of focused listening, Zhao Ziqian's tense form relaxed marginally, though his brow remained furrowed. The sound was faint. It was likely a small creature, perhaps a rabbit. He turned to Hina and gestured silently, lowering his voice further. The tripwire at our entrance will provide an early warning, but do not let your guard down. We shall remain vigilant here. Though he spoke with an air of reassurance, his grip on the crossbow remained unwavering, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Upon hearing those words, Hina felt a slight sense of relief. Yet the taut nerve within her remained unyielding. Both she and Zhao Ziqian were unaware that, less than 100 meters away from the cave, a genuine peril was stealthily encroaching. Three shadowy figures were laboriously navigating through the darkness of the forest, drawn by the faint, tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The leader among them, his face marred by grotesque burn scars, appeared particularly fearsome in the shadows. His name was Nualadin, a native of Cambodia, and he commanded this trio. Following him were two others, Hong Sun and En Long, who, while advancing, greedily inhaled the air, their throats convulsing in anticipation. "Boss, it's this way," Hong Sun rasped, his eyes gleaming with a predatory green light. "We haven't gone astray." Nualadin licked his cracked lips, a palpable madness glimmering in his eyes. With a sudden wave of his hand, the three men prowled forward like hyenas on the hunt, silently encircling the source of that life-saving aroma. Chapter 174, Despair. This is the true wilderness. These three sordid men, tracing the faint scent of smoke, soon discovered the concealed cave where Lung Yu and her companions were hiding. "Boss, the smoke is emanating from within here," Hong Sun whispered, suppressing his excitement. Nualadin gestured for silence, his gaze flitting over the cave entrance. A vine, nearly indistinguishable from the ground, caught his attention. How ludicrous. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth as he signaled his subordinates to circumvent the rudimentary trap. The trio silently maneuvered past the snare and concealed themselves at the cave's periphery. Peering inside, they could see everything illuminated by the flickering flames. A severely injured woman with short hair leaning against the rock wall, seemingly asleep, and another woman attending to a motionless man on the ground, who appeared utterly defenseless. The only potential threat was a young man stationed at the cave's entrance. Grasping what seemed to be a weapon, his stance relatively steady, Nualadin chuckled coldly to himself. Fortune favored him. He slowly raised his hand, signaling to the impatient Hong Sun and En Long behind him with a series of gestures. First, he pointed at Zhao Ziqian at the cave entrance, then nodded towards his two subordinates, making a gesture for a flanking maneuver followed by a sudden convergence. He intended for these two to test the weight of that weapon first. After all, it was his cunning plan. Let his brothers bear the brunt. Next, his finger indicated the undulating forms of Lung Yu and He Na in the firelight. Lastly, he greedily patted his chest, a nauseating smile spreading across his face. Hong Sun and En Long's eyes ignited with a ravenous glimmer, nodding vigorously, their throats rolling in anticipation. Charge. The stillness of the night was shattered by the sudden onslaught of three dark figures. Who goes there? In the fleeting moment when Noradin raised his hand, the previously closed-eyed Cold Moon suddenly opened her eyes, her voice sharp and commanding. Her instincts, honed as a top-tier special forces soldier, were more acute than any trap. Yet, she was still severely injured. Struggling to rise, she felt the wounds on her back and arms throb with excruciating pain that coursed through her body. Nevertheless, she merely let out a muffled groan, her gaze becoming ever more piercing. As the enemy lunged towards her, she chose not to retreat, but executed a low, sweeping kick with her right leg aimed directly at the scarred man's lower body. This was a strategy of trading injury for injury, of risking life for life. Humph. A desperate struggle. Noradin sneered, clearly an experienced fighter himself. He did not flinch or evade, but met Cold Moon's strike head-on with his calf, leaning into her momentum, increasing his speed. Crack. A sickening crunch echoed as Noradin's leg was struck with immense force, causing him to stagger. However, Cold Moon's already battered body succumbed to the strain, her vision momentarily fading to black. In that fleeting instant of disorientation, Noradin's iron-like grip closed around her bandaged left arm, his fingers pressing mercilessly against her torn wound. Even with her iron will, the agony pierced her heart, as if struck by lightning. Noradin, seizing the advantage, pinned her wrist with one hand while using his knee to forcefully press against her abdomen, pinning her against the rocky wall. Special forces? Let us see how long you can endure. He cackled, using his weight to relentlessly compress her injury, each breath becoming a source of torment, gradually eroding her will to resist. Cold Moon clenched her jaw tightly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet her eyes remained resolute. She refused to surrender, desperately searching for an opportunity to counterattack. "Hey, think of nothing else." Noradin sneered in her ear, "Move again, and I can't guarantee that your arm will remain intact." Like a cunning hyena, he suppressed Cold Moon with the most despicable tactics. Each of her struggles only resulted in her wounds tearing further and more blood loss. At that very moment, an enemy assault commenced. Upon hearing Cold Moon's shout, Zhao Ziqian instinctively grasped the crossbow resting beside him. His reaction was undeniably swift. Years of being a corporate drone had ingrained in him the habit of acting upon commands. At that moment, this habit saved his life. En Long had charged towards him wielding a spade, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ziqian pulled the trigger at the grotesque face before him. Whoosh! The bolt soared through the air. En Long's pupils dilated as he instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late. The sharp tip struck true, piercing through his eye socket and into his brain. He could not even utter a scream as his body stiffened and fell backwards, lifeless. A single shot, a fatal blow. Zhao Ziqian's heart raced, yet he barely had time to aim at another target when another shadow roared towards him. Hong Sun was even fiercer and more cunning. As he witnessed his companion fall, rather than succumbing to fear, he was consumed by rage. He seized the warm body of his fallen comrade and wielded it like a shield before him. Whoosh! Zhao Ziqian instinctively unleashed the remaining bolts from his crossbow, only to find them thudding uselessly into the corpse, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Die! Taking advantage of Zhao Ziqian's momentary distraction, Hong Sun lunged forward with ferocity. With a fierce roar, he thrust the corpse ahead and swung his entrenching tool with a glint of cold steel, striking down upon Zhao Ziqian's crossbow with a resounding crack. The weapon, which had long been a source of comfort and security for Zhao Ziqian, shattered into fragments. A tremendous force jolted through his arm, fracturing his grip and causing blood to stream from his hands. Stunned, he stared blankly at the remnants of his crossbow, feeling utterly defeated. With a kick to Zhao Ziqian's chest, Hong Sen sent him hurtling backward like a rag doll, his back crashing violently against the unforgiving rock wall. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he coughed up blood. Darkness enveloped his vision, and the world spun around him. Yet he could not tear his eyes away from the suppressed Lung Yu. A surging tide of unyielding spirit ignited within him. "I will fight you to the end," he roared, disregarding the searing pain in his chest. Grasping a nearby stone, he struggled to his feet and staggered forward once more towards Hong Senator Fool. A flicker of disdain crossed Hong Sen's gaze as he effortlessly evaded Zhao Ziqian's erratic assault. With a swift motion, he delivered a crushing blow to the back of Zhao Ziqian's neck with the flat of his entrenching tool. This time, Zhao Ziqian could not even manage a grunt. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. "Ziqian!" Hina's terrified scream pierced the air as she grabbed a burning stick and charged recklessly at Hong Sun. Yet how could an ordinary schoolteacher contend with these desperate fugitives fighting for their lives? Hong Sun barely needed to use his weapon. With a mere sidestep, he easily evaded Hina's wild swing and countered with a sharp slap across her face. The sound echoed through the cave. Hina stumbled, falling to the ground. Blood trickling from her mouth, her mind spinning in confusion. Hong Sun approached, stepping on the stick in her hand, looking down at her from above with a cruel smile. The entire battle, from beginning to end, lasted but a fleeting minute, swift enough to instill despair. "Ha! People of the Dragon Kingdom." Nuo Luodun laughed heartily at the chaotic scene before him. "Did you consider your own fate when you slaughtered our Cambodian brothers?" He gripped Ling Yu's hair, forcing her face upward, his triangular eyes gleaming with vengeful satisfaction. "Especially you, the female special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. You were so formidable, weren't you? Why are you so silent now?" Lung Yu locked her icy gaze upon him, her silence heavy with murderous intent, sending a shiver of unexplainable fear through Nuo Luodun. "Damn it, how dare you glare at me?" Enraged, he tightened his grip with renewed force. The leader, Hong Sun, approached, rubbing his hands with a lascivious grin, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Lung Yu and Hina. "We've struck gold. These two women from the Dragon Kingdom are truly stunning. Especially this one. Her figure is just perfect now that Long is dead. One for each of us," he exclaimed, extending his filthy hand towards Lung Yu's face. In a swift motion, Lung Yu turned her head, evading his grimy touch, and spat a mouthful of blood directly onto his face. Seeking death, Hong Sun roared in fury, raising his hand to strike. "Enough!" Noradin intervened, halting him. "No need to rush. They are already ours. We have ample time to play with them." He cast a glance at the unconscious Zhao Ziqian and Zhou Yi on the ground and instructed Hong Sun. "First, take care of these two men to avoid any distractions." "Understood." Hong Sun wiped the blood from his face with a sinister grin and lifted his shovel, advancing toward the unconscious Zhao Ziqian. "Stop." Hina struggled to rise, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhao Ziqian, arms outstretched, her frail body shielding him. "Do not touch him." Hong Sun paused for a moment, then laughed mockingly. "Oh, how noble. Well then, plead for me. If you serve me well, I might just consider sparing his life." Hina's face flushed crimson as she bit down on her lip. "Ha ha." Noradin laughed even more heartily. "Who would have thought we would encounter such a delightful situation? Hong Sun, you can have that one. I shall take this spicy one." He pointed at Lung Yu, restrained before him. "Today, I intend to savor the taste of the Dragon Kingdom's finest female special forces operative." Within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, an oppressive silence had descended. All the viewers watched the screen with eyes wide and fists clenched, caught in a tumult of humiliation, rage, and helplessness, resulting in a stifling silence. "Beasts. They are all beasts. Qin Feng, where are you? Hurry and save them. I can't bear to watch any longer." Countless individuals painfully shut their eyes, yet could not resist peeking through their fingers, clinging to the last glimmer of hope. In the cave, Hong Sun grew impatient, pushing Hina aside and raising his shovel high. "No." Hina's voice broke into a desperate scream, piercing the cave's stillness and cutting through the thick darkness, echoing into the unknown distance. Lung Yu's heart sank into an abyss as Noradin's oppressive grip held her down. The agony from her wounds and the weakness from excessive blood loss made even breathing a struggle. She had never imagined she would meet her end in such a humiliating manner. In her dazed state, a calm yet strikingly handsome face flashed through her mind, a man who, had he been present, would never have allowed the situation to deteriorate to this point. He always had an uncanny ability to foresee everything, extinguishing all dangers in their infancy with the simplest and most direct methods. It is laughable that one considers oneself a top-tier special forces operative yet cannot protect one's own comrades. A tumultuous blend of humiliation and resentment ignited a fierce rage within Lung Yu, burning through her very being. She clenched her teeth resolutely, vowing that even in death, she would tear a piece of flesh from these brutes. Meanwhile, in the dense forest, Qin Feng's silhouette darted swiftly through the darkness. He had long left Xun Lai and Sun Hao Yuan far behind. The few indistinct footprints only intensified the rare sense of anxiety churning within him. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. A nearly imperceptible scream, fragmented and torn by the wind, reached his ears. Ordinary individuals might dismiss it as the cry of a nocturnal creature. Yet, through Qin Feng's masterful environmental perception, the primordial fear and despair embedded in that sound were magnified infinitely. It was a human voice, and a woman's at that. The direction aligned perfectly with the trail of footprints. This is bad. A wave of dread surged through Qin Feng's heart, and he could no longer afford to conserve his strength. In an instant, his entire being erupted with power, transforming him into an arrow released from its bowstring. Without a shout to his companions behind him, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the sound. The wind roared past his ears like the thunder of war drums. Shunlai and Sun Hao desperately pursued from behind, helplessly watching as Qin Feng's figure flickered and then vanished into the engulfing darkness ahead. They exchanged a glance, both registering the astonishment in each other's eyes. What speed was that? Inside the cave, Hong Sun grinned malevolently, the cries of Hina awakening a more savage desire within him. The engineer's shovel in his hand did not pause for an instant as he swung it down mercilessly towards Zhao Ziqian's neck. At that critical moment, whoosh, a piercing sound, sharp enough to seem to tear through space, erupted suddenly. A dark shadow, imbued with unparalleled might, arrived ahead of the attack. Clang! A deafening clash of metal echoed. Hong Sun felt a tremendous shock reverberate through his hand. An overwhelming force surged up the handle of the shovel, rendering him unable to maintain his grip. The heavy engineer's shovel was violently wrenched from his hand, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground several meters away. What just happened? Everyone, including the grinning Nua Luodan, was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. At the cave's entrance stood a tall figure, seemingly merging with the darkness, wielding a uniquely designed crossbow. His eyes, cold as ice in the flickering firelight, appeared to gaze upon a colony of already deceased ants. It was Qin Feng. His glance swept through the gruesome scene within the cave, resting upon the blood-soaked Lung Yu, who was firmly restrained, Zhao Ziqian, lying on the ground, unconscious, and Hina, her face marked with handprints, eyes wide with terror and despair. A chilling wave, intermingled with fury and self-recrimination, surged through Qin Feng's limbs. He had arrived too late. This thought pierced his heart like a burning iron stake. All he desired now was vengeance. As the cold moon, rendered immobile by suppression, caught sight of the approaching figure, her taut body relaxed ever so slightly. For the first time, a complex emotion resembling salvation flickered in her icy gaze. Who is this person? Hong Sun, filled with astonishment and fury, shook his numb arm and fixed a fierce glare upon Qin Feng. Qin Feng remained silent, his cold eyes surveying the others present. Damn it! Seeking death, Hong Sun, thoroughly incensed by Qin Feng's dismissive stare, let out a furious roar and drew a dagger from his waist, rushing at Qin Feng with reckless abandon. Hong Sun, be careful! Noradin, sensing the impending danger, shouted a warning. Yet, it was too late. As Hong Sun charged forth, Qin Feng did not alter his stance in the slightest. At the very moment Hong Sun entered his attack range, his left hand rose with an almost imperceptible speed, executing a precise knife hand strike that connected sharply with Hong Sen's wrist. Crack! The clear sound of bone breaking echoed through the air. And before Hong Sun could utter a cry, Qin Feng's right leg lashed out like a steel whip, delivering a swift side kick that struck him squarely on the temple. Thud! The dull impact resonated, and Hong Sen's robust body was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, his eyes instantly glazing over. He crashed against the rocky wall, and then crumpled to the ground, lifeless. With a single move, he was dispatched. The cave fell into a profound silence. Hina covered her mouth in horror, forgetting even to weep as she witnessed the scene unfold. Noradin, who had been relentlessly suppressing the cold moon, felt every hair on his body stand on end, an icy dread shooting up from his feet to the crown of his head. He understood clearly. What had just transpired was not a mere fight, but an act of slaughter. Did not come any closer. Noradin was utterly terrified. Every nerve in his body screamed for escape. Yet reason told him he could not outrun the demon before him. Desperately, he grasped the frail form of the cold moon, using all his strength to shield her, pressing the dagger against her fair neck, and shouted with a voice that trembled with feigned bravado. Drop your weapon. Throw your crossbow to the ground. Now. The blade quivered in his trembling hand, etching a shallow crimson line upon the cold moon's skin. Sweat mingled with terror trickled down his scarred face, dripping onto her shoulder. Sticky and repugnant. Seeing Qin Feng merely watching him coldly, unmoving, Noradin's fear was momentarily suppressed by a surge of survival instinct, bolstering his courage. He raised his voice, shouting furthermore, after you drop your weapon, get out. Immediately. Otherwise, I will kill her first, then the rest of those in the cave. I will count to 3. Chapter 176. The Ultimate Cooperation. The moment of counterattack for the cold moon and Qin Feng. Noradin's voice echoed in the deathly still cave, tinged with a hint of madness. 2. He pressed the dagger down further, the bloodstain on the cold moon's neck growing ever more pronounced. However, Qin Feng's gaze remained unperturbed. He did not glance at Noradin but instead exchanged a fleeting glance with the captive, cold moon. In less than 2 seconds, though they uttered no words, they understood the unspoken messages conveyed through their eyes. Cold Moon's gaze seemed vacant, yet deep within her pupils lay no despair, only a suppressed fury and a profound pain. She had not given up. Qin Feng discerned that she retained the strength for one final strike. Waiting merely for an opportunity, a chance to create a decisive moment for her teammates. That was sufficient. Only then did Qin Feng direct his attention toward Noradin, his gaze gradually drifting to the crossbow in his hands. His shoulders sagged, as if he had undergone a harrowing internal struggle before ultimately choosing to relent. He dejectedly stated, "Fine, I will throw it." The unmistakable tone of acquiescence in his voice caused Noradin's taut nerves to relax momentarily. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, every viewer's heart raced with trepidation. Don't throw it, Foam. If you discard the weapon, there will be no chance left. This is it. Will the most formidable team from the Dragon Kingdom be lost? Don't speak such despairing words. Trust in Foam. He surely has a plan. Noradin fixed his intense gaze upon Qin Feng, shouting, "Throw it far. Toss it outside the cave. Hurry. His countdown echoed ominously, and as Qin Feng raised his arm, the robust crossbow soared through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before landing in the underbrush outside the cave with a dull thud. The sound inevitably drew Noradin's attention, and instinctively, his peripheral vision flickered toward the direction of the fallen crossbow. Now was the moment for a top-tier hunter. Even a fleeting moment of distraction could mean the difference between life and death. Cold Moon, having amassed her final reserves of strength, abruptly leaned back, using every ounce of her might to slam the back of her head into Noradin's face. With a resounding thud, Noradin felt as if his nose had been struck by a hammer. A sharp pain mixed with a nauseating sensation surged to his brain, and stars exploded before his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Ah, you wretched woman!" Noradin shrieked in agony, the searing pain causing his vision to darken, and the grip he had on Cold Moon instantly slackened. His reaction was swift. After the initial pain came an overwhelming fury. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, his eyes gleamed with malice, disregarding his bleeding nose. With a fierce twist of his wrist, he aimed to sever Cold Moon's throat with his dagger. He intended to kill this woman. However, Qin Feng would never grant him such an opportunity. The moment the crossbow slipped from his grasp, Qin Feng's body was already in motion. Enhanced by the system, his explosive power surpassed that of an ordinary person. In that instant, all his fury and murderous intent coalesced in his fist. With a stride, Qin Feng had closed the distance to Noradin. His right fist crashing forward with the force of a thunderbolt, aimed squarely at Noradin's face. This was a blow fueled by rage. Qin Feng poured every ounce of his strength into it. Bang! The sound was profoundly resounding, like a shattered watermelon. The grotesque expression on Noradin's face froze in an instant. His nasal bone, cheekbones, and jawbone were pulverized under the terrifying force unleashed by Qin Feng. Enhanced by a systematic augmentation of rage, his entire visage caved in at a visibly alarming rate, as a mixture of crimson and white fluids, interspersed with shattered teeth, erupted from his contorted mouth. Not even a scream escaped his lips before his towering form crumpled backward, the dagger clattering to the ground, mere inches from Lung Yu's neck. Life was extinguished in that fleeting moment. Within the cave, an absolute silence reclaimed the atmosphere. Hina covered her mouth, her initial terror replaced by sheer astonishment as she gazed at the man who had so dramatically altered their fate. Lung Yu, utterly drained, leaned against the rock wall and sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat soaked her short hair, while the wound on her back, re-aggravated by the recent exertion, oozed blood, staining the bandages crimson. Qin Feng stepped forward and gently supported her arm, his voice low and resonant. "How are you? Where are you most injured?" Lung Yu's gaze lingered on the disfigured corpse on the ground before she looked up at Qin Feng. Her typically icy eyes were now filled with a complexity previously unseen. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the searing pain radiating from her wounds and the overwhelming fatigue, speaking in a hoarse voice imbued with unprecedented depth. "Thank you. You saved my life. It was my failure to protect them." Qin Feng's eyes fell upon her pallid face, and for a fleeting moment, he was transported back to their first encounter, where she too had been battered yet retained a defiant spirit. He had carried her across that tumultuous river. "We are compatriots. Let us not dwell on that," he replied, his tone softening. "How do you feel?" Lung Yu shook her head, her jaw clenched tightly, clearly enduring excruciating pain. She refrained from elaborating on her injuries and instead urgently gestured towards the other side. "I'm fine. Go check on Ziqian." Following her gaze, Qin Feng saw Zhao Ziqian lying motionless on the ground. Just then, two hurried footsteps approached rapidly from a distance. Shenlai and Sun Hao finally arrived at the cave entrance, panting heavily. Upon witnessing the scene within, they stood frozen in shock. 3 corpses lay in a pool of blood, a comatose Zhao Ziqian, a sprawled Zhou Yi, a tear-streaked and terrified Hina, along with a bloodied and weakened Lung Yu, and Qin Feng, who still emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent. "What is this?" Sun Hao stammered, his disbelief rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Shenlai furrowed his brow, his gaze swiftly scanning the scene before settling on the unconscious Zhao Ziqian and Zhou Yi. Without waiting for Qin Feng's command, he dashed forward, crouching down to assess their injuries with professional and rapid movements. Sun Hao, however, was captivated by the woman curled up in the corner. He stared at Hina, his face a canvas of incredulity. "Hina?" he tentatively called out. Hina, upon hearing the voice, abruptly lifted her head. When she discerned Sun Hao's face, the tension that had gripped her throughout the night unraveled completely, and tears streamed down her cheeks like a burst dam. "Sun Hao, you are alive. You are alive." Sun Hao's eyes reddened as he rushed forward in hurried strides, glancing at the motionless Zhou Yi, his voice trembling with concern. "What happened to Zhou Yi? He was poisoned. By those beasts." Hina cried, her voice choked with sorrow as she recounted the harrowing experiences that had befallen their team after it was shattered. Meanwhile, Shenlai cautiously turned Zhao Ziqian onto his back, prying open his eyelids for inspection, and checking for breath by feeling his nostrils. Finally, his fingers rested upon the back of Zhao Ziqian's neck, gently caressing the area. Qin Feng approached, crouching down with a calm gaze. "How is he?" Shenlai looked up, his expression grave, shaking his head slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with a rare edge of difficulty. "The back of his neck has sustained a severe blow, resulting in bruising that compresses the nerves. Without modern medical equipment, he must rely solely on his willpower to endure." This statement plunged the already tense atmosphere back into despair. In the context of survival in the wilderness, those words were tantamount to a death sentence. Hina trembled slightly with hopelessness, while Sun Hao's complexion turned ashen. He staggered back a step, leaning against the cold rock wall, opening his mouth as if to utter words of comfort, yet found his throat parched. unable to produce a sound. With a soft crack, the last piece of firewood had burned to its end. The flickering flames in the cave struggled for a moment before they were extinguished completely. Darkness surged in like a tide, engulfing everyone. In the oppressive silence, only the faint sound of Hina's sobs and the labored breaths of Lungyu, pained by her injuries, could be heard. Just then, within this stifling darkness, a sudden crisp click resonated. Immediately after, a beam of concentrated light struck the cave's rocky wall, dispelling the shadows and illuminating the despair etched on each face. Sun Hao and Hina instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, their faces still marked by dry tears. Xunlai's brow furrowed deeply, his expression serious, while Lungyu, leaning against the rock wall, slightly turned her head, squinting against the blinding brightness. At the source of the light stood Qin Feng, holding a solar-powered flashlight seized from a competitor of the Lighthouse Nation, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, unaffected by the overwhelming despair that could crush anyone else. Don't just stand there. A calm voice shattered the suffocating silence. Qin Feng rose and walked directly to the unconscious Zhao Ziqian. It is not yet time to give up. His voice, though soft, instantly steadied the wavering hearts of those present. He bent down and carefully lifted Zhao Ziqian, laying him gently upon the thickest pile of hay in the corner of the cave. He then placed his backpack beneath Zhao's head, ensuring a relatively comfortable position. Only after completing this task did he turn to face the solemn expressions of Xunlai and the disoriented Sun Hao. Xunlai, Sun Hao respond. Xunlai instinctively answered. Go nearby and find a clean water source. Fill the pot to the brim. Also, gather some firewood. The more the better. Qin Feng's tone brooked no argument. Without hesitation, the two sprang into action. Xunlai picked up 2 military pots while Sun Hao, summoning his strength, grabbed another and rushed out of the cave in silence. Inside, only Qin Feng, Lungyu, Hina, and the 2 unconscious individuals remained. Qin Feng crouched beside Lungyu, retrieving a small first aid kit from his backpack. This kit, thrust upon him by Lin Yihan before her departure, contained their only medical supplies. Upon opening it, he found little inside: a small bottle of disinfectant, a few rolls of bandages, and a small pack of anti-inflammatory medication. Bear with it, Qin Feng whispered, twisting open the cap of the disinfectant. The pungent scent of iodine immediately filled the air. He dipped a clean cloth into the solution and began to cleanse the wounds on Lungyu's back. Although Zhao Ziqian had attempted to treat them earlier, it had merely been a hasty bandaging. Now, the edges of the wounds had adhered to the blood-soaked fabric, and Qin Feng had no choice but to use the tip of his dagger to gently peel the cloth away from the mangled flesh. The pain elicited a sharp intake of breath from Lungyu, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead. Her body tensed as if turned to iron. Yet she gritted her teeth, uttering no further sounds apart from that initial gasp. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. The little calf, Dun Dun, who had been tethered outside by Sun Hao, seemed to have caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It managed to free itself from its restraints and cautiously ventured inside. Initially, a flicker of fear at the scent of blood shone in its large, dark eyes, but it soon spotted the tense figure of Lungyu against the rock wall. Sensing something amiss, the calf approached her gingerly and nuzzled its soft head against her outstretched arm. Lungyu's body stiffened, and as she turned her head, she found Dun Dun at her side. Moo, Dun Dun uttered softly, extending its coarse, warm tongue to gently lick the back of Lungyu's hand. The barbed texture of its tongue brushed against her skin, a mixture of itchiness and pain, yet imbued with an extraordinary warmth that seemed to seep into her very soul. In a miraculous turn of events, the tension in Lungyu's body began to ease under this awkward yet tender comfort. The frost that usually cloaked her face softened, and even the corners of her lips lifted into a faint but genuine smile. Dun Dun, she spoke, her voice now devoid of its usual hoarseness and chill, replaced instead by a rare warmth. You've grown so plump in just a few days. The cold moon extended her uninjured hand and gently scratched the chin of the little cow, which blissfully closed its eyes and affectionately nuzzled against her. This tender scene left Hina, who was equally tense nearby, utterly mesmerized. She had never envisioned that this decisive and formidable woman, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance, could possess such a gentle side. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the oppressive atmosphere also lightened considerably. Oh, how obedient the little cow is. It even knows how to care for others. The goddess Lingyue smiled. My heavens, she actually smiled. I feel revitalized. This is what family means. Even a cow knows who treats it well. How wonderful. In such a desperate situation, there is still such a heartwarming moment. Qin Feng paused momentarily, glancing at the blissful little cow and then at Lungyue, whose face bore a hint of a smile. He said nothing, merely continuing his task. While his gaze swept over Lungyue's pale visage, her grotesque wound behind her, and the corners where Zhao Ziqian and Zhou Yi stood. In this cave, 5 individuals were present, 3 of whom were gravely injured. A wave of self-reproach crashed over him once more. It was his decision that paired Lingyue and Zhao Ziqian together for the search and rescue. He had overestimated the enemy's boundaries and underestimated the dangers of this rainforest. If only he had been more cautious, if only he had refrained from splitting their actions. This thought pierced his heart like a steel thorn. It is not your fault. Lingyue seemed to see through his thoughts. She tilted her head to observe Qin Feng's tense profile and rasped, in this wilderness, everyone must be accountable for their choices. I underestimated the foe, and I failed to protect Ziqian. She gazed at Qin Feng, her usually icy eyes now reflecting a soldier's unique calmness and resolve. Qin Feng's movements faltered as he met her gaze, seeing in those eyes understanding, trust, and an unwavering resilience that disregarded life and death. The flicker of guilt and self-reproach in his heart was gradually soothed by her look. Yes, this is a battlefield of national destiny. Chapter 178. Return to the new sanctuary as soon as possible to recuperate and regroup. He ceased to speak further, lowering his head once more, concentrating intently on treating Lin Yue's wound, disinfecting, applying medicine, and then, with the last remnants of bandage, meticulously re-wrapping the injury. Upon completing these tasks, he handed a piece of anti-inflammatory medication to Lin Yue. Take this, and then rest. I will be here. Nothing else will go awry. The cold moon nodded, swallowing the pills directly. At that moment, Shunlai and Sun Hao returned, bringing back not only 3 pots filled with clear water, but also a large bundle of dry firewood. Shunlai set down the pots and spoke in a low voice. To the east, less than 700 meters from the cave, there is a small stream with flowing water. Qin Feng nodded, accepting the firewood and skillfully rekindling the flames. The vibrant orange flames danced once more, dispelling the chill within the cave. He placed a pot filled with water over the fire, the surface glimmering under the flickering light. Then, without looking up, he commanded, Shunlai, Sun Hao, drag these 3 corpses out of the cave and dispose of them far away to avoid attracting unwanted trouble with the stench of blood. Just as the two were about to act, Qin Feng's voice rang out again and removed their clean clothes. Sun Hao, who was poised to drag the bodies, froze, turning abruptly to Qin Feng, his face a canvas of astonishment. Shunlai was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended. Without uttering a word, he approached one of the corpses and began his task, stating in a grave tone, Sun Hao, get to work. The injured need warmth. Sun Hao trembled, looking at the grim state of his companions, and immediately began to act. Before long, the 3 bodies, stripped down to their undergarments, were dragged out of the cave. With a few relatively intact shirts discarded to the side, Qin Feng observed the rising steam from the pot, then glanced at Zhao Ziqian, still unconscious in the corner. A profound look in his eyes. He used his dagger to cut a sizable piece of relatively clean fabric, then walked to another pot of cold water, tossing the cloth in and scrubbing it repeatedly until the dirt was washed away. The fabric, now soaked and frigid, was folded into a square and gently placed on Zhao Ziqian's feverish neck. Simultaneously, his other hand extended 2 fingers, precisely pressing near the Fengqi acupoint at the back of Zhao Ziqian's neck. He closed his eyes, his mind racing through the vast knowledge bank of herbal medicine he had mastered, encompassing not only herbal lore, but also countless ancient remedies employing plants and physical techniques for first aid. He felt the skin's temperature and the faint pulse beneath his fingertips, applying a very gentle, rhythmic pressure. Minutes later, under the dual stimulation of the cold compress and pressure, Zhao Ziqian's body involuntarily trembled. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. There's hope. The bruising on the neck compresses the nerves. But perhaps I can use external stimulation to prevent him from slipping into deep unconsciousness, buying him time. He thought to himself, his gaze devoid of ecstasy, replaced by a resolute focus as if racing against death. Ziqian, whether you survive or not depends on you. As the water on the fire began to bubble, Qin Feng took a piece of cloth, soaked it in the boiling water, wrung it out, and replaced the now warm cold cloth on Zhao Ziqian's neck. The others instantly grasped Qin Feng's intention. Cold treatment constricts blood vessels to prevent further bruising, while heat promotes blood circulation and absorption. Alternating between hot and cold may stimulate his nerves. As Qin Feng diligently worked, he simultaneously elucidated his actions, observing his focused and calm profile. Hina and Sun Hao felt their despair gradually supplanted by a flicker of hope. Their previous hopelessness stemmed from the absence of any viable solution, leaving them to await their demise in helplessness. Yet now, with Qin Feng's arrival, not only had he brought salvation, but also a renewed sense of vitality. Indeed, as long as life persisted, hope remained alive. Hina gazed into Qin Feng's eyes, which shone brilliantly in the firelight, reflecting not a trace of panic but an unwavering confidence. Taking a deep breath, she stepped closer to him and, in a hushed tone, offered, let me take over. You should rest for a while. Mimicking Qin Feng, she dipped a clean cloth into cold water, wrung it out, and placed it gently on Zhao Ziqian's neck. Sun Hao, too, began to act quietly. Upon seeing the chunks of leopard meat within the cave, he gathered several appropriately sized branches, sharpened their ends, and skewered the meat pieces. After completing this task, he carefully constructed makeshift racks beside the fire, placing the skewers over the flames to roast. He understood this was the only contribution he could make for everyone at that moment. Meanwhile, Shunlai silently added firewood to the blaze, ensuring the flames roared fiercely and the water boiled swiftly. Within the small cave, the sound of weeping had vanished. Each individual was engaged in their own tasks, striving not only for their own survival, but for their comrades as well. The flickering campfire illuminated faces smeared with blood and fatigue, yet rekindled with a spirit of resilience. The night stretched on, but they were resolute in their determination to endure until dawn. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, swirling dry leaves and producing an eerie sound. While inside, the fire blazed brightly, and the group huddled together, gazing at the roasting meat. The sizzling leopard meat dripped with fat, creating a soft crackling on the fire, and the aroma wafted through the cave. Sun Hao distributed several skewers of the cooked meat to everyone. Though the texture was coarse and imbued with the distinct scent of wild beasts, it represented a vital source of warmth at that moment. Silence enveloped them, save for the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Qin Feng retrieved a military canteen filled with syrupy water, poured some into a pot, mixed it with hot water, and stirred. He first offered it to Leng Yu, who leaned against the rock wall. She accepted it without hesitation, and the warm syrupy liquid slid down her throat, sweet, and comforting. Next, Qin Feng shared some with Hina and Sun Hao, before carefully prying open the mouths of Zhou Yi and Zhao Ziqian, gently administering the warm syrup to them. Once this was accomplished, Hina quietly took over Qin Feng's task, alternating between hot and cold cloths on Zhao Ziqian's neck. Time ticked by slowly in the cave, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the fire. Just as Hina prepared to replace the warm towel with the cold, she suddenly froze. She noticed Zhao Ziqian lying on the ground, his right index finger ever so slightly curling. Hina stifled a short, suppressed gasp, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes widening in shock. Clatter. Sun Hao's skewer fell to the ground, and he fixated intently on Zhao Ziqian's hand, immobile. Qin Feng and Shun Lai rose almost simultaneously, hurrying to Zhao Ziqian's side. He crouched down, fingers resting upon Zhao's wrist, then lifted his eyelid for inspection. It worked. Qin Feng's voice, though soft, struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of those present. These 3 words inspired more hope than any ornate rhetoric. Wonderful. Ziqian is saved. Hina's tears welled up once more, but this time, they were tears of joy. Qin Feng stood, surveying the weary faces around him. You should rest for a while. Leaning against the wall to doze off is also beneficial. Hina and Sun Hao exchanged a glance. They had indeed reached their limits, and thus, they no longer declined. Finding a corner to lean against the rocky wall, almost instantly succumbing to sleep, Leng Yu also closed her eyes, forcing herself to rest and regain her strength. The cave fell silent once again, the flickering firelight the only movement, as only Qin Feng and Shun Lai remained awake. Shun Lai added a log to the fire, the glow illuminating his serious expression. What shall we do next? He inquired. Qin Feng's gaze settled on the 3 injured comrades in the corner, and he spoke calmly. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Shun Lai furrowed his brow. Leave? In our condition, how can we move? We must go. Qin Feng's tone brooked no argument. Remaining here equates to awaiting death. We must return to the new camp swiftly. He turned to Shun Lai, his eyes shining brightly in the firelight. There, we have a sturdy shelter, ample food, and the best opportunity for recovery. Even the chance to sleep comfortably. Here, we possess nothing. Shun Lai's gaze swept over their unconscious comrades. He understood the implications of Qin Feng's words. This was an incredibly difficult decision, yet the only correct one. After a moment of silence, he nodded and uttered 2 words, understood. With that, he rose and moved to the cave entrance. Beginning to select robust branches from the scattered wood illuminated by the firelight, Qin Feng recognized that he was preparing for tomorrow's stretcher. Chapter 179, Bringing the Injured Home. Not one shall be left behind. Thus, he promptly stood to assist him. He stepped out of the cave, the cold night wind striking his face with its characteristic chill. Shun Lai was selecting timber under the moonlight, 2 sturdy branches already set aside. Have you found suitable ones? Qin Feng crouched down to assess the thickness and length of the 2 branches. Yes, these are sufficiently sturdy and of appropriate length. Shun Lai pointed to the timber on the ground. We just need some rope. Qin Feng glanced inside the cave. The pants stripped from the 3 corpses lay discarded in a corner. This is perfect for our needs. He decisively walked over. And under the slightly startled expressions of Sun Hao and Hina, he forcefully tore a sturdy pair of pants into strips. Shun Lai observed his actions without speaking, silently arranging the 2 branches in parallel. Is this enough? Qin Feng handed the strips to Shun Lai. That will suffice. Shun Lai took the cloth strips and deftly began to bind the crossbeam to the 2 main trunks, his movements practiced and swift. Under the moonlight, the rudimentary stretcher gradually took shape. Qin Feng attempted to lift one end of the stretcher, assessing its load-bearing capacity. The cloth strips were taut, producing a faint rustling sound. It could hold, no doubt. He set the stretcher down and dusted off his hands. The 2 men carefully lifted the stretcher back into the cave, placing it gently in a corner. The fire still burned, its orange glow dancing upon the cave walls. Hina and Sun Hao were sound asleep against the rock wall, occasionally emitting soft breaths. Leng Yu opened her eyes briefly to glance at them before closing them again, urging herself to rest as well. Qin Feng settled beside the fire, declaring, I shall keep watch. Shun Lai regarded him for a moment before accepting, finding a spot against the rock wall and shutting his eyes. The cave fell silent once more, save for the soft crackle of the flames. Qin Feng gazed into the flickering firelight, mentally calculating the journey for the morrow. From this place to the new camp would typically take the better part of a day, especially now with 3 injured companions. His gaze lingered on the unconscious Zhao Ziqian in the corner. Although the young man's breathing remained steady, his complexion was still pale. We must strive to arrive before nightfall. Qin Feng pondered, measuring time and distance in his mind. A cool breeze wafted into the cave, carrying the distinct fragrance of the mountain forest. While the distant calls of night birds resonated clearly in the stillness of the night, time slipped away gradually, the firewood consumed, leaving only a few glowing embers. Qin Feng rose quietly and added a few more logs. The crackling of the wood ignited the flames anew. Thus, Qin Feng kept vigil by the fire throughout the night. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, he rose to prepare breakfast. The remaining leopard meat was cut into small pieces and placed in a pot to simmer into a rich stew, with a pinch of salt added to eliminate any gamey flavor. A soft cough emanated from the corner, and Qin Feng turned to see Zhou Yi opening his eyes. Though still somewhat pale, his gaze was notably clearer. Do not move. Your wounds have not yet healed completely, Qin Feng advised, assisting him to lean against the rock wall. Zhou Yi surveyed Qin Feng, then glanced at the others in the cave, his gaze ultimately resting on the unconscious Zhao Ziqian. Hina had also awakened and was carefully wiping the sweat from his forehead. Who are you? What has happened? Zhou Yi's voice was hoarse. Hina succinctly recounted the events of the past 2 days. Upon hearing of the 3 assailants from Cambodia, Zhou Yi's fists clenched tightly. It is all my fault. I have brought trouble upon everyone, especially for Brother Ziqian. I am truly sorry. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes brimming with guilt and gratitude. Thank you for saving us. Now is not the time for such discussions, Qin Feng interjected, handing him a bowl of hot soup. Drink this to regain your strength. We shall be departing shortly. Zhou Yi accepted the bowl, the warmth enveloping him. He carefully took a sip. The warm liquid flowed down his throat, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. One by one, the others began to awaken. Sun Hao rubbed his eyes and sat up, while Shun Lai assessed the sturdiness of the stretcher. Although Leng Yu's complexion remained pale, her spirits had noticeably improved. We will set off after we finish eating, Qin Feng announced as he divided the remaining soup among the group. Shun Lai, Sun Hao, and I took turns lifting Zhao Ziqian onto the stretcher, while Hina assisted Zhou Yi, all striving to return to the new sanctuary before dusk fell. The group silently consumed the soup, voicing no objections. For they understood that staying here meant facing a dead end with no resources and inadequate resting conditions. Little Niu Dun Dun peeked curiously from the cave entrance, seemingly sensing the impending departure. It softly mooed and approached Leng Yu, gently nudging her arm with its head. Good, we have a long journey ahead today. Leng Yu stroked its head, her voice noticeably softer than usual. After gathering all the items they could carry, the group began to prepare for their departure. Qin Feng and Shun Lai carefully lifted the unconscious Zhao Ziqian onto the stretcher, securing him with the remaining strips of cloth to prevent him from falling during the bumpy journey. Hina supported Zhou Yi, while Sun Hao shouldered most of the luggage. Despite her injuries, Leng Yu insisted on walking unaided, and little Niu Dun Dun trailed behind the group. Let us go? Qin Feng said as he cast one last glance at the cave that had sheltered them for the night before turning toward the entrance. The morning air in the mountain forest was exceptionally refreshing, with birds chirping in the branches and distant mountains cloaked in mist. If it weren't for the harsh reality they faced, this scene could easily be mistaken for a beautiful landscape painting. The group moved forward slowly, the stretcher swaying slightly between two bearers. Although Zhao Ziqian remained unconscious, his breathing had stabilized significantly compared to the previous night. Brother Qin, Ziqian moved his fingers last night. I saw it, Hina exclaimed, her voice laced with hope as she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, seeking reassurance. He will surely pull through, won't he? Qin Feng adjusted the stretcher's balance to make it more stable, keeping his head down as he replied in a deep voice, of course, he will. Our new camp has ample food and a robust shelter, 100 times better than this cave. What we need to do now is ensure his safe return. So, dry your tears and conserve your strength for the journey. Hina detected an undeniable confidence in Qin Feng's words, soothing her anxious heart. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the path. The group trudged through the perilous rainforest, yet each face bore an expression of hope. They were on their way home, back to their new sanctuary that belonged to them. As the morning sun grew more intense, the group had been walking for 4 hours. Qin Feng and Shun Lai took turns carrying the stretcher, sweat trickling down their cheeks. Zhao Ziqian lay quietly on the stretcher, occasionally emitting faint groans. Shall we take a break? Sun Hao, burdened by heavy luggage, panted as he inquired. Qin Feng glanced at the sky and then at the injured members of the group. Hina supported Zhou Yi, both of their steps unsteady. Although Leng Yu gritted her teeth in perseverance, her slightly pale complexion betrayed the lingering effects of her injuries. Ahead lay a small creek. Let us rest there. Qin Feng pointed towards the faint glimmer of water not far away. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived at the creek's edge, where the crystal-clear water sparkled under the sun, producing a gentle sound of flowing water. Qin Feng and Shun Lai carefully placed the stretcher on a flat stone, while Zhao Ziqian's face appeared even paler in the sunlight, though his breathing remained relatively steady. I will fetch some water, Sun Hao declared, taking a water bottle towards the creek. Hina helped Zhou Yi sit on a large stone. Zhou Yi's complexion had improved significantly since morning, yet signs of weakness were still evident. How do you feel? Hina asked with concern. Much better, Zhou Yi replied, moving his injured arm slightly. At least the pain had lessened. Leng Yu sat alone by the creek, refreshing her face with the cool water, droplets cascading down her chin as she closed her eyes to relish this fleeting respite. Xiaoniao, the little calf, scampered to the creek, drinking eagerly while occasionally glancing at the others before resuming its thirst. It seemed to be the most spirited among the group. How much farther? Shun Lai shook off the water droplets from his hands, gazing at the blazing sun above with a furrowed brow. At this rate, we won't arrive before nightfall. Qin Feng's voice was calm. He was not focused on the sun, but rather on the undulating mountains ahead. Yet, as night fell, nocturnal creatures in the forest would become more active and thus more perilous. If we do not find a cave or similar shelter, we absolutely cannot spend the night in the woods. Shun Lai's heart sank. This was precisely his concern. Therefore, Qin Feng's tone shifted, his gaze sharpening. We have no retreat. At the next resting point, we must prepare some torches. The latter part of our journey will require us to march through the darkness. Chapter 180, Side Story 2, A Pair of Clowns. In the boundless yellow desert, the sun blazed overhead, and the sand was hot enough to roast meat. Yi Fei licked his cracked and peeling lips, his throat feeling as if it were on fire. This was 4 days after they had departed from the giant python's corpse, and they had not encountered a water source for 2 days. He shook the last water bottle, which was entirely empty. Old Chun, we're out of water. Damn. Chen Hu, perched atop a camel, could only utter a single word, his voice hoarse and devoid of moisture. His injured leg was bound with cloth, and his pallor hinted at dehydration. Yi Fei hung his left arm, attempting to unfasten the bag of snake jerky from the side of the camel, but his single hand was ineffective. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Let me help. Chen Hu leaned down, using both hands to untie the knot, and handed the bag to Yi Fei. Yi Fei tore off a dry, tough piece of snake meat, chewing laboriously while his eyes remained fixed on the endless expanse of yellow sand. A capable hand and a strong leg. Together, we barely make a whole person. Yi Fei jested at his own expense, while Chunhu remained silent, gazing ahead. At that moment, the obedient camel, without any warning, came to an abrupt halt. It restlessly scraped the scorching yellow sand with its front hooves, its long neck raised high, nostrils flaring, as if discerning a peculiar scent in the air. Yi Fei, whose left arm was suspended, suddenly stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharpening with alertness. The camel, known as the ship of the desert, possessed a sensitivity to water sources far surpassing that of humans. Could it be that it had discovered water? As Yi Fei scanned his surroundings, the camel let out a piercing neigh, disregarding Chunhu's commands, and galloped fiercely towards a direction to the left front. Chunhu, riding the camel, was nearly thrown off by the sudden stop. He grasped the saddle tightly to steady himself, just about to curse in frustration. Suddenly, the camel emitted a resonant neigh, filled with agitation and exhilaration. In the next moment, its sturdy legs propelled it forward like an arrow released from a bow, sprinting straight towards the sand dunes ahead. Damn it! Chunhu exclaimed in anger, his body jerked backward by the immense inertia, as he clung tightly to the camel's swaying hump, feeling as if his insides were being jolted out. Yi Fei, what on earth is this beast doing? The wind roared in his ears, and his shouts were shattered by the gusts. The camel, as if fueled by a stimulant, raced with astonishing speed, the scenery around them blurring into an indistinct haze of yellow. His injured leg throbbed painfully with each jolt, and he could only rely on his arms to firmly anchor himself on the camel's back. Yi Fei remained in place, observing the camel dashing through the sea of sand, with Chunhu bouncing like a rag doll atop it, cursing profusely. Instead of feeling anxious, he broke into a grin, revealing a set of white teeth. And with his uninjured right hand, he patted his thigh. Ha ha! His hearty laughter echoed far across the vast desert. Old Chun, hold on tight. If you fall off, you might lose that other leg too. He bellowed towards the receding figure, his voice dripping with schadenfreude. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the hearts of millions of viewers raced, but upon witnessing this scene, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Brother Chunhu is in such a predicament. Yi Shun is too merciless. How can he joke at a time like this? Has the camel found a water source? It must have. Please let it be. One good leg, one good arm. These two characters together are simply legendary. After the laughter and banter, Yi Fei's gaze turned serious once more. He glanced towards the direction in which the camel was racing, where nothing lay but rolling sand dunes. Yet, he understood that this ship of the desert would not act irrationally. It was a primal thirst for life, a yearning for water. Wait for me, he called out sharply, no longer hesitating, dragging his injured arm. He set off in pursuit of the direction where Chunhu and the camel had vanished. The camel galloped faster, causing sharp pains to throb in Chunhu's injured leg. As they crested a massive sand dune, Chunhu's pupils suddenly constricted. In the distance, at the edge of the horizon, a tenacious green burst into view. It was not a mirage. It was a genuine oasis. By heavens, there's hope. A hoarse shout of ecstasy erupted from Yi Fei as he rushed forward. In Chunhu's once dull eyes, a spark of light reignited. The two men, riding atop the camel, desperately surged towards the verdant symbol of life. However, as they drew closer, Chunhu, perched higher on the camel, began to furrow his brow. Yi Fei, halt. Halt. Nonsense. Water is just ahead. Something feels off. Chunhu's voice deepened. It seems there are people there. Upon hearing this, Yi Fei's exuberance instantly faded. He squinted, intently observing the oasis. It was too far to discern clearly, but he could faintly make out moving shadows beneath the greenery. Wait here. I'll go take a look. Yi Fei nimbly slid off the swaying camel. Be careful. Yi Fei did not look back, merely waved his hand, crouched low, and swiftly made his way towards the oasis, using the dunes for cover. He moved like a lithe cheetah, quickly reaching the edge of the oasis, parting a thicket of bushes taller than a man. The scene before him narrowed his eyes into slits. By the clear water's edge, two dark-skinned men were gathered around a campfire, roasting an unknown small beast. They tore at the meat while laughing and speaking in a language he could not comprehend, their expressions carefree. The familiar armbands composed of a tricolor flag on their arms sent a rush of blood to Yi Fei's head. He slowly retreated behind the bushes, leaning against the scorching sand, his chest heaving violently. Damn it, it's those bastards again, the ones I detest the most. Chapter 181, the final 2 kilometers. The direction of home. Forced march. Shun Lai did not respond immediately. His sharp gaze swept over the unconscious Zhao Ziqian on the stretcher, then glanced at the pale-faced Long Yu leaning on a branch, before finally settling on Qin Feng. His voice lowered to a near whisper. Nighttime mountain operations pose the greatest uncertainties with injured personnel. In the event of an emergency, our mobility is severely compromised. Somehow, burdened with a heavy pack, panted heavily. Brother Qin, it would be manageable without the injured, but now, I understand. Qin Feng's voice remained unwavering. However, staying here without natural shelter, the temperature will drop drastically at night. The injured will be the first to suffer from hypothermia. Returning to camp provides a warm refuge and ample food, which are essential for recovery. He did not ask how everyone would choose, for there was only one answer. Ina, supporting the unsteady Zhou Yi, bit her lip firmly and declared first, I'll follow Brother Qin. If we must perish, let it be on the road home. Though Zhou Yi appeared weak, there was no hint of hesitation in his eyes. Indeed, we cannot burden everyone any longer. In the cold moonlight, Lung Yu rose with the support of a branch, stretching her injured shoulder. Her voice, crisp and slightly hoarse, echoed in the stillness. The night march is perilous. yet it is far preferable to succumbing to the frigid wilderness. Shunlai paused momentarily in contemplation before nodding in agreement. Then let us proceed. Qin Feng surveyed the group, a warm surge of camaraderie swelling within him. These individuals were comrades upon whom he could depend. Very well, let us commence preparations for our torches. With this command, the team sprang into action, gathering materials from their surroundings. Sun Hao took charge of collecting dry pine needles and withered grass, quickly amassing a substantial bundle. Meanwhile, Leng Yu, drawing upon her experience, selected several sturdy branches that would serve as the main supports for the torches. Shunlai retrieved several relatively clean garments he had taken from the corpses of the Cambodian victims in his backpack. Grasping both ends firmly, he exerted a sudden force, the sharp sound of tearing fabric resonating through the forest. He deftly tore the clothing into long strips. Observing this, Sun Hao could not help but smirk, attempting to lighten the heavy atmosphere with a jest. Indeed, in this wilderness, every resource is utilized. Dead men's clothes can be treasures. Hina, who was assisting in organizing the dried grass, paused at his remark, casting him an exasperated glance. Stop talking and hurry up. Sun Hao promptly closed his mouth, hastening his actions to gather the grass. Qin Feng took the strips of fabric and the grass, diligently crafting the torches. He first compressed the grass and pine needles tightly around the top of the branch, then wrapped the fabric strips around it with unwavering force, securing them with a final knot. The meticulousness of his effort resulted in torches that were tightly constructed and evidently capable of burning for an extended duration. In no time, for rudimentary torches were complete. Qin Feng ignited one using a flint, and the bright orange flame erupted, casting a warm glow amidst the encroaching darkness of the forest. Excellent. Each should last about an hour, he remarked with satisfaction. The group shared the last remnants of jerky brought by Shunlai, though tough and dry. It provided essential sustenance in this dire moment. As night fully enveloped the land, the mountains and woods were swallowed by an abyss of darkness, accompanied by the chorus of unknown insects and the distant roars of beasts, as if countless eyes lurked in the shadows. Let us depart, Qin Feng proclaimed, holding the torch aloft as he led the way, the flickering orange light piercing a small pocket of darkness. Shunlai and Sun Hao lifted the stretcher, while Hina supported Zhou Yi, and Leng Yu brought up the rear, her hand never straying far from her weapon. The flames danced as they navigated the rugged mountain path. Be cautious ahead, there's a pit. Qin Feng's voice cut through the night breeze. Shunlai and Sun Hao steadied themselves, carefully maneuvering the stretcher around the obstacle. On the stretcher, Zhao Ziqian lay quietly, the faint rise and fall of his chest the only testament to his continued life. His breathing seemed steadier than during the day. Hina, walking beside the stretcher, murmured softly, this is a good omen. Qin Feng glanced back, hold on just a few more hours, and we shall be home. Little Niu Dung Dung trailed closely at the end of the line, occasionally emitting a soft moo, as if to encourage the others. Time slipped away, and the flame of the first torch dwindled, ultimately flickering out with a crackle, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility non-existent. Do not panic. Qin Feng's steady voice resonated, quickly igniting the second torch, its light banishing the shadows once more. How much further? Sun Hao's voice was laced with palpable fatigue. His arms, burdened with the stretcher, began to ache. Soon, just 2 more hours at most. Qin Feng glanced at his watch. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night. At that moment, a deep, oppressive roar erupted from the depths of the forest, startling them, the sound seemingly penetrating their chests, causing their hearts to skip a beat. What was that? Hina's voice trembled uncontrollably. Qin Feng raised the torch high, straining to listen. The roar echoed again. Closer and clearer this time, the ferocity in it thickening the air around them. A large feline. Leng Yu's tone was cold and professional. It has been drawn to our commotion and is approaching. What do we do? Sun Hao's palms were slick with sweat on the stretcher pole. Keep moving, quicken our pace. Qin Feng commanded decisively. Most nocturnal animals fear fire. As long as we keep the torches lit, it will not dare approach. Do not look back, focus on the path. The group's pace quickened, tension palpable among them. The roar fluctuated in distance, while the underbrush rustled intermittently, as though something was paralleling their movements, shadowing them. An hour passed, and exhaustion weighed heavily on all. Suddenly, Sun Hao slipped, tumbling with one end of the stretcher. Be careful, Shunlai shouted, exerting all his strength to stabilize the other end. Qin Feng dashed back, supporting the tilting stretcher with one hand. I'm fine, Sun Hao clambered up. A mixture of relief and guilt etched on his face. Let us rest for 5 minutes. Qin Feng surveyed the weary faces around him, raising the torch, his gaze resting on the indistinct outline of a large rock ahead. Calmly, he declared, we are almost home. He paused, adding, the straight distance is no more than 2 kilometers. Once we cross that ridge, we will see the campfire. Everyone, it's the final sprint. His tranquil words inspired more than any fervent shout could. At the brink of despair lies home. Chapter 182, Everyone Unites. Wang Ming nearly shot the leader. In stark contrast to the arduous journey of Qin Feng and his companions through the darkness, the camp in the cornfield was aglow with a brilliant bonfire. In the heart of the camp, a massive fire blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire area as if it were broad daylight. Wang Ming was diligently driving sharpened wooden stakes into the perimeter of the camp's wooden walls. Each hammer strike resonated with a dull thud, causing the solid ground to tremble beneath him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet he paid it no mind, his gaze intensely focused. Nearby, at the entrance of a small shelter, Lin Yihan sat on a stone, meticulously organizing the supplies within the shelter by the firelight. She resembled an elderly woman at a rural village's entrance, crafting shoe soles with care. The thermal blankets seized from the lighthouse camp were washed and neatly stacked. while edible wild vegetables were classified and arranged with precision. She ensured that each shelter was spotless, layered with the softest hay and thermal blankets. Having completed her tasks, she rested her chin on her hand, gazing towards the camp's entrance, her eyes betraying a hint of barely perceptible worry. Wang Ming, brother, she softly inquired. When do you think Qin Feng and the others will return? Will they be in danger? And what about Sister Lingyue? I miss her dearly. Wang Ming paused his work, wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm, and flashed a smile. Rest assured, little sister, that Qin Feng is as slippery as an eel. Even the king of hell would have to ask for his consent before claiming him. He'll be just fine. He hesitated, his smile fading slightly as his brow furrowed. However, I do worry about Sister Lingyue and the others. It would be troublesome if they got lost in this cursed place. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of concern crossed Lin Yihan's face. She rose, brushing off the bits of grass clinging to her clothes, and walked towards the corner of the camp where supplies were piled. When they return, they will surely be exhausted and famished. Her voice rang clear and steady amidst the crackling of the bonfire. I'll prepare everything so we can start cooking as soon as they arrive. She picked up a military cooking pot and meticulously cleaned it inside and out with fresh water and a handful of clean grass leaves. Next, she selected the plumpest ears of corn and retrieved the wild pigeon meat that Wang Ming had brought back in the afternoon, even placing a small cloth bag of coarse salt aside. All we can do is keep the home fires burning and await their return, Lin Yihan said softly. Wang Ming regarded her with approval, nodding. You're absolutely right. When they see how well we've organized the camp, they'll be astonished. With renewed vigor, he swung the heavy hammer in his hand. As night deepened, the chirping of insects in the cornfield gradually subsided, leaving only the rustling sound of the wind through the corn leaves. Lin Yihan had returned to the shelter to rest, weary from the day's exertions, while Wang Ming took on the night watch, climbing the makeshift lookout tower at the camp entrance, crossbow in hand, vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Although they had cleared the area of enemies, the harsh reality of the wilderness dictates that one must never lower their guard. Wang Ming stifled a yawn, rubbing his weary eyes. The relentless toil and mental strain of recent days had left him profoundly fatigued. After all, without Qin Feng's presence, and with only the two of them in the camp, he felt an added burden. Just as his eyelids began to droop, a rustling sound emanated from the distant cornfield. Wang Ming's gaze sharpened, instinctively straining to listen. He squinted into the darkness, fixating on the shadows ahead. Initially, he thought his senses were playing tricks on him, but soon enough, a faint, flickering orange glow appeared at the edge of the dark tree line. Following that, a second, then a third, and eventually 4 or 5 points of fire emerged in the gloom, moving deliberately toward the camp. In an instant, Wang Ming's pupils contracted, all traces of drowsiness vanishing. His adrenaline surged. His years of military experience allowed him to draw an immediate conclusion. These were not will-o'-the-wisps, but rather human torches. The presence of so many torches indicated an organized group. Who else could it be in this area, if not enemies? Wang Ming seized the crossbow at his side, his heart racing. He refrained from shouting, fearing it might alert the intruders. Instead, he crouched low, concealing himself in the shadow of the watchtower, exposing only his eyes as he intently watched the approaching lights. Jingzhe, he whispered a command audible only to himself. A dark silhouette silently emerged beneath the watchtower, and Jingzhe lifted its head, emitting a low, threatening growl, its fur bristling in a display of aggression. Wang Ming slowly raised the crossbow, aiming the sharp arrowhead at the foremost light. It was drawing closer. Damn it, they dare to come to their doom. Wang Ming cursed inwardly, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to unleash a storm of arrows the moment they entered optimal range. However, just as he was about to command Jingzhe to attack, the creature abruptly ceased its growling. It tilted its head, nostrils flaring as if trying to discern something. In the next moment, its menacing growl transformed into a low, excited whimper, and its previously erect tail began to wag uncontrollably. Wang Ming was taken aback. Jingzhe? What was happening? Had this wolf cub been rendered foolish with fright? Before he could ponder further, Jingzhe executed a move that left him utterly astonished. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the creature launched itself like a black cannonball, gracefully arcing through the air, effortlessly clearing the towering, spiked wooden gate standing 3 meters high. By the heavens, Wang Ming nearly dropped his crossbow, astonished at how his proud defensive fortifications seemed utterly ineffectual before this wolf cub. Meanwhile, amidst the darkness, Qin Feng and his companions were taken aback by the unexpected scene, halting their steps in astonishment. They witnessed a shadow descending from the heavens, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, charging directly towards them. He now let out a startled yelp. Sun Hao and Shun Lai instinctively raised their weapons, bracing for confrontation. However, the shadow did not attack. It gracefully landed on the ground, precisely in front of Qin Feng, at the forefront of the group. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly formidable giant wolf emitted a sound akin to a whimpering puppy, affectionately nudging Qin Feng's leg with its massive head, its tail wagging fervently like a rattle drum. Hina and Zhou's minds momentarily faltered, blank with disbelief. Having just endured a harrowing sequence of being hunted, captured, and witnessing a gravely injured companion, their nerves were already stretched to the breaking point. The sight of a colossal shadow lunging at them from the shadows had nearly engulfed them in despair. But what was happening now? This creature, as large as a calf and radiating an aura of ferocity, was now behaving like a playful pup, affectionately rubbing against Qin Feng's trousers, emitting soft, endearing whines, and wagging its tail as if it might take flight. Zhou's mouth gaped slightly in shock. What did he just witness? A person raising a wolf in the wilderness? And not just any wolf, but one that appeared exceedingly intimidating. Hina stood in stunned silence, desperately covering her mouth to suppress her gasp. She glanced from the giant wolf to Qin Feng, who remained calm, softly stroking the wolf's head with a gentle hand, and felt as though her entire worldview was being forcefully reshaped. Was this even human? What sort of team was this? Not only they, but even Xinlai and Sun Hao were equally astounded. Although they were aware that Qin Feng had raised Jingjia, they had envisioned the creature as the small wolf pup that trailed at Qin Feng's heels. The being before them, towering nearly to Qin Feng's thigh, with a muscular build exuding explosive strength, was truly that little wolf pup? Had only a few days passed since their separation? Qin Feng affectionately patted Jing Zhui's head, a hint of surprise flickering in his heart. Over 3 meters high, and with spiked wooden walls, it had effortlessly leaped over in a single bound. It seemed that the transformation wrought by the purifying beast's flesh was even more profound than he had anticipated. This could no longer be merely termed a wolf. In the midst of this uncanny silence, atop the watchtower, Wang Ming rubbed his eyes and beheld the familiar figure being playfully nudged by the giant wolf. He stood frozen, his crossbow lowering slowly until Qin Feng raised his head, his gaze piercing through the darkness towards the tower. At that moment, Wang Ming's heart, which had been suspended, plummeted with relief. An indescribable surge of elation overwhelmed all rational thought, and he abruptly rose from the shadows of the watchtower, exclaiming, "Wow, it's Brother Qin Feng. At long last, you have returned." His rugged voice resonated through the tranquil night, followed immediately by his rapid descent from the watchtower ladder. "Yihan, come out quickly. Qin Feng and the others are back." His tone brimmed with excitement and joy, piercing through the wooden walls of the shelter and reaching within. Inside, Lin Yihan, who had already succumbed to slumber, jolted awake at Wang Ming's call. "Qin Feng and the others are back?" This thought instantly roused her, her heart racing uncontrollably. She scarcely had time to don her outer garments, flinging aside her thermal blanket and rushing out. Wang Ming dashed to the camp's entrance, straining to move the heavy bolt, and forcefully pulled open the thick wooden door. As it creaked ajar, the scene beyond unfolded before him. Flickering torches, weary faces stained with blood and dirt, a rudimentary stretcher, and the unconscious Zhao Ziqian upon it. The ecstatic smile on Wang Ming's face gradually solidified, replaced by profound concern. What in the world happened? He stepped out, directly confronting Qin Feng and Xunlai. Who did this? What happened to Ziqian? Lin Yue, you're injured too? He glanced at the equally exhausted Xunlai and Qin Feng, and without uttering another word, he reached out to take the front end of the stretcher. "Let me handle this. You all must be worn out." The heavy stretcher felt almost weightless in his grasp as he cradled it carefully, fearing even the slightest jolt might disturb the person it bore. Before he could voice more questions, the group outside was utterly astonished by the sight before them. As the door swung wide, a home far beyond their imaginations unveiled itself. Towering and sturdy wooden walls, encircled by sharpened stakes, a lofty watchtower standing sentinel at the entrance. Within the camp, 4 neatly arranged shelters were scattered harmoniously, while a massive bonfire blazed at the center, illuminating the entire area as brightly as day. In the corners, heaps of corn and various supplies rose like miniature mountains. The air was infused with the warm scent of burning wood and the aroma of food, a fragrance embodying safety. "Is this truly to be our camp?" Sun Hao murmured, unable to believe his eyes. Throughout their journey, the finest shelter he had encountered was merely a cave that offered respite from the elements. No more leaving. No more leaving. Xunlai was similarly struck by the scene before him. The Waterfall Valley camp where he had resided paled in comparison, resembling a slum by contrast. This was no mere camp. It had evolved into a nascent fortress. In this moment, he grasped the true meaning of home as articulated by Qin Feng. Lin Yue, with her discerning gaze, swiftly surveyed the camp's defensive structures, well designed, with an expansive view, easy to defend and difficult to assault. She silently nodded in her heart. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Lin Yihan burst forth from the shelter, her face still radiating an exuberant smile. However, upon noticing the few figures in the procession, battered and pale, the initial joy was swiftly supplanted by deep concern and heartache. Her steps faltered for a moment as she hastened forward, her gaze surpassing Qin Feng to rest directly upon the makeshift stretcher. "Ziqian." Lin Yihan's voice trembled, her eyes instantly reddening. On the stretcher, Zhao Ziqian lay with his eyes closed, his complexion ashen, his chest rising and falling only faintly. Were it not for Wang Ming's large hand firmly supporting him, she feared even the slightest breeze could whisk him away. Her attention then shifted to Lung Yu beside her. "Sister Lung Yu." Lin Yihan rushed to her side, eager to assist, yet hesitant to touch the fabric soaked in dark crimson stains. The air around Lung Yu was thick with the stench of blood. Her once dashing short hair was matted against her face with sweat and grime. The normally resolute countenance now bore an alarming pallor. What happened to you?" Lin Yihan stammered, unable to complete her sentence. Lung Yu seemed unwilling to display any vulnerability at such a moment. She merely shook her head. "Superficial injuries, do not worry, I am fine." "How can you possibly be fine?" Lin Yihan could no longer contain her emotions, tears welling in her eyes. Grasping Lung Yu's uninjured arm, her voice quivered. "Do not deceive me. Look at your face, as white as a sheet. How severely are you hurt?" Her fingertips inadvertently brushed the edge of the bandages on Lung Yu's back, the damp, warm sensation sending a shiver through her heart, as if she could feel the grotesque wound beneath. Gently supporting Lung Yu's uninjured arm, she softly sobbed. "Do not stand. Let me help you inside. I have hot water and food prepared. I do not care about your injuries. Now that you are back, you must recover." With Lin Yihan's support, a soft warmth enveloped Lung Yu's arm, and her tightly coiled shoulders gradually relaxed ever so slightly beneath that warmth. After enduring the piercing agony of claws tearing at her flesh for far too long, she had not felt such warmth, such a sense of home, in ages. All right, everyone. Let us head inside first. Qin Feng's steady voice instantly calmed the tumultuous emotions. He patted Wang Meng's shoulder, his tone weary, yet still imbued with strength. Wang Meng, assist in carrying Ziqian to that clean shelter, keep a close watch on him. Understood. Wang Meng snapped back to attention, carefully lifting the stretcher alongside Shen Lai. As they entered the camp, it was as if they had left all dangers and fatigue behind them. Zhao Ziqian was settled into the warmest, cleanest shelter available. The others, as though drained of all their bones, leaned against the walls or collapsed beside the bonfire, inhaling the hard-won tranquility of the air. Chapter 184, A Bowl of Sweet Soup. The Taste of Happiness. Wang Meng carefully placed Zhao Ziqian in the cleanest shelter, where thick hay and thermal blankets provided a warmth akin to that of spring. He squatted beside him, his rough hand gently caressing Zhao Ziqian's pale forehead. Brother, you must hold on. Wang Meng murmured. Our home is ready. We are just waiting for you to wake up and see it. This is not the cramped shelter we had before. Look at these wooden walls, this watchtower. Anyone who dares to provoke us again, I will make sure they enter standing and leave horizontally. Wang Meng rambled on, both boasting and encouraging Zhao Ziqian. At that moment, Zhao Ziqian, lying under the thermal blanket, subtly shifted his throat, and a faint sound escaped his cracked lips. The sound was almost inaudible, nearly drowned out by the commotion outside, yet Wang Meng heard it distinctly. He decided to sit down beside him, occasionally checking his pulse and body temperature. Worried that Zhao Ziqian would awaken to find himself alone. His focused expression was truly moving. In the center of the camp, Lin Yihan was already bustling about. She first set a military pot over the campfire to boil water, and the clear mountain spring water bubbled in the pot. Soon, white steam rolled up in the flickering firelight. Where's the sugar? Lin Yihan rummaged through the supplies and found 2 jars filled with coarse sugar. These are treasures painstakingly crafted by Qin Feng and the others. Carefully, she poured some yellow sugar crystals into the pot, instantly filling the camp with a sweet aroma. Hina, assisting by adding twigs, couldn't help but swallow hard as she gazed at the golden syrup. It smells so good. She leaned closer, taking a deep breath. What is this? It's the candy made by Qin Feng and the others, Lin Yihan replied with a proud smile. It's made from sugarcane and is quite precious. You all have sustained serious injuries and must replenish your strength. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was organizing accommodations, standing in the center of the camp. His gaze swept over the 4 shelters. Lung Yu, Yihan, Hina, you 3 will stay in that largest one. He pointed to the shelter on the left, which had ample space, making it easier for the women to tend to Lung Yu's injuries. You 2, you and Sun Hao, will share a room for mutual support. He then pointed to the right. Shen Lai, you and Ziqian will occupy that shelter for convenience in looking after him. And you, though weakened. Lung Yu still expressed concern for the team's arrangements. Wang Meng and I will stay in the remaining one. Qin Feng replied calmly. Everyone was satisfied with this arrangement. And Hina and Sun Hao were particularly excited, their eyes glistening with tears. They finally had a real home. I want to see our room, Hina exclaimed, pulling Sun Hao along as they excitedly ran toward the shelter. Pushing open the wooden door, they were astounded by the sight within, a clean and tidy floor. Thick hay laid out, neatly stacked thermal blankets, and even a stone shelf for storage. Is this really our home? Sun Hao's voice trembled. I never dreamed that we could live in such a house in the wilderness. Hina's shoulders trembled. The tumultuous days of escape and survival had nearly rendered her oblivious to what safety truly felt like. Now, this cozy little cabin bestowed upon her a long-lost sense of belonging. Though Zhou Yi was physically weakened, he still managed to tour his new abode with the support of Sun Hao. Upon seeing the makeshift bed crafted from hay and thermal blankets, a glimmer of moisture appeared in his eyes. Old son, we have truly survived. He grasped Sun Hao's hand, grateful for encountering such a commendable group. Meanwhile, Shen Lai quietly arranged the shelter for himself and Zhao Ziqian. He tenderly placed Zhao Ziqian's backpack on the ground and meticulously checked the ventilation and insulation. Though he spoke little, each of his actions radiated care and attention. In the camp, De Li and Dun Dun, the mother and child duo, finally reunited. The young calf excitedly circled around its mother, emitting cheerful mooing sounds, while De Li affectionately licked Dun Dun's fur, eyes filled with love. What a joyous sight! Lin Yihan mused as she stirred the syrup, observing the heartwarming scene. After such a long separation, they were finally together again. Jingzhe also joined this merry little gathering. Circling around De Li a few times, De Li lowered his head and gently nudged Jingzhe's head with his nose. Dinner is ready. Lin Yihan's voice broke the tranquility. Everyone, come and eat. The group gathered around the campfire, the orange-red flames illuminating each face. Lin Yihan carefully served a large pot of syrup, pouring a bowl for everyone to warm their bodies. She handed the first bowl to Lung Yu, saying, Sister Lung Yu, you have lost too much blood and need to replenish your sugars. Lung Yu took a sip, and the sweet flavor burst in her mouth. So sweet. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. The syrup's purity was exceptional. Of course, Wang Meng proudly interjected, Brother Qin Feng personally crafted it, using who knows how many stalks of sugarcane. Hina and Sun Hao found it hard to stop drinking, after such a prolonged struggle in the wilderness. Their intake of sugar had been meager. Now, suddenly indulging in such sweet syrup felt akin to heavenly nectar. This is divine. Hina exclaimed after finishing a bowl. I feel invigorated. May I have another? Sun Hao eagerly extended his bowl, his eyes brimming with longing. Lin Yihan smiled and refilled their bowls before distributing roasted corn. The golden kernels shimmering in the firelight, emanating an enticing aroma. This corn is also quite sweet. Though Zhou Yi was frail, he still relished the food, finding it far superior to the wild vegetables they had foraged previously. Indeed, Wang Ming patted his chest. This was handpicked by me and Sister Ihan. Each ear was meticulously selected. The final dish served was a savory pigeon meat soup, rich in flavor, mingling with the coarse saltiness that whetted the appetite. Lin Ihan specially prepared a generous bowl for Lung Yu, filled with an abundance of meat. Sister Lung Yu, you are injured. You must eat more meat to replenish your protein. Lin Ihan sat beside Lung Yu, personally feeding her soup. Although Lung Yu initially intended to eat by herself, the tender gaze of Lin Ihan compelled her to eventually open her mouth. The warm meat broth slid down her throat, and the sensation of being cared for washed over her like a comforting wave. I can drink it myself, Lung Yu murmured softly, feeling somewhat awkward under the watchful eyes of so many. It wasn't discomfort she felt, but rather an inexplicable strangeness. I certainly know you are capable of drinking on your own, Lin Ihan replied gently, but right now, you are an injured person who needs care. You must heal to fight better, don't you think? I can't assist you in other ways, but this is something I can do. Chapter 185. Has the entire internet been captivated? This is the cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom. In the official livestream of the Dragon Kingdom, the moment this scene unfolded, the barrage of comments erupted instantly. What am I witnessing? My goddess Lung Yu. That woman who tore apart the Black Panther seems to be blushing? Oh no. Ihan has truly grown up, transforming from a star needing protection into a caring young lady. This is the essence of our Dragon Kingdom girls. This is home. Outside lies a treacherous wilderness, while inside is the warmth of a campfire and companions who care for you. This excites me more than any material return. Minweep. What is happening? I feel like I want to ship this, but forget I said anything. This is the sacred bond of camaraderie. Get lost. Don't twist this. Lung Yu is merely a bit awkward. This is the camaraderie of life and death, the purest of emotions. In the broadcast room, the three hosts were equally moved. Sa Bei Ning was the first to break the silence, pointing at Lung Yu's somewhat awkward expression on the screen, and with his characteristic smile. He teased, our captain Lung Yu, who never flinched in the face of the apex predator, the Black Panther, now seems to have her defenses crumble in front of Ihan's spoonful of caring soup. He exaggeratedly slapped his thigh. What does this signify? It indicates that the gentleness of our Dragon Kingdom girls is a mightier weapon than the claws of the Black Panther. The audience in the livestream erupted in laughter at his jest. Ha, Teacher Sa, you're at it again. This is indeed stronger than the claws of the Black Panther. What a brilliant point. I find myself unable to refute it. In Dongqing's eyes, a glimmer of emotion sparkled as she softly remarked. This is not merely a bowl of soup, Sa Bei Ning. This embodies the cohesion known as home. She paused, pride lacing her voice. This is what it means to be from the Dragon Kingdom. No matter the dire circumstances, as long as there is one person, we can uphold a piece of the sky and rebuild a home. Dongqing was indeed correct. Chen Yi, who had just returned from the command center, nodded in agreement. From a professional standpoint, he added, from a survival perspective, Lung Yu has lost significant blood and is in a state of extreme weakness. This bowl of hot soup, rich in protein and salt, serves as a life-saving remedy, swiftly replenishing her lost energy and aiding in her recovery. However, more critically, Chen Yi's expression turned serious. Is the psychological rebuilding. They had just endured a harrowing battle, with comrades gravely injured and each individual on edge. Now, however, this comforting warm meal and familial care could swiftly heal their wounds, allowing them to restore their faith in the future. Wang Ming was busily attending to everyone, serving corn to one person and soup to another, while his own bowl contained merely half a cob of corn, untouched. Brother Wang Ming, why aren't you eating? He now noticed this detail. I'm not hungry. Wang Ming replied with a broad smile. You injured ones and the ladies should eat first. Only when you're well fed can you gather strength to heal. Besides, we have plenty of provisions stored here, ensuring you all will be well fed and healthy. He gestured toward the corner of the camp, where a mountain of corn was piled high. See that? Enough for us to last half a month. And the pigeon meat is all prepared, ready to be made into soup at any moment. Brother Wang Ming. Sun Hao's eyes glistened with tears. You are too good to us. Nonsense. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively. We are all brothers and sisters of the Dragon Nation. It's only right. Qin Feng sat quietly nearby, observing this heartwarming scene. The flickering light of the campfire danced upon everyone's faces, gradually dissipating their fatigue and fear, replaced by a sense of security. In his gaze, there was an unexpected softness, a realization that this was the home he wished to protect. Brother Qin Feng. Lin Ihan served him a bowl of soup. You must be exhausted too. Drink some more. Qin Feng accepted the bowl and took small sips. The pressures of their journey and battles weighed heavier on him than anyone else. For the time being, we shall rest here, he declared, setting down the bowl, his gaze sweeping over the group. Once everyone has recovered, we will plan our next steps. What about the ruins? Although weak, Lung Yu remained concerned about the mission. No need to rush, Qin Feng replied calmly. The priority now is to heal and manufacture weapons. Only with ample preparation can we face the dangers within the ruins. The camp was filled with lively chatter and laughter, a welcome sound after a long absence. The campfire cast a warm glow, painting everyone's faces in a rosy hue. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the spirits of the group visibly improved. Even Lung Yu, injured as she was, appeared less pallid. As night deepened, they gradually returned to their respective shelters for rest. Wang Ming took it upon himself to stand guard. You all sleep well, he assured them with a pat on his chest. With me here, you are safe. In the women's shelter, Lin Ihan supported Lung Yu, helping her lie down on a bed lined with soft hay and thermal blankets. Sister Lung Yu, let me help you change your bandages. Keeping the wound covered must be uncomfortable. Lin Ihan spoke softly, her tone imbued with an insistent gentleness. After a moment of silence, Lung Yu finally acquiesced with a gentle hum. As Lin Yihan carefully unwrapped the cloth, stained dark red with blood, Hina's stifled gasps echoed in the shelter. Bathed in the firelight, the numerous claw marks were laid bare, revealing their horrific nature, still grotesque despite initial treatment. It is difficult to fathom how one, possessing such exquisite contours upon their back, could endure such excruciating pain while dragging the lifeless body of a black panther back to their cave. Lin Yihan's tears brimmed at the edge of her eyes, yet she resolutely bit her lip to prevent them from falling. With a cloth dipped in clean water, she meticulously and gently wiped away the blood surrounding the wound. Despite Lin Yihan's utmost care, when the cool water made contact with the injury, Lung Yu could not suppress a muffled groan, and her entire back tensed with agony. That must hurt. Lin Yihan's voice quivered with emotion, yet her hands remained gentle and steady. You needn't hold back. If it hurts, just cry out. I'm used to it. Lung Yu managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. What do you mean used to it? Lin Yihan could no longer contain her concern. A blend of annoyance and tenderness in her tone. From now on, with us around, you shall not suffer such wounds again. She swiftly cleaned the injury, then took out the herbs given by Qin Feng, mashing them carefully before applying them to the wound. Once she completed the task, she rewrapped it with a clean cloth. Throughout the entire process, Lung Yu lay still, her only sign of discomfort being the slight trembling of her shoulders, revealing she was not entirely devoid of sensation. Qin Feng returned to his shelter, lying upon a bed made of straw. Though the shelter was humble, it was a vast improvement compared to the hardships endured in recent days. He closed his eyes, envisioning the plans for tomorrow, an exploration of the salt pool, fraught with peril within the ruins, necessitating thorough preparation. Additionally, tomorrow marked the day for the system's sign-in. The sound of Wang Meng's footsteps patrolling outside, along with the occasional crackle from the burning campfire, did not disturb him. Rather, they brought a sense of reassurance. This was the essence of home. A trusted companion to rely upon, a warm shelter to return to, and a hot meal and broth awaiting him. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. Though the return of countless rewards had concluded, their mission was far from over. The Dragon Kingdom required more resources, and the mysterious ruins remained an imperative target for exploration. However, for tonight, let everyone rest well. Chapter 186. Repairing weapons and organizing supplies. The morning sunlight bathed the campsite in warmth, enveloping all within its gentle embrace. Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes, relishing the long-awaited tranquility. He stretched his body, the joints emitting a series of delicate cracks. This sleep had been particularly restorative, dissipating the fatigue accumulated from days of relentless travel and fierce battles, restoring both body and spirit to their peak state. The taut nerves finally relaxed, and a sense of comfort coursed through his limbs. Outside, the sound of Wang Meng adding firewood crackled, accompanied by his deliberately muted footsteps. This earnest man had evidently stood watch throughout the night. In the courtyard, Wang Meng squatted by the campfire, carefully adding a few dry twigs. The cooking pot above the flames began to emit wisps of steam. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, yet a foolish grin of satisfaction adorned his face. Awake? Without raising his head, Wang Meng stirred the firewood with a stick, simmering some dried meat soup to stave off hunger. Had he kept watch all night? Qin Feng settled beside him. Hey, can't sleep? Wang Meng flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. Every time I close my eyes, I see you all returning covered in blood. It leaves me uneasy. Only when I gaze at the flames and see you all here does my heart find peace. He spoke, then couldn't help but yawn deeply, rubbing his sore lower back. Damn it, I can't deny my age, after sitting for a whole night. My back feels like it's about to break. Qin Feng remained silent, merely taking the stick from Wang Meng's hand to add a few sturdy logs to the fire. At that moment, a soft sound of footsteps approached. Lin Yihan emerged from the women's shelter, holding a wooden bowl. Upon seeing Qin Feng and Wang Meng, a smile graced her face. Brother Qin Feng, Brother Wang Meng, you're awake. Yihan, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Wang Meng inquired. I can't sleep, Lin Yihan replied, handing the ceramic bowl to Wang Meng. Brother Wang Meng, you've kept watch all night. Drink some sweet water to warm yourself. It's what was left from yesterday. Wang Meng chuckled, accepting it without hesitation and gulping down a few hearty sips, feeling revitalized. Oh, this sweet water is truly a lifesaver, far more effective than any energy drink. The camp was orderly and serene, brimming with the essence of life. This tranquility, earned through blood and courage, allowed the taut string in Qin Feng's heart to finally relax. Just then, a familiar and long-anticipated voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Sign in refreshed. Would you like to sign in immediately? Here it comes. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement, and calmly said to Wang Meng. I'll step away for a moment. Keep an eye on the fire. With that, he rose and moved to a secluded corner of the camp, shutting off the live stream, and silently recited, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained purification tablets, 1 pack of 10 tablets, accompanied by the system's notification sound. A pack of aluminum foiled tablets materialized in Qin Feng's hand, cool to the touch. Not a skill? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on the tablets. A pack of ordinary white tablets, resembling the common purification tablets found on Blue Star, yet he sensed that the system's products were of superior quality. These purification tablets were likely more than just for purifying water. He examined the tablets carefully. The aluminum foil bore no descriptive text, yet the tablets themselves emitted a subtle fragrance that invigorated the spirit. He tucked them into his pocket, contemplating that while they might not be useful now, they could prove invaluable in the future. Perhaps, in a critical moment, these could be of great assistance. When Qin Feng returned to the campfire, others began emerging from the shelter. Shun Lai was rubbing his neck, Sun Hao was yawning, and although Lung Yu's complexion remained somewhat pale, Her spirit was evidently much improved. Everyone's awake? Wang Ming called out. Come, come, gather around for some soup to fill your bellies. He stirred the pot with a wooden spoon, and the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Though it was merely a simple meat soup, it was considered a delicacy in this wilderness. Brother Wang Ming, you have worked hard, Sun Hao expressed gratefully as he received a bowl of steaming soup. Oh, no need for such formality. Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively and served another bowl to Shun Lai. As Shun Lai accepted the bowl, a rare smile graced his face. This soup is truly fragrant. Far superior to the fare I have previously encountered in the wild. Lung Yu held her bowl, sipping delicately, her injuries causing her movements to be slower than usual. Lin Yihan noticed this and took the initiative to sit beside her. Sister Lung Yu, does the wound still hurt? Not at all. It has improved significantly. Lung Yu replied in a gentle tone, a hint of warmth flickering in her eyes. Hina emerged from the shelter and approached the pot, deliberately ladling out a bowl of thin meat soup. Although her face still bore the traces of sleep, her expression was focused. I will go feed Ziqian some soup, she said softly, heading toward the male shelter. I'll help you. Lin Yihan immediately rose and followed closely behind. Hina glanced back at her and nodded. All right, thank you. Yihan. The two girls walked towards the shelter, the steam rising from Hina's bowl in the morning light. Observing their retreating figures, Wang Ming chuckled heartily. They are all good girls. Our team is increasingly resembling a family. After breakfast, Qin Feng stood up, scanning the group with a determined gaze. Though the grand return is over, we must not forget that our goal remains to procure more resources for the Dragon Kingdom. His voice was steady and powerful. Today, we need to repair our weapons. 2 crossbows are broken, and the daggers and entrenching tools require mending. Once repaired, aside from the injured and those tending to them, I will need one person to accompany me on an exploration. Where to? Wang Ming perked up. To the salt marsh. Qin Feng pointed northwest. The Belgians mentioned that there are plentiful animals there. We have yet to venture there. It's the perfect opportunity to see if we can hunt some game to replenish our supplies. Upon hearing this, anticipation spread across the faces of the group. Although they were not currently lacking in food, fresh meat would greatly aid the recovery of the injured. Leave the weapon repairs to us men, Wang Ming boasted, thumping his chest with a resonant sound, nodding at Shun Lai and Sun Hao. Brother Shun Lai, I know your skills. You are undoubtedly a professional. Brother Sun Hao, you are in good health, so just lend a hand and pass me whatever I need. Certainly, Shun Lai replied succinctly, his gaze already fixed on the 2 damaged crossbows, his eyes sparkling with professionalism. Brother Wang Ming, I am not so delicate. Sun Hao interjected eagerly, a keen desire to prove himself evident on his face. I've handled equipment at my workplace before. While I may not be as skilled as you, sharpening arrowheads and tending to the wooden handles should be no challenge. I cannot just stand by while you work. Meanwhile, Lin Yihan began to organize the women's tasks. Sister Lingyue, you should rest well. Hina and I will remove the corn kernels. Once dried, they will not only be easy to store, but can also be used for other dishes. I am here to assist. Lingyue attempted to rise, but Lin Yihan firmly insisted, no. You are injured and must take the time to heal. We can handle the corn. You can lend us a hand. Observing everyone diligently fulfilling their roles in an orderly manner, Qin Feng felt a surge of warmth within him. This is what it means to be home. This is the strength of teamwork. Regardless of the dangers that may lie ahead, as long as they unite in purpose, no challenge is insurmountable. Chapter 187. The alternative use of corn cobs. In the heart of the camp, tasks were clearly delineated. The men had begun to congregate around a pile of damaged weapons, the sound of grinding stones clashing against metal harmonizing with the rhythmic chopping of wood. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shun Lai sat cross-legged, his expression focused, holding a dull dagger against a sharpening stone, methodically honing its edge. However, he soon furrowed his brow. The stone's coarse texture proved inefficient. It seems I must venture out to find a finer stone by the river, he mused. Sun Hao, still recovering from his injuries and unable to perform heavy labor, busied himself nearby, sharpening cut wooden poles and binding the stone spearheads that Shun Lai had honed to the tips with resilient vines. His movements, though somewhat awkward, were marked by a profound seriousness. Qin Feng crouched before 2 damaged crossbows, inspecting them closely. One had been shattered by Zhao Ziqian, while the other was broken due to his own prior actions. One of the crossbows had a shattered limb and was beyond repair. He gently caressed the broken section, his mind instantly conjuring several repair strategies. His master-level forging skills endowed him with an intimate understanding of each component structure. Brother, can these 2 crossbows be salvaged? Wang Ming inquired, his face etched with regret. Although Qin Feng shook his head, there was no trace of despondency in his eyes. One crossbow was utterly beyond hope, its limb having lost all resilience. The other, while its limb was broken, retained a sound mechanism and trigger assembly. He picked up the completely ruined crossbow, swiftly disassembling it to salvage small parts and strings, then addressed Wang Ming and Shun Lai. Let us not waste this. I will dismantle it, and see if we can assemble a functional one from the usable parts. In the realm of men, there exists a cacophony of metal and stone, while on the side of women, a starkly different tableau unfolds. Lingyue glanced at her left arm and back, tightly bound in bandages, a flicker of helplessness crossing her gaze. She attempted to move, only to be met with a searing pain from her wounds, a sensation far more agonizing than any battle she had faced. Resigned, she abandoned the thought of assisting and turned her attention to the shelter, where Zhao Ziqian lay in a deep slumber. Approaching him, she reached out to touch his forehead, finding his temperature normal. Gently lifting the thermal blanket covering him, she scrutinized his breathing, steady and strong. A sense of relief washed over Lingyue as she picked up a wooden bowl filled with clear water. Dipping a clean cloth into it to tenderly wipe Zhao Ziqian's chapped lips, gazing at his unconscious form. Memories flooded back of the timid young man who had roared with determination in the cave. Thus, she felt compelled not only to safeguard the fate of Longhua, but also to protect these beloved ones, willing to risk their lives for each other. Lin Yihan and Hina sat beside a mountain of corn, laboriously peeling the kernels. The golden corn piled up, exuding the sweet scent of harvest. Yet the two women appeared unfamiliar with such tasks. They painstakingly pried the kernels off one by one, their pace slow, and soon their fingernails were filled with corn debris. Their delicate fingers reddened from the effort. "Oh dear, this corn is quite difficult to peel," Lin Yihan remarked, shaking her aching hands, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "At this rate, we'll be at it until nightfall," she added. Hina shared her exasperation, her strong-willed nature thwarted by the mountain of corn before them. Just then, Wang Ming straightened his sore back and caught sight of their clumsy endeavor, unable to contain his laughter. "I say, Yihan, Hina, what you're doing isn't peeling corn. It looks more like you're giving it a massage." Startled, Lin Yihan and Hina looked up, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Brother Wang Ming, please don't mock us. I've never done this before," Lin Yihan mumbled, a hint of grievance in her tone. "Watch closely," Wang Ming declared with a proud tilt of his chin, picking up a bare corn cob from the pile and squatting before them. "Let me show you how it's done." With his left hand gripping a plump ear of corn and his right holding the empty cob, he aligned one end of the cob with the base of the kernels, twisting and rubbing with force. With a swift motion, an entire row of kernels cascaded off as if a zipper had been pulled, landing neatly into the pot below, the speed surpassing theirs by tenfold. Lin Yihan and Hina stared in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Wow, Brother Wang Ming, you're amazing," Lin Yihan exclaimed with genuine admiration. "Is it really that simple?" Hina echoed. Incredulity etched on her face as she picked up a cob to mimic Wang Ming's technique. Though initially awkward, she quickly grasped the method, sending large clusters of kernels tumbling down. "Hee, this is a stroke of cleverness. In farming, mere strength is insufficient. One must also engage their intellect." Wang Ming clapped his hands, brushing off the debris with a proud expression. "Back in my hometown, I was quite the expert at husking corn." With this method, the efficiency of the two women instantly soared, and the camp was filled with the delightful sounds of labor, brimming with the joy of harvest. "Brother Qin Feng," Lin Yihan inquired curiously while skillfully husking the corn, "with all this corn, what delectable dishes can we prepare?" This question immediately captured everyone's attention. Even Shun Lai, who was engrossed in sharpening weapons, couldn't help but perk up his ears. "Well, there's plenty we can do," Qin Feng replied, setting down his crossbow and gazing at the heap of golden corn with warmth in his eyes. "The simplest option is to cook it directly or roast it. Once we dry these kernels or grind them into cornmeal, we can enjoy corn porridge, make corn cakes, or even prepare steamed corn cake." He paused for a moment before adding, "We also have sugar, so theoretically, we could make popcorn. However, sugar is far too precious to waste." Upon hearing the word popcorn, Lin Yihan's eyes sparkled, as if she could already smell its sweet aroma. "Then once we have ample sugar, can we make popcorn for ourselves?" "Of course," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Moreover, not just the kernels are useful. Even the corn cobs have their merits. When dried, they make excellent kindling, burning quite fiercely." At this point, Qin Feng suddenly halted, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. "And what else?" Lin Yihan pressed, her curiosity piqued. Qin Feng cleared his throat, and nearby, Wang Ming, unabashed, jumped in. "Our brother here is too shy to say it. So allow me to enlighten you. Once dried and twisted a bit, these can also be used for personal hygiene." Uffed, Sun Hao, who had just taken a sip of water, spluttered it out, coughing incessantly. Lin Yihan and Hina's faces flushed crimson as they glanced from the corn cob in their hands to Wang Ming's earnest visage, simultaneously feeling both shy and amused. "Wang Ming, you rascal." Lin Yihan playfully stamped her foot. "Ha, there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Wang Ming laughed heartily. "In the wilderness, practicality reigns supreme. Let me tell you, this is far more effective than the leaves we usually use. I can't fathom what those folks from the neighboring country are thinking, overlooking such a fine resource to boil water instead, treating it as treasure." Wang Ming's humorous remarks and jests about the neighboring country instantly ignited laughter throughout the group. Even the usually taciturn Shun Lai couldn't suppress a smile. The entire camp resonated with their hearty laughter. Chapter 188, An Unexpected Delight. Discovering high-energy strategic reserves. Squirrel, who did this? In the official live stream of the Dragon Country, witnessing this vibrant scene, the comments erupted in excitement. "Ha! Brother Wang Ming is my source of joy. What a revelation for personal hygiene. I was just enjoying the corn they returned to us and nearly spat it out." Noted. Everyone, save the corn cobs for future use. Observing the expressions of the esteemed Qin Feng, one cannot help but find his suppressed laughter utterly endearing. It is a delightful contrast. This epitomizes the essence of life and the warmth of home. Witnessing their camaraderie brings me immense joy, reflecting the unity of our dragon nation. Beneath the radiant sun, everyone busied themselves, laughter and cheer resonating throughout the valley. Qin Feng, while diligently repairing the crossbows, occasionally lifted his gaze to savor their playful banter, which lightened his spirits considerably. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, the morning swiftly passed, and the restoration and organization of the weaponry approached completion. Setting down his tools, Qin Feng began to tally the results, yet a grave expression gradually overshadowed his countenance. Their resources were still woefully inadequate. His solemn words shattered the light-hearted ambience, drawing the attention of all present. Only 3 crossbows remained, one of which was cobbled together from various parts, severely compromising its range and accuracy, a barely usable contraption. As he grasped the makeshift crossbow and attempted to draw the string, it emitted a creaking sound. This apparatus had a functional core mechanism, yet the resilience of the limbs had diminished. Qin Feng's fingers traced the delicate cracks. Beyond 30 meters, the projectiles would scatter chaotically, serving merely as a tool of intimidation. The crossbow bolts were alarmingly scarce, with only 27 remaining, and after a single volley, they would lose all capacity for mid-range firepower. Wang Ming gazed at the pitiful bundle of bolts, his brow furrowed in despair as he sighed. By heaven, with such meager resources, should a horde of adversaries approach, we would be forced into close combat after just one volley. We must devise a way to fabricate more. Fortunately, each person possessed a dagger, all honed to a gleaming edge by Shun Lai, with an additional 3 reserved for culinary tasks. There were 6 engineer shovels. Though 2 of their wooden handles were on the verge of breaking, after reinforcing them with fine twine and vines, they could barely suffice for light tasks, unable to endure heavy labor. As for throwing spears and long spears, a considerable number had been crafted, neatly arranged around the watchtower for immediate access in the event of conflict. In terms of firepower, a solitary handgun and the remaining 17 bullets had been entrusted to Lung Yu, secured within the women's shelter as a precaution. The formidable shotgun, however, was kept in his own refuge. There existed but 1 axe and 1 hammer, barely adequate for their needs. Ordinary bows and arrows numbered 5, differing in design. Some were crafted by their own hands, while others were seized from foes. This meager arsenal might suffice for defending the cornfields, yet should news of the ruins spread, attracting covetous eyes from all directions, it would prove utterly insufficient. They must arm themselves swiftly, a thought flashing through Qin Feng's mind. After a simple lunch, with daylight still abundant, Qin Feng resolved to explore the vicinity of the salt pool. I will accompany you, Wang Ming exclaimed, rising immediately. You cannot. Qin Feng replied with a sidelong glance. You kept watch all night, now go and rest. Wang Ming opened his mouth, about to protest. But upon meeting Qin Feng's calm yet unassailable gaze, he could only scratch his head, resembling a chastised child, and obediently replied, Oh, Shun Lai. Qin Feng called to Shun Lai, who was polishing his dagger. Come with me. Certainly, I was just looking for some good sharpening stones. Shun Lai responded eagerly. Shun Lai stood up decisively, sheathing his dagger at his waist. At that moment, a shadow darted swiftly to Qin Feng's feet. It was Jing Zhe. This little creature had grown weary of the camp, having paced restlessly among the group. As soon as it sensed Qin Feng's readiness to venture out, it could no longer contain its excitement. Rubbing its sturdy head against Qin Feng's calf, it emitted soft, plaintive whines, its tail spinning like a propeller. In its wolfish eyes, there was a palpable yearning and urgency, as if to say, Take me with you. I'm going stir-crazy. The confines of the camp felt too small for it, entirely stifling its potential. Qin Feng glanced down at the affectionate giant wolf, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. He reached down to stroke Jing Zhe's neck. All right, let us get you out to stretch your legs. Equipped and ready, Qin Feng slung the makeshift crossbow across his back and secured the dagger at his waist, while Shun Lai wielded a newly crafted spear. As the camp's gate creaked open, Jing Zhe could hardly wait for it to fully open. It shot through the gap like a black arrow, plunging into the dense forest ahead. Its speed was astonishing, and within moments, it vanished among the lush foliage. However, it quickly re-emerged from a nearby thicket, glancing back at Qin Feng and Shun Lai, seemingly urging them on, as if it were scouting the way for them. This little creature was truly bursting with pent-up energy. In a rare moment of levity, Shun Lai cracked a joke, prompting a shared glance between him and Qin Feng. Without further ado, they stepped out of the camp, not heading towards the cornfields but rather turning towards the deeper, more primal unknown woods behind the camp. The salt pool lay in that direction as well. Barely 10 minutes into the forest, Jing Zhe suddenly halted, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Low growls emanating from its throat. Qin Feng and Shun Lai immediately stopped, gripping their weapons tightly. Following Jing Zhe's gaze, Qin Feng spotted several plump squirrels darting swiftly among the trees, their movements remarkably rhythmic. Squirrels? Shun Lai noted this too, puzzled. Were they hoarding food? Qin Feng nodded. His masterful environmental awareness clearly indicated a vast community of robust squirrels nearby. Autumn and winter were indeed the seasons for food storage, and their current fervor suggested a bountiful supply of sustenance in these woods. A silent smile crept onto his lips as he exchanged knowing glances with Shun Lai. They understood each other's thoughts instantly. Robbery. Quietly, the trio, 2 men and a wolf, trailed behind Jing Zhe. Utilizing the cover of trees and bushes, they swiftly located the squirrels' gathering place, where the trunks were riddled with holes of various sizes. As Qin Feng approached a massive oak tree, he gestured for Shun Lai to remain vigilant. He then reached into a tree hollow situated closest to the ground. Upon inserting his hand, he felt a collection of hard, round objects. Upon extraction, he discovered a generous handful of plump hazelnuts. This is promising, Qin Feng murmured. Observing this, Shun Lai began to search the surrounding trees, exclaiming, I found pine nuts. Over here are acorns. The two of them resembled treasure-hunting pirates, eagerly raiding this natural pantry. Chapter 189. Zhao Ziqian awakens clearly. These squirrels were adept gatherers, as the quality of the hoarded nuts was exceptionally high, with each one being plump and flawless. In less than half an hour, their backpacks were nearly half full. Qin Feng reached into another tree hollow, but after pulling out only half, he halted his actions. What's wrong? Shun Lai inquired, puzzled. One should leave a line for future encounters, Qin Feng replied. He tossed a few nuts back into the hollow, stating, just like the monkey wine we prepared last time. We mustn't exhaust their resources entirely. By leaving them enough provisions for winter, this forest will continue to sustain us. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding passed through Shun Lai's eyes. Just as Qin Feng was about to probe into another tree hollow, His fingers brushed against something distinctly different from the nuts. The object had a rough shell and an irregular shape. Intrigued, he carefully extracted it, revealing a specimen adorned with damp soil and a surface marked with a grid-like pattern, resembling a tuber of some plant. Xunlai leaned closer, curiously surveying it. What is this? Is it edible? Qin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he held the object before his eyes, and as he scanned it, his pupils slightly constricted. The rough, grid-pattern shell and its unique tuberous shape triggered a cascade of plant illustrations in his mind. Without needing to cut it open, he could determine its identity solely by scent and texture. Wiping the dirt off on his clothing, he declared, peanuts. With a crack, the rough shell split open, revealing the inner, red-skinned kernels nestled together. An unmistakable, familiar aroma of roasted peanuts wafted through the air. Indeed, he had unearthed a bountiful handful of peanuts, and there were more than just one handful. He reached back in. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls. Each extraction yielded more peanuts. This tree hollow was astonishingly brimming with them. Upon witnessing the bounty in Qin Feng's hands, Xunlai's eyes widened in disbelief. Peanuts. This is no ordinary nut. This signifies that they have discovered a crop capable of being pressed for oil, one that could be returned to the Dragon Kingdom on a grand scale. He recalled the mention of a hillside abundant with peanuts by the Belgian, a location they had yet to explore due to time constraints. Qin Feng weighed the peanuts in his hand, his eyes sharpening with determination. The limited range of the squirrels indicated they could not have transported the peanuts from such a distance. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately settling deep within the dense forest to the northwest. There must be a wild peanut grove nearby, and not far from here. This is truly a fortune. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng immediately abandoned the thought of continuing to rob the squirrel. The two swiftly advanced forward, with Jingzhe leading the way, its keen nose pressed to the ground, incessantly discerning the subtle scents lingering in the air. Navigating through the intricate woodland, they walked for another 10 minutes or so, until Jingzhe slowed its pace, halting before a gentle slope, emitting an excited low growl from its throat. Qin Feng and Xunlai parted the bushes ahead, and before them unfolded a breathtaking vista. A vast expanse of lush, thriving low vegetation blanketed the entire slope, shimmering under the sunlight with a radiant vitality. Qin Feng hurriedly approached, crouched down, and grasped the root of one of the plants, his arm muscles subtly tensing. With a soft pop, an entire plant was uprooted. At the end of its roots, a cluster of fresh, soil-clad fruits presented themselves to their eyes. Peanuts. A bountiful harvest. This was no mere peanut grove. It was a veritable ocean of peanuts. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away at the cornfield camp, the shelter was dimly lit, yet eerily quiet. Lung Yu sat beside Zhao Ziqian's bed, gently wiping his cracked lips with a damp cloth, repeating the motion over and over. She had maintained this position for quite some time, when suddenly, Zhao Ziqian's long eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Lung Yu's movements froze instantly. Her breath caught in her throat, and the silence in the shelter was palpable. Water, a voice, weak and hoarse to the point of being nearly indistinguishable, struggled to emerge from the depths of Zhao Ziqian's throat. Boom. The single word reverberated in Lung Yu's mind like a thunderclap. Her fingers, clutching the cloth, tightened suddenly as she fixated on Zhao Ziqian's trembling eyelashes. Upon hearing that hoarse plea for water, her tense body relaxed as if a tremendous burden had been lifted. She inhaled deeply, forcing back the tumultuous emotions welling in her eyes, and stood up. Her movements remained swift, yet she deliberately avoided any motion that might strain her wounds. Walking steadily out of the shelter. In the yard, Wang Meng was dozing against the wall, while Lin Yihan and Hina sat beside a pile of corn, skillfully rubbing corn kernels with the cobs. When they saw Lung Yu burst out unexpectedly, everyone froze momentarily. Sister Lung Yu, what happened? Lin Yihan asked with concern. Fearing Zhao Ziqian's condition had worsened, Lung Yu looked at them, her voice trembling with an intensity she herself was unaware of. Ziqian has awakened. Clatter. The cobs and corn kernels in Lin Yihan and Hina's hands fell to the ground simultaneously. What? Wang Meng, startled from his slumber as if someone had stepped on him, sprang up suddenly. He rushed to Lung Yu, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief, his voice breaking with excitement. Sister, Brother Ziqian, he is awake. Yes. Lung Yu nodded emphatically, holding water, then quickly turned and hurried back into the shelter. He is awake. He truly has awakened. Lin Yihan, overwhelmed with joy, was instantly brought to tears as she embraced Hina beside her, laughing and crying in unison. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Goodness gracious. Heaven has finally opened its eyes. Wang Meng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. The sturdy man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he laughed heartily, albeit with a hint of choked emotion. Sun Hao also burst forth from his sanctuary, his face reflecting disbelief. In the next moment, everyone surged like a tidal wave toward the direction of the men's shelter, filled with elation. As the crowd rushed into the shelter, Lin Yihan hurriedly approached. Taking the bowl of water from Lung Yu's hands, she gently lifted Zhao Ziqian's head, carefully feeding him the water bit by bit. After consuming nearly half the bowl, Zhao Ziqian's parched throat finally found relief, and his consciousness began to sharpen. He gazed at the familiar faces surrounding his bedside, his eyes still clouded with confusion. The last memory that lingered was of that menacing Cambodian face and the descending shovel. With great difficulty, he managed to utter, his voice still hoarse, "Is it resolved?" Wang Meng stepped forward, grinning widely, his eyes red with emotion, and replied, "It's resolved. Those bastards have become fertilizer for this forest. I heard from Lung Yu that you charged forward recklessly. You did well, not bringing shame upon our dragon country." Zhao Ziqian finally exhaled in relief, then turned his gaze toward Lung Yu. noticing the blood-soaked bandage on her arm and Hina's weary countenance. His heart tightened painfully. Are you all injured? We're fine. Hina interjected, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister Lungyu was hurt, but she saved us all, and Brother Qinfeng came just in time to rescue us. In a flurry of words, she recounted the desperate scene in the cave and Qinfeng's thunderous rescue. Zhao Ziqian listened quietly, refraining from uttering any trivialities about being a burden. He slowly raised his hands, gazing at the pair that once only knew how to type, his expression revealing a newfound depth. Looking at everyone, he solemnly stated, "Thank you all for bringing me back." He paused, emphasizing each word, "From now on, I shall not falter again." Chapter 190. The desert becomes an oasis. The Mother River awakens. Inside the shelter, though the light was dim, it radiated warmth. A testament to survival against adversity. Zhao Ziqian observed the familiar faces gathered around his bed, their expressions filled with genuine concern and joy. No one is pretending. Wang Ming grinned broadly, his eyes sparkling with delight. Forget everything else for now. Just lie down and recover your strength. We have much to accomplish. Yes, get well. Sun Hao nodded in agreement, his gaze toward Zhao Ziqian brimming with admiration. Ziqian, you did remarkably this time. We all witnessed it. Lin Yihan took over the conversation. The traces of tears still evident at the corners of her eyes, yet her face blossomed with a smile. You've been unconscious for several days without food. You must be starving. Wait right here. I'll make you some meat soup to warm your stomach and help you recover. Zhao Ziqian gazed at Lin Yihan's retreating figure, a warm current surging within him. He nodded emphatically, his voice imbued with determination. Thank you, everyone. I shall recover swiftly. That's the spirit. Wang Ming laughed heartily. In our Dragon Nation, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, their anxieties finally alleviated. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in a peanut field, Qinfeng squatted on a gentle slope, holding a freshly uprooted peanut plant, its roots adorned with a dozen plump peanuts. This land spanned at least an acre. Shunlai stood beside him, barely concealing his excitement. They're all wild, and of such fine quality. Qinfeng cracked open a peanut, revealing 2 full kernels. He savored a bite, the sweetness mingling with a hint of earthy flavor, the distinct taste of wild peanuts. The freshly unearthed wet peanuts still held moisture, making them delectable. Let us get to work, Qinfeng declared, setting his backpack on the ground. We shall thoroughly scour this field. The two began their task in the peanut field, Qinfeng's movements displaying remarkable skill. He grasped the base of the peanut seedling with one hand, his fingers encircling it, gently shaking the plant to loosen the surrounding soil before pulling it upward with force, uprooting the entire peanut plant. With a few shakes, the clinging soil fell away. Shunlai mimicked Qinfeng's technique and soon mastered the method. Jingjia, patrolling the edge of the peanut field, occasionally sniffed the ground and let out low growls in a specific direction. Its vigilance reassured Qinfeng. With this little companion around, any disturbance within 100 meters would not escape its notice. An hour later, both their backpacks were bulging. Just as Qinfeng prepared to call it a day, the system's notification chimed. Global announcement. Dragon Nation contestants Qinfeng and Shunlai have discovered and harvested wild peanuts, triggering the 10,000-fold return mechanism. 10,000 equal-sized peanut fields have randomly generated within the Dragon Nation. Qinfeng and Shunlai exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's elation. We struck gold. Shunlai couldn't help but exclaim softly, 10,000 fields like these. Qinfeng felt a smile tug at his lips. Peanuts were not merely sustenance. They could be pressed for oil, transformed into peanut butter, and even the shells could serve as fuel. For the resource-scarce Dragon Nation, this was akin to a timely boon. With a joyful heart but a remarkably calm mind, Qinfeng slung the peanut-laden backpack over his shoulders. He pointed towards the expanse of the peanut slope and said to Shunlai earnestly, "This peanut slope is a delightful surprise, but our original objective remains the salt pool. Since our paths align, let us continue onward and ascertain the boundaries of this peanut grove. If we can locate a water source, this area could serve as a vital supply point for us in the future." In the highest command center of the Dragon Nation on Blue Star, an officer hurried towards the seated general, tablet in hand, exclaiming, "General, rejoice. Wonderful news. Look, this is our recent compilation, detailing the comprehensive impact report on our environment and resources during the 10,000-fold return period over the past 7 days, conducted by Team Yifei, Team Qinfeng, and the remaining participants from the Dragon Nation." The advisor eagerly handed over the tablet, barely concealing his excitement. The old general accepted the device, his gaze sweeping over the densely packed data on the screen, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing with satisfaction. Over these 7 days of immense returns, our participants from the Dragon Nation have contributed significantly to the country. The advisor pointed at the screen, highlighting a total of 17 types of resources: sugarcane, corn, wild tea, black spiritual fungus, dandelion, apples, and bananas. The old general's eyes narrowed into slits, reflecting sheer contentment. The screen displayed a dynamic map of the Dragon Nation, which, in stark contrast to the expansive patches of ochre and gray from days prior, now vibrantly showcased vast expanses of green. The advisor's finger glided across the screen, revealing a succession of real-time satellite images and comparative data. "General, look here," he exclaimed, directing attention to the northwestern corner of the map, which was once the largest desert in the Dragon Nation, the Taklamakan Desert. The Yifei team's efforts in hunting giant pythons have yielded an astonishing 10% ecological restoration, according to meteorological monitoring. This desert's interior has experienced rainfall equating to the total of the past decade within the last 72 hours. Countless sand dunes have been stabilized, and visibly, vegetation has begun to emerge. A comparison image on the screen clearly illustrated a region that was once engulfed in yellow sand, now resiliently sprouting patches of green. And here, our mother river. The advisor shifted to another image, showcasing the water quality monitoring report. The water quality upstream of the mother river has improved from a 5th grade standard to a 3rd grade standard. The sediment content in the middle and lower reaches has decreased by 30%. Even more astonishingly, the fisheries department has observed fry of the yellow river golden carp, a species believed to be extinct for nearly 50 years. The old general's fingers gently caressed the image of the now clearer river water on the screen, a sheen of moisture forming in his aged eyes. He has devoted his life to fighting for this nation. He has witnessed the Dragon Mother in her most glorious moments as well as in her most challenging times, with resource depletion and environmental degradation looming like 2 colossal mountains, suffocating the entire nation. Yet now, he was witnessing hope firsthand. The complete food chain brought back by Team Chin Fong has also begun to reveal its impact. The advisor's voice rose in fervor. The newly introduced forage has entirely covered the barren mountains of the 3 northwestern provinces. Preliminary estimates indicate that the number of newly added national fortune goats has surpassed 50 million, and they continue to grow at a geometric rate. The increase in forage has also led to a rise in various small creatures such as field mice and dung beetles, while the populations of wolves and golden eagles have steadily increased, forming a perfect ecological closed loop. 50 million, the old general murmured, a jolt of astonishment coursing through him. Even when resources were not yet depleted, the annual sheep stock of the Dragon Nation was merely 200 million, now, an additional 50 million. And this is merely the beginning. Chapter 191, a national celebration. The families of heroes, supported by the Dragon Nation. The advisor continued to swipe across the screen, illuminating a myriad of icons representing various supplies on the map. Comrade Zhou Tiejuan's return of bluefin tuna. Comrade Zhang Huiyan's return of a peregrine falcon. Comrade Wang Ming's return of a white-bellied pheasant. Comrade Sun Gang's return of wild ducks, along with an array of fruits returned. Our grain reserves have now reached an astonishing level. Most crucially here, the advisor clicked open a list of mineral resources, iron ore, copper or gold ore, and even 2 open-pit coal mines. The return of these mineral resources has allowed us to completely extricate ourselves from the predicament of being choked by the Lighthouse Nation. We have already restarted the majority of our heavy industrial production lines, and steel output is steadily on the rise. The armaments factory is also continuously producing weapons. The old general gazed at the soaring steel production data, his posture involuntarily becoming more upright. With a solid foundation, one can stand tall. He inquired in a deep voice, "What is the status of the mining personnel?" A peculiar expression flickered across the advisor's face as he called up a new report. Murmuring, "General, there is new information regarding those penalized to mine." "Speak." The old general's eye sharpened. Most individuals have written letters of remorse, displaying a good attitude, and a batch has already been released. However, there remains a group that is obstinately unrepentant. Just a few days ago, the Lighthouse Nation, through diplomatic channels, explicitly demanded that we release certain individuals, claiming they are human rights fighters, even threatening to use this as a pretext for a new round of sanctions against us internationally. Upon hearing this, the old general let out a cold laugh. Human rights fighters? I see them as mere nuisances. Their urgency only indicates that these individuals are indeed problematic. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry into their backgrounds. We have already investigated. The advisor presented another document, revealing that these individuals had secret contacts with the Lighthouse Nation's embassy in Dragon Nation before their penalties, engaging in frequent transactions. It can be confirmed that they are pawns planted by the Lighthouse Nation within our ranks, aiming to incite the emotions of the ordinary citizens of Dragon Nation. Humph. A glint of cold light flashed in the old general's eyes. Let them continue contributing to the nation from within. Reply to the Lighthouse Nation, stating that we are currently subjecting them to labor reform and ideological re-education. This is our domestic affair and is not open to interference. Furthermore, double their mining quotas. Let them truly feel the strength of the people of Dragon Nation. Yes, the head of the mining area also reported that due to the robust constitution of our citizens, these individuals are quite vigorous, working 8 hours a day, and not only have they not lost weight, but they have also become quite robust. Their work efficiency has surpassed the previous manual labor by more than threefold. Excellent. The old general nodded. When they come to their senses, they may emerge again. In Dragon Nation, we do not support idleness, nor do we harbor traitors from within. Indeed, the advisor promptly responded. The old general lifted his gaze towards the screen, observing the diligent figures of the Dragon Nation athletes, his eyes filled with admiration. As the gaze swept across the once vibrant live-streaming rooms now shrouded in shades of gray, a wave of poignant sorrow surged within the old general. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. The names of those soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the fate of our nation must be inscribed at the pinnacle of the monument. Their family shall be cared for by our dragon country. With a sudden surge of fervor, the old general rose to his feet and, with a sweeping gesture, issued a command that invigorated the entire command center. Relay my orders. These are joyous days for our nation. From the strategic reserves, allocate a batch of lamb, chicken, and fish. A portion must be dispatched immediately to our heroes voluntarily planting trees in the desert. The remainder, distribute it from top to bottom. His voice rose sharply, imbued with an undeniable authority. I care not how you divide it. I have but one demand. Even if not every individual can partake in meat, ensure that every household's dining table showcases meat within this week. Who dares entertain any ulterior motives and skimp on even a morsel of meat, regardless of who they are or their position, strip them of their uniforms and send them to the mines. Let them toil there for a lifetime. The command center erupted in a unified roar, echoing like thunder across the skies. On that day, the entire dragon country was ablaze with fervor. Military vehicles laden with lamb, chicken, and fish streamed into the cities, towns, and every community street. Countless families, witnessing the arrival of meat from the community, wept tears of joy, celebrating nationwide. A little girl with braided horns hid behind her mother, peeking out with curious, dark eyes. Mom, is that the meat they talk about in books? It smells so good. Far tastier than nutritional supplements. Her mother, a young textile worker, already misty-eyed, nodded fervently, embracing her daughter tightly. Yes, it is meat, our own dragon country's meat. It is what Qin Feng and those heroes have fought to reclaim for us in another world. My grandfather, a veteran who fought in the War of Defense, held the meat without uttering a word, saluting the television screen featuring our dragon country-esque competitors with utmost respect. He said, "These children are the valiant soldiers of our dragon country. It's delicious. I'm enjoying boiled lamb with just a pinch of salt, but I've never tasted such savory meat in my life." Tears fell into my bowl as I ate. Brothers, this is not merely the aroma of meat. It is the flavor of dignity. Who remembers the nutritional supplements we consume daily? Who recalls how the Lighthouse Nation blockaded us? Today, this morsel of meat restores my pride. Ha ha, I just returned from visiting a live stream in the Lighthouse Nation, where I heard that every consumable returned to them has been thoroughly scavenged by those in power. It never reaches the grassroots. However, a set of nutritional supplements is supposedly filling enough. The live stream from the Yamato Nation was even more comical. As a group fought over returned cannabis leaves, it was utterly hilarious. On this day, countless families savored a long-awaited reunion meal, where the dining table bore no exotic delicacies. Only a steaming platter of meat. Yet, on every face, there shone a radiant glow, emanating from the very depths of their hearts, a brilliance known as hope. In the wilderness, Qin Feng straightened up, poised to utter something, when suddenly his heart warmed, a surge of inexplicable warmth washed over him, as if transcending time and space. Flowing from the distant east, infusing his limbs with a profound sensation, a remarkable feeling born of gratitude, trust, and anticipation from millions. Instinctively, he raised his gaze towards the east, his eyes deep and contemplative. What's wrong? Shenlai noticed his unusual demeanor. Nothing. Qin Feng averted his gaze and pressed onward, his objective clear, the salt marsh. Chapter 192, Quality Protein. Here it comes. The duo, accompanied by a wolf, advanced toward the salt marsh, still buoyed by the joy of their recent peanut harvest. Their steps were particularly light, the weight of their backpacks filled with peanuts grounding them with a sense of security, perhaps due to the presence of salt. The fauna in this area appeared more abundant than elsewhere. Along their path, they encountered bounding wild rabbits, moose licking the exposed saline earth, and even a troop of monkeys swinging through the trees, the forest teeming with vitality. At that moment, a dark figure darted past Qin Feng. Ahead, in the thicket, a hefty wild rabbit, engrossed in gnawing at roots, startled by the sudden commotion, sprang into a frantic escape, its limbs flailing in sheer panic. It was Jingjia. Its limbs extended, muscles rippling under the sunlight, radiating explosive energy, its speed far surpassing that of the rabbit, even creating a faint sound as it cut through the air. Yet it did not immediately deliver a fatal blow. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the giant wolf's eyes. It trailed the rabbit leisurely, at times accelerating to nudge the rabbit's rear with its snout, then deliberately slowing down, waiting for the rabbit to collide with it. The rabbit, terrified beyond measure, altered its escape route into a serpentine pattern. This fellow is having fun, Shenlai remarked quietly, halting to observe the spectacle. Qin Feng remained silent, merely watching Jingjia frolic in the forest. After dispatching the rabbit, Jingjia's enthusiasm soared. From the treetops ahead came a cacophony of chattering, a troop of monkeys. Rather than fleeing from the sight of two humans and a wolf, they brazenly leapt between the branches, even hurling pine cones downwards. Feeling provoked, Jingjia halted, lifted its head, and unleashed a deep, resonant growl from its throat, a sound imbued with an imposing presence. Though not loud, it carried a primal authority that cut through the monkeys' clamor in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the previously frolicking monkeys transformed, their expressions morphing into sheer terror as they emitted frantic screams, scrambling away into the depths of the thicket. A few, in their panic, tumbled from the trees, landing in disarray, only to scramble up even faster. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling treetops fell into an eerie silence. Observing the proud demeanor of Jingjia, who flaunted its bristling neck fur, Qin Feng helplessly summoned it closer. Jingjia. His voice was soft, yet Jingjia heard it, its imposing wolf form momentarily stiffening, the look of pride on its face freezing in place. It turned its head, gazing at Qin Feng with a hint of confusion. Come here. Qin Feng's tone remained calm. After a moment's hesitation, Jingjia, tail tucked, ambled closer, its massive wolf head gently nudging against Qin Feng's leg, emitting a low, ingratiating whine. Qin Feng extended his hand, not to soothe, but to deliver a firm yet gentle pat atop its hard skull. This is not the campsite. He crouched down, locking eyes with Jingjia's deep green pupils, his voice low and serious. If you keep howling like that, how will we catch our prey? Jingjia appeared to understand, its whimpering quieting further, the large wolf head drooping, ears flopping down like a child caught in mischief. Observing this, Shenlai felt a renewed respect for Qin Feng. To tame such a fierce beast to this level of understanding was no mere feat of brute strength. Qin Feng ruffled Jingjia's neck again, his tone softening. Go on. Perk up and scout ahead for us. Jingjia lifted its head, vigorously nudging Qin Feng's palm with its muzzle. In an instant, its entire demeanor shifted. The playful and languid air vanished, replaced by a hunter's focused vigilance. It ceased all unnecessary sounds, lowering its body and stealthily slipping into the woods ahead. Its nose pressed to the ground, ears alert, capturing every whiff of suspicious information in the air. This forest was indeed a treasure trove. Xunlai, gazing at the rich diversity around him, lowered his voice in awe. The more bountiful the land, the greater the dangers it concealed. Once the campsite was established, this could serve as our long-term hunting ground. Qin Feng nodded, but his attention was drawn to a thicket ahead. He halted, listening intently as a cacophony of chirps and chatter emanated from behind the bushes, the sounds fragmented yet dense. Jingjia sensed it too, letting out a threatening low growl, its body coiling into an attack stance. Stay still. Qin Feng pressed his hand against Jingjia's head, signaling for silence. He parted the bushes before him and peered inside, revealing a clearing in the forest teeming with dozens of diminutive birds. They bore a striking resemblance to ordinary chickens, albeit much smaller, their feathers a mottled brown, darting about as they pecked at seeds and insects on the ground. Xunlai approached, curiosity evident in his eyes. But Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile, his gaze alight with excitement. These are the Coturnix. Coturnix? Xunlai was unfamiliar with the term. A fine catch indeed. Qin Feng whispered, his enthusiasm palpable. These are also known as blue-breasted quails, the smallest chickens in the world. Do not let their size deceive you. Their egg-laying capabilities are astonishing. In a year, one can harvest 200 to 300 eggs, each boasting remarkable nutritional value. Instantly, a flawless plan materialized in his mind. If only he could capture a few pairs and raise them at the camp, we would never again lack for eggs. Moreover, these creatures reproduce swiftly and exhibit a strong adaptability, making them exceptionally suitable for domestication. Xunlai's eyes sparkled. Eggs in the wilderness are undoubtedly a premier source of nourishment. Achieving a state of egg freedom would have immeasurable benefits for the entire team's physical recovery and nutritional replenishment. Beside him, Jingzhu appeared equally intrigued by these lively little beings, crouching low, muscles taut, emitting a distinctive low growl from its throat, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Sit. Qin Feng's sharp command rang out as he firmly restrained the suddenly alert Jingzhu. The creature stiffened, turning its head in confusion towards Qin Feng, its eyes brimming with the desire to hunt. Meeting its gaze, Qin Feng lowered his voice. We need them alive. If you charge in and devour one, what will be left? He patted Jingzhu's solid skull. Just block them for now. Do not let them scatter. Remember, no biting. A flicker of confusion passed through Jingzhu's wolf-like eyes as it tilted its head, seemingly accepting Qin Feng's directive. It then emitted a low growl in response, pivoting its form to avoid charging directly at the flock, instead taking a vast arc to silently approach from behind the group of Lu Ding chickens. Let's move. Qin Feng gestured to Xunlai. The two men immediately softened their footsteps, flanking the clearing from left and right, gradually encircling the area. Chapter 193, An Unexpected Discovery. This bountiful land is not devoid of observers. The Lu Ding chickens proved to be exceedingly vigilant. Just as the encirclement was about to close in, a leading Lu Ding chicken seemingly sensed something amiss, emitting a sharp, brief squawk. The entire flock erupted into chaos. Dozens of fist-sized, brown figures scattered like fireworks, frantically fleeing in all directions. Roar! Jingzhu sprang into action. Its massive form accurately blocked the primary escape route of the fleeing chickens, using sheer bulk and presence to force several Lu Ding chickens back. What an opportunity! Qin Feng and Xunlai sprang into action almost simultaneously. Capture them alive. Qin Feng reiterated. This task was tenfold more challenging than simply killing them. Xunlai moved with lightning speed, his hand outstretched like an eagle's talon, reaching for a panicked Lu Ding chicken. Just as success seemed imminent, the little creature executed an astonishing last-minute pivot, slipping past his fingertips. Meanwhile, Qin Feng encountered his own difficulties. He managed to corner a Lu Ding chicken against the roots of a tree, but the creature, leveraging its size advantage, darted through the gap beneath his arm and escaped. After some time of relentless effort, the two discovered that these small beings possessed a directional agility far beyond their expectations. Slipping away from their grasp time and again, Qin Feng immediately realized that conventional methods were inefficient and decisively commanded, strip. As he spoke, he swiftly removed his outer coat, ready to ensnare them. Xunlai's eyes brightened as he instantly comprehended Qin Feng's intention. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he lowered his voice and quickly added, I will feign an attack from the left flank, driving them towards you and the bushes on your side, creating a dead angle for you to strike, thus increasing our success rate. Qin Feng cast a look of approval at him. Good. The tactic has changed in an instant. The oppressive presence of the awakening insects was formidable. They dashed back and forth, hurting the scattered flock of chickens and continuously compressing their space for movement. Qin Feng and Xunlai each held a coat, resembling two moving nets, ready to ensnare. This way, Qin Feng shouted, driving 3 chickens toward Xunlai. Xunlai's gaze sharpened as he seized the moment, abruptly tossing his coat forward to catch them. The 3 little creatures collided into the net. Xunlai swiftly tightened the coat, his face lighting up with joy. Success! Qin Feng replicated the maneuver, successfully capturing another 3. They exchanged glances, excitement mirrored in their eyes. 6 in total. That was sufficient. With these egg-laying machines, the future of the camp would be transformed into a realm of egg abundance. Holding the heavy coats, which were now alive with feeble flapping, they locked eyes and shared an uncontainable delight. These little ones are indeed difficult to catch. Xunlai couldn't help but murmur, recalling how close he had come to being outsmarted during their pursuit. They were the prey, driven by survival instinct. Qin Feng's tone was calm, yet the spark in his eyes revealed his true feelings. He was not merely gazing at these 6 chickens, but envisioning a future filled with a steady supply of high-quality protein for the camp. Qin Feng tore off several sturdy vines, stripping away excess leaves, and together with Shen Lai, carefully bound the ankles of the 6 chickens, tying a slipknot that would prevent their escape without causing them harm. With this bounty in hand, alongside the heavy peanuts in their backpacks, Shen Lai felt that this outing had been exceedingly worthwhile. The day was drawing to a close. Qin Feng glanced at the sun gradually sinking in the west. Let us check the salt pond and gather some salt before returning. All right. Shen Lai nodded in agreement. The two quickened their pace, walking for several more minutes until the trees began to thin out, revealing an expansive depression ahead. The ground was adorned with large white crystalline formations of salt and alkali, and the air was filled with a subtle briny scent, exactly the salt pond they sought. Of course, this was not the refined salt fit for direct consumption, but coarse salt mixed with dirt, gravel, and various minerals. This will suffice. Qin Feng pried several large chunks from a massive salt alkali block with his dagger, placing them into a spare cloth bag. Upon returning, they would dissolve and filter it with fresh water, then boil it down to extract edible salt. After collecting the coarse salt, the two were preparing to return along the same path when Qin Feng suddenly halted. His gaze fixated on a relatively damp patch of mud at the edge of the salt pool. There, several indistinct footprints were clearly visible. What's wrong? Shen Lai, sensing his unusual behavior, immediately became alert and followed his line of sight. Someone has been here. Qin Feng crouched down, tracing the outline of the footprints with his finger. His eyes narrowed as his masterful environmental perception allowed him to glean a wealth of information from the fragmented traces. Judging by their size and depth, at least 4, possibly 5 individuals had passed through. The shallow impressions indicated they were not burdened with heavy loads and moved swiftly. He pinched a bit of soil between his fingers, assessing the degree of moisture evaporation, and spoke in a low voice. These marks were left 3 or 4 days ago. Shen Lai's expression grew serious. 3 or 4 days ago, we were still in the waterfall valley. It was fortunate if they merely passed through. However, if they had camped nearby, he left the thought unspoken, but its implication was clear. In this resource-rich land, the presence of an unknown group was far from good news. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng brushed off the dirt from his hands, his gaze profound. Our primary task now is to safely return to the camp with the injured, in supplies, and bolster our defenses. As for whether these individuals are foes or allies, we will encounter them in due course. Understood, Shen Lai nodded, silently committing this matter to memory. The two wasted no more time, and, laden with their substantial haul, set off on their return journey. As they traversed the path home, Shen Lai's sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, not only on guard but also searching for anything of value. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he quickly approached a small stream, where he picked up a palm-sized, finely textured slate-gray stone from among a few scattered rocks. Rubbing his thumb across its surface, a rare, genuine smile appeared on his rugged face. Good find. He presented the stone to Qin Feng. A natural whetstone. Look at its quality. It's 100 times better than the crude stone we use in the camp. Qin Feng accepted it, weighing it in his hand and nodding in agreement. For a warrior like Shen Lai, a sharp weapon was akin to a second life. The value of this whetstone was comparable to that of several partridges. During this expedition, their bounty of peanuts, partridges, coarse salt, and whetstone were all desperately needed treasures for the camp. Yet, the mysterious footprints lingered in their minds like an invisible thorn, pricking at their thoughts. It seemed this bountiful hunting ground was not solely under their watchful eyes. Chapter 194, Wanna eat stewed chicken? Qin Feng, dream on. These are treasures that lay eggs. The sunset transformed the horizon into a magnificent blaze of orange-red hues. Qin Feng and Shen Lai moved swiftly and steadily, with each step bringing them closer to the camp, where the familiar scent of smoke grew ever stronger in the air. It was not merely the aroma of burning firewood. It was mingled with the unique, slightly sweet fragrance of grains being simmered. Shen Lai inhaled deeply and murmured, "It smells akin to boiled corn." Qin Feng chuckled and nodded, a hint of warmth glimmering in his eyes. It appears we shall enjoy corn-cob porridge tonight. With that, he quickened his pace, maneuvering around the last natural barrier of shrubbery. The full expanse of the camp was suddenly revealed before them. The wooden walls stood sturdy and reliable against the twilight, and within, a roaring bonfire became the heart of the encampment, dispelling the encroaching chill. Just as the figures of 2 men and a wolf emerged at the camp's edge, Wang Ming atop the lofty watchtower immediately spotted them. Squinting against the dim light, he discerned their identities. Upon recognizing Qin Feng and Shen Lai, along with the imposing figure of Jing Zhi beside them, his face broke into a broad smile. Upon a closer inspection, he was taken aback. Shen Lai was brandishing a wriggling string of live creatures. With their diminutive size, they were indeed chickens. Moreover, both men carried bulging backpacks, evidently laden with treasures. Wang Ming's heart leaped with joy, his face radiating delight akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. He wasted no time, quickly descending the ladder. Brother Qin Feng and the others have returned. He bellowed with exuberance throughout the camp. Nearby, Hina and Zhou Yi sat beside the fire. One organizing the dry wood gathered during the day, while the other deftly wove a wrought tin basket. Lin Han, holding a soft broadleaf, meticulously polished the backs of Dolly and the little calf. Dolly, relishing the attention, wagged his tail and affectionately nudged Lin Han's arm with his massive head. At the sound of Wang Ming's voice, they all looked up, including Leng Yu, who was recuperating in the shelter, her eyes opening to gaze toward the entrance. As Wang Ming ran toward the camp entrance, he called out with enthusiasm, "I see they've caught a few chickens. Tonight, we might just have stewed chicken." Stewed chicken? Lin Han and Hina exchanged delighted glances, abandoning their tasks to head toward the entrance. Wang Ming reached the heavy wooden door, gripping the latch with his well-muscled hands. With a series of creaks, the door slowly swung open. Goodness, they've caught so many chickens. Though, they do seem a bit small, Wang Ming remarked, eyeing the squirming little chickens in Shun Lai's hands, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, chicken stewed with mushrooms would be simply delectable. Qin Feng remained silent, merely unloading his hefty backpack. As it thudded to the ground, the sound made Wang Ming's eyelids flicker. This weight certainly signified something good. Good things abound, Shun Lai remarked, a rare smile gracing his features as he shook the chickens in his hand and patted his own equally swollen backpack. Qin Feng unfastened his pack, and a cascade of golden, plump peanuts and assorted nuts tumbled forth, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Peanuts, and hazelnuts and pine nuts, Wang Ming exclaimed in delight. He swiftly grabbed a handful of peanuts, shelling them before tossing the kernels into his mouth. The satisfying crunch elicited a blissful squint from him. Delicious. Peanuts are the perfect accompaniment to drinks. These are the Lu Ding chickens. From now on, we shall raise them at the camp, ensuring that we shall never lack for eggs, Qin Feng explained succinctly, gesturing towards the spoils in Shun Lai's hands. Egg-laying ones. Wang Ming perked up at the mention, cautiously prodding one of the round, plump chickens in Shun Lai's grasp. He smacked his lips, saying, I was hoping to whip up a dish tonight, perhaps a chicken stew. However, he quickly added with a grin, but my brother Qin Feng is right. These little treasures are capable of laying eggs. So we mustn't kill the hen for its eggs. I understand. From now on, we'll have eggs to eat every day, which is far superior to just one chicken stew. His words elicited laughter from all, even causing the usually solemn Shun Lai to slightly lift the corners of his mouth. Desiring chicken? There will be plenty of opportunities henceforth. Qin Feng chuckled. These are our benefactors. They are not to be harmed. He glanced around the camp, where the bonfire blazed brightly, a military pot perched above it, bubbling with something aromatic. The scent wafted through the air, enticing and sweet. The flap of the shelter was lifted as Sun Hao supported Zhao Ziqian, who emerged with a somewhat pale complexion, yet his spirit appeared significantly improved. Brother Qin Feng, Brother Shenlai, you've returned. Zhao Ziqian beamed upon seeing them. How do you feel? Qin Feng inquired. Much better, Zhao Ziqian replied, stretching his neck as he felt the strength of survival gradually returning to his body. He stated solemnly, I used to think I survived by luck. But now I realize it's thanks to everyone. From now on, my life belongs to the team. His words resonated deeply, and Qin Feng nodded approvingly. Placing a hand on his shoulder, you have responsibility. A true man. With everyone gathered, they settled around the warm bonfire. Lin Han picked up a wooden spoon, serving a bowl of golden, thick porridge to Qin Feng. Brother Qin Feng, do try this. Sister Hina and I just learned to make corn porridge. Qin Feng accepted the wooden bowl, and an intense sweetness wafted towards him. The corn kernels, soaked in stream water for an extended period and then simmered, had absorbed moisture, becoming translucent. The porridge's consistency was thick, even stretching as the spoon lifted it. He blew on it to cool, taking a hearty sip. The warm porridge slid down his throat, instantly warming his entire stomach. It was a pure sweetness derived from the grain itself. The yellow porridge melted on his tongue, providing a delightful chewiness, and warmth radiated from his core to his limbs, dispelling the weariness of the day. Delicious. It's sweet even without sugar. Qin Feng exclaimed genuinely. Indeed. This is completely natural. Wang Ming puffed out his chest with pride, also grabbing a bowl of porridge and drinking it heartily. This is invigorating. A bit of this before bed will ensure a good night's sleep. Laughter erupted among the group, as they reflected on their journey from hunger, gnawing on tree bark, to now gathering together, savoring a steaming bowl of corn porridge. The transformation brought forth by this change rendered a sense of happiness and security that words could scarcely encapsulate. Qin Feng cast a glance at the sky and remarked, tomorrow we must attend to some tasks, constructing a cattle shed for Dolly and Dundan, as well as building a coop for the quails, ensuring they are comfortably settled. No problem. Leave it to us. Wang Ming confidently patted his chest. After finishing the last morsel of porridge in his bowl and setting it down, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned grave. There is another matter I must discuss with you all. Instantly, silence enveloped the campfire, and every gaze was fixed upon him. We discovered footprints near the salt pond, at least 4 or 5 individuals, left 3 to 4 days ago. Wang Ming halted his actions, concern etched on his face. We didn't encounter them, did we? No, Qin Feng shook his head. However, since they are operating in this area, it is only a matter of time before we cross paths. Damn it, they don't come with good intentions. Wang Ming spat. But we're no pushovers either. Let us bolster our vigilance and wait until the injured recover. Qin Feng patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. For now, our priority is to fortify the camp. After dinner, as night deepened, the camp fell into a tranquil hush, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the occasional chirping of insects in the forest. At this moment, Sun Hao stood up voluntarily. Brother Qin Feng, I will take the night watch. I am almost fully recovered and should contribute my share. Noting the attention from others, he explained, having previously worked in surveying, I possess a heightened sensitivity to the terrain and unusual sounds. Allowing me to keep watch will ensure everyone can rest peacefully while I familiarize myself with the surroundings, enabling me to be of greater assistance in the future. I must do my part. Chapter 195. The clucking hen laid an egg after a night's capture. Qin Feng regarded him thoughtfully, refraining from refusal. He nodded and handed him a generous handful of hazelnuts from the recently gathered nuts. Here, take these. If you get hungry at night, they'll serve as a snack and help pass the time. Additionally, there are crossbows in the watchtower, along with a whistle. In case of any situation, blow the whistle to alert us. Understood. Sun Hao nodded earnestly before turning towards the makeshift wooden ladder leading to the watchtower. The others returned to their shelters for rest. Qin Feng entered his own quarters, which were thickly lined with dry grass and insulated blankets, dry and warm. Lying down, he listened to the rising chorus of insects outside and the now rhythmic snoring of Wang Meng beside him, feeling a profound sense of tranquility. Tomorrow, he would build a simple shed for Dolly and Dundan and create a cozy coop for those precious little ones. This place was gradually beginning to resemble a true home. The serenity of the camp was abruptly pierced by a sharp chirp at dawn. Qin Feng had already risen quietly to stand in the center of the camp, taking a deep breath of the crisp morning air, infused with the scent of earth and foliage, invigorating his spirit. The camp remained quiet, with only the faint sounds of snoring from the shelters and the muted chewing of Dolly the cow as it ruminated in the corner. Qin Feng chose not to disturb anyone. He circled the camp, inspecting the wooden walls reinforced by Wang Meng the previous night. Casting his gaze upon Sun Hao's silhouette atop the watchtower, he approached the base of the ladder and called upward, "Sun Hao, come down." A faint rustle emanated from the ladder as Sun Hao swiftly descended, his face bearing traces of fatigue, yet his eyes remained bright. "Brother Qin Feng, you're awake," he remarked. Observing Sun Hao's weary demeanor, Qin Feng inquired, "You didn't sleep all night. Did you find it hard to endure?" Sun Hao rubbed his somewhat chilly hands, a hint of bashfulness gracing his smile. "It's fine, it didn't feel arduous. The quiet of the night allows one to reminisce about home." He paused, gazing towards the eastern sky where dawn was breaking, his voice softening. "I just thought about my father and mother. The night slipped away unnoticed. Now I only hope they can enjoy the good things we've returned with, to have a hearty meal." Qin Feng listened quietly, offering no words, merely placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After a moment, he spoke, "We will. Everything we do now is for that purpose." His voice, though not loud, served as a comforting balm, settling Sun Hao's restless heart. "All right, enough standing around." Qin Feng resumed his usual calm tone. "After breakfast, you should hurry back to catch up on sleep. Just rise again in the afternoon." "All right." Just as they spoke, a booming voice from the shelter echoed, "Oh, dawn has arrived. What are we having for breakfast?" Wang Meng's voice was followed by Lin Yihan and Hina emerging, instantly enlivening the campsite. There was still some corn gruel left from yesterday. Lin Yihan, rubbing her eyes and yawning, spoke with the lingering drowsiness of just waking. "I'll heat it up and pair it with the nuts we brought back yesterday. It'll be filling." As she said this, she wandered towards a corner of the camp to check on the few quail that Qin Feng had affectionately dubbed treasures. Suddenly, Lin Yihan halted. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the quail busily scratching at something in a corner. "What are they doing? Digging for insects?" She tiptoed closer. The quail, incredibly alert, scattered at the slightest hint of her approach, revealing a shallow little pit where they had been scratching. Initially indifferent, Lin Yihan froze as her gaze fell upon the small pit, her heart racing upon the sight within. Nestled in the soft earth lay two delicate, pale blue eggs, much smaller than chicken eggs, and still holding a faint warmth. "Ah!" Lin Yihan instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in astonishment, her heart racing uncontrollably. "That's not a stone, nor a fruit. It's an egg." The quail laid eggs. "Oh my goodness. Am I seeing this correctly? Is that really an egg?" "It is an egg. Truly an egg. Good heavens. Feng Shun is incredible. They laid eggs after just one night." "Wah, I'm crying." From gnawing on tree bark to sipping broth, and now to chicken eggs, life is becoming so hopeful. After a brief moment of shock, an indescribable euphoria surged within her. She abruptly turned, her voice trembling with excitement. "Quick, come and see. They've laid eggs. They've laid eggs." A single exclamation rendered everyone momentarily speechless. Had it truly laid eggs so soon? Wang Meng, who was stretching lazily, jolted at the sound and hurried over in a few quick strides, eager to take a look. Upon seeing the two exquisitely crafted eggs nestled in the small earthen pit, his eyes widened to the size of copper bells. "My heavens." Wang Meng crouched down, extending his robust fingers, torn between the desire to touch them and the fear of doing so, his face alight with astonishment and joy. Indeed, they were eggs. "Goodness, these are treasures." Qin Feng also approached, picking up one of the eggs and weighing it in his palm. The warm sensation radiated from his hand, revealing that this was not merely an egg, it represented a stable source of protein, a beacon of sustainable hope, and the first step toward truly establishing a home for this camp. A rare smile graced his face as he remarked, "Two, just right. One for Leng Yu, and one for Ziqian. They are the most injured and in dire need of nourishment." "Exactly," Wang Meng exclaimed, slapping his thigh and nodding vigorously. "They should be replenished. We can manage with porridge and nuts. We don't mind missing out on this." Every face shone with genuine smiles as these two small eggs seemed to inspire more hope than any spoils of war. Lin Yihan and Hina carefully cradled the eggs in their hands, treating them as precious treasures. "Qin Feng, what is the best way to prepare them for them?" Lin Yihan inquired. "Boil them," Qin Feng replied succinctly. "It's the simplest method with the least nutrient loss." "All right." Lin Yihan and Hina immediately sprang into action, searching for the smallest cooking pot among their supplies. They poured in clear water, and as the flames licked the bottom of the pot, the temperature gradually rose. Soon, tiny bubbles began to surface. A few minutes later, Lin Yihan used a wooden spoon to retrieve the eggs, placing them on a clean broad leaf. She gently touched them, hissing at the scalding heat, yet cautiously lifted them, blowing softly to cool them down. Only when the shells reached a warm, manageable temperature did she carefully hold one in each hand and turn to walk toward the shelter. Chapter 196. Everyone gets to work. Everyone has tasks. Inside the shelter, Leng Yu sat cross-legged, several pieces of clothing captured from the lighthouse camp spread out before her. She was not resting. Instead, she wielded a confiscated dagger, methodically slicing strips from the relatively intact fabric. Her movements were focused and earnest. Once washed and dried, these strips could easily be fashioned into bandages. The exertion tugged at her back injury, causing her brow to furrow imperceptibly, yet her hands did not waver in their task. Lungyu, you truly cannot sit still, Lin Yihan remarked as she lifted the door curtain to enter, letting out a weary sigh upon witnessing the scene. Qin Feng said you should rest and tend to your wounds. Lungyu paused her work and raised her head. If I'm going to be idle, I might as well keep moving. It will help me heal faster. She bore an expression akin to that of a student caught in a transgression, her demeanor somewhat unnatural. Lin Yihan approached her, carefully extending her palm, cradling a small, warm object. Here, for you, she said, presenting a delicate egg that lay quietly in her hand. This is our camp's first yield today, as instructed by Brother Qin Feng, to nourish you and Ziqian. Lungyu gazed at the petite egg, a rare smile gracing her lips. Has it laid already? Her voice, lighter than usual, was imbued with a softness that carried a hint of surprise and joy she scarcely recognized. Indeed, it was just laid, still warm. Seeing her smile, Lin Yihan's own heart swelled with happiness, and she nudged the egg closer. Lungyu extended her hands to accept it, whispering, this is a treasure. You should eat it while it's warm. I will go check on Ziqian. Lin Yihan's face lit up with a smile as she saw her accept the gift. She turned and lifted the curtain of another shelter nearby. Zhao Ziqian leaned against a pile of hay, his complexion still pale, yet he appeared more alert, engaged in a low conversation with Shenlai. Ziqian, how are you feeling? Yihanjia, Zhao Ziqian exclaimed upon seeing her, struggling to sit up straighter. Much better. I feel ready to work. Lin Yihan hurried over, presenting another egg before him. This is for you, to restore your strength. Her tone carried a proud exuberance. It's the first egg from our camp's own chickens, a precious gift. You must eat it all. Zhao Ziqian stared at the egg in astonishment. Instinctively, he shook his head in refusal, his voice dwindling. No, Yihanjia, I cannot accept this. I haven't contributed anything and have only burdened everyone. This egg should go to Brother Qin Feng or Brother Wang Ming. Just as she intended to persuade him further, Shenlai abruptly halted his actions. Without uttering a word, he reached out, taking the warm egg from Lin Yihan's palm. Under the astonished gazes of Zhao Ziqian and Lin Yihan, Shenlai gently tapped the shell with his thumbnail, producing a crisp crack. In a few deft motions, he stripped away the pale blue shell, revealing the smooth, glistening egg within. Then, he placed the peeled egg directly into Zhao Ziqian's hands. Eat it. Shenlai stood and exited the shelter, casually remarking, your task is to recover swiftly, not to dwell on trivial matters. Zhao Ziqian stared at the still warm, perfectly peeled egg in his palm, nodding vigorously, no longer resisting. He opened his mouth and took a substantial bite. The rich flavor of the yolk and the tender texture of the egg white exploded in his mouth, surpassing any delicacies he had ever tasted in his life. Enough dawdling. Everyone, let us get to work, boomed Wang Ming's robust voice from outside the shelter, brimming with enthusiasm. After breakfast, we'll build a nest for our esteemed hen. Soon, we'll have eggs every day. As the multitude gathered for breakfast, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon a basket woven from vines beside the shelter. Although the craftsmanship was somewhat rudimentary, it exuded remarkable sturdiness. He pointed at the basket and inquired, who created this? It's quite useful. Zhou Yi, who had been quietly sipping his porridge in the corner, stiffened momentarily and shyly raised his hand, saying, it was I who made it. He elaborated, my body hasn't fully recovered yet, and I am unable to perform heavy labor. Observing how inconvenient it was for everyone to gather firewood, I recalled the basket weaving skills from my hometown and decided to give it a try. I didn't expect it to actually serve its purpose. Well done, Qin Feng affirmed with a nod, his tone imbued with encouragement. This item holds significant utility. We should certainly make more. It will be beneficial for collecting grains, herbs, or when we venture out to gather wood. Zhou Yi, bolstered by the affirmation, displayed a genuine and unpretentious smile, nodding vigorously. Great. I'll make several more this afternoon. He felt a newfound sense of value, realizing he was no longer a burden but could contribute to the household. The simple division of labor was swiftly accomplished. The three of us set out to procure the main beams to erect the framework for the cattle shed. Qin Feng glanced at Wang Ming and Shenlai, instructing the others to remain at the camp and ensure the chicken coop was properly established while staying vigilant. Wang Ming thumped his chest, hoisting a sharpened spade, exclaiming, let us construct a grand cattle shed for Dali and Dun Dun. The trio swiftly vanished into the dense thicket behind the camp. Within the camp, another project commenced. Lin Yihan and Hina took the lead, tasked with transporting suitably sized stones from nearby. Sister Yihan, take a break, allow me, Hina urged. Noticing Lin Yihan struggling with a sizable stone, her cheeks flushed with effort. I'm fine. Lin Yihan gritted her teeth, placing the stone firmly in its designated spot. Straightening up, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead and flashed a radiant smile at Hina. Who would have imagined that I, Lin Yihan, would be building a chicken coop in a place like this? Hina, observing her dirt-streaked face and sparkling eyes, chuckled. Yet now it feels more grounded than walking the red carpet. Nearby, Zhao Ziqian sat selecting appropriate small stones to fill the gaps. Zhou Yi fully utilized his skills, deftly weaving one basket after another with resilient vines. Even Lungyu, who had been recuperating in the shelter, joined at the entrance, basking in the sun to regain her strength while using a dagger to carve wood for the chicken coop's crossbeams. Without blueprints or cement, everything was crafted from locally sourced materials. They chose a sheltered patch of land beside the shelter, stacking stones into a semi-enclosed circle over half a meter high. The wooden beams, skillfully carved by Lungyu, were placed atop, and a thick layer of dry straw was laid down. Thus, a rudimentary yet sufficient chicken coop. capable of shielding from wind and rain, gradually took shape under the adept hands of these women. Lin Yihan gently placed the 6 little Lu Ding chickens inside, watching them curiously wander about the straw-filled nest, emitting a chorus of chirps. An overwhelming sense of accomplishment surged within her. Meanwhile, deep within the thicket, Qin Feng, Wang Ming, and Xun Lai were in search of suitable timber. Jing Zhe led the way, lowering its body and stealthily maneuvering through the underbrush like a diligent bodyguard. Brother Qin Feng, what do you think of this tree? Wang Ming exclaimed, pointing at a massive tree that required 2 men to embrace. It's thick. It's sturdy. Qin Feng merely glanced at it, shaking his head. He moved to the other side and tapped on a seemingly less robust, yet straight tree. We'll use this one. The iron birch, he remarked nonchalantly. Its wood density is substantial, harder than steel, making it ideal for the main beam and ensuring longevity. Chapter 197. Cold Moon Riding a Bull. A perfect pair for effortless labor. In the dense forest, the dull yet forceful sound of strikes echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The iron birch was indeed tough, but chopping it proved to be quite a laborious task. Wang Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, observing the shallow marks left by the soul axe in Qin Feng's hand on the tree trunk. Qin Feng continued his relentless endeavor, the axe steady and powerful in his grasp, each swing landing precisely in the same spot. Patience brings meticulous work. You too should refrain from brute force. First, handle those thinner trees for support. Xun Lai nodded and approached a white birch tree, wielding the entrenching tool with remarkable finesse. In contrast to Wang Ming's raw strength, his movements were far more skillful, each strike accurately aimed at the same location, creating a large notch in the tree, then circling to the back for further cuts, ultimately severing the trunk with swift precision. Brother Xun Lai, your craftsmanship is impressive, Wang Ming exclaimed, wiping away his perspiration, enviously eyeing the second tree that Xun Lai had felled. I, on the other hand, prefer to rely on sheer strength. Xun Lai rarely displayed a smile, responding, if you adopt my technique, you could conserve considerable energy. Jing Zhe roamed around the trio, occasionally pausing to sniff the air and vigilantly scan the surroundings. Its presence allowed the 3 to focus on their tasks without concern for lurking beasts or enemy ambushes. Qin Feng continued to chop at the main trunk, each swing infused with all his might. Despite the iron birch's hardness, under his relentless assault, the notch deepened. Sweat dripped down his cheeks. Yet his actions remained steady and vigorous. Brother Qin Feng, would you like to take a break? Wang Ming asked, slightly worried as he watched Qin Feng's unyielding efforts. No need, Qin Feng replied without looking up. While my strength holds, I will bring down the main beam in one go. At the camp, another scene of fervent activity unfolded. Zhou Yi sat at the entrance of the shelter, intently manipulating the vines in his hands. His fingers moved with exceptional dexterity, the resilient vines dancing and weaving under his skillful touch. By midday, he had crafted 2 medium-sized, remarkably sturdy baskets. Brother Zhou Yi, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable, Lin Yihan exclaimed, gazing at the 2 newly woven vine baskets beside Zhou Yi with genuine admiration. She picked one up, inspecting it from every angle, becoming increasingly fond of it. The basket was intricately woven and exceptionally robust, promising durability at first glance. Zhou Yi felt a touch of bashfulness as he received compliments, offering a humble smile and waving his hand dismissively. It's merely the skills of a rural dweller to make a living. If it proves useful, then that is sufficient. His gaze fell upon the woven basket he had crafted, pride shimmering in his eyes, for it would undoubtedly serve a significant purpose. Lin Yihan donned the basket on her back for a trial, finding it to fit perfectly. Hina straightened up, wiping the dirt from her face, and gazed towards the dense forest, remarking, Qin Feng and the others are out chopping trees. There must be a mess of branches and leaves strewn about. It would be a pity to let them go to waste. Lin Yihan's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Indeed, those leaves could serve as snacks for Dolly and Dung Dung, and the branches could be used for firewood. Let us gather them. Lung Yu observed the enthusiastic exchange between the 2, leaning on a wooden staff as she slowly rose from the entrance of their shelter. As she attempted to stretch her shoulders, a sharp, fiery pain shot through the gruesome wound on her back, causing her brow to furrow slightly. I will accompany you to take a look. I may not be able to do heavy lifting, but at the very least, I can lend a hand or keep watch, she stated in a calm tone. Cold Moon, you should rest, Lin Yihan urged hastily. It's nothing to worry about. Do not fret. Moving around will hasten my recovery, Lung Yu replied with a smile. Just then, a loud moo resonated from the corner of the camp, where Dolly, the enormous bull, emerged, calling out vigorously to the trio, his front hooves scraping the ground in agitation. Lin Yihan chuckled. Dolly can't stay still either. He wants to frolic outside. Lung Yu observed Dolly, and then glanced towards the forest, a sudden spark of realization igniting in her mind. Without uttering a word, she turned and strode purposefully towards the tent housing their gathered supplies. Cold Moon, Hina called out in confusion. Shortly thereafter, Lung Yu reappeared, holding a thick, sturdy rope in her hands. That must be from the Lighthouse Nation, Lin Yihan recognized. Acknowledging that it had been looted from James's camp, Lung Yu nodded, tilting her chin towards the depths of the forest, succinctly stating, we shall use Dolly to haul back the logs that Qin Feng and the others have felled. Her words left Lin Yihan and Hina momentarily speechless before their faces illuminated with understanding and excitement. Of course, how could we not have thought of that? With Dolly's extraordinary strength, transporting those heavy logs will be no concern at all. Let us go. The trio, accompanied by the bull, ventured boldly into the heart of the forest. After traversing a short distance, Dolly abruptly halted, letting out a low moo before bending his forelegs and, to the astonishment of Lin Yihan and Hina, lowering his massive frame to kneel before them. Stunned, they exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness, Has Dolly become sentient? Does he sense that there are injured among us? Tears welled in their eyes as they marveled at the seemingly divine instinct of this remarkable team. Even the bull displaying such empathy. Dolly, enough chatter. Injured ones, hop on. I shall carry you. Lin Yihan was the first to regain her composure, gently patting Dolly's head. No, we can walk. Cold Moon, your injury isn't fully healed. You should ride. Hina nodded in agreement. Yes. Cold Moon, you should ride. And we will follow along. As Lung Yu gazed into the gentle, large eyes of Dali, a warm surge of emotion enveloped her. Without hesitation, she confidently vaulted onto the broad, steady back of the ox. The elevated perspective offered a panoramic view, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above, while the laughter of Lin Yihan and Hina danced around her ears. As Dali trod steadily onward, the gentle sway of the ride was an entirely novel experience for her. To entrust her safety entirely to a companion, especially an animal companion, while being carried forward was unprecedented. The trio, accompanied by the ox, continued their journey, and the rhythmic sounds of chopping from deeper within the forest grew increasingly distinct. The old Yihan would never have done this. She looks even more beautiful now, carrying that basket. This truly embodies the glory of the working people. Haha, the three women resemble my second aunt when she heads out to work in the fields at noon. Upon reaching their destination, they were greeted by a scene of industrious labor, sweat glistening on brows. Ah, the ladies have arrived, Wang Ming exclaimed, his wide grin illuminating his face. Qin Feng paused, wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm. Upon noticing the baskets slung over their shoulders, a glimmer of approval sparkled in his eyes. Are you here to gather leaves and twigs? He inquired. Not just that, Lin Yihan replied proudly, patting Dali's back. We brought Dali along, and with a rope. He will help us haul the logs back. Qin Feng nodded, his gaze filled with admiration for Dali. What a splendid idea. It will greatly save our time and energy. Wang Ming plopped down on the ground, looking at Lung Yu perched upon the ox and Lin Yihan and Hina carrying their baskets. This will save us a lot of effort. You all are truly clever. The arrival of the women infused the tense atmosphere of labor in the woods with warmth and vitality. They refrained from disturbing the three men chopping wood and instead spread out around them, diligently collecting the fallen twigs adorned with leaves, placing them into their baskets. Despite her injury, Lung Yu found it manageable to bend down and pick up branches, selectively choosing the dry, flammable pine twigs. Lin Yihan and Hina buzzed about like industrious bees, leaving no dirt-laden leaves unturned. Yihan, do you think your fans will feel sorry for you? Seeing you work like this every day? Hina teased while gathering branches. Feel sorry. Lin Yihan stuffed a large handful of leaves into her basket, standing tall with a confident smile. They should be admiring me instead. Their laughter echoed through the forest, further fueling Wang Ming's enthusiasm for chopping wood. With a final, forceful swing from Qin Feng, the sturdy iron birch emitted a groan of defeat, slowly toppling in the designated direction before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. Done. The three main beams and three auxiliary beams lay felled before them. Chapter 198. Shun Lai's identity? Jing's jealousy. I want a new nest too. With a deep exhale, Qin Feng leaned his axe against the ground and straightened up. Brother Qin Feng, Brother Wang Ming. You are truly remarkable, Lin Yihan exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration. Qin Feng merely nodded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the baskets behind them. You have also done well. These scraps are quite useful. Let us transport this wood back first. Qin Feng issued the command. Wang Ming, Shun Lai, tie the ropes to the logs, and to Dali. Wang Ming and Shun Lai promptly complied, unrolling the sturdy jute rope they had seized from the lighthouse's encampment. This rope is exceptionally strong and practical, Wang Ming remarked, tugging at it with a grin. Then, he hoisted the thickest iron birch log as if cradling a bride, exerting all his strength to lift it. Yet the log remained immovable. Damn, this thing is incredibly heavy. Wang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he scratched his head. Shun Lai remained silent, circling the log twice before crouching down to tie a knot at the log's front end. His knot was unusual, not a simple dead knot, but rather a sliding loop formed from the rope's own friction, tightening as it was pulled without damaging the wood. Hey, Brother Shun Lai, that knot you tied is just like the double bowline we learned in the Marine Corps. Wang Ming exclaimed in surprise. Were you a soldier too? Shun Lai paused momentarily but did not respond, simply tightening the knot with quiet determination. Qin Feng approached for a closer look. Indeed, it was a standard double bowline, commonly used for hauling heavy objects. He regarded Shun Lai with appreciation. This quiet man consistently revealed practical skills at critical moments, and the proficiency with which he tied knots suggested a background more complex than it appeared. Dragging them one by one is too slow, Qin Feng stated. Let us align the three main beams side by side and secure them with short ropes, forming a raft. Then, tie a towing knot at the front end and loop it around Dali. This method would allow them to haul multiple logs at once, distributing the load more evenly and preventing the logs from rolling during transport. Got it. Wang Ming quickly understood, ceasing his struggle with the logs. Together with Shun Lai, they hoisted the three thickest iron birch logs closer together, soon fashioning a rudimentary wooden raft. Qin Feng personally advanced to secure a strong bowline knot at the raft's head, a knot revered as the king of knots, ensuring it would not slip. Then, he approached Dali with the rope in hand. Dali, you've worked hard, Qin Feng said, patting Dali's neck. Moo, Dali responded obediently, lowering its head to nuzzle Qin Feng's hand, as if to say it was no trouble at all. Qin Feng carefully looped the rope around Dali's shoulder, securing it across the sturdy expanse of its chest, avoiding the neck for a more scientific application of force, ensuring it would not cause injury. With everything prepared, he declared, let us go. At his command, Dali exerted its powerful legs, muscles taut, letting out a deep roar as its massive form surged forward. The robust hemp rope creaked as it was pulled taut, emitting a groan under the immense strain. The 3 iron birch logs, weighing several hundred pounds collectively, quivered violently upon the ground before being gradually moved by an overwhelming force. It moved. It moved. Goodness. The strength of this divine beast is astounding. This is true power, the oxen used for grinding pale in comparison. Mighty One, I am not referring to you. I mean all present here are inept. Ha ha. The teamwork of Qin Feng's group is commendable. There is leadership, skill, labor, logistics, and even divine beasts as mounts. The uneven forest floor made the dragging of the wooden raft exceptionally arduous, frequently getting caught on roots or stones. At such moments, without needing a command from Qin Feng, Wang Ming and Shun Lai would quickly position themselves on either side, using their shoulders or pry bars to dislodge the logs, while Lin Yihan and He Na raced ahead, continuously clearing obstacles from the path. With the mighty bull serving as a heavy-duty machine, the efficiency of transport significantly increased. The remaining auxiliary beams were all carried back to the camp in just one trip. Incredible strength. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Mighty One, ultimately, I was mistaken. I thought I had companions, only to find I was among the laborers of a production team. Stop talking nonsense up ahead. Did you not see how Feng Shun has provided the finest fodder for the Mighty One? This is a win-win situation, with the barn in place. Both the Mighty One and Dun Dun will no longer have to sleep outdoors. How wonderful. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream marveled at this primitive yet efficient collaboration. With all the timber secured, the construction of the barn officially commenced. Qin Feng already had a blueprint in mind for the camp's layout. The chicken coop would be situated beside the shelter in a wind-sheltered corner, while the barn was to be located on the opposite side of the camp, adjacent to the wooden wall, facilitating easy access for the Mighty One and Dun Dun, while also providing an additional barrier. Wang Ming, Shun Lai dig the holes. Qin Feng marked 3 spots on the ground with his foot, each half a meter deep, to secure the main beams. Without hesitation, Wang Ming and Shun Lai seized their entrenching tools and began to dig, dirt flying as the 2 strong men competed against each other, laboring with great effort. Meanwhile, Qin Feng picked up an axe and began shaping the ends of the 3 iron birch main beams into a wedge suitable for insertion into the ground. He did not use a measuring tool, yet each piece he shaped was nearly identical in length and angle, demonstrating remarkable control. Once the 3 deep holes were excavated, Qin Feng directed Wang Ming and Shun Lai, and together they hoisted the first main beam upright, firmly inserting it into the pit. Fill it with soil. Compact it. Lin Yihan and He Na immediately scooped soil with their hands, filling the gaps in the hole, while Wang Ming found a sturdy log and pounded the earth down relentlessly, ensuring the 3 main beams stood securely, thus establishing the framework for the barn. Next, they bound the thinner auxiliary beams to the main beams using a special crisscross technique with vine rope, forming the barn's rooftop framework. The knots were tied with great strength. Shun Lai observed the swift, intricate movements of the vine rope in Qin Feng's hands, as he deftly crafted a series of elaborate knots. A flicker of astonishment crossed his gaze. These knots were unlike any he had encountered before, though seemingly complex. They bound 2 pieces of wood together with a solidity that made them appear as if they had grown together. Without offering an explanation, Qin Feng tightened the final knot with a firm tug. The next task was to lay the roof. They spread the abundant hay and broad leaves they had previously gathered atop the skeletal framework of the shelter, layering it thickly until it reached half a meter in depth. At last, a modest yet effective cow shed, capable of shielding against wind and rain, was completed just before dusk. The robust ox seemed to sense it was meant to be its home, approaching the structure to inspect it before settling down contentedly. The little calf snuggled closely against its mother, emitting a soft, satisfied grunt. Haha, we've done it. Wang Ming clapped his hands, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, his face alight with joy. Our noble companion finally has a house of its own. Just as he finished speaking, Jingzhe, nearby, let out a playful howl, nudging Qin Feng's pant leg with its head. Look at Jingzhe. Wang Ming chuckled. It seems envious, yearning for a cozy spot of its own. Lin Yihan joined in with a laugh. Indeed, Jingzhe is also a great contributor. We must not be unjust. Qin Feng bent down, stroking Jingzhe's fluffy head, which bore an expression of human-like grievance in its wolfish eyes. He smiled gently and said, your post is beneath the watchtower, where you can listen for sounds from outside the camp and stay dry. If a heavy downpour occurs, you can return to the shelter and sleep with us. Jingzhe appeared to comprehend, licking Qin Feng's palm before wagging its tail and dutifully lying down at the base of the watchtower. Everyone wore cheerful smiles. Under the setting sun, with smoke curling from the fire, the chicken coop, cow shed, and shelter, the camp increasingly embraced the essence of home. At that moment, He Na rose from beside the bonfire, wiping the sweat from her brow, and called to everyone, dinner is ready. Come and eat. The aroma had already stirred their appetites, and they gathered around the fire, each holding a wooden bowl filled with steaming corn on the cob, accompanied by a large pot of wild vegetable soup. Wang Ming took a hearty bite of the sweet corn, mumbling through his mouthful, delicious. It's so good it makes my mouth sing. He continued, we didn't have time today, but tomorrow I'll make sure we venture out to find some meat to spice things up. He thumped his chest. If I keep eating like this, I'll turn into fodder. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their recent strenuous labor indeed warranted a replenishment of energy through meat. Chapter 199, Global Announcement. A nation has been utterly erased from Blue Star. Countdown to calamity. Meat is certainly necessary. Qin Feng set down his bowl, his demeanor growing more serious. However, there is another matter. The greatest issue facing our camp currently is our water source. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The nearest water source was still quite distant. Xinlai succinctly highlighted the crux of the problem. A round trip took over half an hour, and the amount of water collected each time was limited. Indeed, Qin Feng cast a glance at him, and subsequently elaborated, the water collection point follows a fixed route, making it susceptible to exposure and ambush. The frequent back and forth incurs excessive risk. Furthermore, should the weather suddenly change, or if any of us sustain an injury that prevents us from venturing out, a lack of water could prove fatal. Therefore, we must address the issue of water storage. We require large containers to transport a sufficient supply of water from the stream all at once, enough to last for several days, and then allow it to settle, filter, and boil before use. As for the containers, Wang Ming scratched his head, recalling previous successes. We could utilize the pots we seized for cooking, though they are not particularly large. How about we replicate our last endeavor and try crafting pottery from the clay by the stream? We succeeded last time. Surely we will be more adept this time. Wang Ming still can't forget his skills as a mason. Ha ha ha. To be fair, the pottery we fired last time was indeed quite useful. This idea is commendable. Is Qin Feng's team embarking on a version 20 of infrastructure construction? However, just as he finished his suggestion, Lin Yihan gently shook her head. Brother Wang Ming, I fear that may not be feasible. Wang Ming was taken aback and looked at Lin Yihan. What do you mean, Yihan? Wasn't it fine last time? Lin Yihan explained. I specifically checked while washing things with Sister Lin Yue. The soil there is unsuitable, too loose and sandy. Completely unlike the clay we discovered in the Waterfall Valley. It cannot be molded at all. Her words left everyone momentarily stunned, and they began to realize that this girl, whom they had subconsciously regarded as a protected figure, had unknowingly learned to observe and think critically. Wang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. Is that so? I was too busy looking for fish in the water and didn't pay attention to the soil. The audience in the live stream was equally impressed. Wow, Yihan has evolved. She can even distinguish soil now. This is the transformative power of the environment. The current Yihan is both beautiful and capable. I admire her. With Wang Ming's proposal dismissed, the group once again fell into silence. The absence of containers meant they would need to allocate personnel and time daily to fetch water. A significant hazard. At that moment, Zhou Yi, who had been quietly nibbling on corn and saying little, suddenly spoke up. If the soil won't work, perhaps we could try using wood. All eyes instantly turned to him. Meeting their gaze, Zhou Yi felt a bit anxious but continued. We could make wooden barrels. Wooden barrels are sturdier than clay pots and easier to transport. As long as we can find suitable timber, crafting them won't be slower than firing pottery. Wooden barrels? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. What type of wood do we need? The best option would be oak. Zhou Yi asserted confidently. Speaking about his area of expertise bolstered his self-assurance. Oak is very dense, and when it encounters water, it swells slightly, automatically sealing any gaps. It's a natural choice for making water and wine barrels. We simply need to carve out the wooden planks and tightly bind them with vines or hemp rope. As the voice faded, Wang Ming slapped his thigh, exclaiming with excitement. A wooden barrel. This is incredible. Far more impressive than a clay pot. Not every type of wood would suffice. Qin Feng raised his hand to halt him, directing his gaze towards Zhou Yi for confirmation. It must be oak? Zhou Yi nodded gravely. Indeed, it must be oak. Other woods either leak or are toxic. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng made a swift decision. Very well, let us add another task to tomorrow's agenda. He surveyed the group, his voice steady. Wang Ming, weren't you the one craving meat? Tomorrow, you, I, and Xunlai will venture out. Our primary objectives are twofold. First, to hunt and replenish our meat supplies. Second, to locate an oak grove. The rest will remain at the camp to reinforce defenses, process today as harvest, and stay vigilant. Is that understood? Understood. The group responded in unison, their spirits reignited. The steaming corn, the fragrant wild vegetable soup, and a shelter that could shield them from the elements filled them all with a profound sense of security. At that moment, every watch in the camp vibrated urgently. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and promptly raised his wrist. Others halted their tasks, looking at their watch screens. A line of chilling crimson text slowly materialized. Global announcement. All 100 contestants from Hama have been confirmed deceased. According to the rules, the Blue Star Hama will be completely erased from the planetary map in 24 hours. Warning, the National Destiny Wilderness Climate System will soon activate in 72 hours. Catastrophic weather will randomly occur across the wilderness continent. All surviving contestants must prepare accordingly. The camp was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. What does it mean to be erased from the map? Wang Ming's heavy breaths shattered the stillness as he stared at his watch, seemingly unable to comprehend the words before him. Is this a joke? A country can just vanish? No one answered, yet all understood this was no jest. The literal implication was that the 600,000 citizens of Hama would. A cold voice echoed, as unwavering as ever. But what remained unspoken was whether its land and cities would also vanish entirely. Furthermore, what would happen if one were to leave Hama within 24 hours? None could say. Zhou Yi and Hina, who had just clawed their way back from the brink of death, had drained color from their faces, having experienced the despair of being pursued. Yet they could not fathom the scene of a nation with millions simply being erased. That was not merely death, it was a terror far greater, an existence rendered utterly null. What about our Dragon Nation? Lin Yihan's words trailed off, her courage faltering. The thought that if the Dragon Nation were to fail, billions of relatives, friends, and compatriots would be lost filled every person from the Dragon Nation present with a suffocating dread. Wang Ming struck the ground with a fierce punch. And just as despair and fear threatened to engulf everyone, Qin Feng's voice resonated through the air. There was no sign of panic on his face. He was fixated on the second announcement on his watch, his gaze profound. The first announcement detailed the dire consequences of failure, while the second illuminated how we ought to survive in the face of impending doom. He raised his head and surveyed the crowd, declaring that in 72 hours, catastrophic weather phenomena would materialize, ranging from torrential floods that could drown everything, to frigid blizzards capable of freezing all life, or searing droughts that would incinerate all in their path. Qin Feng paused, his tone growing heavier, each word resonating within the hearts of his listeners. The duration of these calamities remained unknown. It could last a day or stretch to a week. Therefore, we must utilize these 72 hours to prepare for the worst. He scanned the pale faces around him and finally uttered a resolute command. Stockpile all possible resources and arm ourselves to the teeth. Disaster will either bury us entirely or serve as a stepping stone to our ascent. Everyone, prepare for battle. Chapter 200, Wang Ming's terrifying prophecy, an endless cycle of death. As his words fell, the suffocating silence in the camp did not dissipate immediately. The remnants of fear continued to gnaw at the very marrow of each individual. Lin Yihan instinctively glanced at Qin Feng, the flickering flames of the campfire illuminating the contours of his profile. His eyes were devoid of any wavering or alarm, as if he could shoulder the weight of the world should it come crashing down. Yet this time, Lin Yihan did not seek refuge in him as she had in the past. Instead, her thoughts turned to the chicken coop they had painstakingly constructed. The two small eggs symbolizing hope, and the sweat shed while building the cattle shed together. These were the fruits of their own labor, their home. Why should it be destroyed by an unknown disaster? A surge of defiance and tenacity arose within her, dispelling the chill of fear. She slowly straightened her back, biting her lip tightly, her eyes glimmering with determination. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Hina, having recently endured life and death trials, looked at Wang Ming and Xun Lai, at the composed Qin Feng, and even at the injured Leng Yu, who had clenched her fists anew. The fear within them began to be replaced by a force known as camaraderie. We are not fighting alone. At that moment, Wang Ming seemed to recall something suddenly. He raised his head with a hint of terror in his eyes. Wait, I've thought of something. Damn it, what if it triggers a chain reaction? A chain reaction? Xun Lai furrowed his brow. Think about it. Wang Ming exclaimed, slapping his thigh eagerly. This damned rule states that catastrophic weather will arrive after 72 hours. When that cursed weather hits, surely many will perish, right? And at that point, it won't just be Hama Nation that suffers. If several nations' contestants die, wouldn't new disasters emerge one after another, endlessly? Though Wang Ming's words were coarse, they struck like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the chaotic thoughts of the crowd, leaving everyone gasping in shock. Qin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the second announcement on his watch, his deep-set eyes glimmering with intensity. He lifted his head, realizing that Wang Ming was indeed correct. This could very well be a cycle of death. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear. The emergence of catastrophic weather would significantly elevate the mortality rate among all competitors. Should any nation's participants perish entirely, that nation would be obliterated. Each obliteration could potentially ignite the next disaster, or even a more formidable one. We are unaware of the mechanism behind this cycle, but in the worst-case scenario, the wilderness continent's environment could deteriorate with each nation's decline, ultimately transforming into a desolate realm where no one could survive, until only a handful, or perhaps a solitary nation remained. Yet, regardless of what may transpire, let us not succumb to fear. Let us not despair. We must unite. Indeed, what use is fear? What purpose does despair serve? They are the hope of the Dragon Nation. Behind them lies the fate of over 1 billion compatriots. Yes, damn it. Wang Ming sprang to his feet, his eyes aflame with determination. What of natural disasters? In my past, I have braved monstrous waves over 10 meters high. What is there to fear now? Undoubtedly. Leng Yu also rose, her gaze sharpening once more. We are soldiers. Our mission is to fight until the very last moment. Zhou Yi and Sun Hao exchanged a glance, silently clenching their fists. Lin Yihan took a deep breath, beginning to quietly tally the dwindling food supplies, her mind racing to calculate how to stretch them further. Witnessing the rekindled spirit of the group, Qin Feng's tense features softened slightly. He resumed his seat, picking up a warm ear of corn, and calmly declared, the plan remains unchanged. Tomorrow at dawn, I, Wang Ming, and Xun Lai shall take Jingzhe and venture forth to hunt and seek out oak trees. The rest shall remain at the camp to reinforce defenses and process today as harvest. Not a moment shall be wasted. Understood. The group responded in unison. The evening meal concluded in an atmosphere of solemn resolve, with no one uttering another word. Yet, every action became swift and efficient. Once finished, they immediately began to tidy up, preparing tools for the morrow and checking weapons, as if fueled by inexhaustible energy. As night deepened, Qin Feng assigned Xun Lai and himself to guard the first half of the night. Xun Lai, clutching a spade, leaned against the sentry tower, his vigilant gaze scanning the darkened jungle, while Qin Feng sat beside the campfire, adding a substantial log to the flames. Watching the flickering fire, his mind raced with thoughts of the demise of Hama Nation and the countdown to disaster, all signaling that this wilderness survival would soon enter a bloody and brutal phase of elimination. He was uncertain of what they would encounter the following day, or what challenges awaited them in 72 hours, torrential rain and floods, the need to address drainage and high-ground shelter, food requiring waterproof storage, frigid blizzards. A substantial amount of firewood and thicker garments are essential. The shelter must be completely sealed to prevent heat loss. In the face of drought and sweltering heat, access to water becomes paramount, necessitating an ample reserve of drinking water while considering methods to cool the livestock. Uncertain if the masterful weather perception could provide any insight, he gazed at the flickering flames, closed his eyes, and pushed his extraordinary ability to its utmost limits. His senses traversed the nearby woods, crossed undulating hills, capturing the direction of the wind, subtle variations in air humidity, and the distant trajectory of cloud movements. He sought, searching for the faintest hint of the cataclysm that could overturn everything in just 72 hours. Was it a portent of bitter cold, or merely the prelude to torrential rain? Though the present was calm, Qin Feng knew that beneath the tranquility brewed a storm capable of consuming all. He needed to foresee even the slightest clue. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, billions of viewers remained awake through the night. The announcement of Hama's erasure shocked the entire Blue Star. Countless individuals flooded into the live stream of Hama's contestants, only to be met with a screen of dark static. Panic and despair spread globally. Yet, when they switched to the Dragon Kingdom's contestants' live stream, they witnessed the transformation in Qin Feng's camp, where the initial shock and fear evolved into a renewed fighting spirit, diligently preparing for survival. The bonfire, ablaze in the darkness, became the solitary beacon of hope for countless souls in the Dragon Kingdom. Damn it! My legs turned to jelly from fright, but seeing Qin Feng and the others, I suddenly felt fearless. Right. What is there to fear? When have we, the Dragon people, ever cowered before natural disasters? You controlled the waters, and Hui shot down the suns. Our ancestors did not believe in such superstitions. 72 hours. Brothers. There is nothing we can do but trust them. Let us pray for them. Qin Feng, Wang Meng, Leng Yu, all Dragon Kingdom contestants must hold on. We await your return. As night deepened, unidentifiable howls from wild beasts echoed in the distant mountains, adding an air of eeriness and unease to the wilderness poised for monumental change. Chapter 201. We need everything now. We do not disdain anything. As dawn broke, the camp was filled with rustling sounds. Qin Feng descended from the watchtower, finding others already busy by the bonfire. Lin Yihan was carefully adding wood to the fire, her movements deliberate, fearful of waking anyone. Up so early, Qin Feng crouched beside the fire, warming his hands. I can't sleep. Lin Yihan glanced back at him, urgency lacing her voice. I feel as though time is slipping away. I wonder if heavy rain and floods arrive, will our shelter be high enough? How should we store food to prevent dampness and mold? Wang Ming emerged from the shelter, rubbing his bloodshot eyes, clearly having had a restless night as well. I was thinking, if we face a scorching hot day, should we move to the creek or dig a cellar? At that point, we might just bake alive. Qin Feng nodded, committing their words to memory. Soon, everyone awoke without the need for prompting. Each individual instinctively understood their role, although Leng Yu was still recuperating. She had begun to inspect weapons. Zhao Ziqian sat by the campfire, assisting in organizing ropes and tools, while Shun Lai silently arranged the backpacks within the shelter. His movements efficient. Today's plan unfolded as Qin Feng stood and surveyed the group. I will take Wang Ming, Sun Hao, and Jingzhe to hunt for prey and acorns. Shun Lai, we cannot afford to be without combat strength in the camp. You will remain here to protect it, or safeguard Yihan and the others as they gather corn. Upon hearing this, Shun Lai immediately rose, nodding firmly in acknowledgement. Understood. Yihan, Hina, you will accompany Shun Lai to the cornfield. Gather as much as you can, regardless of size. Bring it all back. Lin Yihan responded promptly. Okay, brother Qin Feng. Other injured members reinforced the defenses, used dirt to fill the gaps in the shelter and bind the fence with vines. Qin Feng paused, emphasizing, remember, every minute is precious. In unison, everyone replied, without a hint of complaint or reluctance. Qin Feng donned the makeshift crossbow, securing a dagger at his waist. Wang Ming hefted their sole axe, while Sun Hao carried ropes and rudimentary tools. Jingzhe, come here. Qin Feng called to the little wolf, who immediately scampered over, nuzzling against Qin Feng's leg. Today, you must behave. No unnecessary barking, understood? Qin Feng crouched down to meet Jingzhe's gaze. We need to stealthily seek out prey. If you bark, they will flee. Jingzhe let out a soft whimper in response. Let us set off. The trio and their wolf departed the camp, heading towards the salt pool. As they watched them leave, Shun Lai addressed Lin Yihan and Hina. We should also move. His words were few, yet the steely glint in his eyes provided an unparalleled sense of security to the two women. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the dense forest was heavy with humidity. The leaves underfoot yielded softly with each step, and occasionally, distant bird calls could be heard, hinting at the presence of wildlife. Qin Feng pointed towards the salt pool. When Shun Lai and I went yesterday, we observed numerous animal tracks. Wang Ming nodded. Let us hope we encounter a sizable creature. Perhaps a wild boar. Do not overthink it. We will take whatever we find, Qin Feng replied, keenly observing their surroundings. Now is not the time for selectivity. After approximately half an hour, Jingzhe suddenly halted, sniffing the ground, emitting a low growl from his throat. Qin Feng immediately signaled for silence, and Wang Ming and Sun Hao tightened their grips on their weapons. He crouched down, parting the damp leaves to reveal several clear hoof prints in the mud. He measured them with his fingers. Sheep tracks, fresh and no more than half an hour old. Judging by the prints, it appeared to be a single animal, not particularly large. Wang Ming's eyes brightened, and he whispered, we have found potential prey. Regardless of size, let us seize this opportunity. Sun Hao scanned the surroundings, ever vigilant. Just one? Could there be a pack of wolves following? The tracks appeared stable, showing no signs of panic. Qin Feng rose to his feet, casting a scrutinizing gaze towards the direction in which the hoofprints extended. It is safe. Let us proceed with caution, he instructed. The trio and their wolf companion moved stealthily, closely following the trail. Not long after, they stumbled upon a goat, nibbling on tender leaves behind a thicket. The goat, rather diminutive in size, bore a pronounced outline of its ribs, appearing quite emaciated. Wang Ming curled his lip in disdain, thinking, so thin? Yet even the slenderest mosquito leg is still meat. especially in the current circumstances. As Qin Feng raised his crossbow, just as he was about to pull the trigger, the frail goat suddenly lifted its head, alertly gazing in their direction. It had not detected their presence. Rather, a swift shadow darted forth behind it, an eager lynx. Damn, there's competition for the meal. Wang Ming muttered under his breath, grasping his axe, ready to hurl it at the lynx. However, Qin Feng reacted more swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, he adjusted his aim from the goat to the leaping lynx. With a whoosh, the bolt soared through the air, striking the lynx squarely in the abdomen. The lynx let out a piercing shriek, rolling on the ground a few times before falling silent. The startled goat, in a frenzy, bolted deeper into the forest. Jingzhe, go! Qin Feng commanded sharply. Jingzhe darted forth like an arrow released from a bow, skillfully navigating the terrain until it cornered the terrified goat against a rocky wall, where Qin Feng swiftly ended its plight with another arrow. Sun Hao, observing from the sidelines, felt a jolt in his heart, gaining a deeper appreciation for Qin Feng's prowess. The synergy between man and beast left him astounded. Wang Ming, neglecting the goat for the moment, approached the lifeless lynx, giving it a gentle kick and exclaiming, "This fellow looks quite robust." He bent down to lift the lynx, shaking it in the sunlight, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I can't say if lynx meat is tender, but just look at this fur. Glossy and immaculate, not a single stray hair. Let's have Yihan sew a wrist guard for me, or perhaps 2 neck wraps. Her wrist does have an old injury, and it might come in handy when the cold sets in. Having said that, he tossed the lynx over his shoulder and ambled toward the goat, disdainfully kicking it. Look at you, so gaunt you're practically all bones. A strong wind could blow you away. Wang Ming scoffed, yet he nonetheless hoisted the goat onto his shoulder. But at this juncture, any food is a blessing. We can't leave a single hair behind in this forest. With one in each arm, he effortlessly bore both the lynx and the goat on his shoulders, flashing a grin at Qin Feng. What a great start, my brother. We've only just set out and already caught 2. Qin Feng merely nodded, calmly replacing the bolt in his crossbow as he replied, the lynx's pelt is more valuable than its meat. Let us move on. We still need to locate an oak tree. Although they had managed to catch a small amount of game, they were still far from their goal. The group pressed deeper into the woods. Unfortunately, for over half an hour, they encountered no signs of large animals. Just as Wang Ming began to grow impatient, Qin Feng, leading the way, halted his steps. He gazed up at the towering trees before him and reached out to touch the deep brown bark, marked with profound cracks. Eureka! Wang Ming and Sun Hao immediately gathered around him, observing the vast area filled with unfamiliar towering trees. Is this oak? Wang Ming struck the trunk with the handle of his axe, producing a dull thud. Wow, this wood is remarkably sturdy. Old Zhou's craftsmanship has found its purpose. Qin Feng nodded, pointing to a tree thick enough for a single person to embrace. This one is just right. Its age is suitable. And the wood is dense, an excellent material for making barrels. Without hesitation, Wang Ming swung his axe to chop. Thud. The impact reverberated through his hands, leaving them tingling. This thing is quite hard. As the 3 took turns chopping, Qin Feng suddenly called for a halt. Wait. He leaned closer to the gash in the tree and extracted a chunk of semi-solid, deep brown resin, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Is this tree oil? Sun Hao inquired, filled with curiosity. No. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's tree gum. Only oak trees of superior quality produce this. This substance serves as a natural, powerful adhesive and waterproof coating, far more reliable than our vine bindings. With this, our barrels will be truly watertight. Moreover, it has numerous other uses. The 3 resumed their efforts, sweat soaking their backs, yet none complained of fatigue. The axe blades dulled, but their resolve remained unwavering. With a resounding crack and a shower of splinters, the oak tree crashed to the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. At that moment, a cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed in their minds. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom contestant Qin Feng has successfully felled a high-quality oak tree, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Reward. A random generation of 10,000 high-quality oak trees within the Dragon Kingdom. The announcement reverberated in their minds, and Wang Ming plopped down onto the ground, wiping sweat and wood shavings from his face, grinning broadly. Hey, we've just added some wealth to our country. Sun Hao exhaled deeply, a weary yet satisfied smile gracing his face. This was not their first experience with returns, and the initial exhilaration had faded. However, even if it was merely 10,000 trees, every little bit contributes to the greater good of the Dragon Kingdom. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Here it comes again. Another 10,000-fold return. Brothers, don't underestimate these 10,000 trees. Exactly. I just saw a report from National Geographic. Thanks to those grass seeds and shrubs returned earlier, a green belt spanning several kilometers has emerged on the edge of the desert in our northwest. See, this is the result of accumulating small gains. In those days, we regarded each blade of grass and every tree as insignificant. Yet now, reflecting upon the offerings returned by the Qin deities, it becomes evident that each item subtly transforms our national fate. This is the true manifestation of contemporary contributions that benefit generations to come. Chapter 202, The Alarm Sounds in the Camp. In the wilderness, Qin Feng approached the fallen oak tree, rapping his knuckles against its stout trunk, his brow furrowing slightly. What troubles you, brother Qin Feng? Sun Hao discerned his seriousness. It's too heavy, Qin Feng replied succinctly. We must remove all branches and transport only the trunk. Let us get to it. Wang Ming sprang from the ground, swinging his axe once more. The ensuing tasks proved to be more intricate than merely felling a tree. The thick branches were hewn with the axe, while the finer twigs were entrusted to Sun Hao, who expertly utilized a spade. Wood shavings flew about, and sweat poured like rain. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Feng remained silent, resolutely swinging his axe. Each strike landed precisely in the same notch, his efficiency surpassing that of Wang Ming by several folds. After over an hour, the massive oak was finally transformed into a colossal log. Qin Feng produced a length of rope, his fingers deftly tying a complex knot at one end of the log. He then tugged at the rope, causing the knot to tighten firmly around the wood. Pull. The three men exerted their strength, veins bulging, straining every muscle. 1, 2, heave. Wang Ming bellowed, his neck reddening. The heavy oak, upon the carpet of fallen leaves, emitted a dull scraping sound, barely moving half a meter. This is impossible. It's too heavy. Sun Hao gasped, panting heavily. At this rate, we won't reach the camp before nightfall. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on several thinner branches. He approached and chopped 2 logs, each the thickness of an arm, and placed them beneath the trunk to serve as rollers. With the rollers in place, the resistance significantly diminished. Let us try again. This time, the oak began to move more smoothly, though progress remained slow. A glimmer of hope emerged. The three pushed and pulled, forging a new path through the forest. Jingjia remained vigilant, patrolling the area and occasionally emitting low growls to ward off startled wildlife. After dragging the log for nearly a kilometer, Wang Ming and Sun Hao reached their limits. Just as Qin Feng signaled for a break, Jingjia, who had been trailing closely, abruptly halted. It did not face any direction in the forest, but rather lifted its head abruptly toward the gray, overcast sky, emitting a deep, unsettling growl that resonated with unease. A chill ran through Qin Feng's heart as he instinctively looked up. The sky remained unchanged, yet an inexplicable coldness lingered in the air. Do you sense that the atmosphere has shifted? Qin Feng's voice was barely a whisper. Shifted? What do you mean? Wang Ming plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, gasping for breath. It looks the same to me. I feel like it's getting hotter. I'm drenched and uncomfortable. Sun Hao shook his head, leaning against the tree trunk, his complexion paling. Indeed, brother Qin Feng, there's no breeze. It feels stifling. Their reactions were entirely understandable. In an instant, Qin Feng comprehended the situation. They were oblivious to the chilling aura that only he could perceive. It was a mastery of meteorological intuition. Could it be that the impending disaster, marked by a countdown of 72 hours, was not torrential rain or sweltering heat, but rather an extreme cold? Meanwhile, at the cornfield camp, the atmosphere did not descend into silence after Shun Lai and the others departed. Zhao Ziqian ascended the watchtower, vigilantly surveying the surrounding thicket. In the center of the camp, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged, surrounded by resilient vines, diligently preparing to reinforce the fence. Beside him, Leng Yu was equally industrious, sharpening wooden sticks with a dagger to fashion deadly stakes to be placed around the perimeter of the enclosure. The sunlight illuminated her focused profile, and the icy demeanor that typically surrounded her seemed to thaw slightly. Miss Leng Yu, perhaps you should take a break. Your complexion appears rather pale, Zhou Yi remarked. Unable to restrain himself. I am fine, Leng Yu replied calmly, lifting her gaze. What about you? Shouldn't you rest a bit? Zhou Yi sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head, yet his hands continued their work. There is no time for rest. If it weren't for brother Qin Feng and you all, we would have long become fertilizer for the forest. Now that I have the opportunity to contribute, I feel a sense of relief. Leng Yu paused in her task, glancing up at Zhao Ziqian, who stood erect in the watchtower, and then at Zhou Yi, who was engrossed in his labor. She recalled the despair of that night in the cave and the striking figure of Qin Feng, akin to a celestial warrior descending from the heavens. Here, each individual was indispensable. We are a collective, she stated softly, as if addressing both Zhou Yi and herself. Zhou Yi nodded solemnly, choosing not to speak further. Yet his pace quickened. Just then, a piercing whistle sliced through the camp's tranquility, akin to a searing needle piercing the air. The sound emanated from the watchtower, an alarm. With a swift motion, both Leng Yu and Zhou Yi sprang into action, abandoning their tasks to seize the spears and throwing darts meticulously arranged beneath the watchtower. Their gazes were sharp as blades, fixed intently upon Zhao Ziqian in the tower. Simultaneously, several kilometers away in the cornfield, Lin Yihan and He Na, engrossed in harvesting corn, were jolted by the sudden shriek. Shun Lai, standing guard at a height, underwent a dramatic change in expression. He spun around, facing the camp, and for the first time, a terrifying glint flickered in his otherwise tranquil eyes. Not good. There is trouble at the camp. Before he could finish speaking, Shun Lai leapt from his perch like a cheetah, grabbing a combat shovel propped against a tree, and issued a curt command to the two women. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yihan and He Na dropped the corn in their arms, swiftly grasped their weapons, and hurriedly followed Shun Lai as they raced toward the camp. Within the camp, Leng Yu had already dashed to the base of the watchtower, looking up and demanding, Zhao Ziqian. Location. Enemy numbers. From the watchtower, Zhao Ziqian's voice responded, unwavering and imbued with an intense calmness that belied the gravity of the situation. In the southeast, 300 meters away, 3 figures, 2 women and 1 man, were drawing near. Their nationalities remained obscured. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Ziqian swiftly descended the ladder from the watchtower, seizing a spear with deftness as he assumed a combat stance. His growth was evident to the naked eye. Leng Yu, refraining from further inquiries, leaped forward with agility, scaling the watchtower in a few deft movements to personally assess the enemy's situation. Chapter 203. Do they dare to leverage our alliances against us? Have they no shame? Leng Yu's ascent to the watchtower was executed with precision and grace. Now, kneeling on one knee, she rested her crossbow against the guardrail. Peering through the external sight at the tree leaned 200 meters away, the 2 women, clad in ill-fitting garments stained with darkened blood, were the very Egyptian women Zhao had previously released at the lighthouse's encampment. Of course, Leng Yu did not recognize them. At this moment, They bore expressions of trepidation. Trailing behind the man, he was a robust figure with brown skin and naturally curly hair, wearing a disconcertingly confident smile. Upon noticing movement atop the watchtower, instead of exhibiting caution, he raised his hand and waved boisterously, as if greeting an old friend. This bizarre scene caused Lung Yu to frown slightly. She refrained from issuing a warning. In the wilderness, any unknown approach equated to a threat. Her fingers rested lightly on the trigger, unwavering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sharp sounds pierced the air as crossbow bolts struck the ground, less than a meter in front of the trio. The 2 Egyptian women shrieked in terror, their faces turning ashen as they instinctively cowered behind the man. He, too, was startled by this sudden turn of events. His smile faltered as he glanced back at the frightened women, muttering a curse under his breath. Yet, he quickly donned a smug expression, audaciously pinching one of the women on the rear. What are you afraid of? These are the people of Longwa. They thrive on such theatrics, trying to establish dominance. He patted his chest, lowering his voice in a boastful manner to the trembling women. Fear not. It is merely because they do not yet know who I am. I am Ali Raza, hailing from Bikigwo. Longwa and Bikigwo are the best of friends. As he spoke, he brazenly squeezed one of the woman's waist. Leering as he leaned closer to her ear, when the time comes, the leader of Longwa will undoubtedly provide us with the finest sanctuary. A calamity is approaching. The 3 of us shall reside together, keeping warm and no longer worrying about food. It turned out that after Zhao Feng had driven the 2 women away, they were frequently pursued by the ferocious beasts of the wilderness. Believing themselves doomed, they unexpectedly encountered Ali Raza, who, with a few remnants of roasted meat, easily bartered for their bodies. For them, though they carried corn for sustenance, the allure of meat was simply irresistible. Upon hearing that this bountiful land had been occupied by the Dragon Kingdom's people, who had established a vast encampment, Ali Raza was immediately struck with inspiration. With a mere 72 hours until calamity struck, he needed to seek a sturdy ally. In his estimation, with the illustrious reputation of his old friend, the Iron Brother, coupled with the Dragon Kingdom's absurd sense of camaraderie, he could easily command respect and resources. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom was notoriously hospitable, particularly towards their steadfast allies, which would ensure that he would be well-fed and well-treated. He even envisioned himself, through this identity, ascending to a minor leadership role within the Dragon Kingdom's camp, especially since, in the absence of any overt provocation, this veneer of alliance would serve as his finest shield. The Dragon Kingdom would surely care about their image in the global broadcasts, thus refraining from taking violent action against representatives of a brotherly nation, thereby exposing their vulnerability. Hence, he swaggered forward with the 2 women he deemed his personal possessions. He adjusted his attire and cleared his throat, preparing to announce his identity and engage in amicable negotiations. Who goes there? A cold, authoritative voice rang out from the side. Ali turned to see 3 figures racing towards him from the direction of the cornfield. Leading the charge was a tall, stern-looking man wielding a gleaming entrenching tool, none other than Shun Lai. Behind him, Lin Yihan and Hina also brandished weapons, their expressions vigilant. Shun Lai, unfamiliar with these individuals, stepped forward, the blade of his entrenching tool angled ominously towards the ground, exuding an unyielding pressure. Who are you? From which nation do you hail? What is your purpose here? Shun Lai's voice was as devoid of warmth as his demeanor. Ali Raza's eyes brightened upon spotting 3 more Dragon Kingdom citizens, 2 of whom were strikingly attractive women. Just as he was about to initiate a friendly rapport, a chilling female voice interrupted. You again? Lin Yihan, stepping beside Shun Lai, cast her sharp gaze at Ali Raza, completely disregarding the 2 women, her spear subtly adjusting its angle to form a concealed crossfire line with Shun Lai's entrenching tool. In a hushed tone, she informed Shun Lai, Brother Shun, they are from the Aegis Nation, previously enslaved by the Lighthouse Nation. Brother Qin Feng provided them with sustenance to escape and warned them against returning. This man is a new face. Upon hearing this, Shun Lai's gaze shifted back to Ali Raza, becoming increasingly perilous. It was clear that he was a stray dog, driven away by others, now seeking a new master. What were his intentions? Was he here to seize territory? Ali Raza, upon hearing Lin Yihan's words, felt his pride wounded. He straightened his posture and declared loudly, this is all a misunderstanding. My dear lady, I am Ali Raza from the Pakistan nation. Our 2 countries are brothers. I have heard that my Dragon Kingdom brothers have established a camp here, and I have come to seek refuge. With calamity approaching, we should unite. Pakistan. Shun Lai hesitated for a moment, his grip on the entrenching tool faltering slightly, as uncertainty washed over him. Should he kill him? It was merely a matter of a single strike. However, Shun Lai temporarily dismissed this notion. In the absence of Qin Feng, the unwarranted killing of a purportedly friendly ally's contestant would place Longwa in a precarious position in the court of global opinion. The individuals from the Lighthouse Nation were already vexed, seeking a pretext for attack. This was not merely a matter of responsibility, but rather an imprudent tactical decision to introduce an uncontrollable political variable before a natural disaster struck. A legitimate reason for the act must be established, one that would leave the global audience speechless. Shun Lai chuckled coldly within, yet maintained an impassive exterior. In the live stream of Longwa, the comments exploded. Kill. Who cares which country they belong to? Those who are not of our kin must have different hearts. Just look at that man as shifty eyes. He can't be a good person. Calm down upstairs. That's our ally Batai, one of the few true friends we have on Blue Star. We cannot act recklessly. Friendship my foot. This is a battlefield of national fortunes. Do you think this is a banquet? Mercy will lead to the demise of all. Didn't you see those 2 women returning? They are a calamity. Shun Lai is right. Hold off for now and observe the situation. If he dares to act recklessly, we can strike later. I trust Xun Lai's judgment. Indeed. With Qin Shen absent, Xun Lai and Leng Yu are the backbone of the camp. Whatever they decide, we support. I'm a bit worried. Although Xun Lai and Leng Yu are strong, will they be constrained by the label of ally? Have no fear. Leng Yu on the watchtower hasn't lowered her crossbow. This duo is well aware of what to do. Let us stay calm and watch the show. On the watchtower, Leng Yu had yet to lower her crossbow. As a soldier of Longhua, she had to consider the repercussions of killing an ally-s contestant under global scrutiny. It could lead to troublesome public opinion, providing a pretext for the wolves from the Lighthouse Nation and Yamado to attack Longhua. Thus, she could not kill without justification. She required a reason, one that would leave the entire world speechless. For instance, disregarding Xun Lai's warning and forcefully breaching the gates, or even attacking Xun Lai directly. Chapter 204, Dare to block my door? Wang Ming's fury. At this moment, Xun Lai pondered for a moment before signaling Lin Yihan and He Na to enter first. The camp's gate creaked open as Zhao Ziqian pulled it ajar from within. Upon seeing the door open, Ali Raza's smile widened even further. He raised an eyebrow at the two women behind him, as if to say, see, I told you, Longhua people are all about face, especially in front of the world. He even tidied his stained collar, cleared his throat, and confidently stepped forward, ready to accept his brother's warm hospitality. However, just as he lifted his foot, halt. Xun Lai stepped forward, his engineer's shovel striking the ground with a clang. The solid wooden handle blocked Ali's path. You will wait outside. Xun Lai's voice was devoid of emotion. Do not move, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After speaking, he noticed Lin Yihan and the others had already entered. He waved at Zhao Ziqian and remained outside, confronting the three. The heavy wooden door, under Aliliza's astonished and furious gaze, thunderously shut. The resounding bang of the closing door struck Aliliza like a sharp slap to the face. His facial muscles twitched violently, and that brilliant smile froze, transforming into a pallid expression of rage. What was this? Was this the hospitality of a brotherly nation? To lock him, a guest from a friendly nation, outside like a beggar? A surge of humiliation and fury surged through him, and he clenched his fists, nearly bursting into a tirade. However, he was somewhat clever. Glancing at Xun Lai's impassive face and the engineer's shovel still embedded in the ground, he swallowed his words. To force his way in? That would be sheer folly. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he donned a mask of righteous indignation and shouted at the camp. Friends from Longhua, a natural disaster is approaching in 72 hours. Are you planning to let wild beasts devour me, a representative of our friendly nation, locked outside? Is this how you treat friends? The whole world is watching. Seeing no one responding, he recalibrated his emotions, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he bent toward Xun Lai. Casting a lewd glance at the two women behind him, he winked and said, Hey, brother, could you let your leader come out to meet me? Look, I also bring sincerity. How about we all enjoy the company of these two ladies together? We are all family, right? He deliberately emphasized the phrase old iron, attempting to exert pressure through this camaraderie. Xun Lai's eyelids flickered, and he squeezed out 3 words from his throat. Wait a moment. His tone was light, yet carried an undeniable chill. Aliliza's complexion shifted through shades of green and white, and ultimately, he sensibly chose to remain silent. Reluctantly retreating, he grabbed one of the Egyptian women into his embrace, his hands wandering inappropriately, muttering curses under his breath. The two women shrank back, too afraid to resist, their eyes flashing with a complex mix of emotions. Meanwhile, several kilometers away in the mountains, heavy oak logs carved deep ruts into the earth as they were dragged along with a rustling sound. Qin Feng, Wang Ming, and Sun Hao were straining to haul this massive object, sweat soaking their clothes, their arm muscles bulging and veins taut. Leading the way was Jingjia, moving with agility, occasionally glancing back at his struggling owner. Suddenly, it halted, ears perked up, nostrils flaring rapidly, and emitted a suppressed growl from its throat. It seemed to detect a familiar scent, and several unfamiliar odors emanating from the direction of the camp. Jingjia abruptly turned back, issuing a short, sharp bark at Qin Feng. The exerting Qin Feng paused, his gaze sharpening. Something was amiss. He released the vine rope and gestured for the others to pause, urging, everyone, put in more effort. Toward the camp, Wang Ming panted heavily, ready to utter words of encouragement, yet upon seeing Qin Feng's expression, he inquired, What troubles you, my brother? Is there a situation? Wang Ming dropped the rope and followed Qin Feng's gaze. The dense foliage obscured their view, but Jingjia paced restlessly, the growls emanating from his throat increasingly resonant, laden with foreboding. Jingjia had caught the scent of an intruder. Qin Feng's voice was grave as he swiftly ascended to a slightly elevated position, parting the underbrush to survey the camp. The distance rendered the outlines of the camp's wooden walls and several indistinct figures at the entrance barely discernible. Wang Ming moved closer, squinting, fixing his gaze on the horizon. It was those two women from Egypt. In an instant, recognition of their familiar silhouettes chilled his voice. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. They dared to return. Fury surged within Wang Ming. Who was that man beside them? He looked shifty. Qin Feng's gaze lingered momentarily on the man's sleeve. The insignia suggested he hailed from Pakistan. Pakistan? Wang Ming gasped, then erupted in a tirade. Damn it. I told those women to leave, and now they dare to return with backup? What are they plotting? Let us go see what mischief they intend. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng commanded, Jingjia, stay back and protect Sun Hao. Wu. Yes. Sun Hao immediately tightened his grip on his weapon, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Before his words faded, Qin Feng and Wang Ming had already surged forward, racing toward the camp. In the highest command center of Long Country, a massive screen vividly displayed the standoff at the entrance of Qin Feng's camp. General, this Ali Raza has been shouting outside, creating a detrimental impact. The aide, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, frowned deeply. Pakistan has expressed concern through diplomatic channels, urging us to handle the situation appropriately and ensure the safety of their contestants during today's communication. Handle it appropriately? An eagle-eyed hawkish general, adorned with the insignia of rank, scoffed, slamming his fist onto the table. How do we handle it? Let them in. An unknown man accompanied by 2 women personally expelled by Comrade Chin Feng. Who knows what his intentions are? This is a battle for the fate of the nation. Lives are at stake. There is no room for sentiment. The bespectacled aide was momentarily silenced, yet he steeled himself, lowering his voice to add, however, they are contestants from Pakistan. If we were to kill them at the camp's entrance, international opinion would turn sharply against us. He paused, his voice dropping further. Moreover, the high-purity aluminum required for our weaponry and machinery, along with over 40% of our cotton textiles, has been imported from Pakistan during this period. Should they use this as an excuse? Though the words remain unspoken, the implication is unmistakable. The athletes from Pakistan have received substantial returns of cotton and aluminum, benefits that our compatriots have yet to secure. International relations resemble an invisible web, ensnaring the thoughts of certain individuals. Preposterous, bellowed a hawkish general, his finger jabbing accusatorily at the advisor. What matters more now, resources or our very heads? If Comrade Chin Feng falls, Dragon Nation is lost. What else left to discuss regarding import trade? Have you lost your senses? In the conference room, contentious debates raged, the atmosphere thick with tension. All eyes eventually converged on the silent elder at the forefront. The seasoned general gazed intently at the screen, his fingers rhythmically drumming against the table. He regarded Shun Lai's stern visage and the unmoving figure of Lung Yu atop the watchtower, a flicker of approval passing through his murky eyes. With Chin Feng absent, they were managing admirably. Finally, the general spoke, his voice soft yet commanding enough to silence the room. Since we have granted him the authority to make decisive choices, we must place our trust in him. He paused, his gaze sweeping across every individual present, his tone resolute. Relay my orders to the Pakistani embassy. Today is the day for communication with our athletes. Inform them that we have already advised our participants to treat their counterparts with humanitarian spirit. However, in the wilderness, where survival is unpredictable, the ultimate decision lies with our athletes themselves. As for this Ali Raza, a cold smirk curled at the corners of the general's mouth. Not only Pakistan, but even the son of the president from the Beacon Nation, should he pose a threat to us, will become mere fertilizer in that forest. Yes. As the orders were issued, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The general's stance epitomized the sentiment of Dragon Nation. Our people, we shall protect ourselves. At the camp's entrance, Alareza's face was already etched with impatience, just as his tolerance was nearing its limit, and he prepared to shout once more. A flurry of footsteps erupted from the dense thicket behind him, accompanied by the rustle of leaves swept aside with haste. Shun Lai's calm gaze finally stirred with a hint of anticipation, his taut shoulders relaxing at that moment. They have arrived. In the next instant, 2 figures burst forth from the forest. The leading youth was agile and handsome, yet his eyes bore an unsettling calmness. Following closely was a muscular man, his shoulders burdened with a slain goat, his face a mask of ferocity, none other than Wang Meng. Shun Lai subtly nodded in Chin Feng's direction, and Ali Raza immediately recognized that the youngest-looking man was the leader of this group. A broad smile of faux warmth spread across his face as he hastily adjusted his collar, striding forward and extending his hand. Friend, you must be their leader, correct? Greetings, I am Ali Raza from Pakistan. However, Chin Feng's gaze did not linger on the outstretched hand for even a moment. He walked past Ali Raza as if he were merely a wisp of air. Coming to a halt before Shun Lai, he inquired in a low voice, "What is the situation?" Ali Raza's hand remained awkwardly suspended in the air, his smile abruptly frozen, transforming into a pallor of anxiety. The 2 Egyptian women behind him trembled in fear, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Wang Meng, lacking Chin Feng's composure, hurled the goat resting on his shoulder to the ground with a loud thud, striding towards the 2 Egyptian women. With eyes wide as saucers, he thundered, "What the hell are you doing here? Did you think my last warning was merely a whisper in the wind?" The 2 Egyptian women were struck dumb by Wang Meng's imposing presence, trembling as they sought refuge behind Ali Raza. Although his ears buzzed from Wang Meng's roar, Ali Raza understood the protocol in such matters. Suppressing his humiliation and fury, he forced a smile. "Brother, no need for such anger. We are allies. Look, a natural disaster is imminent in 72 hours. We ought to unite and resist together. You see, you have such a splendid camp, and I have women." His gaze flickered to the plump goat on the ground, his throat involuntarily swallowing. He shifted his tone to one of increased camaraderie. "And we can share our provisions. I'll take charge of the camp's vigilance while you hunt. Friends share everything, right? Share my foot." Wang Meng's ire surged at these words. What nonsense was this? Arriving empty-handed to block their path and demanding to share their food and camp? He clenched his fist, the size of a cooking pot, the joints cracking ominously, ready to unleash a blow. Hey, Ali Raza exclaimed, startled, stepping back as he rapidly waved his wristwatch, which was broadcasting live. His voice rang out sharply. "The entire world is watching. Are you Dragon Kingdom competitors truly going to attack an ally in front of everyone? You wouldn't want your nation to be scorned and despised by all the countries on Blue Star, would you? Who would trade with you then?" Wang Meng's fist halted abruptly in midair, his heavy breathing echoing, his chest heaving in anger. At that moment, a hand gently pressed against his arm. Chin Feng had approached his side, having gathered the situation from Shun Lai. Since the competitor from Pakistan sought to leverage their alliance as a threat, he, too, had his own means to preserve the dignity of his nation while dealing with these vermin. The elder brother Wang Meng cast a reluctant glance at Qin Feng, who shook his head in response. Leaning closer, he whispered a few swift words audible only to the two of them. Initially taken aback, Wang Meng's fierce glare softened slightly as he listened to Qin Feng's counsel. His tightly clenched fist gradually loosened. Raising his gaze, he swept his eyes over Ali Raza's smug countenance before glancing at the cowering woman behind him. As he processed Qin Feng's strategy, his expression transformed. After a few moments, the ferocity on his face receded like the ebbing tide, replaced by an odd smile that blended cunning with a semblance of amusement, as though he were regarding a fool. With a broad grin, he slapped his forehead with a hand large as a paddle, bursting into hearty laughter at Ali Raza. Oh dear, look at my temper. My mind was clouded. Brother, you were absolutely right. This sudden shift not only stunned Ali Raza, but left the audience in the live stream bewildered. Wang Meng enthusiastically patted Ali Raza on the shoulder with such force that it nearly caused the latter to stumble. A friend from afar, what joy it brings. Just wait. I shall slay a goat to properly welcome you. With that, he grabbed the goat from the ground, hoisting it back onto his shoulder, and turned to retrace his steps. Qin Feng, meanwhile, offered Ali Raza a gentle smile. With his handsome features, the smile was quite beguiling. My brother is simply a bit too straightforward. Please do not take offense. In our dragon country, there is an old saying, when friends arrive, we offer fine wine. Since you are friends, we must extend the best hospitality. Please wait outside for a moment while we prepare your accommodations. We cannot let our friends sleep rough in the wilderness. As Ali Raza observed Wang Meng's retreating figure and then looked at Qin Feng's sincere smile, his doubts and humiliation dissipated like mist. He straightened his posture, pride and satisfaction shining on his face. Then I must trouble you. By the way, please make my shelter large enough, as there are 3 of us. He gestured towards the 2 women beside him. In the international live stream, public opinion swiftly shifted. I knew it. The people of Dragon Country are the most hospitable. That was surely a misunderstanding. Look, this is the grandeur of a great nation. Such friendliness towards friends. This brother from Pakistan is in for a treat. With both meat to eat and a secure shelter. I'm envious. Why am I not a friend of Dragon Country? Enjoying food and drink without any work. Qin Feng smiled and nodded at Ali Raza, then turned and entered the camp under the latter's triumphant gaze. The heavy wooden door slowly closed behind him with a resounding thud, isolating him from the outside world. In that instant, the smile on Qin Feng's face vanished completely, replaced by a chilling indifference. He turned to the approaching Shun Lai and others, his voice devoid of warmth. Everyone, in the live stream. As Qin Feng issued his command, the screens of all the live streaming watches in the camp dimmed instantly, severing the tumult and prying eyes from the outside world. The central bonfire blazed fiercely, casting flickering shadows on each person's face, and the atmosphere grew suddenly somber. Qin Feng, are you truly considering accepting them? Cold Moon descended from the watchtower and approached Qin Feng, her brow furrowed and her gaze imbued with a mixture of confusion and wariness. As a top-tier special forces soldier, she instinctively sensed danger. Lin Yihan and Hina also gathered around, their faces etched with concern. Brother Qin Feng, that man from Pakistan does not appear to be a good person. He seems like the type to mooch off others without contributing anything. And those 2 women. Lin Yihan bit her lip, recalling the venomous glares of the 2 Egyptian women when they were expelled. Shun Lai remained silent, merely clutching his entrenching tool while standing aside. Yet his gaze was similarly fixed on Qin Feng, awaiting an explanation. Accept them? A cold smirk tugged at the corners of Qin Feng's lips, and a glimmer of mockery flickered in his calm eyes. When did I ever say I would accept them? The crowd fell into silence, taken aback by his words. Shun Lai lifted his head, his icy voice resonating. Qin Feng, just speak plainly. How do you intend to deal with them so that the international community cannot reproach our dragon country? I am ready to take action. Qin Feng surveyed the group, his voice low yet clear, penetrating the ears of everyone present. To kill them outright would be too conspicuous. The entire world is watching, and we would be in the wrong, as they did not strike first. Refusing entry to that Pakistani man seems prudent. But if these 3 were to linger and cause disturbances, we would find it intolerable. Although our dragon country is currently formidable, there is no need to wield a knife for the sake of a few worthless individuals, handing ammunition to those seeking to provoke us. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone before continuing. However, if those 3 happen to be outside the camp and unfortunate enough to encounter a frenzied beast, one we have never seen before, adorned with horns, what concern is that of ours? If they were to be savaged, and we were compelled to intervene, the Pakistani nation would owe us compensation for any injuries sustained in the process. To kill is one thing, to strike at the heart is another. The moment his words fell, the entire camp descended into an oppressive silence. Everyone was stunned, contemplating what manner of horned beast had never been seen before. Could it be that Qin Feng had already learned to control the purifying beasts they had previously encountered? In the grand camp, several individuals exchanged glances, wide-eyed and perplexed, unsure of the implications of Qin Feng's statement. After a few seconds, Cold Moon was the first to react, a flicker of terrifying insight flashing in her eyes as if she had already deduced something. She lowered her voice and allowed a smile to grace her lips. So, what shall we do now? Proceed with your tasks, Qin Feng remarked lightly. Secure the fence. Those who are burning charcoal continue with your work. And those preparing meals should carry on without concern for the 3 individuals outside. Although a cloud of suspicion loomed over the group, their unwavering trust in Qin Feng compelled them to act promptly. Shun Lai hoisted his tools and quietly made his way to a corner of the camp. Resuming the sharpening of weapons, Lin Yihan and Hina exchanged glances before approaching the bonfire to prepare the ingredients. The camp soon regained its bustling and orderly atmosphere, as if the 3 unwelcome guests outside were non-existent. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had already dashed away with the goat, quickly locating Sun Hao, who was waiting at the spot, along with Jing Zhe, who was guarding the oak logs. Mingge, how did it go? Everything all right? Sun Hao inquired as he rushed to meet Wang Ming. All is well. Wang Ming grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. You stay here and watch the wood. Give me a bit more of that vine rope. He then untied a bundle of spare rope from Sun Hao's waist and turned to Jing Zhe, who was lying on the ground, feigning sleep. Jing Zhe, we're off. Come along to take care of some business. Jing Zhe did not lift his eyelids, flicking his tail in a haughty manner, reluctant to engage. Wang Ming remained unfazed, chuckling as he patted the hefty goat on his shoulder, lowering his voice as if luring a child with a secret. See this? Once we finish our task, the entire hind leg will be yours. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jing Zhe's ears perked up and he sprang to his feet, eagerly trotting after Wang Ming, his tail wagging like a rattle. Sun Hao watched the pair depart, scratching his head in confusion. What on earth is going on? Unable to comprehend, he settled down to guard the precious oak logs. Wang Ming, accompanied by Jing Zhe, traversed the woods for nearly 20 minutes until they reached a gently flowing stream. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he raised his wrist and decisively ended the live stream. What is happening? Meng Ge has ended the broadcast? Even the esteemed Qin Feng has closed his stream. What are they up to in the camp? What trickery is this? I sense something significant is about to unfold. No, it was just getting to the crucial moment. I want to see the goat slaughtered. I want to witness the Batai brothers feasting. Feasting on your Batai brothers? I have a feeling those three individuals are the ones in danger. The curiosity of the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream reached a fever pitch. By the stream, Wang Ming had drawn his dagger and skillfully began to process the goat. Blood stained the water, but would soon be washed away. He deftly detached the plumpest hind leg and tossed it to the eagerly waiting Jing Zhe, who clamped his jaws around it and scampered to the grassy area, devouring it with gusto, blood splattering everywhere while emitting satisfied growls. Wang Ming chuckled and moved closer to Jing Zhe, attempting to bond. He grabbed a handful of damp mud from the stream, mixed it with grass clippings, and without hesitation smeared it onto Jing Zhe's glossy black fur. Come here. Let me give you a new look, guaranteed to be dashing. As Jing Zhe was absorbed in its task, it paid no heed to Wang Ming's lewd advances, allowing him to indulge in his whims. Wang Ming's approach was rather crude. With both hands, he smudged the creature's sleek black fur with dirt, even going so far as to smear mud around Jing Zhe's eyes. Subsequently, he seized a pair of curved sheep horns, still glistening with remnants of flesh, and bound them tightly to Jing Zhe's head using resilient vines, meticulously wrapping the twine around its jaw to create the illusion that the horns grew naturally from its skull. Then, he draped several thick, moss-covered vines around Jing Zhe's neck and back, utterly distorting its once sleek wolfish silhouette, rendering it more bloated and grotesque in the dim light. At that moment, Jing Zhe was entirely transformed. The creature before him, muddied and unrecognizable, boasted a pair of menacing horns and bloodstains at its mouth. To any observer, it would appear as a monstrous entity risen from the depths of hell, completely dissociated from the majestic wolf it had once been. Wang Ming stepped back, admiring his handiwork, and could no longer contain his laughter. Ha! What the hell are you now? Even ghosts would take a detour. Jing Zhe, having finished the leg of lamb, licked its lips and, puzzled, raised its head to gaze at the cackling Wang Ming. The latter ceased his laughter, his expression turning serious as he pointed toward the camp, lowering his voice with an air of incitement. Go. Charge back. Do you see those three creatures at the entrance? Bite them to death. Hurry back after you're done. There's more meat to be had. Upon hearing the command to bite, Jing Zhe's emerald eyes narrowed instantaneously, its ears perked up, and a wave of bloodthirsty excitement surged within. It cared not for its grotesque appearance, and with a surge of power, it darted toward the camp like a streak of muddy lightning. At the camp's entrance, Ali Raza grew increasingly impatient, hands on his hips, shouting at the closed wooden doors. Friends inside. Are you ready yet? It doesn't have to be so complicated. Just roast a leg of lamb and set up a larger shelter. Behind him, two Egyptian women, witnessing the efforts of their Chinese counterparts, felt their worries dissipate. They began to envision a pleasant life within the camp, their bodies relaxing and their courage growing. One even dared to call out, yes, boil more water. We want to take a bath. Inside the camp, the busy individuals heard the raucous shouting from outside but didn't lift their heads, merely exchanging smiles. Lin Yihan spat on the ground in disdain, muttering softly, still wanting to bathe? How thick-skinned. As if you're so beautiful. I've barely had a few hot baths myself. Her endearing demeanor elicited laughter from Hina beside her. Yet she also sensed a hint of grievance and anticipation in Lin Yihan's tone. So, she paused her work and affectionately pinched Lin Yihan's slightly puffed-up cheek, her gaze tender. Silly girl, why bother getting angry over such people? They aren't worth it. I promise you. Hina spoke with an unusual seriousness. Once we have weathered this disaster, I shall ensure you enjoy a long, relaxing bath in warm water, as long as you desire. Her words warmed Lin Yihan's heart, and she added with a playful giggle. We three ladies can bathe together then. At that moment, Qin Feng raised his head, responding calmly to those outside the camp. Friends out there, do not be anxious. We are preparing your beds, it will be ready shortly. Hearing this, Ali Raza nodded in satisfaction and turned back to the two Egyptian women beside him, laughing and frolicking as they envisioned a bright future ahead. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the dense forest behind them, a roar that was neither a wolf's howl nor a tiger's growl, but a primal and ferocious bellow. What was that noise? Alaraze's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly glanced back. Chapter 207. The film Emperor Qin Feng? No, the hero Qin Feng. Within the camp, Qin Feng halted his actions. a slight smile gracing his lips. Here it comes. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to cease their tasks and gather at the gaps in the fence. A spectacular show was about to unfold. With a crash, the underbrush at the forest's edge was violently parted by a massive shadow. Then, a monstrous creature emerged into the trio's view. Its body was covered in a thick layer of yellow-brown mud, obscuring its fur, and it glistened with a wet sheen in the setting sun. Atop its head sprouted a pair of grotesquely curved, menacing horns that seemed entirely disproportionate to its body. Dark red stains marred its jaws, and its eerie green eyes fixed upon them with unabashed brutality. What in the world is that? Alirez's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mind a blank void. He could swear that no such creature existed in this rainforest. He had encountered bears, evaded wolves, and even faced down tigers, but this being was far beyond his comprehension. The live stream from Pakistan was instantly inundated with countless question marks and terrified comments. My heavens, what is that? A new breed of purification beast? It looks too horrifying. Run, Alireza, don't just stand there. Fear surged through Alirez's heart. It felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen in that moment. Run quickly. He let out a high-pitched scream, disregarding the two women behind him, and turned to dash toward the only escape route, the doorway to Qin Feng's camp, stumbling and rolling as he rushed forward. Open the door. Quickly, open the door. Help. There's a monster. He pounded desperately on the heavy wooden door with all his might, his voice laced with a desperate cry. Meanwhile, within the camp, Lin Yihan and Hina, having caught a glimpse of the fearsome beast through the fence's gaps, felt their hearts leap into their throats, instinctively gripping each other's arms tightly. However, in the next instant, upon recognizing those familiar emerald green eyes and the unmistakable tail that swayed like a rattle drum, Lin Yihan could no longer contain herself and let out a soft chuckle, only to immediately cover her mouth with her hand. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with astonishment and mirth as she leaned towards Hina and whispered breathlessly, "Oh my goodness. Brother Qin Feng and Brother Wang Ming are exceptionally talented. This is simply magnificent." Even the usually unflappable Lung Yu slightly tilted her head, her shoulders subtly quivering, as she struggled to suppress a smile that threatened to break forth. Even the reticent Shun Lai, clutching a shovel, tensed his arms, fixated on the monstrous figure above, his throat bobbing as he seemingly exerted all his strength to swallow back a grin. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon the instigator, Qin Feng. What on earth was going on in his mind that he could conceive such a thing? Meanwhile, Qin Feng's voice was laced with urgency. Quickly, friend. Oh no, the door latch seems jammed. Hold on, my friend. As he spoke, he leisurely fiddled with the latch, producing a series of clicking sounds, yet the door remained obstinately shut. In the blink of an eye, Jingjia had lunged before Alireza. Hurry up, it's coming. A foul wind is rushing towards us. Although terror enveloped Alireza, he was, after all, a survivor in this brutal wilderness. His instinct for survival surged forth. He let out a fierce roar, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist, ready to confront the beast with all his might. Come on, I'll fight you. But Jingjia offered him no chance for a desperate struggle, sinking its teeth into his wrist that clutched the dagger. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. With a sudden jerk of its head, an overwhelming force erupted. Thud! Alireza's entire right arm was violently wrenched from his shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the severed limb, dagger still in hand, traced a crimson parabola through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. An indescribable agony engulfed Alireza as he clutched his blood-soaked shoulder, letting out a wretched howl akin to a slaughtered pig, collapsing to the ground from the excruciating pain and blood loss. The live stream from Pakistan erupted in chaos. What kind of monster is this? My heavens, I've never seen such a creature. Alireza, run. At that moment, Qin Feng shouted, the door is broken and won't open. I'm coming out to save you. Hold on. No sooner had he spoken than, under the gaze of viewers worldwide, Qin Feng took a swift run up, leveraging the railing to propel himself, and like an agile leopard, effortlessly vaulted over the nearly 3-meter-high wooden barrier, landing steadily outside. Friend, hurry and save me. Kill this monster. Alireza, lying in a pool of blood, saw Qin Feng as if grasping the last lifeline, and with his remaining strength, he roared, it's up to you. Don't worry. Qin Feng's countenance was etched with gravity. It was his inaugural encounter with such a perilous beast, a monster charging toward him. With a thunderous shout, he fearlessly lunged at the grotesque creature. Jingjia, upon witnessing Qin Feng's advance, was engulfed in profound bewilderment, yet instinctively ceased its assault on Alireza to confront Qin Feng instead. In the astonished gaze of onlookers, Qin Feng and the beast clashed in an instant. They grappled and rolled, Qin Feng emitting fierce roars while the creature responded with deep, rumbling growls. To Alireza and the global audience, it appeared as a brutal struggle between man and beast. However, in reality, Jingjia was merely engaging in playful antics with Qin Feng. This mock battle was a frequent pastime in their camp, a means to foster camaraderie and hone reflexes. Jingjia only used its body to bump into Qin Feng, striking with its unarmed paws, refraining from employing any lethal force. With exuberance, Jingjia playfully bit Qin Feng's arm, albeit gently. The moment had arrived. A piercing scream erupted from Qin Feng as he was flung by the creature's might, crashing heavily against the barrier. Clutching his left arm, his visage contorted in agony. While Alireza, witnessing this, sank into utter despair. It was over. Even the leader of the Dragon Nation was no match for this monster. He watched helplessly as the beast, having repelled Qin Feng, turned its attention back to him. No, help! A wail escaped his throat as he scrambled backward on hands and feet, blood gushing from his severed arm, leaving a vivid trail on the ground. The twin torments of excruciating pain and terror pushed his sanity to the brink of collapse. He regretted it, truly regretted it. Why had he come here? Why had he provoked those from the Dragon Nation? The image of his earlier smugness flashed vividly in his mind, now appearing both clear and absurd. He believed himself clever, convinced he had deciphered the supposed vulnerabilities of the Dragon Nation's allies. He thought he could reside in their fortified camp effortlessly, reaping the fruits of others' labor while indulging in the company of women. But now, it was all over for him, completely finished. Chapter 208. Baki, with tears in his eyes, sacrifices flesh for the dragon. Meanwhile, the two Egyptian women behind him were already paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's defeat, they screamed, unleashing their primal instincts for survival, turning to flee desperately into the dense thicket. They believed that entering the forest would ensure their survival. Yet, how could they outrun Jingjia? Barely 20 meters into their flight, the mud-yellow flash rapidly closed in on the trailing woman. Sensing the shadow of death, she turned in terror, only to see a blood-soaked maw rapidly enlarging in her field of vision. A short, desperate scream pierced the wilderness. In the terrified gaze of another woman, her companion was seized by the monstrous creature, its jaws clamping down on her neck, flinging her into the air like a ragged sack. The sickening crack of a shattered vertebra resonated clearly. Overwhelmed by an abyss of dread, she surged forward with desperate speed, yet it was all in vain. She felt her footing falter, as if something had tripped her. When she struggled to look back, those haunting emerald eyes were already perilously close. The woman's scream barely escaped her throat before it was completely stifled by the metallic scent of blood flooding her nostrils. The world fell into a profound silence. Having completed its grim task, the creature sauntered back to the barely conscious Aliraza, who trembled violently, warmth pooling in his trousers as he succumbed to total incontinence. He gazed at the bloodied maw drawing nearer, his pupils constricting to pinpricks. A sharp crack echoed. That gaping mouth, precise and graceful, severed his neck. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of a stunned audience worldwide, this enigmatic and formidable beast darted into the depths of the forest, vanishing without a trace. As if it had never existed at all, the global audience was left in utter shock. Then, a tsunami of comments erupted. Oh my god, what just happened? What manner of creature was that? Horned, caked in mud, moving so swiftly it left after images. One blow. It only took one blow. The Dragon Kingdom's leader, Qin Feng, the man who could slay the elite of the Lighthouse Nation with his bare hands, was repelled with a single strike. How terrifying. How could such a powerful, purifying beast exist in this wilderness? In the Pakistani livestream, cries filled the air. Ali, our hero, Ali. Just like that, Dragon Kingdom. Why don't you open the doors? Why? Shut up upstairs. Can't you see? The leader of the Dragon Kingdom risked himself to save him, even scaling the wall. He was gravely injured by that monster. He did his utmost. Indeed, had it not been for that brave hero from the Dragon Kingdom stalling for even a moment, Ali might not have been able to scream at all. The dragon people are heroes. They bleed for us. The combat prowess of that creature likely rivals that of the colossal python encountered by the Yi Fei squad. That Qin Feng survived even a moment against it is a miracle. It's over, with such a creature appearing in this region. The Qin Feng camp is in grave danger. Wait, don't you find it strange? Why did the monster kill the Pakistanis and then leave? It almost seemed to exhibit some sense of humanity. You upstairs are just indulging in conspiracy theories. It was clearly Qin Feng who drove it away. Amidst the chaotic discussions, some questioned the authenticity of the incident, but their doubts were swiftly drowned out by more comments. Just then, outside the camp, the battered figure struggled and slowly rose from the ground. Qin Feng, clutching his left arm, his complexion pale, staggered to where three lifeless bodies lay. He surveyed the devastation around him, his eyes reflecting a poignant blend of sorrow and guilt. At this moment, he initiated a live broadcast, slowly shaking his head at the camera on his wrist. His voice, raspy and tinged with weariness, conveyed, I am sorry, I have done my utmost. In the Pakistani live stream, upon witnessing Qin Feng's indomitable spirit as he rose to his feet, the viewers could no longer contain their emotions, expressing their sorrow. Thank you. Heroes of the Dragon Country. Thank you, Qin Feng. He truly risked his life to save Ali. We all witnessed it. We were mistaken about the Dragon Country. They are true friends. In such dire circumstances, he was the only one who rushed out. I apologize for our previous remarks. The people of the Dragon Country are not only worthy adversaries, but also trustworthy friends. We, the people of Pakistan, shall remember this kindness. Although the higher-ups in Pakistan sensed some discrepancies, they had no evidence, and their anger found no outlet. Who could they blame? Could they accuse the Dragon Country's contestants of inaction? No, they not only rescued him, but also bore grave injuries in the process, embodying utmost compassion. The representative of Pakistan, at that moment, appeared pallid, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. He had intended to confront the Dragon Country regarding this matter, but now, what could he possibly say? Observing the screen, the seasoned general of the Dragon Country wore a barely perceptible smile. He picked up the communicator and, in a tone heavy with sorrow and concern, addressed the representative of Pakistan. We express our deepest sympathies regarding the plight of contestant Ali Raza. Qin Feng sustained severe injuries while rescuing your country's contestant. This bond of camaraderie cannot be overlooked by you, can it? Therefore, we hope your country can bear a portion of the costs. The representative of Pakistan nearly choked on his own blood. He knew he had no choice. You are right, Your Excellency. To express our gratitude for Qin Feng's heroic actions and to solidify the profound friendship between our two nations, we are willing to reduce the price of our aluminum and cotton by 60% from the original price. As he uttered the phrase reduced by 60%, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. This was no mere price cut. it was tantamount to giving it away. Oh, the old general raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, and then revealed a look of approval. Excellent. Your country truly understands righteousness. We, the Dragon Country, shall remember this profound friendship. I believe our future cooperation will be even more fruitful. The communication was promptly terminated. The old general set down the communicator, his sharp gaze sweeping across the conference room, his voice resonating with authority. Remember, in the battle for national fortune, there are no true friends, only everlasting interests. Sympathy and morality are reserved for our own kind. As for the outside world, we seek only victory and leverage. Chapter 209, News from the Dragon Country, all in tears, along with a mysterious benefactor. Outside the camp, Qinfeng, Brother Qinfeng. The camp's gate was finally repaired, swinging open with a sudden force. Shunlai and Zhao Ziqian rushed out, urgency etched on their faces. Upon seeing the fallen bodies and the severely injured Qinfeng, shock and sorrow overwhelmed them. Quick, help Brother Qinfeng inside, Zhao Ziqian called out, carefully assisting Qinfeng into the camp alongside Shunlai, gingerly supporting him on either side. The heavy wooden door slammed shut once more, effectively severing all external prying eyes and cacophony. Within the camp, the bonfire still blazed brightly, drawing everyone closer. Lin Yihan and Hina even had tears glistening in their eyes, their performances remarkably convincing. Only after confirming that everyone's live broadcasts were indeed turned off did Qinfeng slowly straighten his posture. He released his grip on his arm, revealing a few scrapes from climbing over the wooden wall. However, he nonchalantly shook his hand, as if the minor injuries were insignificant. The anguish on his face faded, replaced by a newfound calmness that seemed to perceive all. All right, enough of the theatrics, he declared. Upon hearing this, Shunlai immediately let go of him, and Lin Yihan exhaled deeply, wiping away her tears, giving Qinfeng a thumbs up. Brother Qinfeng, that scream was so realistic. I almost believed it. Cold Moon examined Qinfeng's arm, and, after confirming there were no serious injuries, breathed a sigh of relief. This man's tactics always surpassed her expectations, effortlessly resolving 3 troubles without a single casualty, leaving the adversaries with no recourse but to express gratitude. Ignoring the light-hearted banter, Qinfeng approached the fence and peered through a gap at the 3 corpses outside. In a calm voice, he instructed, Shunlai, Ziqian, dispose of the bodies. Leave the clothes on, bring all the backpacks inside. He then turned to face everyone, his expression turning grave. The farce had concluded. Yet the true crisis was only just beginning. Qinfeng's gaze swept over each individual, his voice low and commanding. Based on my perceptions and deductions, the calamity that will arrive in 72 hours is highly likely to be extreme cold. Extreme cold. The mere mention of these words struck each heart like a block of ice. Extreme cold? Shunlai's brow furrowed. We will need more charcoal. And the shelter must be reinforced. Every gap must be sealed. The urgency to fortify the camp's perimeter became less pressing in light of the immediate concerns. Lin Yihan's complexion paled slightly, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. We simply do not have enough clothing to withstand the true severity of the cold. And food. Cold Moon interjected, considering the long term. In low temperatures, our energy consumption will increase exponentially. Moreover, once heavy snow seals the mountains, hunting and foraging will become exceedingly difficult. As they spoke, a somber gravity enveloped the group, each face reflecting the weight of their dire situation. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air. All their wrist live-streaming watches illuminated simultaneously, casting a soft white glow on their screens. This was not the blood-red hue of a global announcement, but rather a communication channel unique to the Dragon Nation. At that very moment, several kilometers away by the stream, Wang Ming was cursing as he scrubbed Jingzhe clean, having exerted tremendous effort to wash away the mud and blood that clung to her. His watch illuminated, and further away, beside the oak grove, Sun Hao leaned against a massive log, his watch glowing as well. Within the camp, Qinfeng raised his wrist. A concise encrypted message, fewer than 100 words, vividly appeared before everyone. Qinfeng, Yi Fei, and all Dragon Country contestants, your bravery is witnessed by the motherland and its people. Current critical intelligence report, a new gathering place for Dragon Country survivors has formed in the mountainous area, totaling 11 individuals. We have designated 2 of them to carry special items and rendezvous with your unit. Please be prepared to receive them. Based on the actions of contestant Qinfeng and various intelligence assessments, it is determined that a natural disaster will occur in 72 hours, confirmed as extreme cold. This information has been shared with all Dragon Country contestants. Please be sure to prepare thoroughly. Lastly, salute to all your parents. Families of all Dragon Country contestants have been relocated to a high-standard sanatorium, enjoying perfect material supplies and medical assurance. Fight with confidence. The message abruptly ceased. The entire camp fell into an eerie silence. By the stream, Wang Ming gazed at the final lines, and this fierce, iron-willed man felt tears welling in his eyes. He slammed his fist into the water, creating a large splash. Dad, Mom, my wife, wait for me. Beside the oak grove, Sun Hao repeatedly read those lines, tears silently streaming down his face, mingling with the sweat. He wiped his face with his sleeve, then stood up, gripping the vine rope tied to the log once more. As if infused with boundless strength. In the camp, Qinfeng slowly lowered his wrist, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice more steady and powerful than before. Shunlai, set out immediately, following our trail to rendezvous with Wang Ming and Sun Hao. Bring back that log. Joey, your task is to construct wooden barrels capable of storing water and food as swiftly as possible. Yes, yes. Shunlai and Zhou nodded emphatically, turning to depart without a moment's hesitation. Qin Feng's gaze then shifted to the newly constructed shelters, his mind racing. We currently have 9 individuals. With the 2 joining us, that makes 11. For shelters, if each one burns to keep warm, the consumption of charcoal will be astronomical. We cannot afford that. Nor can we produce that much charcoal. More importantly, dispersing our personnel hinders our unified defense and response to emergencies at night. He approached one of the shelters. Tapping on the rudimentary wooden structure made by the Lighthouse Nation, his eyes scanning the 4 shelters in rapid succession, calculating materials, manpower, and time. After a moment, a glint of resolve flickered in his eyes. Thus, we must merge. He turned to announce his new plan to everyone. We will dismantle 2 of these 4 shelters and use the materials to expand and reinforce the remaining 2. 1 for men, 1 for women. This way, concentrated heating will maximize fuel efficiency. He pointed toward the barn. With the remaining materials, we will construct a dedicated storage room to hold food and supplies. Even Qin Feng's gaze fell upon Dali and Dung Dung, contemplating the possibility of connecting the cattle shed and storage room, allowing Dali and Dung Dung to seek refuge from the cold. By then, they could stockpile ample hay and ensure better insulation. Once this plan was proposed, everyone grasped Qin Feng's intentions. This was not merely a strategy to combat the biting cold, but an endeavor to transform this makeshift camp into a true bastion against natural calamities. The atmosphere buzzed with activity as Qin Feng's voice resonated with determination. All right, let us get to work. The collective roar of the crowd echoed with unprecedented vigor. The frigid onslaught was imminent, yet fear had dissipated. They were aware that behind them stood the entirety of the Dragon Nation, along with their dearly concerned families. At the intersection of mountains and jungle, a man named Li Jianjun lugged a substantial backpack, parting the last broad frond before looking up at the boundless expanse of the primeval forest ahead. He appeared considerably older than Qin Feng and Wang Meng, perhaps in his 40s, with a scruffy beard, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. Xiaoxua, do you think we can reach Qin Feng's camp before the disaster strikes? He panted, glancing back. Behind him, a woman named Xiao Ningxue, equally burdened with a heavy pack, moved with agility, her gaze frequently scanning their surroundings. The command center had just relayed the news that the impending disaster could be an extreme cold front. If heavy snow blocks the mountains, don't worry about me. Li Jianjun remarked gravely. Xiao Ningxue remained silent, tightening her grip on her backpack, her eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. Come on, Uncle Jianjun, don't speak such pessimistic words. She urged softly. What we carry is vital for Qin Feng and for the entire Dragon Nation. Chapter 210. The bitter cold approaches, hearts aglow. In the camp, bustling until the late hours of the night. With Qin Feng's orders issued, the camp had shed the relaxed air of their earlier pretense. Every face now wore an expression of intense focus. This main beam can stay, while the adjacent auxiliary beam should be dismantled, Cold Moon declared, stepping forward to assist Lin Yihan, who was disassembling the shelter. Although she could not engage in heavy labor, lending a hand for minor tasks was no issue. Lin Yihan and Hina promptly set to work, using daggers to sever vines, carefully dismantling wooden beams from the rudimentary shelter, sorting and stacking them as per Cold Moon's instructions. Even though Hina's hands were reddened from the strain, her movements remained swift. Meanwhile, Shun Lai and Zhao Ziqian had already dragged 3 corpses into the cornfield. With an impassive expression, Shun Lai wielded a military shovel, sending dirt flying as a deep pit rapidly took form. Zhao Ziqian bent down, gripping the mud-soaked collar of Ali Raza, laboriously dragging the heavy body towards the pit's edge, leaving long trails of earth in its wake. Thud! The body hit the bottom of the pit with a dull thump, followed closely by the second and third corpses, all unceremoniously cast into the grave. After completing their task, he picked up another entrenching tool and, alongside Shun Lai, silently began to fill the earth back in, shovel by shovel. From that moment forth, this cornfield would receive 3 additional portions of nourishment. Shun Lai tossed the backpack he had retrieved from Ali Leza to Zhao Ziqian. His voice hoarse, take this back to the camp. I will seek out Wang Meng and the others. After patting Zhao Ziqian on the shoulder, he turned and sprinted towards the direction of Wang Meng and Sun Hao. Zhao Ziqian took the backpack, opened it for a glance, and found it contained little, a few large pieces of inferior jerky, an empty military canteen, and some assorted odds and ends, including a small mirror. He organized the useful items, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and hastened towards the camp. Meanwhile, by the babbling brook, Wang Meng was engaged in a struggle akin to that with a stubborn donkey, laboriously scrubbing the mud off Jingzhe. It seemed that Jingzhe was aware of his significant contribution, proudly shaking his body and splashing water onto Wang Meng's face. You little rascal, feeling spirited, are we? Wang Meng laughed while scolding, though his hands softened their grip. Once clean, he carefully washed and peeled the small bobcat pelt, hanging it alongside the sheepskin on a branch to dry. This was a valuable item. In times of extreme cold, it could fetch a substantial amount of food. He picked up the remaining bobcat meat, intending to toss it to Jingzhe for a treat, but to his surprise, Jingzhe merely sniffed at it before disdainfully turning away. Hey, are you being picky? Wang Meng leaned in to take a whiff himself, detecting a faint, unpleasant odor. He wrinkled his nose and casually tossed the piece of meat into the downstream water, creating a small splash. However, to reward his loyal companion, he reluctantly sacrificed a hind leg of sheep to feed Jingzhe, who then happily trotted off to indulge in his feast. Wang Meng gazed at the meager amount of sheep meat left in his hands, frowning as he muttered, this little bit won't even fill the gaps between my teeth. It's high time to stock up on meat. He bound the prepared meat and pelts with vines, and was about to seek out Sun Hao when he spotted Shun Lai's agile figure weaving through the trees. Brother Shun Lai. Wang Meng's eyes brightened. Shun Lai nodded and pointed towards the oak grove. The two joined Sun Hao, who was guarding a massive oak. Gazing at this colossal timber, Xunlai could not help but raise an eyebrow, exclaiming, "This thing is truly enormous." Without further ado, the three top elites of the Dragon Kingdom, employing the most primitive method of rolling logs, commenced their arduous transportation task. Wang Ming and Xunlai pulled from the front, while Sun Hao pushed from behind, sweat soaking their garments as the heavy oak gradually shifted towards the camp, propelled by their shouts. As the sunset cast a warm orange hue across the sky, the gigantic oak finally appeared at the camp's entrance. All hands within the camp halted their tasks, staring in awe at this behemoth. Zhou Yi was the first to rush forward, nearly throwing himself against the rough bark. Trembling hands caressing it, his eyes igniting with fervor as if gazing upon an unparalleled beauty. What a treasure! Truly a fine material. He spoke excitedly and incoherently, and with such fervor that soon, not just wooden barrels, but even wooden basins would be at hand. Qin Feng stepped forward, patting the sturdy trunk, feeling its solid texture, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The remaining tasks included charcoal burning, reinforcing the cattle shed, and constructing shelters. He cast a glance at Zhou Yi and everyone present, reminding them, "Remember, every item in our possession must be utilized to its fullest. Not a single scrap shall go to waste." As night fell, the construction of the camp was merely reaching its zenith. The central bonfire blazed more brightly, illuminating the entire campsite as if it were day. The group hastily nibbled on a few roasted corn cobs before diving back into the fervent work of building, dismantling, transporting, erecting. Each person was putting forth their utmost effort in preparation for the impending severe cold, all for the sake of their shared home. According to Qin Feng's plan, 2 adjacent shelters were dismantled to remove the partition, merging them into one vast communal sleeping area. A simple divider made from the disassembled wooden boards separated the space into male and female sections. This way, a single fire in the center of the shelter could provide warmth to all, maximizing the precious charcoal resources. Though the night grew ever darker, the scene at Qin Feng's camp was one of vibrant activity. Beside the bonfire, Zhou Yi seemed transformed, his hunched back straightened, and excitement sparkled in his murky eyes. He wielded an axe, teaching the apprentice Zhao Ziqian how to split oak along the grain. "Look, Ziqian, strike here. Yes, just like that." Clang. The axe bit into the wood as Zhou Yi skillfully drove in a wooden wedge, striking it with another stone. A significant crack appeared in the massive oak. Zhao Ziqian imitated him admirably, fully immersed in the joy of creation. Meanwhile, 2 expanding shelters were taking shape. Qin Feng, Wang Ming, and Xunlai were the undeniable backbone of the effort, combining the dismantled timber with freshly cut trunks to construct a more spacious and sturdy framework. Wang Ming's brute strength was invaluable for transporting materials, while Xunlai, agile and adept, skillfully climbed up and down, binding the wooden pieces securely with vines. Qin Feng, as the mastermind of the entire project, commanded an astonishing efficiency in their work. Lin Yihan and He Na were not idle either. They mixed collected moss, hay, and soil meticulously to fill the gaps in the wooden walls, serving as the most primitive insulation. Noticing that Leng Yu was leaning against a post, Lin Yihan approached with a warm bowl of sweet water. "Sister Leng Yu, have a sip to warm yourself." Leng Yu accepted the bowl, taking only a small mouthful before handing it back to Lin Yihan, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Thank you, Yihan. You should drink more too. You've worked hard today and must be exhausted." Lin Yihan beamed with a broad smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. "All right, I'm fine." She no longer hesitated, taking the bowl and tilting it back to gulp several large swigs. The sweet warmth flowed down her throat into her stomach, swiftly dispelling the fatigue of labor. Due to the late hour of their work, Qin Feng decided to provide a late-night meal. A bowl of steaming corn porridge was served to each individual, and Wang Ming endured the pain of parting with a piece of roasted lamb, dividing it into portions the size of a child's fist. The rich aroma of the meat infused the air, bringing immense satisfaction to all present. They consumed their meal rapidly, silence enveloping them as they eagerly replenished their strength. With the last warm spoonful of corn porridge sliding into their bellies, the final traces of the night's chill dissipated. No one spoke. Only the crackling of the campfire and the sound of heavy breathing filled the air. The exertion of their labor had drained everyone of their last ounce of energy. At that moment, the previously silent Xunlai set down his empty bowl and declared, "I will take the night watch. You all can rest easy." With that, he rose and made his way toward the watchtower. Qin Feng responded with a soft acknowledgement, while Wang Ming, who had been preparing to boisterously announce his own intention to keep watch, swallowed his words upon witnessing Xunlai's actions. Instead, he grinned and muttered, "With this fellow around, even if the sky were to fall, we could enjoy an extra hour of sleep." The group exchanged glances, and faint smiles of relief appeared on their weary faces as they turned to enter the newly merged, spacious, and warm shelter. Tonight, they would be able to enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 211, Strategies Against Extreme Cold. The Dragon Kingdom contestants are already ahead of the game. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the camp, everyone gradually awoke from their slumber. Stepping out of the shelter, a wave of warmth greeted them. Why does it feel even warmer today than yesterday?" Lin Yihan stretched as she emerged from the women's shelter, gazing curiously at the sky. The sun shone particularly brightly, and instead of a chill, the air felt somewhat sultry. This weather certainly does not seem indicative of a drop in temperature. He Na also stepped outside, fanning her cheeks with her hand. Qin Feng, inspecting the reinforced cattle shed from the previous day, overheard their conversation and remarked without turning around, "Have you heard the saying? Extremes must reverse. This is called preheat, the clearest sign that extreme cold is approaching. The more the weather heats up suddenly, the more vigilant we must be." Indeed, In this peculiar wilderness, any illogical occurrences may herald significant danger. Lin Han stuck out her tongue, choosing not to elaborate further as she turned towards the chicken coop. Ah, they've laid eggs again. Today there are 4. She exclaimed joyfully, carefully cradling 4 pale green eggs from the nest lined with straw. This small harvest brought a rare moment of joy amidst the tense atmosphere of preparation. Breakfast consisted once again of corn porridge, but each bowl included a small portion of last night's remaining roasted lamb. The hot food dispelled their fatigue and infused them with renewed energy. After the meal, Qin Feng began assigning tasks for the day. Wang Ming, Shun Lai, you two are the main force. Continue to enhance the shelter and storage room, particularly ensuring the roof is thoroughly sealed. Lin Han, Hina, you are responsible for shelling all the remaining corn and drying it for easy storage. In the pale moonlight, your wounds have yet to heal, yet you are tasked with vigilance at the watchtower or assisting Zhou Yi in crafting barrels. Once the assignments were allocated, everyone sprang into action, except for Zhao Ziqian, who stood there, somewhat at a loss. His injuries had mostly healed, yet in comparison to Wang Ming and the others, his strength still felt insufficient. Engaging in strenuous labor would only create further complications. It seemed that Qin Feng had discerned his thoughts and approached him, saying, Ziqian, come with me for a while. Zhao Ziqian paused, realizing that he was not deemed a burden, but rather entrusted with a new task. His eyes brightened as he vigorously nodded. All right, brother Qin Feng, I will accompany you. The hunting location chosen by Qin Feng was the small stream where Wang Ming had slaughtered the goat the previous day. The water's edge represented the lifeblood of the animals and was the favored hunting ground for hunters. There exists no creature that does not require water, save for fish. The two navigated through the forest, with Zhao Ziqian closely trailing behind Qin Feng, spear in hand, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Soon, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears. Parting the last thicket, a crystal-clear stream appeared before them. As Qin Feng approached the water's edge, preparing to scoop up a handful to wash his face, his gaze was captivated by the sight within the water. Several palm-sized fish were joyfully swimming about, and from time to time, a shadow the size of a forearm darted past. Fish. Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, the piece of lynx meat inadvertently discarded by Wang Ming the day before had released its bloody scent, diffusing through the water all night, transforming into the finest bait, luring all the fish in the vicinity. This unexpected delight invigorated Qin Feng. Without hesitation, he entrusted his backpack and crossbow to Zhao Ziqian, grasped a sharpened wooden spear, and, barefoot, stepped gingerly into the frigid stream. What is the great Qin Feng up to? Spearfishing? Goodness, that difficulty level is too high. The water refracts. It looks easy, but hitting the target is harder than climbing to the heavens. Qin Feng held his breath, leaning slightly forward, his eyes intently fixed on the dark shapes beneath the water. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziqian remained on the shore, anxiously on guard, safeguarding Qin Feng. Suddenly, the muscles in Qin Feng's arm tensed dramatically, and the wooden spear shot into the water like a streak of lightning. Splash! Water erupted in all directions. When he lifted the spear once more, a lively grass carp was skewered upon its tip, thrashing its tail in vain. Yes, Zhao Ziqian exclaimed excitedly from the shore. What the heck? A perfect hit? What kind of vision and foresight is that? Who just said it was difficult? Step forward. In the presence of the great Qin Feng, the word difficult does not exist. The discussions from the Lighthouse Nation and the pirates continued in a discordant manner. It's merely luck. The water is so clear, anyone could do it. Don't they have food? Why fish? Isn't it enough to enjoy in the camp? Exactly. Our skilled fishermen have already constructed their shelter, with men and women gathered together in enjoyment. Qin Feng tossed a fish onto the shore and cast his gaze back into the water. Just as he locked onto his next target, preparing to strike with his spear, a more ferocious shadow darted from beneath the surface, opening its tooth-filled maw to snap at the fish he had just caught. It was a fearsome pike. Qin Feng's expression sharpened. Instead of retreating, he seized the moment. His wooden spear surged forward with precision, piercing through the pike's head with a satisfying thud. What a stroke of luck, Qin Feng whispered to himself, exerting effort to haul this unexpected catch onto the shore. This not only showcased his skill but also left Zhao Ziqian, who watched from the bank, awestruck and filled with a newfound respect for the seemingly tranquil stream. For the next while, he became an exceptionally efficient fish-catching machine, nearly every thrust of his spear resulting in a prize. Soon, the grassy bank was adorned with 8 or 9 fish of various sizes, each one remarkably plump. Just as Qin Feng prepared to call it a day, Zhao Ziqian suddenly lowered his voice, excitedly pointing downstream. Brother Qin Feng, look, there are wild ducks over there. Following his gesture, Qin Feng scanned the open water a few dozen meters away and indeed spotted a group of waterfowl leisurely paddling about, their long necks dipping into the water in search of food. A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he approached the shore and said to Zhao Ziqian, those are not wild ducks. Huh. Zhao Ziqian awkwardly scratched the back of his head. What are they then? Qin Feng picked up his crossbow, his gaze intensely fixed on the group of prey, and slowly uttered 2 words. They're geese. Geese. Zhao Ziqian was momentarily taken aback, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the waterfowl were indeed larger than ducks, with longer necks and a more graceful appearance. Without further explanation, Qin Feng gestured for Zhao Ziqian to be silent. He then crouched low, utilizing the bushes and rocks along the bank as cover, silently making his way downstream. His movements were light, his footsteps barely making a sound on the dry leaves. Zhao Ziqian, on the other hand, remained tense in place, hardly daring to breathe, gripping his spear tightly in readiness. The wild geese seemed oblivious to the impending danger, continuing their playful antics in the water, and the distance between them and Qin Feng diminished. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Just as he approached the optimal range for his crossbow, Qin Feng halted, kneeling down to steady his aim. The cold bolt was trained on the nearest wild goose, and without a hint of hesitation, he released it. Whoosh! A faint sound cut through the air as the bolt flew like a flash of lightning, striking the goose's neck with unerring accuracy. The unfortunate bird didn't even have time to squawk before its body stiffened and plummeted into the water, blood instantly staining the surrounding stream crimson. This sudden turn of events sent the entire flock of geese into a frenzy. Quack! Quack! The echoes of terrified cries resounded through the valley as the remaining wild geese flapped their wings frantically, desperately attempting to flee this realm of death. Yet, how could Qin Feng afford them such an opportunity? Whoosh! 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 He calmly pulled the trigger, unleashing a trio of bolts from his crossbow. Resembling the scythe of death itself, 2 more geese, barely airborne, fell in response, sending a cascade of water splashing across the surface. Zhao Ziqian, standing on the shore, was left utterly astounded. He had never imagined that hunting could be executed with such efficiency, imbued with a kind of violent beauty. The remaining geese, in sheer terror, finally began to glide low, circling above the stream before hastily fleeing into the distance. Qin Feng did not pursue them further. Instead, he stood up and beckoned Zhao Ziqian over to assist in gathering their bounty. Regaining his composure, Zhao Ziqian rushed over, collecting the 3 wild geese from the water and several large fish from the shore. The weight of their catch filled him with a sense of joyous harvest. Brother Qin Feng, you are incredible, he exclaimed sincerely. Qin Feng merely smiled, beginning to demonstrate how to process the wild geese. He removed the bolts, skillfully bleeding the geese, and then instructed, carefully pluck the goose feathers, ensuring not a single one is lost. They are quite valuable. Goose feathers? Zhao Ziqian queried, perplexed. There is much that can be made from them, Qin Feng explained as he worked. The softest part of the feathers is called down. Collect it and stuff it between 2 layers of cloth to create the finest down jackets and comforters. They provide warmth far superior to any clothing we currently possess. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziqian's eyes widened in realization. A down jacket. In the impending frigid wilderness, the significance of those 3 words outweighed even that of food. Possessing a down jacket equated to having an extra life. He immediately grasped the value of this material, becoming increasingly meticulous in his actions. Carefully plucking the feathers one by one and wrapping them in broad leaves, fearful of losing even a single strand. The 2 worked in harmony, swiftly processing the 3 wild geese, categorizing not only the precious feathers, but also the succulent meat and entrails for preservation. Chapter 212, The Fall of the Yamado Nation. How could such adorable creatures be consumed? The duo, swift and adept, soon had the 3 wild geese and a pile of plump fish processed. Zhao Ziqian cautiously wrapped the precious goose down in large leaves and sought out resilient vines to securely bind the fish and goose meat for transport. As Qin Feng reloaded the clean bolts into his crossbow, preparing to signal Zhao Ziqian to return, he suddenly sensed a slight movement in his ears, his gaze sharpening instantly. Stay still, he hissed, forcefully pressing Zhao Ziqian back into the underbrush. Zhao Ziqian's heart raced, instinctively following Qin Feng's lead and holding his breath. He heard nothing, yet Qin Feng's reaction made it clear that something was approaching. A rustling sound echoed through the air, and even Zhao Ziqian could hear it, originating from a dense thicket several dozen meters away. It seemed as if a sizable creature was traversing through, snapping dry branches and brushing against the blades of grass. Was it a wolf or perhaps a leopard? Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Ziqian's forehead as his grip involuntarily tightened around the spear beside him. In stark contrast, Qin Feng maintained a serene demeanor, even displaying a hint of peculiarity. He did not raise his crossbow but squinted, quietly observing the direction from which the sound emanated. His masterful environmental perception had already activated, allowing him to discern the life force within that thicket. There was no trace of the ferocity or aggression typically associated with a predator. Rather, it exuded an air of curiosity. Moreover, there was not just one, but a group. Do not be alarmed. They are not beasts, Qin Feng whispered softly to Zhao Ziqian. Almost immediately, the thicket began to sway more vigorously, and a furry head cautiously emerged. It belonged to a creature sporting 2 petite antlers and large, glossy, round eyes. Its fur was a warm tawny hue, with a ring of white around its mouth and a conspicuous heart-shaped white patch on its rear. The creature peered out, curiously surveying the riverside, seemingly puzzled by the earlier commotion of the wild geese and the scent of blood. Zhao Ziqian gaped in astonishment as he recognized the creature's appearance. Is that a deer? But it seems rather foolish, does it not? The creature's expression lacked the wariness typical of wild animals. Instead, it resembled an innocent, wide-eyed child witnessing the world for the first time. Soon after, a second, third, and fourth head emerged from the thicket, each aligning in a row, gazing at them with those transparent, yet naive eyes. What on earth is this? Zhao Ziqian whispered in disbelief, his perception of reality shaken. Were there such adorably naive creatures in the wilderness? A rare smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips, as he too was taken aback by this encounter with such a mystical being. Roe deer, he slowly articulated. The locals to the east refer to them as silly roe deer. Silly roe deer? Zhao Ziqian echoed, finding the name strikingly apparent. Indeed, Qin Feng elaborated. This species possesses an insatiable curiosity and an unusual thought process. If you chase one, it might stop mid-run to glance back at you to see if you are still pursuing. Should you call out to it, it may pause to investigate who is calling. When illuminated by headlights at night, it does not flee. Rather, it approaches the light, intrigued by its source. As Zhao Ziqian absorbed Qin Feng's description, his worldview was once again transformed. He could scarcely believe that within this perilous realm, governed by the laws of survival of the fittest, such an absurd creature could evolve. Wasn't he that tantamount to emblazoning the words "come eat me" across its face? In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, particularly among viewers from the northeast, a frenzy erupted. What the hell? Is that not our northeastern mythical creature, the silly roe deer? How is it that this creature still exists in such a wilderness? Ha ha ha, it's all over for them. This group of roe deer has undoubtedly met their nemesis. I wager that the great Qin Feng will dispatch them all in one fell swoop today. For those in the southern regions, allow me to enlighten you. This creature is truly foolish. If you shout at it, rather than fleeing in terror, it will return to seek you out. Meanwhile, the audience from other nations appears utterly bewildered. The United States exclaims, "What kind of deer is this? It seems utterly harmless. Why are the people of the Dragon Kingdom so exhilarated?" Japan remarks, "What an adorable creature. Its gaze is so pure, reminiscent of our own pristine cherry blossoms. Surely, the Dragon Kingdom would not resort to consuming such a charming animal. That would be too cruel." And from Korea comes the observation. The white heart-shaped patch on its rear bears an uncanny resemblance to the yin-yang symbol on our national flag. Clearly, it is a divine beast of our nation. To Qin Feng, however, these foolish roe deer have ceased to be living creatures. They are merely moving morsels of succulent, top-tier protein. With the bitter cold approaching, the camp finds itself in dire need of meat, of fat, substantial sustenance that can provide ample warmth. Initially troubled by the meager share of 3 wild geese, Qin Feng now perceives this as a divine gift of warmth. It is nothing short of a windfall. "Ziqian, hand me the crossbow," Qin Feng commanded, extending his hand. Oh, Zhao Ziqian promptly passed his crossbow to him. Qin Feng took it, returning one of the crossbows to Zhao Ziqian. "Aim for the neck or the head. Avoid the belly. Shoot if you have the chance. If not, just observe." Zhao Ziqian knelt, gripping the crossbow tightly, peering through the thicket to take aim. The group of foolish roe deer seemed entirely oblivious to the looming specter of death, stretching their necks and gazing about innocently. One particularly bold deer even ventured cautiously towards the stream, seemingly in search of water. Now is the moment. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened suddenly, and without the slightest hint of warning, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the tranquility by the stream. The foremost deer's body stiffened abruptly, its innocent eyes dimming as life faded away. It did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before it collapsed to the ground, its slender limbs twitching once before falling silent. This sudden turn of events sent the remaining deer into a frenzy. In a state of panic, they turned tail, their white heart-shaped patches exploding in a flurry as they fled back into the underbrush. Seeing his quarry about to escape, Zhao Ziqian hastily raised his crossbow, aiming at one deer's retreating silhouette, and loosed the bolt. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, but due to his anxiety and inexperience, it veered wildly off course, grazing a deer's rear and embedding itself in a distant tree trunk. Alas! Zhao Ziqian lamented as he struck the ground in frustration. Yet what transpired next caused him to swallow his expletive. The deer that had been grazed by the arrow re-emerged from the thicket. It halted at the edge of the thicket, its expression one of bewilderment as it turned its head, tilting it slightly, seemingly in search of the entity that had just grazed it. Zhao Ziqian exclaimed in the Dragon Kingdom livestream, "Ha! I knew it. The foolish roe deer never disappoints. This action is utterly classic." Confirmed by the gaze, it is undoubtedly a purebred fool. Zhao Ziqian added, "I missed my shot." To which the roe deer seemed to respond, "No, you did not miss. I have returned for another round." Qin Feng was equally amused by this creature's antics. He quickly replaced the magazine on his crossbow and urged Zhao Ziqian beside him, "Stop dawdling, load the bolts." Upon finishing, he raised the crossbow once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, it was a merciless trio of shots. The foolish roe deer that had returned, seeking its demise, fell to the ground, while another unfortunate companion, tripped by its mate, also met the same fate. In a flash, 3 roe deer lay lifeless, and the remaining herd, terrified by the gruesome scene, plunged into the dense forest, no longer daring to look back. The streamside returned to silence, the air thick with a faint scent of blood mingled with fresh grass. Zhao Ziqian remained in a half-kneeling position, engulfed in a surreal experience, turning to glance at the composed Qin Feng beside him, then at the fallen prey on the ground. Stammering, "Brother Qin Feng, is this it? What else were you expecting?" Qin Feng responded, rising and brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes. "Did you wish to engage them in a prolonged battle?" Zhao Ziqian's lips twitched as he gazed at the 8 or 9 sizable fish, 3 plump wild geese, and the 3 roe deer, each larger than a goat. For a moment, he felt a twinge of worry. "Brother Qin Feng," he said with a furrowed brow, "it seems we cannot carry all this. Not merely that, we can hardly take even half of it." Qin Feng approached the pile of prey and kicked one of the roe deer's robust hind legs, his smile growing ever more radiant. "Who said we had to carry it all at once?" He crouched down, drawing a dagger from his waist, tracing the blade along the deer's fur. "Today, we shall establish a makeshift slaughterhouse right here. These goose feathers and deer hides will suffice for each of us to don a splendid winter garment." Chapter 213, Special Episode 3, Dual Line Crisis. One side in extreme cold, the other facing death. This modest oasis featured a clear pool at its core, its surface mirroring the azure sky and a few resilient, nameless crooked trees. Beside the pool stood an exceedingly rudimentary shelter, awkwardly erected, rather than a refuge. It resembled a large heap of refuse. A few decayed wooden beams formed a scant framework, covered with tattered uniforms of contestants from a distant land, wrinkled thermal blankets, and even several large, odorous snake skins. The entire edifice emanated an indescribable aroma, a complex blend of sweat, blood, and dust, suffused with a postmodern wasteland aesthetic. At the entrance of the shelter, a pile of firewood crackled and popped. Yifei leaned against a rock, clutching a piece of charred snake jerky in his right hand, laboriously gnawing at it. His fractured left arm had been freed from its splint, appearing deceptively well. Opposite him sat Chun-Hu, his injured leg stretched out straight. Above the fire, a small pot simmered, releasing bubbles of an oddly hued green broth. Several unidentified plant leaves floated within, exuding a scent that mingled the fragrance of grass with an inexplicable fishiness. Old Chun, are you certain this concoction is safe to drink? Yifei mumbled through the dry, tough jerky, his gaze fixated on the pot of green soup, his brow furrowed in apprehension. Chun-Hu, his expression impassive, stirred the broth with a stick and replied calmly. The roots of this plant are safe for camels. Humans should be fine as well. Besides, it's better than gnawing on snake meat alone. At least it provides some hydration and salt. With that, he scooped a spoonful from the pot, blew on it gently, and cautiously took a sip. What is the verdict? Yifei craned his neck in anticipation. Chun-Hu smacked his lips, initially frowning, but then relaxing to offer a frank assessment. The taste is quite unique. It resembles unwashed grass, mingled with a hint of manure, and has a slightly bitter aftertaste. However, it warms the stomach, which is acceptable. Yifei grimaced, opting to persist with his snake jerky. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, viewers watched the two beleaguered warriors tackle their austere dinner, and the comments section erupted with fervor. Wow, Yi Shun and Brother Chun, who are truly hardcore. Is this shelter constructed from the clothes of those A3s? What on earth is that green soup? Is it some kind of dark culinary experiment? Just looking at it makes my stomach churn. Stop with the nonsense, since Brother Chun who dares to drink it. It must be safe. In the desert, having a warm soup is a luxury. Do you think this is a 5-star hotel? I feel for Yi Shun. His arm is broken, yet he is still gnawing on snake jerky. His teeth are impressive. Speaking of which, they killed 2 A3s. And this is all the supplies they have? Those A3s must be incredibly poor. After sipping a few more spoonfuls of soup, Chun-Hu set down the wooden spoon and turned to Yifei, his demeanor turning serious. Yifei, has your live streaming watch received any messages? What messages? Yifei swallowed the last morsel of snake meat and licked his lips. About a natural disaster. Chun-Hu's voice lowered. The authorities indicated that in a couple of days, a natural calamity is imminent, likely extreme cold. Extreme cold? Yifei paused, then chuckled. What a joke. In this desert, where one can be roasted alive, they speak of extreme cold. He found the notion somewhat absurd. However, Chun-Hu did not share in the laughter. He glanced at their drafty little hut and then at his own thin clothing, his eyes revealing a profound concern. I am not joking. Do you think that this ramshackle shelter, which cannot even withstand the wind, could endure a frigid temperature of several degrees below zero? The desert experiences extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, and they have already felt the chill of the night. However, compared to true bitter cold, that might barely qualify